Chapter 1. The azure sky seemed like a gigantic blue emerald. The midsummer sun seemed like a huge fireball, hung on the top of this huge emerald. Using the sun's position, one could estimate it was around 3 p.m. Die, in Region's third high school. Ding 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 as the loud bell spread across the entire campus. The campus suddenly arose with commotion and ruckus. Each building poured with students, laughing in groups towards the school gate. Luofeng brother, Luofeng brother, a thick voice said. This brother is one used in respect not blood-related kind. Feng, someone's calling for you. In the midst of the group of students, a teenager who was holding a bookmark walked along with the students. He was wearing a regular blue sports uniform and was around 175 cm and was a bit skinny. At this time he hesitantly turned his head. The person calling for him was a guy around 190 cm with tiger-like shoulders and a bear-like waist. His biceps were even more brawny and astonishing. You are? Luofeng hesitantly watched his approach, not recognizing who was in front of him. These two people, one sturdy and like a brown bear, while Luofeng brother was like a regular person. And height, the difference was immensely large. However, this broad-shouldered, large-waisted guy seemed to display formality. He carefully looked at the Luofeng brother he admired. Looks like the rumors were right. Luofeng brother is quite easy to talk to. Luofeng brother, I have something that I need Luofeng brother's help with. With what? Luofeng laughed. While I was training my fists, I felt like there was something wrong when I punched. I was wondering if brother had any time to give me any pointers. The burly guy continued, according to the dojo teacher, with my strength, I should be able to release a punch that is over 50% in power. However, I can never reach that value at all. The burly guy looked expectantly at Luofeng. Oh, I see. Luofeng paused for a moment, nodding his head. Okay, this Friday during noon. Find me at the dojo. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. The burly guy repeatedly thanked. Luofeng laughed a bit, and then left with his friends. Seeing that Luofeng has left, the burly guy displayed his excitement. He clenched his fist, and as his biceps veins were bursting, excitedly shouted out, Success! Wow! Luofeng brother agreed that easily. A boy wearing a school uniform exclaimed. The rumors are indeed true. Luofeng brother is easy to talk to, and is a good person. The burly guy grinned. But, that's not right. In our third high school, in the 5,000 students, only 3 are able to achieve the title of martial arts elite student. In those 3 students, the other 2 are Jiang Haobai and Liu Ting, but they are too prideful and aren't willing to use their time to guide us. The boy wearing the school uniform said doubtfully. But Luofeng brother is this kind. Third is just the number of the high school, not their ranking or any of the sort. This moment, around the entire world in each country's region, virtually every high school student, while receiving a basic education, joins a martial arts dojo to unleash the power sleeping within every human. Dai and Region's third high school, with 3 grades and around 5,000 high school students, for the most part, are all beginners in the dojo. Only an extremely small amount are intermediate members, and only 3 can achieve the title of elite member. Seeing is believing. Heh. See that? Luofeng brother is different from the other 2. The burly guy curled his lips. Yang Haobai and Liu Ting, their families are all filled with wealthy people. Ever since they were young, their families spent an enormous amount of money to raise and train them, which is why they are so strong now. However, Luofeng is completely different from them. The boy wearing the school uniform nodded in agreement. I also heard that Luofeng brothers has a regular background. He even lives in a low-rent house. Yes, for Luofeng brother to get to where he is today, was entirely out of bitter training, relying on his fists and feet to train. Totally different from Jiang Haobai and Liu Ting. The burly guy clenched his fist and took a deep breath. My goal is Luofeng brother, and before I graduate from college, within these 4 years, I will pass the dojo's test and achieve the rank of elite member. At this moment, the Luofeng brother they're talking about is just following the stream of people headed towards the third gate, with another boy in a sports uniform. Feng, when that big blockhead who was asking you for tips walked away, he was praising you. The boy wearing the sports uniform started laughing, praising what a great person you are, and how you're so easy to talk to. Luofeng laughed. What, you jealous? Why when? Jealous of you? Why when touched his nose and laughed. In your dreams. I was sighing that the blockhead doesn't even know Luofeng brother's true side. But I remember in vivid detail, that time on the dojo competition platform, the Luofeng brother he praises fought 3 people consecutively. And those 3 high schoolers couldn't even climb back up again. Luofeng laughed. Indeed, that match was his rise to fame. Luofeng hit Wai Wen's shoulder. Let's go home now. Wai Wen's shoulder made an exaggerated shake. Feng, lighter please. With that one hit, my shoulder is about to shatter. This again. Wai Wen is Luofeng's great friend who has played with him ever since he was small. Even though they aren't brothers by blood, the feeling is close enough. Elementary, middle, high school. Looking back, these two do indeed share a deep bond. Wai Wen suddenly looks forward. Feng, look, it's the one you have a crush on. Him? Luo Feng also looks, and only sees the ponytailed girl with jeans and a white polo shirt out of the entire crowd. Luo Feng's heart skips a beat. A name swept across his heart, Su Jin. Luo Feng's crush on Su Jin. Those who know of this secret are small in number. But good bro Wai Wen naturally knew ages ago. During his first year of high school, Luo Feng and Su Jin were in the same grade. The first time Luo Feng saw Su Jin, he felt like there was something bright in front of him. That said, during class time, with Luo Feng sitting in the back, for some reason, cannot control himself, he unknowingly looks towards Su Jin's back, just looking silently. He is satisfied with just looking at Su Jin's back. Since the classes were scrambled again in the second year, he and Su Jin weren't in the same grade anymore. However, every time Luo Feng sees Su Jin, he cannot keep his eyes off her. There is only 1 month left until exams. Luo Feng whispered to himself. I had no courage and no time for romance in the past. In the final month, everyone is frantically reviewing, and Su Jin wants to better herself. How can she distract herself with romance? It is the same for me. I cannot lose focus, or I will regret it for the rest of my life. Whatever, this love, I'll just make it a memory. Romance is bitter. The flower hasn't even bloomed, and yet has already withered. Luo Feng just wants to silently put all of this at the bottom of his heart. You had your chance to go after her. Now that there's only 1 month left. Wai Wen shakes his head. I'm afraid you'll never see her again. In the future, it'll be too late to even regret. Wai Wen Luo Feng shakes his head. Stop. Without achieving the title of fighter, I will not distract myself with romance. Bro, you're quite cruel. Wai Wen raises his thumb. Fighter? In our entire school of 5,000 people, not one was able to achieve that rank. You dare say that if you don't achieve the rank of fighter, you won't distract yourself with romance? Cow you cow. Him? Luo Feng glances at a group of 5 in the crowd outside the gate. Dang how by. In the group of students outside the gate, there are 5 people who are very eye-catching, whose leader is at least 180 cm, wearing a white shirt, white and long pants, and huge chest muscles. The 4 people surrounding him, whether it was brawniness or a scar on their face, were just as fearsome. And that white-shirted teenager in Jian Section's 3rd high school is indeed one of the 3 with the title of elite. Dang how by. Luo Feng snorted Zhang Hao Bai. If you ask Zhang Hao Bai who he hates most in this entire high school, the answer will clearly be Luo Feng. Since 1 out of the 3 who have earned the title of elite is a girl, just the 2 of those boys are elite title holders. Also, Zhang Hao Bai comes from a rich background, while Luo Feng is just a regular person, living in a cheap, rented home. In grades, Luo Feng is way ahead of Zhang Hao Bai. In strength, both Luo Feng and Zhang Hao Bai have earned the title of elite, but Luo Feng once challenged 3 high schoolers consecutively and beat them until they couldn't even get back up. And within these 3, one of them was Zhang Hao Bai. He even got a tooth beat out of him that time. And for conditions at home, clearly Zhang Hao Bai has the money, a good background, but comparing grades and strength, Luo Feng is far superior. In school, whenever someone compliments Zhang Hao Bai, someone would usually bring up Luo Feng to compare. Resentment. The resentment that Zhang Hao Bai holds toward Luo Feng is great. Let's go. Zhang Hao Bai licked his tooth, which had a faint sense of pain. That time he was beat until his mouth was full of blood and lost a tooth. This Zhang Hao Bai, ever since that time in the dojo, is much more well behaved after receiving a beating. He won't ever mess with you again. Wai Wen said towards Luo Feng as he watched the group of 5 get farther and farther. Dang how Bai. Luo Feng has never concerned himself with such a person. I would rather deal with less than more, said Luo Feng as he walked home with Wai Wen. On the way home, drip drip on the street, the car's horn sounded. As of now, all the cars use electric energy, so at least there will be no smell of gasoline on the street. Wai Wen, there is 1 more month until the exam. During this month let's put forth our best effort. Luo Feng and Wai Wen walked on the street. At that dojo there, we can relax temporarily. Do some restorative training every day, while mainly concentrating on culture studies. Our 12 years of work were for this exam. Yay, 12 years of culture studies. This exam determines our fate. Wai Wen also sighed. Exams, exams. Just like an army of 10,000 horses crossing a wooden bridge act, a pain in the neck. Yup. Luo Feng nodded. His home conditions aren't very good, even though he has the title of elite. No matter how poor his culture grade is, he can always get a job of elite bodyguard, and easily earn a yearly salary of $20,000 to $30,000. However, will Luo Feng be satisfied with just a job of being a bodyguard? At this time, around 1,000 meters above Jian region, a large, black, crowned golden eagle was flying past the city. Its body was around 20 meters long, like a huge fighter jet. The feathers of its body had a cold, metallic luster. The feathers on its head were a secluded black, like a black crown. Its huge talons were also golden. A pair of sharp, blue, glowing eyes looked down upon the human city, hiding a sliver of killing intent. Boom! The black, crowned golden eagle, who was already flying super fast, suddenly increased its speed exponentially, breaking through the sound barrier within a moment, reaching an appalling speed. At the same time, an extremely high-pitched sound erupted from within the mouth of the eagle. The frightening shockwave, which could be seen to the naked eye, spread rapidly downwards. At Jian's region's site, Yan Road's intersection, Luo Feng was waiting for the red light with Wai Wen. Suddenly, an ear-piercing howl suddenly arose, but this was not quite so like thunder. Thunder's sound is great and deafening, but this sound was ear-piercing. Luo Feng felt a slight pain in his eardrums, with some wrinkles of uncomfort arising on his forehead. Many people on the street were already covering their ears. "That's the cry of a bird," said Luo Feng as looked up towards the sky. "Him?" surprised Luo Feng. Under the shock of the ear-piercing howl, a huge piece of glass in a skyscraper on the neighboring street let out a deep ka tilde 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 ka tilde 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 sound. Lots of glass cracked open and dozens of glass fell from the high sky. Some smashed against the pedestrian path, or hit people, or even smashed against the lights on the street. Hi, hang, heap of crackling noises. There were bursting noises for a while, and one of the glass fell against a streetlight that was right next to Luo Feng. Wai Wen rapidly stepped back 2 steps, dodging a piece of shattered glass, and one of the glass shattered against the ground, and a piece was flying straight towards Luo Feng like a knife. Him? Luo Feng saw out of the corner of his eye. However, there was no dodging. He just stood there calmly. In an instant, his right hand, like lightning, caught the piece of glass that was flying towards him. The piece of glass reflected Luo Feng's look. He tapped it twice and then randomly threw it. Like a hidden weapon, the piece of glass flew straight towards a faraway trash can and accurately went inside the opening. On the street, the cars that were affected at first quickly went back to normal, and the people on the street were having a discussion. Some unfortunate ones were injured, but most of them had no injury at all. What strength! Luo Feng looked towards the sky. So much power in just one howl. It must have been a powerful beast. Wai Wen, weren't you good with beasts? Do you know what kind of beast this is? Wai Wen squinted. A light of excitement was within in the slit of his eyes. Feng, there is a defense system 500 meters above this city. This beast was definitely flying above 500 meters. Even with such distance, its howl could still have so much power, and regular beasts wouldn't even dare howl above a human city. With such strength and arrogance, and according to the sound, if I'm correct, this should be one of the terrifying black-crowned eagles, said Wai Wen solemnly. Black-crowned eagle? Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Of course he has heard of the infamous black-crowned eagle. The black-crowned eagle is ranked 3 out of the Dao species monsters. Wai Wen's eyes shined. A grown black-crowned eagle's body is around 21 meters in length. Its wingspan is around 36 meters, and its flight speed could reach up to 3.9 Mach, which is 3.9 times the speed of sound. Using 340 ms as the speed of sound, that is 1,326 meters per second, which is 4,774 kilometers in an hour. Luo Feng knew that the black-crowned eagle was powerful, but once he heard the extreme speed of 1,326 ms, he held his breath. 1 second, which is just one blink, and it's already 1,000 meters away. The black-crowned eagle's feathers are even harder than diamond. It probably is as tough as a third-grade Keeley alloy. Wai Wen excitedly added. There are videos online. The black-crowned eagle has followed hordes and met armies. It has received fire from a 20 mm fire god cannon. A fire god cannon could shoot 7,000 bullets per second. 7,000 bullets per second is a stream of bullets, and each bullet could pierce through a 50 mm thick steel plate. However, even under the fire god cannon's barrage, the barrage couldn't even hit one feather off of the black-crowned eagle. After that, a mysterious martial artist, holding a Keeley alloy battle knife, made a stream of light and cut the black-crowned eagle in half. Wai Wen passionately said. Luo Feng's heart was also beating faster. That video was spread around all over the place, so he has seen it too. The title of fighter, I will definitely achieve it someday. I want to become like that senior, able to hold a battle knife and cut open monsters like the black-crowned eagle and the powerful devil gorilla. Luo Feng thought to himself in his heart. Every teenager has this dream, so of course, it is Luo Feng's dream too. Senior like upperclassman, not old man. However, according to the internet, that mysterious powerful fighter who cut the black-crowned eagle in half is internationally in the top 100, a super fighter. Feng, what are you doing? We're already home, Wai Wen shouted. From this, Luo Feng emerged from his deep thought, looking at the sector made up of a lot of tube-shaped buildings. Small South Coast sector Cirilla Clutter 4B. The government built this small, cheap rental area, and Luo Feng has been living in this area for 18 years. Chapter 2, the southern sector, is primarily used as a cheap rental area. It's packed to its limits, and each of the apartments are like huge, square concrete poles, and are built with no consideration to sun's exposure. Luo Feng's home is on the 32nd floor out of the 36 floors in a certain apartment. Feng, wanna go to the dojo tonight? Wai Wen says as he heads toward another apartment. I have to go out for some family education matters tonight. After that's done, I might go to the dojo. But wait for me tonight. Luo Feng smiles and waves his hand, and then flies up the staircase, each of Luo Feng's step covering 4 stair steps. Like a speeding panther, Luo Feng reached the 2nd story within 2 blinks. 3rd floor, 4th floor, step. Even while sprinting, Luo Feng is still extremely flexible, having enough time to make way for other residents on the staircase. Feng out of school? Yay, Uncle Wang. Luo Feng's breathing pattern is not affected at all. As an elite member, this speed of climbing is no different from a relaxing walk. To the vast majority of the residents' opinions, no elevator was built in the building. If an elevator was built, then the residents' rental fee would be increased. As of now, to many of the residents, climbing up a few dozen stories is very easy. To them, building an elevator in the building is just a waste. Since electricity is expensive and the city's defense system is electric-powered, the entire country needs electricity. 32nd floor. On the 32nd floor, there are 8 families, and Luo Feng's is one of them. Gotcha. Holding the key, Luo Feng opens the door. Brother, is that you? A sound came within the home. Yup, Luo Feng closes the door. At a glance, Luo Feng's home consists of 1 room and 1 living room, the area being 36 ping. A ping is approximately 3.306 square meters. Ever since the beginning of his memory, he has lived here with his brother and parents, a family of 4, in this 36 ping place. Hua, what are you reading? Luo Feng heads toward the balcony. On the balcony, a skinny, sickly white teenager sits on a wheelchair, holding an English book. When Feng saw that, he laughed. Oh, is that Policy the investing expert? Within the investing experts, isn't the stock god Buffett the most famous? Towards investments in stock, Luo Feng understands nothing. Buffett isn't really suited for me. Also, Policy's theories and thoughts are closer to my own ideals, so I can learn more from them. The skinny teenager raised his head and let out a small smile. You continue reading. Luo Feng laughed. Inadvertently, Luo Feng glanced at his younger brother's legs and felt a pain in his heart. During his younger years, his younger brother's legs were crushed by a car. Everything below his thigh was crushed, which crippled him. As a cripple, he faces immense pressure under living in the current society. Even his education can only be taught through long-distance internet lessons. Since he hasn't been exposed to any sunlight for a long duration of time, his brother's face is a sickly white, as if he's sick. And he doesn't have many friends, since he is a bit introverted. Mom and Dad's salary aren't high, and they have to raise me and my brother is even crippled. The burden on our family is too large, so we can only live in this cheap rental home. I have to change the destiny of our home. Luo Feng thinks to his heart. I have a crush on Su Jin, and yet I haven't made any moves, haven't tried to start a relationship. According to the law, one can marry at 18 years old, so lots of people have relationships during high school and marry when they graduate. Those who haven't had relationships in high school are few within few. How come I don't have one? Because I don't have time to waste on romance. My family isn't rich, so I don't have an amazing teacher's guidance. I can only depend on myself for everything. Luo Feng's gaze lands on the living room's old sofa, which could also act as a bed. This many years, a family of 4, just in this house of 1 room and 1 living room. My brother and I are in the only room, while after all these years, my parents sleep on the living room sofa. I will definitely let my family live in a huge house with an elevator. Let Dad and Mom sleep on a huge bed. Let my brother not have to struggle so much when going down the stairs. The house must have a huge window, so the sunlight can completely shine through. These words have been repeated through Luo Feng's mind countless times, which is why he is so hardworking. So he became one of the 3 elite members in the 3 high school, and is the only one out of the 3 who has an average family. The other 2 are extremely wealthy. Hua from the faucets, unending stream. It filled up the electric kettle very quickly. Chit plugging in the electric kettle. Luo Feng sat on the sofa with a history textbook in home, continuously memorizing the important parts of the book. Suddenly the kettle's water has boiled. Luo Feng puts down his book and pours the water into an insulating bottle. He also poured it into a large plastic cup and placed it on the table. At 2026, the Battle of Hongzhi happened in the Hongzhi Lake. Year 2026. Luo Feng memorized historical events one by one. Out of his regular education, Luo Feng is best at math. However, he is most interested in history, because every time he sees the 21st century's history, he feels uneasy. This is the history of human reformation. Luo Feng walks towards his brother. Yes, brother? Younger brother Luo Hua puts down the book in his hands. I have highlighted the 139 important parts in this book. Quiz me a bit. Luo Feng hands the history textbook in his hand. Luo Hua listened and laughed. Sure, I rarely get the chance to quiz you. Brother, listen up, I'm going to give a question. If you get it wrong, it would be embarrassing. Ask away. Luo Feng laughs, sitting on the couch. There was one man who slayed the tiger-head dragon and saved hundreds of thousands of people, which let thousands of them successfully transfer to the Jiangnan base. Who is the hero? From where? How old was he when he died? What exact date did this happen? Luo Hua asked as he flipped through the book. The hero was Dong Nan Bao, who was granted a 4-star hero medal by the country. He's Yuan Jiang Su Jin. He died when he was 39 years old. This happened. Should be AD 2018. Luo Feng raised his eyebrows. Luo Hua continued asking, the exact date is AD 2018. What month? What day? I think it was, Luo Feng said hesitantly, June 18th. Haha, you got the first question wrong. Luo Hua shaked his head. Dong Nan Bao is indeed from Yuan Jiang Su Jin and died when he was 39 years old. However, this happened on AD 2018, June 16th. Luo Feng hit his head and laughed bitterly. I get 16 and 18 mixed up all the time. Continue asking. Okay, listen carefully. Second question. Luo Hua was clearly excited. Add 2013 in. The two brothers asked and answered and time flew by quickly. I already asked half the questions in this book. I asked 68 questions, and you got 63 right and 5 wrong. Luo Hua raised his head and looked at the clock hanging on the wall. Dad and Mom are going to be back soon. I'll ask you one last question and ask you the other half some other time. Last question. Okay, ask away. Luo Feng's concentration increased. This question is very basic. Review the important events of the Danai Pan period. Asked Luo Hua. Danai Pan's Pan character was slightly different, but this basically means Nirvana, Grand Nirvana, or at least hints at it. I will call it the Grand Nirvana period from now on. Luo Hua had a serious expression, for the Grand Nirvana period was the most important part of the history of human reformation. In the beginning of the 21st century, the entire world continued to have several virus outbreaks. Add 2003 was SARS, 2009 was H1N1, and 2013, finally, the even more horrifying R-type virus broke out. As the R-type virus spread, it mutated into around 20 different kinds, which made it even more challenging for antivirals to fight against. As a result, all of the countries of the world had many deaths. As the medical department advanced, the virus got under control. However, on AD 2015 January, the R virus mutated into its most horrifying mutation. The one which became known was the RR virus. In the past, many R virus mutations were spread through body fluids, some which could be spread through water. However, its lifespan in water is very short. On the other hand, this RR virus could go through body fluid, go through water, and even worse, it could even go through air, with a lifespan of up to 3 hours in the air. Chapter 3. Right when the RR disease appeared, it rapidly spread around the world. All forms of life, as long as they needed to breathe, whether human or flying beasts, were infected. By the time humans found the existence of the RR disease, it was already too late. After the infection of the RR disease, the death rate was reaching 30%. In a matter of those 3 months, excluding the mass deaths of animals, the population of the world dropped by nearly 2 billion. The survivors neared 5 billion, whom all have a natural resistance against the disease. During these nightmarish 3 months, the whole planet experienced excruciating pain. During this process, the 5 billion survivors realized that their bodies have strengthened. Virtually everyone's power, speed, rate of cell division, and skin toughness have at least doubled. Even an average man could easily surpass the previous world champion in running and weightlifting. And then disaster started. The humans who have lived so comfortably have strengthened so much. The beasts who have survived the RR disease have went through even harsher conditions. In their transformations, their strength has raised surprisingly far beyond humans. And some of these horrifying beasts got even smarter. September 2015. Starting from the attack of the plethora of organisms in the sea, countless of beast-transformed animals started attacking human settlements. Blood madness. In the war between human and beast, the humans have realized that their explosive weapons that they were so proud of only worked on the lower-grade beasts. The stronger flying and crawling beasts had no fear towards the cannons. The bullets couldn't even scratch their armor. Homing missiles are easily dodged by speedy, quick-reacting beasts. Even when humans used nuclear attacks, they shockingly found out the defense capability of the monsters were too great. Only those within the blast radius of the bomb died. The monsters in the surrounding area weren't killed. The power of the bomb wasn't as strong as the humans thought it would be. Even though it killed a horde of monsters, the radiation from the bomb gave birth to even more horrifying monsters. The most famous and horrifying monster of that year was the Crimson Sky Wolf, which could fly and massacred hundreds of thousands of people. It was at this time people realized radiation could actually mutate the monsters. Although horrifying monsters appeared, powerful warriors also sprung out from the human side. The Crimson Sky Wolf was defeated by a super powerful warrior, who could also fly, ranked number 2 internationally, Thunderlord. These warriors saved a large amount of normal civilians in a crucial time. They assisted the army in fighting off the horde of monsters. During this time many epic stories came about. Human scientist Ki Luoi, half I am loud, half to Sen Na used materials from the corpses of monsters along with a metal called blue gold found on the moon to make a metal alloy, even harder than diamond, the Ki Luo alloy. Given these powerful weapons that could cut through the monster's armor, the powerful warriors didn't have to rely on just their bare hands anymore. This portion of history was very clear in Luo Feng's mind. During the war, a large portion of the city was destroyed. In the continent of Asia, countries were hastily building 6 major bases to transfer the huge population to. For the warriors, my country and India have the largest amount. For technology, the United States, European Union, and Russia were leaders. Since the number of monsters in the sea are immeasurable, all of the island countries were destroyed. Even now, the sea is the monsters' territory. In the war between humanity and monsters, the only countries that are capable of defending themselves are India, the United States, the European Union, Russia, and my country. The rest of the countries were destroyed a long time ago. In the critical moment, the United Earth Federation was formed, with the 5 countries as its nucleus. The united forces of the United Earth Federation helped create many human bases all around the world. Luo Feng marveled. A war that lasted 5.5 years, the most horrifying war. In this war, deaths totaled to nearly 10 billion. Only the system maintained by the 5 countries stayed intact. The rest of the country's survivors mixed together in various human bases. Until Noe, a half I am loud, a half I am loud, a half I am loud, a half on land, the humans maintain the advantage, but the countless monsters in the sea maintain their control over the sea. From 2013 to 2021, in these 8 years, was the grand nirvana period of human history. Luo Feng sat on the couch. Dong tilde tilde dong tilde tilde dong tilde tilde dong tilde tilde dong. The clock sound echoed within the house. The clock on the wall rang 5 times, which signals that it's currently 5 p.m. The grand nirvana period. Luo Hua marveled. Brother, truthfully, I can't really wrap my head around what the world was like before the grand nirvana period. There were over 200 countries, so how many people were there? Only 7 billion. Some countries would be in grave danger. Just one powerful beast would be able to wipe an entire country off the map. Luo Feng nodded, which is why the whole world is comprised of 5 powerful countries and 23 cities. On the entire planet, there were 5 countries in total: China, India, the United States of America, the European Union, and Russia. Locations such as South America and Africa made up the 23 cities, or bases. China had 6 human bases, which are the present 6 major cities. Luo Feng's home was Yi, and region's Jiangsu City, one of the 8 parts of Jiang, Nan City. The entire population of Jiang, Nan City neared 200 million. Jiangsu City of Jiang, Nan City's Yi, and region had over 1 million people. Jiang, Nan City base used to be comprised of Yuan Jiang Su. Of course there were also Yuan and Y. These are different kinds of ethnic groups. So long ago Luo Hua looked towards the clock, hanging on the wall. Right now it's 2056. The Grand Nirvana period is already more than 30 years into the past. In our society, virtually everyone has to go train in a dojo. Our society is much stronger than it was 30 years ago. Luo Feng nodded. In 30 years, there definitely was a major increase in powerful warriors along with a steady progression in technology. However, many terrifying monsters have also been born. I am loud, a half 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 K. The door was opened, and a middle-aged couple walked in. The man's shirt was drenched in sweat and had some paint stains. It was clear he was very tired. The woman holding a basket containing vegetables and meat wasn't very tall. Dad, Mom. Luo Feng immediately rose. They are his parents. Father Luo, Hong Guo, Mother Gong Zinlan. Haha Feng, keep reading, keep reading. Don't bother with me. Luo, Hong Guo laughed. Since his son has exams soon, studying is of utmost importance in Luo Hong Guo's eyes. Luo Hong Guo lowered his head and saw a large plastic bottle of tap water. The fact that there was always water ready for him every time he returned warmed his heart. After working all day, he would take this bottle and drink the entire thing in one gulp, letting out a satisfied breath of air. Hurry up and go take a shower, you reek of sweat. Gong Zinlan laughed. Haha. Luo Hong Guo laughed and immediately went to get a change of clothes, headed towards the small corner that served the family for many years as a bathroom. Gong Xinlan laughed and looked at her two sons, Feng, Hua. Today, Mom is going to make roasted meat. Roasted meat is my favorite. Luo Hua yelled right away. Luo Feng also laughed. As he watched his mother put on her apron and prepare to cook dinner, Luo Feng was clear. Mom always went grocery shopping in the evening after her work, since the price for the groceries are much cheaper than the mornings. However, the groceries wouldn't be as fresh by then. Luo Feng then glanced at the bathroom, thinking I must hurry and get the title of fighter so Mom wouldn't have to go grocery shopping during the evening and Dad wouldn't have to go work so much. In his heart, Luo Feng has always wished for his parents to be able to take a break and enjoy the sunlight and good food in peace. Feng Luo Hongguo walked towards Luo Feng after finishing his shower. Dad has something to tell you. What? Luo Feng looked at his father. Luo Feng laughed a bit. It's like this, Feng. I never asked you what your plans you had for after high school graduation. Could you tell me? Luo Hongguo rarely talked about these kinds of matters with his son, because he didn't want to pressure him. He knew that his son worked very hard and has performed very well. Right when Luo Hongguo said this, Gong Xinlan's cooking movements started to slow down a bit. Luo Feng's parents really cared for their son's future. Dad, I was thinking like this. Luo Feng added, according to my grades, I'm sure that getting into Jiangnan's #1 military academy wouldn't be difficult. Now that I have earned the dojo's elite title, I would be raised as an officer in the military academy. Mom and Dad can enter into the family section of the military. There were also different tiers in the military. China, of course, recruited soldiers. However, regular soldiers didn't receive much. However, for a young man holding the title of elite and getting into Jiangnan's #1 military academy would have intellect and strength. Country would surely focus on such people and give their families a home. For the family of an officer, the conditions would be tens of hundreds of times better than this cheap, rented home. Then what if you can't get in that #1 military academy? Luo Hongguo said, Feng, don't give yourself too much pressure. There are 2 main military academies in Jiangnan City. If anything goes wrong in your exams, and you are unable to get into the best academy, there is absolutely no problem with going to the second one. Luo Feng clearly understood his grades. Normally, he can score around 50 points higher than the average bachelor. For the second military academy, he only has to reach the average. In the tests today, there are only 2 types, bachelors and specialists. There is also only one dividing line. Those above that line are bachelors and those below are specialists. In the second military academy, having the title of elite, I would also be nurtured as an officer. There wouldn't be too much of a difference in treatment. Luo Feng laughed. To become a bachelor, only 2 out of 10 people could do it. However, for a high school student, only 1 out of 1,000 people could achieve the title of elite. Yup, if you got the confidence then that's great. However, Feng, don't give yourself too much pressure. Me and your mom just need a stable life, that's all. Luo Hongguo nodded his head slightly. This kid just gives himself too much pressure. Not at all. Luo Feng laughed. I don't really have much pressure. Since I'm young, I just have a bit more energy and motivation. Luo Feng says that out loud, but in his heart, Mom, Dad, brother, after my exams, you will soon be able to enjoy a good life. After I achieve the rank of fighter, you guys won't have to live so bitterly. Hurry and get the bowls and chopsticks, and move the dishes onto the table. Dinner is ready. Gong Xinlan laughed and urged. 8. Luo Hongguo laughed and stood up to get the bowls and chopsticks. The vegetables smell great. Luo Feng sniffed the pot and helped carry the dishes. I smell the smell of roasted meat. Yay! Luo Hua shouted excitedly and moved his wheelchair towards the table. A family of 4, enjoying their time. Chapter 4. After dinner, Luo Feng's mom and dad brought Luo Hua to walk outside while Luo Feng went to tutor. Around 6 p.m., the sky was already about to become completely dark. This tutoring job will have to be on hold soon. Luo Feng was like a leopard, flexibly moving through the alleys. There was a dead end in front, but Luo Feng's entire body flew in the air. He jumped over 2 meters high, lightly tapping the top of the wall with his left hand, and fell into the next alley. Sprinting was his warm-up before tutoring. This time, Luo Feng's speed was 15 meters per second, or 54 km/h, which wasn't even his top speed. However, it was able to serve its purpose as warm-up. Light panting 1 more month until exams, and then I will be able to put tutoring on hold. I earned $20,000 during this half-year of tutoring. Having the title of elite, it was easy for him to find a tutoring job, teaching someone the basics. The salary was $100 per hour. For 5 days a week, he taught for 1 hour a day. In other words, his monthly salary would be around $2,000. Dad works hard all day and only earns around $2,000–3,000 a month. I just tutor for an hour and earn so much more than him. This is the difference between a normal person and someone with a title. If I am able to become a fighter, then the difference would be shocking. Luo Feng looked ahead of him and saw a cargo truck blocking the road. However, Luo Feng didn't slow down at all. He suddenly jumped up to a height of 2-3 meters high, and then ran 2 steps on the side of the wall. He then dropped back down and continued running forwards. After that a half I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half Luo Feng has already ran to the outer part of a quiet residential area. Here's where mom and dad should be living. Luo Feng stopped and eyed the area in front of him. The density of the homes in the area was lower, and there were man-made pools. There were tons of foliage, and every floor of each building had its own garden, even the higher floors. Other than the tall residential homes, there were also villas. No Thaddy, a half I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half as of now. There are a total of 6 major bases in China, which are the 6 major cities. Each city has an astonishingly large population. For example, Jiangnan City's population is nearly 200 million. Naturally, there is very little land. Things like villas are very rare and expensive. The large mansions that take up even more space cost an enormous amount of money. I'm going to hash 1801 of the 18th building, said Luo Feng to the guardsman outside the area. Wait a moment, the guardsman pressed a video telephone number and shot the camera at Luo Feng. A voice from the video telephone said, "It's Feng, let him in." "All right, sir," the guardsman let him in. 1 hour later, Feng walked out the area. "Yep, done with tutoring. Now I'll go to the dojo and see if there has been any increase in my strength. I am loud, a half 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 I am loud, a half." The dojo of limits, the largest dojo on earth created by the strongest fighter Hong. There are dojos scattered all around the world. Dai Luo Feng entered the dojo after scanning his student identification card at the door. One dojo of limits is like an entrenched gigantic monster. The area it covers is even larger than a high school. The main gate of the dojo is big enough to let 10 cars in. Inside the dojo, there were 3 large silver-white structures with an airship-like style. Brother. This brother is one used in respect, not blood-related. All the brothers for the rest of the chapter will be like this too. Greetings, brother. On the lawn of the interior of the dojo were large amounts of dojo members. These members saw Luo Feng's elite identification on his chest and respected him. Inside the dojo, the 3 structures were separated by level. 1 for the beginner members, 1 for the intermediate members, and 1 for the elite members. The elite member building's 1st and 2nd floors are large teaching halls, large enough to hold a few thousand people. The teachers of the dojo taught in this hall. There were around 30-40,000 members of this particular dojo. You can only become a member of the dojo starting from the age of 16. After the age of 30, you are prohibited from coming back to the dojo, since you will be wasting valuable teaching resources. There were a couple hundred elite students, most being around 20 years old. However, Luo Feng was only 18. Greetings, brother. Luo Feng walked along as he heard people greet him. He entered the 3rd floor of the elite building, which only elite members could enter. The 3rd floor was a couple hundred meters long and wide, a large training center. At this time there were a couple dozen people. Crazy, not the mad kind of crazy. This is just a nickname incorporating the Feng of Luo Feng. Crazy equals Feng Zai. Hey, come crazy. As he entered the large training center, all of the elite members warmly greeted him. Brother Wang, Brother Yang, Sister Lai, Luo Feng happily shouted back. As he looked at these people, his heart warmed. These few dozen people were all over 20 years of age. Of course, the elite members of the dojo of limits of Jian section weren't just these people. In total, there were over 100 of them, but most of them were too lazy to come since there isn't a teacher to teach. The only people who would come to the training center are those who are poor and without anywhere else to train. The rich people all have their own individual training center. So, a half I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half. Almost all of these people live in cheap rental homes. Since they are all categorized as poor people, they naturally formed a clique. Luo Feng's nickname of Crazy came from the time when he consecutively challenged and defeated 3 rich elite members out of anger. I wonder how much my strength improved from the last half month of training. Luo Feng walked towards the fist strength tester machine at the corner of the training hall, where there were 2 of them side by side. Whether you were a beginner, intermediate, or an elite member, you had to test the strength of your punch. Even the test to become a fighter has strength tests. All strength tests refer to fist strength. Luo Feng took in a deep breath and completely relaxed his body. Suddenly, his gaze concentrated. His body tensed like a lazy lion getting ready for action. His spine tensed like a bowstring. His feet supported his waist, which strengthened Luo Feng's right fist. His punch was like a cannon ball shooting across an archy. A half I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half. Luo Feng's fist smashed against the machine. The machine shook violently. Soon enough, a number appeared on the machine screen. A half I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half 109 kg not bad crazy. Got past the 800 kg milestone, a man with a height taller than 1.9 meters who was a bit lean yet buff laughed and clapped. This buff man had a savage scar on his face. Brother Yang, Luo Feng laughed. When compared to you, this is nothing. Brother Yang, could you help me turn on the speed tester machine? Brother Yang, named Yang Wu, is currently ranked top 3 within the elite members in the dojo of limits. If it wasn't for his speed, he would have cleared the fighter preliminary exams a long time ago. For an elite member to become a fighter, he has to pass 2 exams: a half IM lap, a half IM lap, a half IM lap. A half. The first exam is the fighter fitness exam, or the prospective fighter exam. Once you pass that, you have proved that your fitness level has reached the standard of a fighter. At this time, you have become a prospective fighter. The second exam is a fighter combat exam. Just having the body fitness doesn't grant you the privilege of becoming a fighter. Only by defeating an actual monster in an actual fight will you be able to achieve the title of fighter. Testing speed? Alright. Yang Wu laughed as he walked towards the machine and turned it on. Okay, the machine turned on and lighted up. Luo Feng adjusted his breathing and stood on the track, which was 60 meters long. Close to the speed testing machine was a speed testing region. Luo Feng exploded forwards. Whoosh, in a blink of an eye, Luo Feng has accelerated to his maximum speed. His feet pedaled with strength, increasing his sprinting power. His body was like an arrow leaving a bow and flying across the runway, bringing along with him a gust of wind. Luo Feng flew past the speed testing region. After that, he naturally slowed down and stopped. How fast? Luo Feng laughed as he walked towards the machine. Heh, crazy, looks like you improved a bit since last time. Not bad, Brother Yang, with a face of astonishment, looked at the number displayed on the speed testing machine. Come look for yourself. Luo Feng looked over to the machine and the number displayed was a half IM loud, a half IM loud, a half IM loud, a half 23.8 m. Suggests not bad. Luo Feng wasn't that happy though, since there were 3 parts to the fighter fitness exam, or the prospective fighter exam: strength, speed, and reaction speed. For reaction speed, Luo Feng was naturally gifted and has barely reached the level that a fighter requires. How, every a half IM loud, a half IM loud, a half IM loud, a half. In the prospective fighter exam, the passing mark for strength is IM loud, a half IM loud, a half IM loud, a half IM loud, a half 900 kg. For speed, the passing mark is a half I loud, a half I loud, a half I loud, a half 25 m/s, or 100 meters every 4 seconds. Chapter 5. The stronger you get, the harder it is to improve. Luo Feng contemplated. For me to raise my speed from 23.8 ms to 25 ms would probably take around 1 year. For my strength to improve from 109 kg to 900 kg would probably take even longer. I would probably have to wait until after I get into college to achieve the title of fighter. If I enter coma, again, my body fitness level might reach what a fighter requires. Of course, this kind of coma isn't one you enter when someone beats you unconscious, but when you enter one from an extremely painful headache. Luo Feng has a headache disorder. Every so often Luo Feng gets a headache. However, he's usually able to bear with the pain until it passes. Occasionally, it would hurt so much that he would enter a coma. Luo Feng has entered a coma twice so far. When Luo Feng was 8 years old, and his brother's legs were crushed by a car, he was so sad that he got a headache. At the same time, his heartbeat started to rapidly rise and his blood circulation speed rose to an alarming rate. Soon after, he felt like his heart was about to beat out of his chest. He entered a coma. Another time was when Luo Feng was 12 years old, and his mother was re-hospitalized. Afraid of losing his mother, Luo Feng panicked and got an extremely painful headache. Like before, his heartbeat rapidly rose, and he entered a coma. After 2 comas, Luo Feng's family frequently brought him to the hospital for checkups. However, no illness was identified. Even in this age, the brain is still a mystery to medicine. However, the 2 comas have increased my body's strength by many times Luo Feng anticipated. 8 years old, 12 years old, after I woke up from the comas, my strength, speed, and reaction speed clearly improved. Because of this, I was able to skip right past the intermediate exam in the dojo and achieve the intermediate title. Thanks to my genes, I was able to achieve the elite title at the age of 17. If I enter a coma again, I bet my strength would increase even more. A coma is actually a symptom caused by your body to protect itself, so it isn't entirely a bad thing. My head would hurt until its limit, and my heartbeat would speed up until its limit. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at the watch on his wrist. This watch had a pulse meter function. Even after sprinting like crazy, my heartbeat wouldn't go above 120 times a minute. Luo Feng watched his watch. If I can reach a rate of 200 times a minute, then that would be great. The premonitions of a coma is an extremely bad headache and a super high pulse. However, a half IM loud, a half IM loud, a half IM loud, a half. No matter how hard he exercised, he couldn't get his heartbeat to the rate which a coma would require. I am loud. A half. 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 Within the dojo training hall, scar-faced Yang Wu stood in front of the fist strength tester machine. However, he didn't seem very serious. He simply punched the tester a few times with both hands. A repeated pang, hang, hang, sounded as he punched the machine. Soon after that, a few numbers were displayed on the screen. I am loud. A half. I am loud. A half. I am loud. A half. I am loud. A 9, 156 key to 9, 112 key to 9, 136 key to 9, 181 key. Yan Wu punched a couple dozen times in one breath before stopping. Luo Feng, who was watching on the sidelines, couldn't help but admire. His full power could only amount to 809 kg, but Brother Yang could unleash a flurry of fists with such power. For all of them to just pass the 700 kg mark would already be plenty. Brother Yang, if only one of my full power punches could be as strong as one of your random ones, then that would be great. Luo Feng laughed. Yang Wu walked towards Luo Feng and laughed as he hit him on the shoulder. You're only 19 this year, or 18 right now. When I was your age, I was only an intermediate member. With the rate at which you're improving, you would achieve the body fitness level required for the rank of fighter within 2 years for sure. Ha, a 20-year-old fighter, how envious. Luo Feng laughed. The dojo only recruited students from age 16 to 30 because this is the period where one grows the fastest. This means that a person could enter the rankings more quickly and lead to even greater strength in the future. Luo Feng became an elite member at the age of 17, which many admired. Oh yay, crazy. You got high school exams right? What are you gonna do after them? Yang Wu laughed. I will have to prepare for military academy. Luo Feng let out a small laugh. The average person becomes a basic level officer in the normal army. However, I should be able to get into the special forces after graduation without a problem. Oh, Yang Wu listened and curled his lip. Entering a military academy is good, but I feel like your freedom is limited there. After you graduate from the academy and enter the special forces, you'll have to follow all of the rules. I would never be able to handle that. Better for me to become a free fighter. A free fighter is great. Luo Feng nodded, but I wouldn't want my parents to worry. It is much safer to enroll in an academy, graduate, and then join the army than to become a free fighter. A fighter usually has 4 paths they can choose from. The first path, join the army and become a part of it. It's safer, and the country wouldn't easily let the fighter take risks. The country would also give the fighter's family many benefits, so the fighter would have no regrets. The second path, join a dojo. The restrictions of a dojo are broader, and the community is more loose. Since the dojo of limits was created by the strongest man on earth, Hong, there are quite a few benefits in becoming a fighter in that dojo. Since the administration isn't as strict, there is more freedom too. The third path, join a large business, some family, or some major political power, and become a thug. The fourth path, join the mercenary corps, which would endanger your life all the time. At the same time, it grants the most freedom out of all 4 paths. He'll note, a free fighter doesn't pertain to any of the above paths. Entering the army is safe, but I wouldn't want to live my days without any freedom. Yan Wu nodded. This year, I think I can pass the prospective fighter exam. After I pass, I'll immediately sign up for the fighter combat exam and work hard to become a fighter. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Brother Yang, you're confident that you can pass the prospective fighter exam? Haha. Yang Wu laughed. I have reached the requirements for strength and reaction speed a long time ago. My weak point is speed. However, if I do well, I can barely reach 25 ms. I'll work hard these few days, and I should be able to pass the exam by the time I take it. Congratulations, Brother Yang. Luo Feng was happy for Brother Yang, since he worked so hard to become a fighter for so many years. Brother Yang, what will you do after you become a fighter? Of course, I join the dojo of limits. Brother Yang laughed. The dojo of limits has a very loose system, and is scattered all around the world. Many previous fighters improve themselves in these dojos. Also, when I feel like taking a break, I can go out and kill some monsters. Quite free if you ask me. Luo Feng nodded. Crazy. Yang Wu looked at Luo Feng. You're quite crazy inside your bones. I'm pretty sure that you are very suited to walk the path of a free fighter. Join a dojo. How free is that? And the dojo of limits would help us out a lot. Luo Feng hesitated. Yang Wu saw what was happening, shaked his head, and laughed. Crazy. Free fighters frequently fight for their lives and train on the border between life and death. It's a bit more dangerous. But at the same time, because you are constantly fighting for your life, it's the fastest way to increase your strength. You see, no matter where, most of the strongest fighters are all free fighters. I am loud. A half. 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 Night time, the streetlights shine. As Luo Feng leaves the dojo of limits, he reflects on his conversation with Yang Wu as he walks alone. There are actually only two paths that suit me, Luo Feng thought to himself. One is to enroll in the military academy, graduate, and then join the special forces. Next is to become a famous fighter in the dojo of limits, and then kill monsters freely. The safest out of these two paths is to enter the army. It's safer and benefits my family. Even if I die, the country would take good care of my loved ones. Becoming a free fighter and living on the border between life and death would increase my strength the fastest. I can exchange the monsters I kill for a huge sum of money. This path dangerous. Rapid increase in skill, quick money free, but the only drawback is the danger. Luo Feng contemplated. In fact, he has been thinking about this ever since he started his senior year of high school. My parents have 2 sons in total, and my younger brother is already handicapped. If I become a free fighter and die in battle, how will my parents survive? Luo Hua needs someone to take care of him. Mom and Dad are already quite old. If I die, what will happen to them? Yes, I'll enroll in a military academy. After I join the special forces, I'll be able to learn militaristic martial arts which, combined with my ultimate martial arts from the dojo of limits, should increase my strength. In the army, I can also train myself. Even if I die, I'll die as a fighter, so my country would give my parents pension every month. After thinking about his parents, Luo Feng decided to pick the military academy. However, not just anybody can enter a military academy. Your grades have to meet the standard, so everything depends on June's exams. Chapter 6 1 month before the exams, Luo Feng put almost all of his concentration into reviewing. As he took his practice exams, his confidence started increasing. I easily have a 90% chance of getting into Jiangnan's #1 military academy. This was what Luo Feng thought. June 7th marks the beginning of exams. China's exams go from June 7th-9th, which is the same time duration as before the Grand Nirvana period. Dai and Regent's first high school. According to the rules, all of the exams will take place in this high school. Good luck, my daughter. No worries, Dad, sweetie. Don't pressure yourself too much. Outside of the high school's gates was a huge, dense mob made up of high school exam takers and their parents. Also standing outside the gates was a row of police holding real, loaded guns. Feng, be at ease as you take the exam. Even if you don't get into the top military academy, the runner-up is just as fine. So relax. Luo Hongguo looked at his son and laughed. Okay, Luo Feng smiled and nodded his head. Drip drip followed a loud car. The car was completely black and had the aura of an aristocrat. It was the newest sprinting S600 and had many police vehicles guarding it. As it approached the gate, the surrounding people made way for it, their gazes all focusing on that one car. The newest sprinting S600 only needed a mere 6 seconds to accelerate to 100 km/h. Maximum speed could reach up to 500 km/h. Of course, this alone isn't much. The sprinting S600 is a brand carried from the Grand Nirvana period. In other words, its history is what makes it so attractive. Only 3 people came out of the car, and they happily talked with each other as they walked towards the gate. The baldy on the left is the chief of police in our Jian region. The guy on the right is the Board of Education's head. The one in the middle must be the fighter responsible for making sure the testing areas are safe. Among the people watching, there is no doubt that most of the gazes landed upon the man in the middle. Their gazes were full of respect, excitement, and curiosity. As of now, the fight between man and beast is still going on. The average person is prohibited from leaving the city's borders. However, fighters are the existence able to fight one-on-one against a beast. The entire human society is thankful towards them, thanking their hard work and contribution towards humanity. The average person naturally praises them. The fighters are the superhuman group of humanity. So that's a fighter. Luo Hongguo was also looking at that man. Every time there's an exam, the responsibility of the safety of the grounds almost always falls upon the fighters. Fighter Luo Feng looked over. The fighter had an aura that made your heart beat faster. His eyes were like a poisonous snake in a cold forest. He didn't even smile once as he walked towards the chief of police and head Liu. He just slightly nodded his head at times. Clearly, he was too lazy to bother with them. But not too far in the future, I'll also achieve the rank of fighter, Luo Feng thought to himself. Ka tilde tilde ka tilde tilde. The high school's large gate slowly opened. Immediately a burst of sound came out. It's time to enter. Feng, it's time to go in. Hurry and enter, Luo Hongguo said right after. Gong Xinlan also said, hurry and go. Mom will return home and make food for you. Your dad and brother will wait here until you finish your exam. Okay, Luo Feng smiled and nodded his head. Brother Luo Hua sat on his wheelchair and raised his fist. Do your best, Luo Hua said smiling. I'll do my best. Luo Feng also raised his fist. As Luo Feng turned his head, everyone headed towards the gate and went through an inspection one by one. Inside the testing classroom, your examination certificate and ID are placed on the top right of your table for the examiner to inspect. After that, the tests were passed down. Year 2056 Jiang, Nan City High School Science Exam version. At the clearest line at the top of the page, the first round is science. Luo Feng scanned the test in front of him until he reached the final few large problems at the end. As if he has seen them before, Luo Feng thought to himself, these problems aren't that difficult. If these aren't difficult enough, my advantage in science would be hard to demonstrate. I guess I can only focus and make sure I don't lose any points at all. Luo Feng immediately buried his head and started writing. There are 3 exams in the high school exam: science, liberal arts, and mathematics. Each exam is worth 250 points, leading to a total of 750 points possible. Science refers to physics, chemistry, and biology. Liberal arts refers to language, history, politics, and geography. Mathematics naturally refers to just math. Humanity after the Grand Nirvana period, especially during their battle with the monsters, desperately tried to advance in technology and increase their martial arts skill. Because of this, everyone realized the importance of mathematics. Anyone planning to achieve in the fields of computer science, biology, and physics needs to have a strong foundation in mathematics. So mathematics became more important in education. Luo Feng was a bit weak in liberal arts, but had an immense advantage in mathematics. June 7th, science exams. June 8th, liberal arts exams. In a blink of an eye, it's already June 9th. Inside the testing classroom, the mathematics exam has just been passed down. All that's left is this mathematics exam. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. The science exam wasn't too hard, so I should have done pretty well on that. I also performed normally on my liberal arts exam. In other words, my grades for those 2 tests should be what I usually get. As long as I don't mess up on this mathematics exam, I can get into Jiang, Nan's #1 military academy for sure. I can do this. After encouraging himself, Luo Feng lowered his head and started the exam. There was absolute silence throughout the classroom. Many of the students' eyebrows started to wrinkle, which showed that the problems were quite difficult. Every year's high school mathematics exam problems are never easy, as these are the problems that pick out the people to advance humanity's technology. This is pretty hard. Even Luo Feng felt the difficulty, even harder than last year's problems. However, the harder the better. If the problems were easy, those worse than Luo Feng at math would probably be able to get around 220 points. Luo Feng would only be able to get around 230 points, so his advantage isn't really demonstrated. However, if the problems are hard, Luo Feng would probably be able to score around 210 points, while those worse than him would only be able to manage around 150 points. In this case, Luo Feng's advantage is clearly shown. Ha! A breaking sound was heard. The examiner immediately looked towards the sound's direction, but it was a student who broke his ballpoint pen in his hand. This student wrinkled his eyebrow and clenched his teeth. As he stared at his exam, it was clear that it was much too difficult. After that, he threw his broken pen aside and took out another one, continuing his exam. From the students' faces, I can tell that this year's mathematics exam is really difficult, the examiner thought to himself. Indeed, essentially every single person in the room had wrinkled eyebrows and were in deep, bitter thought. Many students were so nervous that tears started falling. Students whose mathematics ability were already poor could only think, can't do this problem, can't do that problem, still can't do this third problem. The students were on the verge of collapse as they looked at this kind of exam. 1 hour later, testing classroom. The time duration for the mathematics exam is 2.5 hours. At this time, Luo Feng has already finished the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. All that's left are the calculation problems. In the mathematics exam, the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank problems only added up to 90 points. Calculation problems, 5 large problems, added up to 160 points. Only these types of problems were able to clearly demonstrate the student's mathematics ability. This is really difficult. I couldn't even solve 2 of the fill-in-the-blank problems. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Below are the calculation problems. This is where the most points are. Solving just 1 more would give 40 more points. Out of the 5 calculation problems, 4 of them are worth 30 points, while the last one is worth 40 points. Luo Feng was already faced with a challenge as he looked at the first calculation problem. Luo Feng kept thinking and calculating on his scrap paper. Yes, change this part by a bit, reverse that, and now wouldn't I be able to change that to the way I want? A light flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Right. If you just think about it, this problem is actually quite easy to solve. Luo Feng easily finished the entire problem in one breath, and then double-checked his work. Yep, first problem done. Luo Feng looked at his watch on his left wrist, and his heart jumped. The first problem took me 20 minutes. I need to pick up the pace. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at the second problem. After looking at it for a bit, Luo Feng felt that it was easy and started calculating on his scrap paper. Not right. Luo Feng felt like he wasn't thinking in the right direction and wrinkled his eyebrow. As time passed, Luo Feng kept working at this problem. Yay, it should be this way. But how would I prove the next proof? Luo Feng's brain was working rapidly. Hurry, 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 I can't waste too much time on this problem. How on earth can I prove this? Luo Feng nervously thought. At this time on Luo Feng's watch, the pulse number started rising. 120, 125, 130, 140, 150. I'm almost there. Just this proof and I can earn 30 points. How I even solve this part? Luo Feng was getting increasingly nervous. You must manage your time wisely in tests, but each mathematics calculation problem was worth a lot of points. Every high school student that wants to score well can't miss too many of these problems. At this time, Luo Feng was too focused on his test to notice his pulse meter. 160, 170, 180. Luo Feng felt his pulse increasing, but thought that it was due to anxiety and didn't pay it much attention. Thump thump thump. Luo Feng suddenly felt like someone was pounding on his heart. His vision started getting hazy and he finally realized, what's wrong with me? Why does my heart hurt so much? Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his pulse meter displayed on his watch. 230. This number changed the entire color of Luo Feng's face. Ever since he entered a coma at 12 and bought this watch, he has never seen his heart rate go over 180. I can't take this. Luo Feng felt as if his heart was going to beat out of his chest. His blood was surging as his heart rate increased, and an indescribable amount of energy flowed into the depths of Luo Feng's brain. Pain flowed from his brain. Luo Feng couldn't hold his voice in anymore. This student, do you have a problem? The examiner ran towards Luo Feng and looked at him surprisingly. Luo Feng at this time looked like he was about to bleed. His forehead and arms veins were bursting and even beating along with his heart. His entire body looked hideous. No, slow down, slow down. Luo Feng had a bad feeling of what was to come and was screaming in his thoughts, staring at his watch. 236, 242, 251. Thump thump thump. His heart, like a huge drum, let out waves of a low sound. His blood continuously surged. In his hazy vision, Luo Feng saw the number 268, and the pain in his head caused him to collapse. As he was losing consciousness, he heard, this student, wake up, quick, call an ambulance. Chapter 7. Ding ding ding. The bell rapidly rang inside the Jian region's first high school. The parents who were outside the school, on the grass, or sitting on the street all stood up. The parents looked inside the school through the gates. The bustling students all left the exam area. Year 2056, Jiang Nan City's high school exams are officially over. All the students have to do now is to await their results, which will be released in 1 week. Hao Bai, a balding, middle-aged man who seemed refined, was standing outside the gate, smiling towards his son. Dad. Jiang Hao Bai laughed as he went towards him. How'd you do? The middle-aged man laughed. Yang Hao Bai shook his head and said helplessly, I couldn't demonstrate all of my skill, but the math problems were really hard. The multiple choice, fill in the blanks, and the calculation problems all had many difficult problems, especially the calculation ones. There were 5 of them, but I could only solve 2. For the other 3, I could only do my best at solving parts of them. According to the procedure, I should still be able to receive some points for that. Oh. Yang Hao Bai's dad, Zhang Zilong, frowned. So it seems like your math grade is going to be a bit low. No problem, Dad. It was hard for everyone, not just me. Jiang Hao Bai laughed. The math problems were all a bit harder, so I'm sure that the points required for passing will be lowered. I should be able to get into a military academy without a problem. Oh yeah, Zhang Zilong laughed. Before, when we were waiting for your exam to finish, something happened. Your school's famous Luo Feng student fainted inside the exam hall an hour before the end. Fainted in the exam hall? Yang Hao Bai's widened his eyes. Dad, you mean Luo Feng? Yay, that Luo Feng guy was carried away by an ambulance. Many people saw the event occur. Yang Zilong nodded his head. If you listen, many of the surrounding parents are telling their children of this event. Luo Feng fainted? Yang Hao Bai looked around and listened closely. There were indeed many families talking about a student who fainted during testing. He also clearly heard many people mention the name Luo Feng. Haha, even this penniless bum has these kinds of days. Haha. Zhang Hao Bai couldn't hold his laughter back. Dad, although you don't know this person always causes trouble for me in school. Zhang Hao Bai furiously added. He is more stronger than me and more skilled than me in everything. Even this guy has these kinds of days. Zhang Hao Bai was delighted, for his anger towards Luo Feng was immense. In truth, Luo Feng never even bothers with this Zhang Hao Bai. It's just that Zhang Hao Bai keeps treating Luo Feng as an opponent. Since Luo Feng's grades and martial arts skills are all greater, then has naturally made him suffer. Haha, this guy has never seen the real world, and was under too much psychological pressure. He couldn't handle it and collapsed. Ignore him. Go, your uncle knows your exams ended today and organized a banquet just for you. Let's go. Zhang Zilong laughed. Uncle? Gang Haobai's eyes flashed. The only reason the Jiang family is able to prosper in the Jiayan region is thanks to his uncle, because his uncle is a fighter. I umlaut, a half I, 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 umlaut, a half. No way, there is absolutely no way. Why Wen, who just left the exam hall, panicked in front of his parents. How could Feng collapse in the exam hall? He collapsed from nervousness? Impossible. Luo Feng's psychological qualities has even been praised by the dojo of limits instructors before. Why Wen and Luo Feng were true brothers, even if not by blood. When there is no mistaking it. We saw this event unfold before our very eyes. That Luo Feng's father and his handicapped brother panicked in the moment and went to the hospital. Why Wen's father followed. Hospital? It should be the nearest one. Dad, Mom, I'm going to go check on Luo Feng. I'll eat lunch later without delay. Wai Wen handed his test materials to his parents and ran towards the hospital. Inside Jai and Region's People's Hospital, Luo Feng was forcing a smile as he walked outside the hospital's main gate with his father and brother. At this time, Luo Hongguo and Luo Hua were worried that Luo Feng wouldn't be able to handle the shock. Dad, I'm fine. Let's go home and eat. Luo Feng seemed calm, but only regrets filled his heart. However, Luo Feng knew that the past cannot be changed, so all you can do is accept it. Feng, a sound came from far away. Luo Feng turned towards the source and saw a small shadow far away running towards the hospital's main gate. It was his good brother Wai Wen. Luo Feng was moved by the sight of Wai Wen. He ran so hastily that his shirt was drenched with sweat. Wen, how hard were the last 3 calculation problems on the mathematics portion? Luo Feng wasn't able to complete the last 3 problems, so if they were extremely difficult and many people couldn't do them, then his grades would still have some hope. Pretty hard. Wai Wen nodded. This year's math problems were all very hard. Out of the 5 calculation problems, the third one was a bit easier, but the other 4 were all hard. Luo Feng let out a breath. He still had a sliver of hope. I am Lao. A half 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 I am Lao. A half. At 8 p.m. on June 16th, you can check your exam grade through the phone or internet, and the dividing line will also come out too. June 16th, around 7 p.m., Luo Feng's home. Only Luo Feng was in the room that belonged to both Luo Feng and Luo Hua. He was sitting in front of his laptop and refreshing the webpage again and again. The exam results come out at 8 p.m., but usually they release it a bit earlier. I'm afraid I can't get into Jiang Nan's #1 military academy. However, I finished the multiple choice, fill in the blank, and the first 2 problems on the calculation section on the mathematics portion. Even though I didn't complete the second problem, I wrote quite a few steps, which should earn me some points. Luo Feng thought to himself. If I'm lucky, I should be able to earn around 120 points on the mathematics portion. Luo Feng anticipated. I performed normally on the liberal arts and science sections. If I'm lucky, I should be able to become a bachelor. If I can just reach the dividing line, I can get into the #2 military academy. Between the 2 academies, the first one is clearly better. However, a very high score is required, so Luo Feng already gave up on that. However, there is still a bit of hope left for the #2 military academy. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. The exam result webpage actually displayed something new after a refresh. God, please help me a bit, and let me pass the dividing line. As long as I pass it, I can get into the #2 military academy. Luo Feng was worried and anxious. He then typed his name, ID, and examination certificate and hit the search button. Search. The laptop page flashed a bit and soon displayed a form. Student, Luo Feng sex. Male ID, 426, quadrillion 123 trillion 203 billion 806 million 83,211. Examination certificate, 5 quadrillion 878 trillion 643 billion 567 million 890,766. Liberal arts, 216 science, 223 mathematics, 118 total, 557. Dividing line, 561 TL. Note, in case you forgot, the dividing line is the score that separates the bachelors and specialists. For Luo Feng to get into the second highest ranked military academy, he needed to get at least the bachelor average dividing line. Chapter 8. 557 points. The dividing line is 561 points. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Just 4 points. Just because of these 4 points, I lost my chance of going to a military academy. I can't believe 12 years of studying led to this. If I can't go to a military academy, then so be it. There's no big deal. Luo Feng focused his gaze and formed his right hand into the shape of a blade. He then made a horizontal cut into the space in front of him. Because of the hand's speed, the air violently trembled and shook. Thanks to this time's coma, my strength has greatly increased. Maybe my current body fitness has reached the level required to be a fighter. I might be able to pass the prospective fighter exam. It wouldn't be a problem, even if I'm off by a bit. If I just seriously and bitterly train for 1 or 2 months, I should be able to pass the prospective fighter exam. Luo Feng's adaptability ability is very high. His exam scores didn't make it to the dividing line, which shocked him. However, the coma increased his strength, which made him confident again. After all, a military academy graduate's position is far from a fighter's. Luo Feng opened the door and entered the living room. In the living room, Luo Hongguo, Gong Xinlan, and Luo Hua all turned their heads. All 3 of them were concerned. Gong Xinlan even stood up and walked towards Luo Feng. Feng, we can't blame you for your score. We can only blame your disease. Sai, how could this disease start acting up now? It hasn't acted up for so many years. Brother, you aren't in shock, are you? Luo Hua sat on his wheelchair, making fun on purpose. When Luo Feng was inside his room checking his grades, the rest of the family used Luo Hua as laptop to check Luo Feng's results and learned of the 4-point difference. Although they were a bit disappointed, they were more worried about Luo Feng himself. Luo Feng laughed. Of course I'm not in shock. Dad, Mom, don't blame this disease. In fact, we should even be thankful. Thankful? 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 Luo Hongguo, Gong Xinlan, and Luo Hua were all shocked. High school exams are one of the most important events of one's life. Now that Luo Feng's exams were ruined by the disease, how could anyone be grateful towards it? Dad, Mom, Hua. Luo Feng smiled a little. When I was small, I had 2 comas and fainted. In fact, after I woke up from those comas, I felt like my strength increased by a large amount and am able to run faster. This time is also the same. I feel like my fitness level is way greater than it was previously, and I estimate that I can pass the prospective fighter exam. What? Luo Hongguo, Gong Xinlan, and Luo Hua exchanged glances. Brother, are you serious? Luo Hua couldn't hold back. Of course I am. Luo Feng smiled a bit. After I pass the prospective fighter exam, I'll be able to apply for the fighter combat exam. I am quite confident in my combat abilities. I might even be able to achieve the rank of fighter this year. Luo Hongguo, Gong Xinlan, and Luo Hua were overawed by this piece of news. A fighter? What does that represent? It represents the most powerful group of humanity. It represents special privileges and rights. It represents a ton of money. It represents those at the top of the social hierarchy. And after you become a fighter, it'll bring along many benefits to your family. It is much better than becoming an elite student at a military academy. A fighter is going to come from our family. Luo Hua couldn't help yelling, haha, brother, you're awesome. Thank great. Luo Hongguo also excitedly patted Luo Feng's shoulder. Becoming a fighter is great. Compared to a fighter, what's so good about a military academy graduate? As of now, all the fighters on Earth are praised and exalted in society. Seeing how his parents and brother were so happy, Luo Feng laughed. Dad, Mom, we can't be too happy before I actually pass the exam. An 18-year-old fighter? Luo Hua couldn't help but excitedly shout. If my brother really becomes an 18-year-old fighter, then that would be too awesome. I am loud, a half 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 I am loud, a half. The day after that, 5 am, the sky was bright. Luo Feng has just left home and was headed towards the dojo of limits. There's barely anyone here at this time. Luo Feng entered the dojo and found that the entire dojo's lawn and road had about just 100 people. There are about 30 to 40,000 members total. The dojo instructor only teaches at night, so nighttime is when there are the most people. Luo Feng headed towards the elite members building on the road. Rumble tilde tilde tilde, a low sound wave carried over him. Luo Feng unknowingly turned his head and saw an elegant, white race car. As it slowly entered the dojo, Luo Feng looked carefully and couldn't help but to take in a breath. Aston Martin's race car, and it's even the newest and most expensive one with the ability to fly. JR 191. His brother really loved race cars. At home, he heard Luo Hua praise this JR 191. It's an Aston Martin. It's even a 191. This one can fly within the dojo. The few students scattered around were all lured towards this area. This one car costs 36 million. Right at this time, the race car stopped in front of the elite members building's gate. The door opened and a short, red-haired, clearly dyed man wearing a loose dojo practice uniform walked out. His eyes randomly scanned the surroundings. He looked right past the regular dojo students, but paused slightly on Luo Feng. However, without saying anything, he entered the building. It's a fighter. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Luo Feng could feel the pressure from the fighter's gaze. This is a gaze that has a will of steel and has experienced many fights to the death. The spacious dojo training hall was empty. Not a single person was there. It was only around 5 a.m. Even at night, there usually wouldn't be more than 20 people. I want to see how much my strength has increased. Luo Feng walked over and plugged in the fist strength tester machine. After turning it on, he turned on the speed tester machine that was far away. Standing in front of the fist strength tester machine. Begin. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. He used his waist as the center which released his power. It shot through his body like a huge python and created an explosive force through his arm. His fist was like a lightning bolt, and suddenly, a pang sound was created on the machine. Die, die, die. The fist strength tester machine let out 3 sounds consecutively. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Usually the machine doesn't make this kind of sound. The only time it makes this sound is under one situation. The fist strength has surpassed 1000 kg, a half I am Lao, a half. Him. Luo Feng stared at the machine's display. 1089 kg, a half I am Lao, a half so high. Luo Feng was ecstatic. The fist strength required for a fighter was 900 kg. His previous fist strength was 109 kg, and now it shot up to 1089 kg, gaining 280 kg all of a sudden. Far more than enough to pass. Haha. Luo Feng excitedly punched like lightning, shaking his entire body left and right. The pang-pang sounds kept going. As if blinking an eye, Luo Feng already punched around 20-something times, and the machine's display showed a bunch of numbers scrolling across. 956 kg, a half I am Lao, a half 989 kg, a half I am Lao, a half 923 kg, a half I am Lao, a half 965 kg am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half. Now I'll test my speed. Luo Feng headed towards the track. As long as my speed passes, along with my naturally gifted reaction speed which was already qualified for a fighter, then I can definitely pass the prospective fighter exam. Luo Feng adjusted his breathing. Whoosh. His body was like a cannonball, flying through the track. 4th floor of the elite members building. A red-haired man was talking and walking side by side with a bald, middle-aged man wearing a black shirt. Yan Luo, how long has it been since our last meeting? The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Probably almost 3 years. That immature kiddo from back then became this famous. I heard this time you earn nearly 100 million. Ho ho. When I look at you, I feel like I'm old. That was all luck. The red-haired man laughed. Brother Jiang, back then, die. A weak sound came from a lower floor, which shocked and surprised the two men. The fist strength tester machine downstairs is for beginners. Once 1000 kg is reached, it makes this sound. The bald middle-aged man said surprisingly. There's even someone practicing here at 5 am. Since it's over 1000 kg, could it be that Yang Wu? Wouldn't we know if we went down to look? Who? One black shirt and one white shirt. These two people were like phantoms that flew down the staircases. In a blink of an eye, they went from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor's training hall's entrance. The black shirt wearing, bald middle-aged man, and the white shirt wearing, red-haired man looked inside the training hall. At this time, Luo Feng was standing in front of the track and soon flew past. 28.1 ms. The bald middle-aged man and the red-haired man both saw the number displayed on the speed tester machine. This Luo Feng, strength over 1000 kg, and an incredible speed of 28.1 ms. The bald middle-aged man was shocked. Brother Jiang, this guy seems quite young. He seems to already have reached the fitness level required for a fighter, the red-haired man said, astonished. The bald middle-aged man nodded. Yay, his name is Luo Feng. He's one of the more gifted students in our dojo. He just had his 18th birthday this year. 18? So young? The red-haired man's eyes flashed. At this time, Luo Feng was shocked at who he saw at the entrance. The red-haired man is the fighter who came in his race car, while the bald middle-aged man is this dojo of limits master, Zhang Nian, who has the most power and authority. According to the dojo's rules, every student calls him instructor. Instructor. Luo Feng yelled in greeting. Come here, instructor. Zhang Nian laughed. I can't believe you're so fast. You've already reached what is required for a fighter. Let me introduce you. This is your senior Yan Luo. Yan Luo, there's no problem with telling him your name, right? Nope. Yan Luo looked at Luo Feng and nodded. This young man has already reached the fitness requirement for a fighter at such a young age. Maybe in the future, we'll have some sort of interaction. Zhang Nian looked towards Luo Feng and laughed. Luo Feng, since you're 18, you must have taken your high school exams right. Ignore the results of that. What's the point of going to school? Just focus on taking the prospective fighter exam. Oh yay, on July 1st, go to Tangyangju City's dojo of limits to take your prospective fighter exam. With your current strength, you'll pass easily. High school exams. Yan Luo laughed. Don't waste your time in college. You have nice talent. No matter what you do, you must put your all into it. Right now, you must put all of your concentration in martial arts. Kiddo, when you become a fighter, join our dojo of limits. You'll have a future by doing so. These two fighters all held extremely high positions. The rich and the politicians of society were nothing to them. They were looking forward to young Luo Feng joining their ranks. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The Rights of a Fighter. Different types of currencies are starting to be mentioned, so I'll write them out from now on. The ones that have been mentioned so far are Earth dollars and Chinese dollars. A ping is 3.3 SQ meters. Yan Luo is right. Jiang Nine looked at Luo Feng and said earnestly, Luo Feng, you improve at a very fast speed. In our Jian region's dojo of limits, you are probably the quickest learner as of now. You entered my dojo of limits at the age of 16. Now you're 18 and you have already reached the boundary of a fighter. If you go to college and waste your energy there, waste 4 of your years there, then that would truly be a crime. You must know that you improve the quickest from age 16 to age 30. The older you get, the harder it gets, Jiang Nine said seriously. The 4 years of college are indeed the easiest period for a fighter to train himself. Wasting these 4 years to study, from a fighter's point of view, is indeed a big sin. Luo Feng was a bit stunned. God, it looks like my exam failure wasn't so bad after all. Luo Feng, when you officially become a fighter, how about you join my dojo of limits? Jiang Nine smiled. As long as you become a fighter for my dojo, I'll arrange a special private villa just for you. Of course you can't sell it. You'll also have a salary of at least 20,000 Chinese dollars per month. A private villa just for me. A starting salary of 20,000 Chinese dollars? Luo Feng took a breath. 20,000 wasn't much, but a private villa was way too extravagant. As of now, China has only 6 human headquarters in total. In other words, 6 major cities. Land is extremely valuable and precious, so a villa would have an extremely high tax imposed on it. One ping in a regular home would cost tens to hundreds of thousands. This led to many people living in cheap rental homes. Regular homes are already so expensive. A ping in a villa or mansion would cost a couple $100,000 Chinese dollars. And private villas, as of now, are all restricted by countries. You can't just live in them with money alone. You must have money power and a special position to be able to live in one. Considering the gigantic tax, one ping in private villa would cost millions. A small private villa would be around 300 ping, which is easily 200 to 300 million. Luo Feng held his breath. Even though I'm not allowed to sell it, but for a family to live in that private villa would make being born on this world worth it. 2 or 3 billion, so what? Yang Haobai's father, a tycoon, probably would never be able to live in a private villa like this. Luo Feng, my dojo's privileges aren't too different from the country's special forces. Jiang Nine laughed. The special forces fighters have a decent salary and special homes. The only thing they have that we don't is a killing license, which allows them to kill any regular person if the situation calls for it. Of course, they aren't allowed to just randomly kill people, for they still have report the situation to the higher-ups. Killing license? Luo Feng heard of it before, that the special forces fighters have the right to kill someone. However, our dojo also has special rights. If any regular person messes with you, you can report it to the dojo. After the dojo's investigators confirm the situation, they'll go through the Jiangnan Security Department and immediately bring that person away. Jiang Nine laughed. If you join our dojo, you'll have money, position, everything. You can chase towards the limits of humanity all you want. The dojo of limits. Jiang Nine pointed to Yan Luo beside him. This is my disciple Yan Luo, who just recently killed a monster and earned nearly 100 million Earth dollars for it. If you convert it, then that'll be around 300 million Chinese dollars. If you work hard with your talent, I'm sure reaching his level is not impossible. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. My gosh, just by killing one monster would net you so much money? Just what level of a monster did he kill? Luo Feng, keep working hard. You're truly talented, so don't disappoint. Jiang Nine smiled and patted Luo Feng's shoulder. Kiddo, no matter what, don't relax, for I believe that you have a chance to become a warrior-level fighter. At that time, money, position, beauties. You'll have everything. Yan Luo laughed a bit. At that time, I'll be glad to go hunt some monsters with you. Haha. After saying that, the two fighters Jiang Nine and Yan Luo laughed as they left. Luo Feng was standing in the training hall, his thoughts in a mess. No matter if it was instructor Jiang Nine or the mysterious red-haired youth Yan Luo, Luo Feng could feel some sort of recklessness in their laughs and talks. Some sort of wildness. Recklessness, wildness. A smile started to emerge on Luo Feng's face. Yea, men should be reckless on this world and create their own path. The strongest fighter on earth said before, a soldier who doesn't want to become a general is not a good soldier. A fighter who doesn't want to become the best fighter doesn't have the heart of a fighter. What's the point of living your life with your hands and feet tied? You should create a sky-shaking, earth-shattering way for yourself. 18 years old is when the value of your life starts to stabilize. After meeting instructor Jiang Nine and the mysterious fighter Yan Luo, Luo Feng's thoughts completely changed. I'll do it. The strongest fighter, Hong, the second strongest Thunderlord, created the dojo of limits, and the Thunder Dojo, respectively. Even the 5 great countries have to treat them as equals. If they can do it, then couldn't a third person do it too? Luo Feng smiled as he walked out the training hall. Boys have dreams, so go chase them. Youth is your capital. Youth represents the infinite possibilities that the future holds. Everything depends on your own hard work. Fight. Times. June 28th, noon, bright sky. Luo Feng and Wai Wen were walking towards the 3rd high school. Today is graduation day, where they received their graduation diplomas and acceptance application forms. Feng, are you sure you can pass the prospective fighter exam? Wai Wen couldn't help but to exclaim. Yep, on July 1st, I'll go to Yangzhou City's Dojo of Limit's headquarters Limit Hall to take my exam. Luo Feng smiled. In front of them was school. Luo Feng looked at the schoolyard ahead of him and saw a bunch of students. As he looked, he felt like his attitude has changed. Him? I used to think of myself as one of them, but now, I feel like we're in 2 different worlds. They will go to college, work hard in their job, and have a family, but my path is different from theirs. Luo Feng and Wai Wen entered the school and split up to their respective classes. Walking in the school hallway, Brother Luo Feng, brother, a few other senior students warmly greeted Luo Feng. I heard that when Luo Feng was taking his high school exam, he fainted in the exam room. That's too bad. Fainting in the exam room. A bunch of people looking at Luo Feng from afar were discussing in a quiet voice. Luo Feng's fitness level has already reached the level of a fighter. His excellent hearing allowed him to hear every word of the students' discussions. Senior 5 class is Luo Feng's class. Luo Feng's here, brother Luo. There were quite a few students already there, and they all warmly gave their greetings. Luo Feng laughed and nodded. Most of these old students have a decent relationship with Luo Feng, but some of them dislike Luo Feng. They act warm, but there are still some old students in a corner quietly discussing. Luo Feng's grades were so good, and he's an elite member. Who could have thought that such a thing would happen? Fainting in the exam hall. Such bad luck. This is life, who can you blame? In the past, Luo Feng was the class's most favored person. Good grades and skilled in martial arts. Now that such a thing has happened to this genius, many of the ordinary students will have a moment of happiness. Even though they are in a decent relationship with Luo Feng, humans feel happy when they see someone who was so brilliant in the past fall down. Thinking even you have these kinds of days. Handing out diplomas, and acceptance application forms. Everyone come get them. The 3 class officers held the diplomas and application forms and walked towards the podium. Wang Yan, Liu Zi along the officers yelled everyone's names one by one and handed out the diplomas and application forms. Luo Feng. Following the sound, the entire classroom became silent. Virtually everyone's gazes landed upon Luo Feng. Everyone knew that Luo Feng fainted in his exams. All you need to know to find Luo Feng's grades is his ID and examination certificate, which aren't a secret. Students have checked his grades long ago and knew that he missed the dividing line by 4 points. Luo Feng class officer Glin handed the diploma and acceptance form to him. Feng, let's go. Wai Wen was standing in front of the class entrance. Wait for me. Luo Feng easily rolled up the acceptance form and threw it into the trash. The originally loud class immediately quieted down. Every student in the class froze. This is the acceptance form you fill in after exams. Who would dare throw that away? At this time, a Ma Kueban girl yelled out of shock. Luo Feng, how could you throw that away? You aren't going to fill in your acceptance form. How could Luo Feng become a specialist? I guess he's going to redo a year and take the exam again next year. Discussions and debates immediately fired up. Wai Wen, who was standing at the entrance, glared. Become a specialist. Redo? You guys can figure this out. Feng is going to take the prospective fighter exam. Why take some bullshit specialist class or even redo? Don't say so much. Let's go. Luo Feng pulled Wai Wen and left with him. The students all said at once, what? Prospective fighter exam? Luo Feng's going to take the prospective fighter exam? For real? He isn't that good, is he? I guess that Wai Wen was just bluffing. Luo Feng just became an elite member last year. How could he take the prospective fighter exam this year? Subconsciously, none of the students were willing to believe that Luo Feng has achieved the fitness level of a fighter. A fighter, that is a supernatural existence. Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down chapter 10. Dad, Mom, I'm going to the city's dojo of limits, so I might not come back to eat lunch today. Luo Feng stood up after drinking a large bowl of gruel and eating 3 pieces of bread. Just wait today for my good news today. After I pass the exam, I'll call right away. Gong Xinlan laughed and then glanced at Luo Hongguo. Hongguo, did you hear that? You better have your cell phone on you at all times, or Luo Feng might not even be able to contact you. I'll be sure to bring my cell phone. Luo Hongguo laughed. Okay, I'm leaving now. Luo Feng winked at Luo Hua, who laughed and gave a thumbs up in return. I am Lao, a half 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 I am Lao. A half early in the morning, Luo Feng left the small southern shore region and rode the #11 subway line to Zhao and Road Station and then transferred to Yangzhou City Center region. After leaving the subway station, he walked for 10 minutes before arriving at Yangzhou's Dojo of Limits headquarters Limit Halley. A half I am Lao, a half. Luo Feng left home at around 6 a.m. By the time he arrived, it was already almost 8 a.m. This is the legendary Ming Yu sector. Luo Feng stood in front of the huge door in the quiet sector. This sector's name is Ming Yu sector and is where the limit hall is located. This is the Ming Yu sector. Don't come close. Just at the small sector's entrance, there was a row of 6 soldiers wearing their uniforms and holding real guns and ammo. You can tell from one look at their uniforms that they aren't part of the police, but part of the army. One of the soldiers shouted, "Sir, please stand back. Once you enter the yellow-lined area, we have the right to shoot and kill you on the spot." Just like the legends, Luo Feng thought to himself in his heart. Ming Yu sector in Yangzhou is where the Dojo of Limits headquarters is located. Not only is the limit hall here, but also many fighters' homes. According to the rumors, the people that live here are the fighters and their families. Even the police don't have the right to come in as they please. Luo Feng marveled in his heart. Everyone. Luo Feng stood at the small sector's entrance and spoke. "I am the Dojo of Limits elite member Luo Feng. I came here today to take the prospective fighter exam. The limit hall holds the prospective fighter exam on the first day of every month." "Oh." From the guardsman's lounge, an old, bald man walked out with a computer in his hand. "Young man, you came quite early. It isn't even 8 a.m. yet. Taking the prospective fighter exam at such a young age, your future is limitless. Okay, let me check your ID and elite member ID." Luo Feng handed them over. Beep. A message came up on the computer's display after scanning the identifications. 18 years old? This old, bald man looked at Luo Feng in shock, and then laughed. Brave enough to take the prospective fighter exam at 18 years old. Not bad. I hope you pass it today. Thank you, sir, Luo Feng replied. Let him in. The old, bald man waved his hand. The small sector's electronic door opened automatically. At this time, a soldier holding an assault rifle stepped forward and followed Luo Feng. "Sir, I will bring you to the Dojo of Limits. After you enter the sector, please do not run around. You only have the right to enter the limit hall and not the fighters' homes. If you break this rule, even if I don't make a move, the people patrolling the area will." The soldier even sneered at Luo Feng while telling him this. Of course, Luo Feng slightly smiled and nodded, but was surprised inside. There indeed was a cooperative relationship between the country and the Dojo of Limits. At least the core of the Dojo of Limits will be heavily protected and guarded. Wow, every building is a private villa. Luo Feng looked around. Except for the center of the sector, which was the large, tall limit hall tower, everywhere else was a private villa. Between the villas were fake mountains, pools and lawns. I am loud, a half 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 Ming Yu sector inside the limit hall. Right when Luo Feng stepped inside the lobby of the limit hall, the soldier went back. "Sir, are you here to take the prospective fighter exam?" Inside the hall, a beautiful young woman smiled. "Sir, please sit over there. When it's 10 a.m., take the exam with the others." Luo Feng nodded and towards the side of the lobby. There was a small bar there with a waiter and a bartender. Him? Luo Feng scanned the spots and saw that there were already 3 people sitting at the bar. 2 of them were having a discussion, while the other one was sitting silently on a sofa. "Look at all of those villas. That is the benefit you get from joining the Dojo of Limits as a fighter," a young man wearing white shirt and pants said. "As long as you become a fighter and join the Dojo of Limits, you'll get a free villa, and you'll be able to live here. Heh, look at this environment. It's so comfortable." Of course the fighter sector is different from all the other sectors outside. "Look, a new person is coming." The 3 people saw Luo Feng. Luo Feng slightly nodded and sat on the sofa at the side. Nobody knew each other, so there wasn't any exchange of talk. As time passed, 3 more people came, which Luo Feng recognized none of. However, from their looks, the 3 of them were a bit older, probably all over 30 years old. One of them was even over 40 years old. "Ha, Luo Feng!" A loud sound came up. Luo Feng, startled, turned his head and looked, and saw a lean man with a face full of hideous scars walking towards him. "You're coming to take the prospective fighter exam too? Brother Yang?" Luo Feng stood up and greeted him. "It's a bit embarrassing. I came to try last month, but sadly my speed was only 24.9 ms. It was off by just that 1 bit. Yang Wu said helplessly. In fact, Yang Wu passed a long time ago in fist strength and reaction speed. It's just that speed is his weak point. However, starting from this year, Yang Wu's speed started improving. 24.9 meters and 25 meters isn't really a big difference. If everything goes well, he might get a grade of 25 ms. I'm sure you can pass this time, brother Yang. Luo Feng laughed. This guy named Yang tried so many times already and never passed. I bet this time you'll fail too. A loud sound came from the side. Luo Feng looked over, and the one talking was a buff man with a full beard. Yang Wu immediately glared. The guy named Tong, you dare talk about me? Didn't you take the test and fail twice already? With your reaction speed, I guess you'll need at least another 2 or 3 more years of training. Silence. A cold sound came from the center of the lobby. The 8 people currently, they're all turned their heads and saw a middle-aged man wearing a dojo uniform. Let's go, everyone follow me upstairs and take the exam. Remember, behave yourself once you're upstairs. Our old friends from Yangzhou City's headquarters came over today, so don't cause trouble. Yes, no matter if it was the arrogant full beard, Yang Wu, or Luo Feng, everyone listened and followed. Headquarters, old friend? Luo Feng couldn't help but start guessing in his heart. Know this, Yangzhou City has 12 dojo of limits and the limit hall. Each sector's dojo of limits masters are called instructors. The master of the limit hall is called the chief instructor. After entering the elevator, the loose uniform wearing middle-aged man pressed 6. Die. The elevator arrived at the 6th floor. Hua. The elevator door opened, and what came into sight was a gigantic training hall with around a dozen people inside. Luo Feng recognized one of them to be Instructor John Nyan. They're here. Stop chatting. A middle-aged man with loose, long hair spoke, and all of them looked at Luo Feng's group. When facing their glares, Luo Feng's group tensed up. They knew that those who appear inside the limit hall, other than the service personnel, are fighters. In other words, all of these people are fighters. Since this is the headquarters of the Dojo of Limits in Yangzhou City, get ready for examination. The middle-aged man with loose, long hair commanded. Luo Feng has seen this man before on the internet. He is the master of the limit hall, Yangzhou City's chief instructor Wu Tong. Come one by one and give me your ID. The fighter who led Luo Feng's group up here took their ID and handed them over to Chief Instructor Wu Tong and laughed. Boss, there's quite a few people today. There's 8 of them. Yep. Wu Tong randomly picked out an ID and scanned it on the machine next to him. Beep. A crystal-like display that was almost transparent shot out from the machine and displayed a large amount of personal information. First one, Tong Guan. The chief instructor was indifferent. Begin your fist strength test. Even those of you who came out of the army come to my limit hall to test. Interesting. Luo Feng, who was listening on the side, couldn't help but smile. The Dojo of Limits was created by the strongest fighter on Earth. The dojos are scattered all around the world, and their examinations have high credibility. Your examination results will receive recognition in every area and every country on Earth. Even the army or traditional martial artists like to come to the Dojo of Limits to take the exam. Test your fist strength, the chief instructor commanded. Yes, the full-bearded man immediately took a step forward. With his left hand in front of his face and eyes wide open, his right fist flew through an arc and hit against the large machine, which only shaked a little bit. The machine's display immediately displayed the number 986. A half. I am loud. A half. Pass. Next, Luo Feng, the chief instructor, randomly chose the second ID and scanned it on the machine. He read through the descriptive personal information and couldn't help but to be shocked. 18 years old? Old Jiang, this is your giant sections, right? Since when did such a talented young man appear? Haha. Instructor John Nyan on the side couldn't help but to laugh. We still don't know if he is truly skilled in the group of fighters at the side. A fat veteran scoffed. He might not know what he's dealing with and has no strength. Instructor John Nyan glared. What, jealous? Your northern section doesn't have any sort of genius like this. Luo Feng, show them my giant section's members' strength. Yes. Instructor Luo Feng stepped up and headed towards the fist strength tester machine. Chapter 11. Old Jiang seems pretty confident, Chief Instructor Wu Tong said while laughing, but his gaze landed upon Luo Feng. Everyone at the scene was watching Luo Feng and awaiting his test results. Luo Feng stood in front of the machine and released an explosive power from his waist. His body turned slightly and increased the power from his waist even more. In an instant, all the power transferred to his arm. Luo Feng's fist was like an arrow fired from a bow under the full moon, leaving behind a blur. With a pang sound, his fist smacked against the machine. After he threw his punch, Luo Feng was delighted. It felt so good throwing that punch, all the power went with it. He looked at the display and saw 1,101K. Good, not bad. Many fighters at the scene immediately complimented him. Chief Instructor Wu Tong rubbed his chin and nodded. Not bad, young man. Make sure to never lose your center shi when throwing your punch. If someone ignores everything and only wants higher results for fist strength, he will lose his center shi. The punch might be stronger. However, against monsters, losing your center shi is suicide. Not bad, not bad. Haha, this kid Luo Feng has great combat abilities. Instructor John Nyan laughed. He easily beat 3 elite members, who had around his level of strength and speed. Luo Feng was delighted after hearing the instructor and chief instructor's compliments. He had a coma twice when he was younger, which led to increased strength and speed. Ever since then, he made a plan to become the best fighter. A really good fighter needs great combat abilities. In his teenage days, even though he hasn't joined the dojo of limits then, he looked up some basics of martial arts and trained alone at home to pile up the experience. This is why his combat abilities are so great. A nice bean sprout. Yup, pass. Chief Instructor Wu Tong randomly picked another ID and scanned it. Next, Bai Yang. Luo Feng walked back to the place where examinees were supposed to stay. Not bad, Crazy Yang Wu laughed. Luo Feng grinned. All 8 of them quickly finished the strength test, and only one failed, and was disqualified as a result. His fist strength was only 192 kg, which was close. So for the next test, the speed test, there were only 7 people left. Ha! Chief Instructor Wu Tong walked towards the speed tester and turned on the switch. One by one in reverse order. First, Yang Wu. Chief Instructor Wu Tong commanded. Yang Wu was the last one to test his strength, so he will be the first to test his speed. Yang Wu took a deep breath. He took the prospective fighter exam nearly 10 times and failed on the speed test every time. Brother Yang, you can do it. Luo Feng patted Yang Wu's shoulder. Watch me. Yang Wu adjusted his breathing and ran on the track. Instructor Jian Nian frowned watching this. Yang Wu was also from the Jian section, but he has failed the speed test so many times already. Dash! Yang Wu stepped on the surface of the floor and made a low sound. With the strength of his arms and his explosive start, he quickly accelerated to his maximum speed. His veins were popping on his scarred face, and he sprinted while clenching his teeth. He even let out a low howl after finishing the test. I must pass this. Yang Wu stopped and howled in his heart. He turned his head and saw Luo Feng give him a thumbs up. After seeing it, Yang Wu felt like he went to heaven. Haha, Yang Wu, nice luck. You actually passed. Instructor Jiang Nian also let out a refreshed laugh. Yang Wu ran over and looked at the display. 25.1 see, a half I am Lao, a half few, so close. Even Yang Wu laughed. If his body condition was slightly worse, he might have not achieved 25 ms. If so, then he would have failed once again. Yep, pass. Chief Instructor Wu Tong also smiled. Next, everyone did the tests one by one. Since Luo Feng was the second person to take the strength test, he was the second last to take the speed test. It was Luo Feng's turn soon enough. Luo Feng. Chief Instructor Wu Tong hollered. Do your best, Crazy. We better take the fighter combat exam together. Yang Wu encouraged, and Luo Feng smiled and nodded. He walked onto the track and adjusted his breathing pattern. He lightly jumped twice in place. Luo Feng was unlike Yang Wu, who was a brute force type. He gave off a relaxing feeling. Whoosh! Right when he exerted his strength, Luo Feng was like a panther whose speed had no match. He brought a strong current of wind with him as he passed through the speed testing region. You could tell with just your eyes that Luo Feng's speed was significantly higher than those before him. I felt like that was okay. Luo Feng turned his head and saw Yang Wu giving him a thumbs up. Even Chief Instructor Wu Tong and Instructor Jian Nian couldn't help but to nod their heads in praise. Luo Feng walked over and looked at the display. 28.6 ms. Nice speed. It's actually so much higher than the passing mark. Chief Instructor Wu Tong laughed and nodded. Last, Tong Guan. I am loud. A half 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 I am loud. A half. After the strength test, one person was eliminated. During the speed test, 2 people were eliminated. Now, there were only 5 people left. The third test is the reaction speed exam. Follow me. Chief Instructor Wu Tong brought the group of fighters and the 5 people remaining from the previous exams. They arrived at the reaction speed testing room connected to the training hall. The room was around 100 ping. Of course, compared to the gigantic training halls that were a couple thousand ping large, these reaction speed rooms were clearly much smaller. There was only a large, seemingly valuable machine placed on the floor. In front of the machine was something that looked like a 6-barreled Gatling gun. However, there were easily a couple dozen holes in the machine, so it had way more firing sights than a Gatling gun. First, Tong Guan. Chief Instructor Wu Tong instructed. The full-bearded man immediately stepped in front of the gun. He was on a circle that had a diameter of 3.6 meters. Clatter! The switch was turned on. A half I am loud. A half a red light started to emit above the border of the circle. It was like that the fighter inside was surrounded by a red curtain. Remember, no matter what, do not leave the circle. Once you leave it, it counts as a failure. If your body comes in contact with the red light, you lose points. After Chief Instructor Wu Tong finished saying that, he walked to the reaction speed tester and pressed a bunch of buttons and adjusted the power. There were many different power levels. The lowest one is meant for intermediate members, and the highest one is meant for top fighters. Begin. The chief instructor pressed a red button. Beep tilde 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 beep tilde tilde tilde. The machine's gigantic cannon started revolving, and all of the dozen barrels started emitting a red light. There were quick ones and slow ones, and even the trajectory wasn't stable. It was very chaotic and messy. It then started to rapidly shoot within the circle. The bearded man stared in front of him, and was continuously dodging right and left and between the red-colored bullets. Pooh, pooh, 2 consecutive hitsy, a half umlaut, a half. However, these bullets are like rubber and have no power and speed, so they don't hurt. Time passed by slowly. The bearded man was trying his best to dodge, and the timer was reaching a minute. 2 tilde tilde tilde. After Chief Instructor Wu Tong pressed the button, the barrels quickly came to a halt. The middle display screen showed a large amount of information. Within 60 seconds, 57 hits, and 3 contacts with the red light. Disqualified, Chief Instructor Wu Tong said as he threw the bearded man's ID back to him. Just barely missed the mark. The bearded man clenched his teeth and walked out of the circle as he shook his head. Next, Luo Feng, Chief Instructor Wu Tong commanded. After bumping fists with Yang Wu, Luo Feng walked into the circle. As Luo Feng stood in the circle and faced the machine's cannon, he took a deep breath. Before he entered the dojo, he constantly practiced at home. Luo Feng shines the most in these kinds of dodging exams. Before high school exams, I get hit around 50-55 times in 60 seconds. Now that my body fitness level has increased, with my increased reaction time, passing this exam is no problem at all. Remember, do not leave the circle no matter what. If you leave the circle, you instantly fail. If you come in contact with the circle's red light, you lose points. After Chief Instructor Wu Tong said that, he pressed the red button. Beep tilde 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 beep tilde tilde tilde. The barrel of the reaction speed tester started revolving rapidly. The cannon's dozens of barrels all started to emit a red light, and soon shot out the rubber bullets rapidly. Luo Feng stared ahead, and rapidly calculated the positions in his head. As if he was a dexterous cat, he continuously dodged left and right and dodged the bullets one by one. Of course, some of the bullets were too fast to dodge, so he could only get hit. When Luo Feng was dodging, many of the fighters started to talk. This kid isn't bad. His reaction speed is superb indeed. He's fast, and has a good foundation and form. Look, his feet are like a cat's pads. He never loses his balance after each turn, which allows him to rapidly change direction. This form, if he isn't a genius or hasn't worked bitterly for 10 years, then there's no way he would be able to have this kind of a solid foundation. All of the fighters at the scene were amazed. A fighter's fitness level could be trained, but form and skill all rely on experience. A higher body fitness level doesn't correspond to better form. 2 tilde tilde tilde. After pressing the button, the machine's cannon started slowing down, and a large amount of data was displayed. Within 60 seconds, 28 hits, 0 contacts with the red light. Excellent. Chief Instructor Wu Tong let out a smile. Not bad, Luo Feng. I congratulate you. After the official documents arrive and your data gets recorded, you'll become a prospective fighter. After the exam, an official certificate will be issued, and your records are sent to the Citizenship Information Agency within 7 days. Luo Feng tightly clenched his right fist. I finally succeeded. I finally became a prospective fighter. Luo Feng, August 1st marks the date of the fighter combat exam. Arrive at the limit hall at dawn. Under the guidance of an instructor, you will go with other prospective fighters to hunt monsters outside the human bases. After you pass that exam, you'll become a real fighter. Instructor Jiang Nian smiled as he said that. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Wu Zin, Zhang Tan. Okay, Luo Feng energetically nodded his head. Chief Instructor Wu Tong, who was next to the reaction speed tester, laughed. Okay, next. By Yang. Luo Feng walked towards Yang Wu, who showed happiness. Yang Wu said in a low voice, Congratulations, crazy. You're now a prospective fighter. After you pass the fighter combat exam, you'll become a true fighter. Luo Feng also replied in a low voice, Brother Yang, I'm sure you'll pass the reaction speed test without a problem. When the time comes, let's take the fighter combat exam together. Okay, Yang Wu was excited. After that, Yang Wu and Luo Feng focused their attention on the current examinee. Soon after, 2 people took the test. One succeeded and one failed. Last, Yang Wu, Chief Instructor Wu Tong yelled. Yang Wu took in a deep breath. He has been waiting far too long for this day. Since he was always stuck on the speed test, this is the first time he'll be able to demonstrate his reaction speed in the limit hall. Go for it, Luo Feng encouraged. No worries. Yang Wu took a large step into the red circle, and Chief Instructor Wu Tong pressed the button. The barrel of the machine started revolving and started firing the rubber bullets from its dozen barrels, which covering the entire circle. Yang Wu was moving swiftly within the circle. Luo Feng watched Yang Wu's movements and was surprised. Brother Yang seems quite stiff. He isn't as flexible as me, but his technique's efficiency seems high. He dodges by a small margin. He doesn't make use of the 3.6-meter diameter of the circle. Every time he dodges, he only takes a step forward. Right. Yang Wu's area of movement was small, but his dodging rate was high. This technique is indeed useful in real combat. However, you have to be extremely precise. If there is even one error, then the beast's claws will rip apart the fighter's body. Luo Feng evaluated in his heart. At least to Luo Feng, this seemed like an effective yet dangerous technique. It was like dancing on the edge of a blade. Beep, tilde tilde tilde. A minute soon passed, and the machine's cannon stopped revolving. Within 60 seconds, 52 hits, and no contacts with the red light. You pass, Chief Instructor Wu Tong said. Yang Wu, who was still within the red circle, clenched his fists tightly. His veins were clear on his biceps and his eyes started tearing up. For this day, he has waited too long. Finally, he has achieved his dream. There is only one step left until the legendary rank of fighter. Yang Wu Chief Instructor Wu Tong frowned. Your technique of dodging belongs to the Ruwai class. When fighting to the death with monsters, you use small movements to let their attacks barely miss you. Since you don't move as much, you can make more movements within the same amount of time, raising the chances of success. However, this technique is extremely difficult. Even if you estimate the beast's claw to miss you by 2 centimeters, if even one mistake is made, the claw might through your body and split you open. When fighting with monsters, you will probably die when you make an error. So, I advise you, when fighting with monsters, try to dodge a bit farther. Give yourself more space, Chief Instructor Wu Tong stressed. With your current strength, it's better for you to master the basics first. By doing that you'll get better results. Yang Wu was surprised, but soon nodded. Yes, Chief Instructor Yang Wu, take the Chief Instructor's words to heart. Avoid greedy thoughts in your way of martial arts. The Ruwai class is very powerful, but if you don't have the strength to perform them, then there will be no use. If you try to forcefully perform them, then you will be a mere copycat for others to laugh at. Instructor Jiang Nian told him seriously. Chief Instructor Wu Tong laughed. Okay, 3 examinees have passed this time's prospective fighter exam. Luo Feng, Bai Yang, and Yang Wu. Luo Feng, Yang Wu and Bai Yang have been suppressing their joy and happiness. If it wasn't for the surrounding senior fighters, then they probably would have been screaming in joy by now. Everyone, your next task is to sign the combat exam contract. Do it. As he said that, Chief Instructor Wu Tong looked towards a silver-haired man in a black robe and laughed. Sorry for making you wait so long, Captain. I'm sorry, let us go. Captain? Luo Feng and the other 2 were shocked. The Chief Instructor was the head of Yangzhou City's Limit Hall and had immense authority. If he says Captain, then who on earth would that silver-haired man in the black robe be? The silver-haired man scanned Luo Feng and his group. For a moment Luo Feng felt like the silver-haired man's eyes were like the infinite space, and all of a sudden, he was being sucked inside. He shuddered and regained his consciousness. Exactly what just happened. Luo Feng soon found out that Yang Wu and Bai Yang, who were next to him, had very sluggish expressions. How fearsome, just one gaze, and it messed us up completely. Luo Feng was shocked inside. This power was too fearsome. If 2 people were fighting, then the opponent's gaze can mess with your consciousness before the fight even begins. By the time you regain composure, you might have been stabbed through the heart by your opponent already. The silver-haired man smiled, and looked at Luo Feng surprisingly. Kid, nice talent. Work hard. The silver-haired man slightly smiled as he said that. Ha, nice willpower too. Head Chief Instructor Wu Tong nodded in satisfaction. Chief Instructor Wu Tong and the silver-haired man immediately left. What just happened? What happened to me? Yang Wu and Bai Yang just regained consciousness. As they recalled the events of what just happened, they broke out in cold sweats. No matter if it was Yang Wu, Bai Yang, or Luo Feng, they have never seen someone as frightening as that white-haired man. This white-haired man has been watching us the entire time. However, until now, I haven't noticed his presence at all. Luo Feng was amazed, with no sound at all. It was like he never existed. Amazing. No wait. When Luo Feng tried to think of what the silver-haired man's face looked like, he was shocked to realize he only remembered those eyes which mesmerized him, and couldn't recall his face at all. The 3 of you, come here. Instructor Jiang Nian and the fighters with him smiled as they looked at the 3. Come to the training hall. They left the reaction speed testing room and entered the large training hall. These are the contracts for the combat exam. One of the fat veteran fighters took out 3 of the contracts from the corner of the hall. Once you join the fighter combat exam, the dojo of limits takes no responsibility for your deaths. Of course, the death rate in the fighter combat exam is very low. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang accepted the contract and flipped through its contents. The death rate is low, but the injury rate is not. A bald brute said deeply. In the fighter combat exam, you are fighting with monsters to the death. Of course, this is the most basic type of hunting. When you individually go to the danger zones to hunt monsters in the future, the dangers will be far more horrifying compared to the fighter exam. If you can't even pass the stage, then you have no right to become a fighter. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang looked at each other. The contract is simple. Its main point is that if a death occurs in the exam, the Dojo of Limits takes no responsibilities. The three of them had no hesitations, and immediately signed their names on the documents. Okay, Instructor Jiang Nian, who was beside them, smiled. Good. Today is July 1st, so there is one more month until the actual exam. In this month you should make the appropriate preparations. Oh yay! Instructor Jiang Nian walked to the keyboard beside him and rapidly pressed some buttons. Soon enough, a large screen was displayed on the wall of the training hall, and an article appeared. It was called Genetic Energy Technique. Luo Feng held his breath. The reason why the fighters have such powerful bodies, why some of the top fighters can surpass Mach speed, why their knives can slice through thick steel. Of course, with Luo Feng and his group's strength, they are nowhere close to the legendary fighters. Why are fighters strong? Because they rely on genetic energy. Back when humanity was infected by the RR virus in the Grand Nirvana period, our genes started evolving to fight against the virus. Instructor Jiang Nian smiled. When the genes evolve to a certain point, it's able to absorb the faint energies of the cosmos. The energy envelops every cell of your body. During this process, your genes, bones, cells, blood, organs, and skin will all continue to evolve and become stronger. Your bones can become tens to hundreds of times harder than diamonds. Your organs will be powerful enough to hold your breath in water for half an hour and longer. All of this relies on the energy you absorb and envelop your cells with. It becomes your power, in other words, genetic energy. Instructor Jiang Nian pointed to the article on the screen. This is the technique to enhance your genes, the Wu Zin Xiang Tian technique, which is also the only technique to train your genetic energy. Luo Feng immediately started to carefully read the article. Genetic energy, human gene enhancement, reliance on evolution. So that's how it is. Luo Feng understood after he read it carefully. Normal people aren't able to train this because their genes weren't suitable. Once your fist strength reaches 900 kg, your speed reaches 25 ms, and your reaction speed all pass the mark required for a prospective fighter, then your genes were ready for training. 90% of prospective fighters are able to start training. You guys can start trying to train your genetic energy in this month. Instructor Jiang Nian smiled. And the most valuable Dao Yin technique will only be available to you after you become a fighter. There was only one way to train your genetic energy on Earth. However, there were millions of Dao Yin techniques. Training in the Dao Yin techniques could be increase the speed of genetic energy training by 10 times. That's why the Dao Yin techniques are valued by all powers. Literally means 5 hearts towards the sky, which sounds a bit weird, so I didn't change it. Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down. Chapter 13. Instructor Bai Yang couldn't help but to ask, I have heard about how great the Dao Yin techniques are. But exactly how great are they? How can it increase the process of genetic energy training? At this time, a middle-aged man with graying hair said, Bai Yang, I'll tell it to you this way. For instance, if you don't learn the Dao Yin techniques and only use the Wu Zin Xiang Tian techniques forever, then your cells will be full from energy after 5 minutes of training a day. Your cells won't be able to absorb more energy. However, by using the Dao Yin techniques, the capacity of your cells will increase. This way you can practice for 8 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, and maybe even an hour. This middle-aged man looked towards Luo Feng's group. Do you guys understand now? After hearing this, Luo Feng suddenly realized. The Dao Yin techniques simply increase every cell's appetite. Luo Feng thought to himself. The cells absorbing the faint energies of the cosmos and transforming them into genetic energy is just like how humans need to eat food. If a man could only eat 3 meals, the Dao Yin techniques could make him eat 5 or 10 meals. Jiang Nian smiled. If you don't train in the Dao Yin techniques, then pretend that the amount of energy your cells can absorb is a unit. Once you start training in the Dao Yin techniques, the amount of energy your cells can absorb could become 2 units, 3 units, or maybe even more. In other words, your 1 year of training could surpass another person's 10 years of training. This is the charm of the Dao Yin techniques. Every fighter at the scene talked about the Dao Yin techniques, as each of them clearly had a lot to say about the topic. About the Dao Yin techniques, the strongest fighter, leader of all the dojo of limits, Hong, created 9 types of Dao Yin techniques. If you join my dojo of limits and contribute enough towards the dojo, then you might have a chance to learn these top-class Dao Yin techniques. The fighters all laughed and enticed Luo Feng and his group. All the great powers on Earth hope to have more fighters in their country. Dr. Luo Feng suddenly spoke up. Instructor Jiang Nian laughed as he looked towards Luo Feng. What's the problem? Instructor, about the silver-haired man who just walked out with the chief instructor. How come he could stop all forms of resistance with just one gaze? What kind of power does this fighter have? Luo Feng has never heard that fighters were this powerful, so he was very curious. Instructor Jiang Nian slightly laughed. while the fighters beside him completely laughed out loud. Kid, that person who walked out with the chief instructor is a spirit reader. Spirit readers are even fewer in number than us fighters. The fighters all laughed as they said, of course, the spirit readers are usually fighters too. However, they are the most frightening existence within the fighters. Spirit reader? Luo Feng was shocked. Luo Feng has read introductions about them thanks to the modern internet. They all said that the spirit readers are a special existence within the fighters, and also a very terrifying existence. However, the internet didn't explain specifically on exactly how terrifying they actually were. After you become a fighter in the future, you'll come to know spirit readers. Instructor Jiang Nian laughed. All right. Today's prospective fighter exam is over. The three of you can return home too. Yep, make sure you stamp your contracts, hand in your documents. We'll contact you in a few days. All right, you guys can go now. Yes, Instructor Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang turned and left the training hall. They were escorted and carefully watched by the gun-holding guardsmen as they left the sector. I umlaut, a half 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 mean, use sector's entrance. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang were all smiling brightly. My name is Bai Yang, and I'm from the top military academy in Jiangnan. My family lives in Yangzhou City, so I took this chance to take the exam. While it's summer vacation, Bai Yang stuck out his hands to both Luo Feng and Yang Wu for handshakes. I'm glad to be able to meet you too. Jiangnan's top military academy? Luo Feng was planning to go there. Luo Feng laughed. My name is Luo Feng, and he's Yang Wu. We are both from Jai and region's dojo of limits. Luo Feng brothers' future is surely limitless. Not many people become fighters, even in our elite class in the military academy. Bai Yang happily made friends. For Luo Feng to become a prospective fighter at such a young age, he was even more happy to become friends. Luo Feng might become a super important person in the future. Yang Wu laughed on the side. Let's not say so much. It must be fate for all of us to pass the exam at the same place on the same day. Today's a good day. Let's find some restaurant to eat heartily and chat happily. Okay. Bai Yang smiled and accepted. Let's go. Luo Feng also laughed. The three of them just passed the prospective fighter exam and were bursting with excitement. They selected a restaurant and ate lunch together, and then went their separate ways back home. I umlaut, a half 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 I umlaut, a half. Luo Feng drank some liquor today, and was waiting to report the good news to his family on the subway. However, there were too many people on the subway. He was afraid that if he spoke the words "pass the prospective fighter exam," he would cause a scene. Well, it wouldn't be too late to call after I exit the subway. After taking the #1 subway line to Jiang and Road Station, it would take a long walk to get to Jiang and Road Station's #11 line. I'll tell Dad, Mom, and Brother now. Luo Feng has been excited up until now. Prospective fighter. His family has been so poor and working for so many years. He's been working for so many years, and finally there's some accomplishment. As he stood on the sidewalk of Jiang and Road Station, Luo Feng took out his cell phone. Beep beep. After typing in the number, Luo Feng waited. Hello. The cell phone carried his brother's voice. Luo Feng laughed and said, It's me, of course. Don't you even know what kind of person your brother is? Of course I passed. Haha, yay yay. Okay. Luo Feng held his cell phone and happily said, Is Mom home? Okay, let Mom take the phone. Hello Mom, it's me, Feng. Luo Feng was bursting with happiness. As he heard his mother's happily excited voice across the cell phone, the sides of Luo Feng's eyes started to become moist, for he has worked for this day for far too long. Mom, you asked 3 times already. I really did pass the exam. The forms will arrive at home in a few days. I ate already with the other 2 people who passed. Luo Feng laughed. Oh, call Dad. Don't worry Mom, I won't forget. Okay, I know. After he hung up, Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a smile. Happiness, satisfaction. Was Luo Feng's bitter training since childhood all for the sake of this day? Luo Feng adjusted his breathing and calmed himself, or else he wouldn't be able to call his father's cell phone. In this family, Luo Hongguo is the family's mountain, the family's pillar. Before Luo Feng became an elite member, the family had to completely rely on what his father earned. Even though his mother works, she needs her energy to take care of her 2 sons, even more so since one of them is handicapped. Father's home remodeling work is bitter and hard. He frequently gets injured on the job. Dad, from now on, you will never have to go through such exhausting work again, Luo Feng thought to himself. Beep, beep, a sound came from the cell phone as Luo Feng waited for his father to answer. Chapter 14. How come there's no answer? It's around 12 right now, so it should be lunchtime. My dad and the others are remodeling right now, and they usually take a break during the noon, so he should be able to answer the phone. Luo Feng looked doubtfully at his cell phone screen and pressed the cell phone location searcher function. The screen of the phone quickly displayed a map of Yangzhou City. The small red dot on the map represented Luo Feng's cell phone's location, while the small green dot represented his father's. Not too far from where I am now. Luo Feng knew in an instant where his father's current location is and couldn't help but to let out a smile. I'll run to my dad's side and tell him in person about the good news. Luo Feng quickly went to the location displayed on the cell phone's map. I am loud. A half 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 Jai and region Sky Garden sector. Hurry and move those things so you can go take a break and eat lunch. We should go eat some food too in one of the private villas lawns in the sector. Jiang Haobai, pale and wearing long, white pants, urged the workers on. He even had 3 cold-faced bodyguards by his side. Mister, don't rush, this furniture is extremely valuable. Don't underestimate it, get some more people and work a bit harder. A truck was parked by the private lawn, and had a lot of sealed wooden furniture. Wooden furniture in these days are extremely valuable and expensive. They are a luxury item which belong to few. Because all the humans live in cities. There are very few places to plant trees, and most of trees are for decoration. Although there are many trees outside the city, many monsters are there too. The price for lumber is extremely high, since you will have to fight monsters to get it. Most people's furnitures these days are made out of plastic, while some of the better ones are made out of glass. A normal family wouldn't be able to afford wood products. Be careful. The remodeling company's workers carefully moved the heavy furniture from the truck to the ground. After that, 3 of the workers would carefully move the furniture into the lawn. Be careful. Jiang Haobai frowned and reminded, this is furniture made out of real, high-quality wood. If you break it, you'll surely get in trouble with your boss. The 3 workers carefully moved the furniture. The furniture was extremely valuable and heavy, around 1,000 kg. It's a bit of work for these 3 workers to move it. Stop and rest for a bit. Move it into the house. In one breath later, the worker lifting in front ordered, put it down here for now. Slowly, lightly the 3 workers slowly put the furniture on the lawn. Only after doing so were they able to straighten their backs and take a good breath of air. Oh Luo, I'm already hungry. After doing that, a tall worker started stretching his body. After moving this and 2 more pieces of furniture will be done. After that, we can all eat together. Luo Hongguo laughed as he looked at the 2 other workers. He wiped his sweat off with his shirt. It was June and almost 1 p.m., so it was the hottest time of the day. For the 3 of them to move a valuable piece of furniture that weighs 1,000 kg, it surely was bitter work. Work faster, Jiang Haobai ordered impatiently. 8 Luo Hongguo bended down to grab onto the furniture. Guys, work hard and move this piece of furniture in. Come 1 2 3 up. Luo Hongguo and his group lifted together and carefully went up the steps. They quickly entered the house and came out soon after. When Luo Hongguo and his group walked past Jiang Haobai frowned after smelling the sweat emanating from them. Poor people will be poor people, doing this kind of bitter work. They'll have a bitter life for the rest of their lives, Jiang Haobai thought to himself. Jiang Haobai's dad was rich, so he was born into a wealthy family. Jiang Haobai has always looked down on those at the bottom of society. To him, those willing to do these kinds of bitter work have no fighting spirit and deserve to live through their bitter days. Careful, don't touch the gate. Luo Hongguo and his group carefully moved the furniture step by step. Their shirts were drenched in sweat. A droplet of sweat leaked down from a head and rolled down into their necks. Rest for a bit outside of the home. Luo Hongguo put the furniture down and adjusted their breathing. Go 1 2 3 up. Even though Luo Hongguo and his group were tired, they've been doing this for 20 to 30 years, so they're used to it. They know their limits, so mistakes rarely occur. Soon after, Luo Hongguo and his group went to move the final piece of furniture. It sure is hot. Jiang Haobai raised his head and looked towards the sky. Brother Wang, we'll go eat at a nearby restaurant later. Thanks, young master, the 3 bodyguards laughed in reply. Jiang Haobai glanced at the final piece of furniture the 3 workers were carrying and let out a snort from his nose. He naturally hated these kinds of peasants. Suddenly, his gaze landed upon the marble used for pavement. One of the tiles had a crack, which was accidentally made when he sparred with his bodyguards a few days ago. Him? Jiang Haobai's eyes flashed. I was low on money recently and now's a good chance to make some. At this time, Luo Hongguo and his group were busy moving the 3rd piece of furniture. Suddenly, a cell phone started ringing. Luo Hongguo, who was currently moving the furniture, rejoiced in his heart. It must be from Feng. However, since Luo Hongguo is moving furniture, he can't answer the phone. He'll have to call back after he puts the piece of furniture down. Rest for a bit outside the house. Lightly, slowly Luo Hongguo and his group slowly put the furniture down. Luo Hongguo took the cell phone out of his pocket. Looking at the display, the call was indeed from his son. He let out a smile and preparing to call back. "What's the problem with you guys? Hey, we told you guys to be careful. What are you guys doing?" A voice of anger rose. Luo Hongguo and his group turned their heads in surprise and only saw Zhang Haobai's gloomy face. Zhang Haobai was angrily pointing at the marble. "Is this how you do things? Since you guys weren't even focusing, look, my home's pavement was broken by you guys. This is Nan Shen marble, which was bought outside the city. One piece of marble would cost around $100,000. Can you pay that? Huh." Luo Hongguo and his group lowered their heads and looked. Indeed, on the pavement towards the road, one of the marble had a small crack. I'll call your company's boss." "What's with this Zhang Haobai fume, Brother Wang? You have their company's phone number, right? Call their company and get their boss over here. There's no point in talking with these people anymore. I have their company's phone number here." The bodyguard named Wang immediately took out his cell phone and started dialing. Luo Hongguo and his group were well acquainted. "That's wrong," the large worker immediately said. "The crack on the marble was already there. I saw it. Making excuses? There is no fucking point in making excuses." Zhang Haobai laughed loudly. Luo Hongguo frowned. As an experienced old worker, he knew these kinds of disputes were the most troublesome. The company usually highly values its reputation. If their reputation is harmed and the company has no evidence to prove that their workers didn't make the crack, then usually the company can only pay for the loss. If the company pays money, then the money will be taken out of the salary of the 3 workers responsible. "Let's move the furniture in first, and then talk." Luo Hongguo spoke as he went to lift the furniture. "Move the furniture?" Zhang Haobai stepped forward and shoved Luo Hongguo and started lecturing the 3 workers. "Don't play tricks. The furniture on the marble is the proof. You want to move the furniture in and then play dumb? I've seen these petty tricks all the time. Wait for your boss to come and then talk." Old Luo. The other 2 co-workers went to help Luo Hongguo up. "No problem." Luo Hongguo brushed off his shoulder. "How could you guys shove people? We aren't even sure if we broke the marble. What's the meaning of shoving?" The other 2 co-workers immediately glared and spoke in anger. These people who do these kinds of work fear nothing. If they are angered, then a fight would occur. Even if they get jailed by the police, they only want money and not their lives, so even the police cannot deal with them and will eventually release them. "Don't try and argue with me." Luo Hongbai's 2 legs were like lightning and kicked the 2 workers' stomachs. Pooh. The 2 co-workers flew away and fell on the ground. "Peach, you don't know who you're arguing with." Zhang Haobai laughed coldly. His Zhang family in the Jian region had a wide range of contacts. Even if he beat up some regular workers, nothing would happen. "Old Tan Big Monkey, are you okay?" Luo Hongguo was getting nervous too. "Young man, how could you do this?" Luo Hongguo said angrily. Zhang Haobai frowned after smelling Luo Hongguo's sweat and waved. "Brother Wang, you guys teach them a lesson so they'll be quiet." "Young master," the remodeling company the bodyguard named Wang handed over the cell phone. "Okay." Zhang Haobai waved his hand, and the 3 bodyguards immediately went to beat up the 3 workers, while Zhang Haobai held the phone. "Yes, I am from the Sky Garden. Let your chairman who take the phone." "Chairman who? What's the problem with the 3 workers you said today?" "They are sloppy and cracked open my lawn's marble pavement. Hurry up and send people and sort this out. If you don't figure this out, don't expect any money." While the conversation was still going, "Stoppy, a half I am loud." An angry voice came from outside the lawn. At this time, Luo Hongguo and his co-workers were in a corner, and had footprints all over them from the bodyguards. "Him?" The 3 bodyguards and Zhang Haobai all turned their heads. A shady image flew into the lawn and Zhang Haobai recognized him in an instant and raged. "Luo Feng, you came to my house to receive a beating. Fuck you." Luo Feng saw his father, bent back, drenched in sweat and covered in footprints. Luo Feng's eyes immediately turned red. His father had to endure such a bitter life, and is always frowned upon. And today, something like this happened to him. One of the bodyguards who was short and fat laughed coldly as he stepped up. "Get the fuck out of the way!" Luo Feng shouted and his leg, like lightning, kicked harshly. The bodyguard even blocked it with his right arm. Pang! The heavy kick immediately widened the fat, short bodyguard's eyes. He flew out 4 to 5 meters in the air before falling back to the ground. The other 2 bodyguards were stunned. "Luo Feng, you dare hit my men!" Zhang Haobai glared and shouted, "You asked for it, fuck you!" Luo Feng shouted in anger as he glared fiercely and clenched his teeth. Chapter 15. I'll cooperate. Attack together. Zhang Haobai's face was red with fury as he waved his hands in anger. This Luo Feng dare mess on his territory and attack his bodyguards. Be careful, his kicks are heavy. The fat bodyguard on the ground rubbed his stomach. Some blood leaked out the side of his mouth and he couldn't get up for a while. "Kiddo, think you're tough, eh?" The bodyguard named Wang and the other bodyguard rushed towards Luo Feng's direction. As they had witnessed Luo Feng's power, They were careful to not underestimate him. At this time Luo Feng rushed to his father's side, but before he could say anything, Luo Hongguo shouted, "I'm fine, Feng, behind you." Within an instant, the two bodyguards came from the left and right to attack Luo Feng simultaneously. Even that Jiang Haobai was coming in pursuit. The three of them together. Himpish. Luo Feng glanced out the corner of his eye and instantly turned. With the power that came with the rotation, he shot out his right arm in the shape of a blade and cut across the space in front of him as if it was a combat blade. Who? The arm caused a powerful current to blow ahead of it. Not good. The bodyguard named Wang's face instantly changed, and he ran up to block Luo Feng's arm with both of his arms. Pang! The sound of an impact. Luo Feng's blade powerfully hit the bodyguard named Wang's two arms. The bodyguard named Wang felt that his arms weren't his own anymore. They hurt so much that there was no feeling for a moment. His right arm fell powerlessly, and he retreated while yelling, "My right arm's fractured." What? Jiang Haobai, who was getting ready to move, was shocked. His bodyguards were all elite members of the dojo. Luo Feng, also an elite member, should have around equal power. There was no way that his attack could fracture the arm of the bodyguard named Wang, who was also an elite member. Not good. The bodyguard named Wang was injured, so only the tall bodyguard in black was left. He was surprised and enraged as he witnessed his comrade's defeat. The bodyguard in black clenched his teeth and howled as he threw a kick and a punch with lightning speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Luo Feng was dexterous, so it only took 2 sways to dodge the 2 attacks. He then prepared for a powerful chop. He raised his right hand high in the air and attacked. His chop was like a knife. It's too fast. The bodyguard in black couldn't dodge, so he could only put his arms above to block and clench his teeth as he received the attack. As Luo Feng's frightening attack came down, the bodyguard's heart was filled with fear. Dawn. The bodyguard lost feeling in both of his arms, and they were softened by Luo Feng's attack. However, Luo Feng's chop didn't lose momentum. After hitting the bodyguard's arms, it fell on his shoulder. Over 1,000 kg of power instantly made the bodyguard kneel on the ground. How is this possible? Jiang Haobai, who was getting ready for a sneak attack, stopped out of shock. The 3 bodyguards, one grasped his stomach as he tried to climb up, the other had a fractured arm, and the other was kneeling on the ground from just one chop. Jiang Haobai. Luo Feng's eyes were like flames, as if he was about to eat someone. What the hell are you doing? Luo Feng, what are you doing? Jiang Haobai quickly backed 2 steps away and yelled, "This is my home. How dare you barge in here and hit my people and still act so arrogantly? You dare hit my dad, kick my dad." Luo Feng clenched his fists. All the muscles on his body were like steel, and his veins were like worms. "Your dad? I don't even know who your dad is. How could I hit your dad and kick you?" Jiang Haobai suddenly looked towards the 3 workers who were still dirty and covered in footprints. He realized in an instant why Luo Feng just barged in without saying anything and started attacking. Jiang Haobai looked at Luo Feng, who seemed like he was about to eat someone, and immediately howled, "Luo Feng, I'm warning you, you Peng." Luo Feng kicked sharply. His leg, like lightning, hit against Jiang Haobai's stomach, which caused Jiang Haobai to lie on the floor with his face bursting red. "Warning my ass." Luo Feng grabbed Jiang Haobai by the collar. His grab caused Jiang Haobai to be suspended in the air. You Jiang Haobai wanted to speak, but he was grabbed by the collar and completely suspended, which put a lot of pressure on his neck. It was already hard to breathe, so there's no way he'd be able to talk. Put the owner down right now. A sound of anger came from far away. A group of around 10 bodyguards fully equipped were rushing. There were cameras all over the place in the Sky Garden sector, so the guards knew about the fight right away. All the people living in this sector were important, so security was high. They rushed here in an instant and called the police. As Luo Feng saw the guards coming, he sneered at Jiang Haobai and threw him to the side like an object. Jiang Haobai fell onto the grass of the lawn, which colored parts of his white shirt green. "Dad, are you alright?" Luo Feng walked towards Luo Hongguo's side. "It's nothing, just a few scratches." Luo Hongguo looked at the bodyguards, who seemed to be in pain, and Jiang Haobai's sick face, and worriedly said in a low voice, "Feng, how come you don't even know how to control your power? You beat them up like this, so the medical fees will surely be high. They could even sue you." "Yay, Feng, you went a bit overboard." Another worker was worried. "Doesn't matter, great job. They didn't even treat us like people before," the other tall worker said in anger. The sector's guards knew the wealthy families well. The Zhang family's 3 bodyguards were all elite bodyguards, and were elite members of the dojo. Now that they all suffered major injuries, they won't provoke Luo Feng for a while. Even though you get paid for being a bodyguard, nobody is willing to get beat up and have their bones fractured like those 3 bodyguards. Beep tilde 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 beep tilde tilde tilde. Suddenly, the sound of a police siren came, so everyone turned their heads and saw one police car quickly stop in front of the Jiang family's gate. 4 car doors opened and 4 policemen sprinted out. "The police is here." The guards immediately moved out of the way. "Not good, the police is here." Luo Hongguo and his group were all surprised, and Luo Hongguo dragged Luo Feng to a corner and quickly said in a low voice, "Feng, you injured them. So there'll be problems once you arrive at the police station. Don't rush, I'll find you a lawyer immediately." "Dad, I passed the prospective fighter exam," Luo Feng quietly said. With just this one phrase, Luo Hongguo, who was extremely impatient, immediately relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. "Really? That's great. Feng, if you pass the exam, then even those policemen don't have the right to detain you?" Prospective fighters become fighters after taking the fighter combat exam. Once their body fitness passes, then they can train their genetic energy. So, according to the rules of the country, once a prospective fighter or a fighter gets dragged into cases, the security agency of the city takes care of things. Jiangnan City naturally has Jiangnan City's security agency take care of things, so regular policemen have no right to detain them. However, Dad, the higher authority still needs to approve of my passing. It will take a few more days until the prospective fighter documents arrive at my home and get updated in my profile, Luo Feng said quietly. So, according to the law, I'm technically not a prospective fighter right now. I'll only become one in a few more days. Luo Feng officially becomes a prospective fighter when it's recorded into his public profile. Even if there is trouble these few days, there's no problem. Contact the dojo of limits and have them vouch for me and prove that I passed the prospective fighter exam. After that, I can leave the police station immediately, Luo Feng said. However, if there's no trouble, then there's no need to go through all that hassle. It's just a few days in the police station. After that, I wouldn't be able to stay even if I wanted to. Luo Hongguo nodded. "Luo Feng." The two policemen walked over and one of them reprimanded, "You dare barge into other civilians' property and injure their men. Walk, you're coming with us to the police station." "My police friends, I'll cooperate," Luo Feng smiled as he walked forward. "Let's go. However, I'm not sure if your car can fit all of us." The two policemen panicked. "Don't worry, I have a car." Zhang Haobai turned his head and looked towards the four policemen. "Uncle Liu, he attacked and injured me and my 3 bodyguards. We are all witnesses for that. Bring them all," the policeman called. Uncle Liu ordered. Luo Feng. Zhang Haobai maliciously looked at Luo Feng. The rage in his heart was great. His rage has already been collecting throughout the 3 years of high school. Luo Feng's beating today reminded him of the time where a similar situation happened in the dojo. "This time, even death won't get you out of this. You dare injure me and my bodyguard so badly. We can even make this a case and give you a few years in prison. Let's see if you're still so arrogant then." Luo Feng smiled as he walked into the police car with the policeman. "Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts." Down. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Jail. The room was empty, dark and cold. Cold air constantly flowed in. You couldn't help but to shiver. This is the interrogation room. Yet Luo Feng had a look of curiosity on his face as he looked around the room. "They threw me in this dark room and set the sea on such a high setting. Are they trying to do some psychological warfare?" Before the interrogation even started, Luo Feng has already won. Luo Feng, who has already passed the prospective fighter exam, is unafraid of any of the police's tricks. Outside in the security room, a few policemen looked inside the room through their security cameras. One of the young female officers wondered, "Head, how come this young man doesn't feel anything at all?" Usually when someone enters the interrogation room and stays there for half an hour, they start panicking due to their own worries. Don't underestimate him. His profile states that he is an elite member of the dojo, and he even injured 4 elite members. The bald middle-aged officer laughed. "One harmed 4. If he's that strong, is it possible that he's a prospective fighter?" "If he is, then that'll be a problem," said one of the young male officers. "He isn't a prospective fighter. His profile says it clearly," the bald middle-aged officer said. "Let's go, Zhao Yang. Come with me to interrogate him for a bit." "Yes, head." Inside the interrogation room, Luo Feng has been waiting for over half an hour. "You're here?" Luo Feng smiled as he watched the 2 policemen enter. The bald middle-aged officer was startled. This young man was unexpectedly calm. He came in with the other young officer and sat in front of the interrogation desk. He then smiled, saying, "Sorry, we were interrogating a few others just now which caused a delay. So that's why it took us so long to arrive." "No problem," Luo Feng then asked. "What about the 3 workers from the remodeling company? Where did they go?" "We let them return home." The bald middle-aged officer seemed friendly. Luo Feng nodded. In this case, Luo Hongguo and his group were victims, so they were let off the hook. The 3 workers from the remodeling company and Zhang Haobai and his 3 bodyguards all told us all about what happened. The truth is against you. Do you have any words? The bald middle-aged officer stared at Luo Feng. Usually, when someone hears that the truth isn't with them, they try to explain themselves. Luo Feng smiled. Nothing much. Yang Haobai and his 3 bodyguards, those 4 are maggots. They dared to hit my dad, so I just taught them a lesson. Him. The bald middle-aged officer and the young male officer were stunned. "Peng." The young middle-aged officer slammed the table and scolded, "Luo Feng, get real. This is the police station. Stop being so arrogant." "Arrogant? I was telling you what happened. Luo Feng smiled. All right, that's all I have to say. The bald middle-aged officer frowned. Luo Feng, your arrogance will not help your case. You purposefully injured them to such an extent, so a couple years in jail wouldn't be surprising. You better explain the events of what happened in detail. I have nothing much to say, Luo Feng said as he shook his head. The bald middle-aged officer frowned. He looked at Luo Feng carefully, who remained silent. Finally, the bald middle-aged officer waved his hand and said, "Okay then. You'll regret this. Take him down." Luo Feng smiled as he stood up. 2 male officers rushed in the interrogation room and forcefully escorted him out. The Jian region jail is right next to the police station. The influence of the fighters has caused today's society to fight and brawl a lot, so many people are detained here. Each region has their own jail to detain these people, and Luo Feng will be entering jail today too. After changing into the gray prisoner uniform, Luo Feng was locked up. 299. This is the room. Go in. The guardsman pushed Luo Feng in and locked the prison door. The people locked up here were mostly thieves, drunk drivers, brawlers and criminals awaiting their trials. Luo Feng's case of a fight was common around here. Simply put, it was just a small fight between a few people. However, if this case is actually brought to the court, then there is indeed a chance of Luo Feng receiving a few years of imprisonment. The reason is, of course, Luo Feng is not a prospective fighter. In the prison cell. A new one. A bald brute with tattoos was lying on the bed. Next to him was an old man who was obediently giving him a massage. The bald brute glared at Luo Feng. "Kiddo, you are all skin and bones." "Not bad, come and kick my shin." Luo Feng looked strangely at the bald brute. He has heard rumors of bullying in the cell, but they were only rumors. This is the first time he has witnessed such an event. "Damn, are you deaf?" The bald brute glared and stood up. Interesting. Luo Feng was very curious. Pick in a fight? After the bald brute witnessed Luo Feng's lack of respect, he suddenly rose his palm leaf-like hand and went for Luo Feng's head. With a slight movement, Luo Feng's arm came out like a viper and grabbed the bald brute's wrist. Him. The bald brute shook violently. He felt like his arm was trapped by iron bands. He couldn't exert any strength at all and his face couldn't help but to change completely. He knew he was in deep trouble. "You want me to kick your shin?" Luo Feng's right hand's fingers strengthened and twisted the bald brute's wrist, who painfully got on the ground and begged, "My brother, I failed to recognize your might. Brother, please let me off the hook." The intense pain made him scream out uncontrollably. Luo Feng exerted some strength and tossed the bald brute against the wall. "Tell me whenever you want me to kick your shin," Luo Feng said in ill humor. With that, he suddenly leaped, and with some help with his right hand, he was already lying on the bed. The bald brute sat in the corner and rubbed his right arm's wrist. And the old man and the skinny young man on the bed, who were also in the cell, looked at the bald brute, and then looked at Luo Feng. "Baldy Wong, what's wrong?" The guardsman standing in front of the prison snickered. "Who messed with you? How did this happen?" "Oh, a quick reminder. That new young man who just joined you came here after beating 4 elite members of the dojo. Be careful and don't provoke him." After saying that, the guardsman hummed a small hymn and laughed. "Should have said that earlier." The bald brute looked in fear towards the bed. "One person beat 4 elite members of the dojo? That's messed up." Meanwhile, Luo Feng was thinking about what he read at the limit hall about the genetic energy techniques. Since I have nothing to do here anyway, when it gets dark, I might as well try to train my genetic energy. Fighters rely on genetic energy for their unstoppable strength. Times when Luo Feng was planning his genetic energy training in his cell inside a room in a cave near the Jian region police station, 2 young men were flirting with a young woman. One of them shrieked and howled as he sang. And that young man was precisely Zhang Haobai. "All right, you 2 can leave now." Zhang Haobai waved his hand. The only people that were left in the room were Zhang Haobai and another teenager who was wearing glasses. "Brother Zhu, I asked you here for a favor," Zhang Haobai spoke. "If you have something to ask for, then don't hold back." The glasses-wearing teenager laughed. "If I can help, then I definitely will do so right away. It's like this, there's someone named Luo Feng. This maggot always goes against me." As he was talking, Zhang Haobai spit in rage. "This time, he injured my 3 bodyguards and beat me up. Brother, I can't take this. This person is locked up in jail now, so I want to ask Brother Zhu to get through the guardsman and teach Luo Feng a lesson." "Oh, no problem. However, I need money for the guardsman's cooperation." The glasses-wearing teenager wrinkled his eyebrow. "Money is not a problem. I have 100,000 right here. After the task is complete, I'll give another 100,000. Zhang Haobai immediately threw his wallet towards the teenager. "Haha, awesome." The glasses-wearing teenager didn't even look at the wallet and nodded. 200,000. We can do anything to him as long as we don't kill him. "Tell me, how should we beat him up?" "Break one of his legs and one of his arms." Zhang Haobai clenched his teeth. "Sure, that's easy." The glasses-wearing teenager immediately nodded. Zhang Haobai reminded, "Brother Zhu, this Luo Feng is not an easy target. He beat me and my 3 bodyguards. No worries, the glasses-wearing teenager laughed in confidence. You can put 1,200 hearts worth of trust in me and wait for the good news. Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down, down, down. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Late night in jail. Deep into the night. The moon and stars weren't visible in today's sky, so the cell Luo Feng resided in was completely dark. Only the roads outside of the cell had some light. Snores kept ringing throughout the cell, showing that virtually everyone was in deep sleep. Suddenly on the left bed, Luo Feng, who was originally lying in rest, sat up. His legs were crossed, and his soles faced forwards. His hands rested on his legs, and his back was perfectly straight. According to the article I saw at the Limit Hall, there is only one type of genetic energy training on Earth: Wu Zin Xiang Tian training. Once someone reaches the body fitness level of a fighter, they usually are able to start their genetic energy training right away. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. The article said that the first feeling is the hardest. To absorb the cosmic energy, you need to be able to sense them first. According to the article, this energy is spread around the Earth. Even the stars in the universe has this energy. However, most people can't detect the presence of the energy. As long as I can do the feeling, it'll be easy to absorb them. The talented people can sense the energies on their first day of training. The less talented fighters take up to 1.5 years just to sense the energy. Luo Feng adjusted his breathing and kept the position of the Wu Zin Xiang Tian technique. The Wu Zin refers to the 2 soles, the 2 palms, and the main artery in the head. Note: Wu Zin means 5 hearts. Breathe. Luo Feng's breathing slowly stabilized. As he stabilized himself, Luo Feng could feel his heart becoming calm. My body has to loosen up. The Wu Zin Xiang Tian is a natural process. I have to calm my heart like a lake in the reflection of a mirror. Luo Feng's self-control was good, so he was able to slowly calm himself. Even his heart was calmed. It was completely silent. His breathing could barely be heard. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour. Luo Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Where is this so-called energy? How come I can't sense it? My heart and body should have been very calm just now. Maybe, like the article said, a talented person can succeed on the first day, but an untalented person would take 1.5 years to sense the energy. I'll try again. Luo Feng shut his eyes and tried to feel the energy described in the article. Relaxed, quiet. These were the 2 points that the Wu Zin Xiang Tian technique stressed the most. Still, not right. Half an hour later, Luo Feng opened his eyes. Luo Feng has witnessed that the first stage of genetic energy training feeling is very difficult. I'll try one last time. If I don't succeed, I'll wait until tomorrow night. I hope I can succeed. Luo Feng hoped in his heart, shut his eyes, and started to calm himself again in order to sense the energy. Time passed slowly. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 50 minutes, 1 hour, and 20 minutes. How come it's still not working? In his almost meditative state, Luo Feng's thoughts started to slow down too. Slowly, in this almost meditative state, Luo Feng had a bit of hope in the bottom of his heart, hoping to sense the energy. However, as time passed, Luo Feng was falling asleep. A normal person who thinks of nothing and closes his eyes for half an hour at late night would fall asleep, and Luo Feng has been going at this for 3 hours already. About to fall asleep, Luo Feng forgot to try and sense the energy. So comfortable, Luo Feng, who was falling asleep, felt a faint energy go through his soles, palms, and the major artery of his head. At a slow, steady rate, it entered his body. What is this? Luo Feng was still half asleep. It's the energy. Luo Feng abruptly woke up and opened his eyes. The feeling he had before immediately disappeared. Luo Feng never thought that he would be able to sense the energy when he was about to fall asleep. I felt it. That must be the energy I was looking for. Luo Feng was extremely happy inside. According to the article, once you pass the prospective fighter test, many people can start their genetic energy training. Even if you don't sense it consciously, your body slowly absorbs it unconsciously. Luo Feng knew that the feeling just now meant that he was absorbing the energy. However, this kind of absorption speed was much too slow. It's that kind of feeling. Luo Feng shut his eyes and tried to sense it again. He stabilized his breathing and calmed his heart. His consciousness focused on the soles of his feet, the palms of his hands, and the artery of his head. He tried to sense the energy he just felt. He felt like he sensed the energy, but at the same time he felt like he didn't. Slowly, the feeling was getting clearer and clearer. It's this. A very small thing like a breath floated slowly. When it neared Luo Feng's soles, it seeped in slowly. This is the energy. Luo Feng focused on the Wu Zin, and he focused on absorbing the energies. Naturally, the speed of which his soles, palms, and his head's artery absorb energy increased. It instantly neared to 100 times the speed. If we say that the energies seeped in like a few drops of water from a crack in a water pipe at the beginning, then now, the crack is larger, and, like a small river, the energies incessantly flowed into Luo Feng's body. The feeling made him shiver to the bone. The shapeless, colorless energy entered Luo Feng's body. The starving and thirsting cells crazily gobbled up the energy, which came in from 5 different paths. Inside the cell, as the energies entered the cells, it was quickly absorbed by the mitochondria, and at the same time, let out a strange energy. This energy was absorbed by the cell, which started causing earth-shattering changes. The DNA blueprints were also beginning to change slightly, and the cell started dividing, one into 2. Time passed slowly. Luo Feng's body kept changing, whether it was the surface of the skin, the muscles, the bones, and even the layers of every single cell. Every part of the body has changed. This change is life's evolution, an enhancement of life's genes. According to the training guide, humans, starting from birth, were unable to absorb the energies. So in a state of starvation, when you absorb the energies for the first time, you absorb the highest amount, which is also the time of the quickest strength boost. Luo Feng felt his fitness level changing. On the earth, and in the entire universe, there is an infinite amount of energy. The amount of which Luo Feng just absorbed is negligible. However, to Luo Feng, this is the biggest jump in strength he has ever had. The density of his bones increased, the cells reduced their volumes, and split into 2. The muscle fibers were enhancing themselves, and Luo Feng's body weight kept increasing. Life is so peculiar. In the brain, in a place where Luo Feng couldn't sense, the energies flowed in the depths of his brain. Since birth until now, the 3 shocks to the depths of his brain caused 3 comas, and tonight, a huge amount of energies were flowing in. However, this change was different from the other 3 times. It was more faint. Luo Feng, who was training, didn't notice it at all. Times, ding, tilde dawn, the sun just rose, around 5 or 6 a.m. All the bells in the jail were ringing. Each prisoner began to wake up. Luo Feng, who sat cross-legged for a while, finally opened his eyes and smiled. Indeed, this is the most energy I'll be able to absorb in one duration. I absorbed for almost 2 hours until my body was full. Luo Feng could feel that he had much more power than before. After last night, I feel like my fitness level has raised even more than what my coma during exams gave me. Luo Feng thought to himself. My fist strength would probably be around 1,500 kg now, maybe even higher. Only tests could tell how much his strength actually increased. Time for breakfast. Quite a few prisoners left their cells to eat. Luo Feng jumped off his bed, brushed his teeth, and washed his face in preparation for breakfast. At this time in the hallway, 3 uniform-wearing prisoners walked towards Luo Feng's cell. One of them yelled, "Baldi Wang, I heard a highly skilled person came into your cell, beating 4 elite members, single-handedly. Brother Liu, he sure is tough." In Luo Feng's cell, the bald brute laughed and nodded. Oh, the 3 prisoners exchanged glances, and one of them said in a low voice, "There's no mistake. The cell number, age, and strength are all correct. Brother Zhu was talking about him." Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down. Chapter 18. In the jail. After eating breakfast, the prisoners started returning to their cells one by one. In the 3rd cell from the left in the southern hallway, 4 prisoners lay quietly on their beds. One fatty said in a low voice, "Big brother, I talked to Boss Lai during breakfast, and he nodded in agreement. We'll send 3 of our professionals. With 2 of Boss Lai's gorillas, we'll have 5 men. With that Luo Feng shouldn't be a problem." "Fatty, I heard that Luo Feng could beat 4 elite members all by himself. He's quite a tough one." A brawny man with tattoos in the shape of a black dog said quietly. "Black dog, Fatty, other than us, Brother Zhu is sending out Cobra. Even if we don't succeed, Cobra definitely will." A one-eyed middle-aged man said quietly. "Cobra?" Fatty and the brawny black dog were all shocked. "Yay. In pure coincidence, Cobra is also locked up here." The one-eyed man nodded. "With Cobra, there's no way we can fail." Fatty got excited. "However, what does Cobra look like? We've never even seen him before." "We'll move together. After lunch I'll negotiate with Boss Lai." The one-eyed man said quietly. "Without error, we'll move together and take action at dinner time. Remember, bring your weapons." However, the weapons this prisoner was talking about were just small blades formed from sharpening a toothbrush. Even though there were some strict checks in this jail, it can't compare at all to a large-scale prison. However, even in a large-scale prison, crafty men are almost always able to smuggle guns and ammunition in. No matter how secure the place is, as long as people run it, there'll be loopholes. Of course, the people in this jail were just some small fry. They were armed with mere blades and glass pieces. "I, omelette, a half-eye, 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 omelette, a half-evening." Brother Luo, as he walked out of his cell, Every prisoner he met obediently greeted Luo Feng. Luo Feng's story of his battle between 4 elite members has spread around last night. Virtually everybody in the jail knew of this young man's strength. In the cafeteria. It's called a cafeteria, but it's just a sealed lobby. Long stabilized silver tables, around a couple dozen of them. Everything in this jail is pretty good, except the food. Since Luo Feng succeeded in his genetic energy training last night, he has been in a good mood for the entire day. He walked to the counter and received a plastic lunchbox from the guards, but only some food like mud was inside it. As he lowered his head and looked inside, there was only some food like gray mud. When he smelled it, there was the scent of potatoes. So this is the legendary raw meal. Luo Feng shook his head. It is quite famous, but though it's called raw meal, it's actually the undisputed absolute worst food of society. If you eat this raw meal, you only need 5 cents a day. Just knowing that should tell you enough about the quality of the things inside it. A silver lobby, a silver table, and a silver lunchbox. A large amount of uniform-wearing people came one by one and received their lunchboxes. Luo Feng sat on the side of the table and lowered his head as he started to eat this raw meal. At this time, a skinny, glasses-wearing teenager started cursing. Even pigs and dogs eat better food than this. As he ate 2 bites of the contents of the lunchbox next to Luo Feng. Hurry, you lost. Give me 2 smokes. What are you saying? In the large silver lobby, over 100 prisoners were talking to each other. It was very messy and chaotic. 2 guards stood outside the railing, both holding an assault rifle. They lazily glanced inside, and then started laughing and talking with each other. The security camera at the top continuously recorded all of the events of the silver lobby. Peng, a one-eyed brute, sat at a table 3 meters to the right of Luo Feng's. He glanced at Luo Feng and laughed. You're Luo Feng? Luo Feng looked at the one-eyed brute in the eye. You are. I'm Long. The one-eyed brute grinned as he laughed. One-eyed dragon, a low voice said. A short fat man sat in front of the one-eyed brute. At this time, 2 brutes sat next to him like steel towers. The 2 brutes coldly looked into the one-eyed brute. Then the short fat man laughed coldly. When we went outside to relax yesterday, your men hit my brother, right? Tell us, how are we going to resolve this issue? Fuck off. The one-eyed brute rolled his eye and lectured. Fatty lie, you better get away from me this instant. If you mess with me, don't blame me for not holding back. The short fat man stared coldly and laughed. One-eyed dragon, it seems like you don't want to talk. Luo Feng ate 2 more bites on the sidelines and glanced. He couldn't help but to be interested. In his point of view, it was clearly 2 major powers in the jail about to fight. Talk shit. If you still want to talk, fuck off. The one-eyed dragon's only eye rolled as he lectured. Screw it, attack! The short fat man's face was hideous as he shouted. Instantly, the 2 steel tower-like brutes next to him started moving. One of them lifted the long, silver table and slammed it against the one-eyed brute, while the other brute launched a kick like lightning. Dare hit our boss. Brothers, let's go. The entire lobby instantly became chaotic. Hey! One of the prisoners lifted the bench and ferociously slammed it on the security camera in the corner. Every time there's a large-scale gang fight in the jail, the first thing you do is break the camera. Without concrete evidence, the police naturally can just randomly select prisoners to blame. In the silver lobby, the one-eyed dragon threw out his right arm and blocked the brute's kick. However, it was a really powerful kick, so the one-eyed dragon stepped a few steps back, all the way to Luo Feng's side. The 2 steel tower-like brutes quickly pursued. The men under the one-eyed dragon also rushed towards this direction. Suddenly, Luo Feng was at the center of the gang fight. Can't believe I got messed up in this. Luo Feng could only stand up. He was too lazy to get involved in this. It was at this time that the fatty under the one-eyed dragon's command rushed towards Luo Feng. He suddenly revealed a blade sharpened from a screw and pointed it at Luo Feng's waist. Before that, the one-eyed dragon revealed a small blade in his hand and was getting ready to thrust it at Luo Feng. Luo Feng suddenly sensed danger. At the same time, he could feel a slight pain in his waist, as if something sharp has pierced his body. However, as Luo Feng tensed his muscles, he leapt up like a leopard and jumped past the table in front. But at this time, the 2 steel tower-like brutes launched their legs like battle axes towards Luo Feng. You're asking for death. Luo Feng, who understood what was going on in an instant, howled in a loud voice and slammed his 2 fists against the 2 legs. The 2 steel-like tower brutes, nicknamed gorillas, laughed coldly in their hearts. The explosive energy of the legs are way more powerful than the arms. Would they even fear Luo Feng? Peng peng, a low striking sound, followed by the sounds of bones breaking. The 2 ferocious steel tower-like brutes howled in pain. The 2 of them flew away from Luo Feng's fists and slammed against a faraway table. On the bench and floor, there were bloodstains that could shock you. The 2 brutes held their legs in pain as they rolled around on the ground. What? The one-eyed dragon along with Fatty and Black Dog, who were beside him, were all shocked. At this time, Wing Wang, an ear-piercing alarm rang. All the guardsmen in the jail rapidly rushed out of their resting areas to group up as they headed towards the cafeteria. Luo Feng touched his waist and saw that the blood has stained his uniform. The legends were right. Fighters that are capable of genetic energy trainings have fist strengths of 3 to 4,000 kd. A regular, small bullet are incapable of piercing through their muscles. The fatty's knife only went through Luo Feng's skin and was stopped by his muscles. So you guys were putting on a play. Luo Feng glanced at the one-eyed dragon and the short fat man, his eyes filled with ferocity, which caused the both of them to go pale from shock. Everyone at him, he's injured. The one-eyed dragon shouted in rage. Everyone together. The short fat man also howled loudly. As they shouted, they lifted benches to slam Luo Feng with. Following their boss's actions, the other men naturally started to rush together with their own benches. Luo Feng's movements were like a phantom's. His 2 legs were like cannon shots, kicking every prisoner into the air. For the regular prisoners, Luo Feng wasn't too cruel, since they were just following orders. However, Luo Feng would not show any mercy to the 2 leaders and the fatty who stabbed him. Pooh! Luo Feng's chop broke the bench in half and his arm slammed on the one-eyed dragon's, causing him to fly up in the air. His arm made a counterclockwise 90-degree turn. People were all being launched into the air. Benches and tables were being twisted and shattered one by one. The difference. This is the difference between a fighter who has trained in the genetic energy techniques and regular aggressive convicts. As Luo Feng scanned the group of prisoners, the skinny glasses-wearing teenager who was silently watching suddenly waved his hand. Lay off! As a cold light passed through the sky, he was already in front of Luo Feng. Chapter 19. The skinny teenager was Jian Region's famous Cobra. His rise to fame is his one-handed throwing knife technique. When the other prisoners started mobbing Luo Feng, the Cobra teenager searched for the best opportunity to strike. Right when Luo Feng was getting out of hand, he attacked. The thrown knife was very sinister. As it flew, it was blocked by a prisoner's body, so Luo Feng didn't even realize what was coming for him. He'll know. Cobra, in Chinese, is literally glass snake. Zhu! The knife flew between the gap of a prisoner's pants who was thrown up by Luo Feng. When Luo Feng saw the knife, it was only 2 meters away. Not good. I can't make it. Luo Feng's reaction speed was fast, but he didn't have enough time to move his body out of the way. The knife wasn't aiming for any vital organs, but for Luo Feng's right shoulder. No, Luo Feng glanced. For a fighter, his arms are extremely important. Luo Feng uses blades and is right-handed. If the knife breaks through the joint and splits the bone, then he wouldn't be able to use his techniques against the beasts for a few months. In other words, if he gets hit, he wouldn't be able to participate in the August 1st fighter combat exam. He would have to wait until next year's February 1st. No, get out of the way. With the knife's speed and the 3-meter distance, Luo Feng's thoughts weren't thinking about the consequences at all. At this exact second, at this crucial moment, Luo Feng's spirit tightened and all of his muscles were pushed to the extreme. He stared at the knife with only one goal in mind. Dodge this knife. Don't let this knife hit my shoulder. Pooh! The knife, which was right about to hit Luo Feng, strangely and mysteriously slightly changed direction. It was about to make a direct hit with Luo Feng's shoulder, but now it only grazed it and damaged Luo Feng's first layer of skin. The blood slowly dyed Luo Feng's uniform at the shoulder area. Everybody down on their knees. Everybody down on their knees. Hurry and get down at this time. A large amount of assault rifle-wielding guardsmen rushed into the lobby. All the prisoners who were previously out of control obediently kneeled. Even that skinny Cobra teenager kneeled. He looked at Luo Feng with a shocked face. How could this happen? How did my knife miss? Seeing the police rush in, even Luo Feng immediately kneeled. How did the knife change direction just now? Luo Feng, who was kneeling, was confused. However, a horrible headache without any prior warnings manifested. Pain was as if someone was pounding a spike into Luo Feng's brain. The pain caused Luo Feng's entire body to cramp, and he fell on the ground. What happened? You guys come look with me. The police, who already had the situation under control, were astonished at Luo Feng's look. Luo Feng was completely red and was sweating a lot. Some blood even came out instead of sweat, which caused Luo Feng's uniform to turn almost completely red. His veins were bursting like a blue snake coiling around Luo Feng, which made him look unprecedentedly hideous. Not good. He's already out. Hurry and send him to the medical room. Even though Luo Feng lost consciousness, his body was still completely red. In Luo Feng's mind, a huge, mysterious power continuously surged from Luo Feng's mind and instantly merged with every spot in Luo Feng's body. Under the baptism of this mysterious power, Luo Feng's bones, organs, blood, muscles, and skin were undergoing drastic changes. Even every cell was changing rapidly. This rate of change was hundreds to thousands of times faster compared to Luo Feng's genetic energy training. In theory, such drastic change should tear apart the body. However, as the mysterious power merged, Luo Feng's insides were completely unharmed, despite his cramps, loss of blood, etc. Hurry carefully, send him to the medical room. The police started to carry Luo Feng to the medical room. The mess caused by the large-scale gang fight was quickly cleaned out. I am loud. A half 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 8 p.m. In the eerie 3-story jail, there was a movie being played on a 200-inch screen in the lobby on the first floor. Stop, a middle-aged man said as he sat on the sofa while wearing pajamas. Immediately, the movie being played was paused. At this time, a knocking noise came from outside. Come in. The door opened and a man wearing a military uniform came in and greeted, "Officer, we investigated everything about this time's large gang fight. Yuan Jiang organized this to deal with the young man named Luo Feng. However, the result was a large amount of people injured in battle against Luo Feng. Some even have major wounds. That Yuan Jiang kid, using his Yu family's influence, he's quite cocky," the pajama-wearing middle-aged man said indifferently. "Even though Yuan Jiang organized this, we estimate that the young man named Zhang Haobai is the true person behind this," the military officer said respectfully. "We flipped through Luo Feng's files. His reason for being locked up is related to Zhang Haobai, so the chances of Zhang Haobai asking Yuan Jiang for help is quite high. China has 6 major cities at the moment. Since humanity has gathered together like never before, the country's control over their citizens increased. However, officer, our investigation of the gang fight's battle scene, the metal benches and tables marks, show that Luo Feng's fitness level has no doubt reached a fighter's," the military officer said with confidence and persuasion. All of the benches and tables in the jail were made out of metal. Luo Feng's fists completely deformed the tables, and his one chop cut the benches in half. "How fearsome is this? A level of a fighter?" The middle-aged man, who was indifferent up to now, suddenly stood up and frowned as he stared at the officer. "Are you sure?" 100% sure," the military officer replied. "I just called the Thunder Dojo and the Dojo of Limits to confirm it. Luo Feng has taken the prospective fighter exam and passed. It's just that his profile isn't updated, but I'm sure it will be in these few days." "A prospective fighter? What did he come running to a jail for, if he's a prospective fighter?" The middle-aged man frowned. "If things really heat up, then there'll be a huge problem. All fighters, no matter who, take their rights seriously. If a fighter suffered losses because of the police system, then all of the fighters will be unhappy. There'll be big trouble then. Since the police do not have the right to make any sort of detainment against fighters." "Where is this Luo Feng person?" said the middle-aged man. "He has had a weird headache sickness since he was young. It happened during his high school exams and now it just happened again. However, everything is fine now. He is still in a coma in the medical room," replied the military officer. The middle-aged man thought for a bit and ordered, "Immediately bring Luo Feng to the military personnel recuperation region and let him rest. After he wakes up, bring me to make a personal apology. Tomorrow morning, we'll contact the Dojo of Limits he resides at and explain everything. We must keep the situation under control. After that, we'll send him home." "Yes, officer." The military officer went to carry out his orders and left. "I am loud. A half I 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 am loud. A half." Late night. Luo Feng's eyes made a few slight movements, and then opened as he sat alone in the gloomy room. "Where is this?" Luo Feng suddenly came to and scanned the surroundings. The spots on the fence outside the window were clear, and the neighbor's television's volume was extremely high. Luo Feng could even hear the conversations outside on the sidewalk. "No, it's not that they're loud. It's that my hearing has improved by a lot." Luo Feng got off the bed and stood up. As he walked around in the room, his sight, hearing, and even sense of smell improved by an amazing amount. Luo Feng's gaze landed on a stool beside him. With a heartbeat, he felt a formless energy instantly take control of the stool. This formless energy was unable to be sensed, but Luo Feng himself could feel it clearly. This formless energy came from his mind. "What is this power? How did I get this kind of power?" Luo Feng could feel his heart beat faster as he felt the supernatural power act like a formless hand. "Who?" At this time of the night, the stool actually started floating. With Luo Feng's one thought, the entire bed beside him started floating. He turned his head to a television, and even it started floating too. Soon after were 3 chairs, a tea-making machine, and the cabinet beside him. All of them were floating above the ground. Very quickly, almost everything in this room was floating above the ground like in space where there's no gravity. "I can make all of these things float, and yet not feel challenged or tired at all." Luo Feng slowly walked to the balcony. It was late at night, and completely silent. Luo Feng's gaze landed upon a fence, and with one thought, "Ka!" One of the columns of the fence started rotating, and it detached itself from the fence. The column's front part, under Luo Feng's gaze, started twisting and turning and turned sharp. It became a steel needle. All of this was floating in mid-air with the formless power. Go, Luo Feng thought. This column moved like lightning and shot towards a fake mountain in a small region. In amazing speed, the needle pierced through the boulder on the fake mountain. After piercing through, it turned around and flew straight through the hole it made. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The steel needle was like an uncountable number of phantoms as it pierced the fake mountain. As if pierced through a huge amount of armor-piercing bullets, the mountain quickly became a sieve. Ping! There was suddenly the sound of an explosion. The fake mountain that was 2 to 3 meter high burst open and became countless little shattered rocks. The needle that Luo Feng was controlling also blew up and became powder. Who's there? WW tilde 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 WW tilde tilde tilde. The entire recuperation area's sirens were going off. A large amount of lights were lit up and quite a few assault rifle-wielding guardsmen rushed over. Luo Feng immediately ran back to the bed in his room, still shocked and awed. That rock, which was easily 2 meters thick, was pierced through in an instant. My needle's power was like a heavy Pi-Mei sniper rifle shooting through armor. The needle wasn't sturdy enough, so it turned into powder as it pierced through the fake mountain. I pierced through it 100 times in just one instant. Wouldn't that be like shooting 100 armor-piercing bullets? Luo Feng took a deep breath. Just what is happening? That mysterious, fearsome power in this regular military recuperation area has awakened. Chapter 20. No lights were turned on in the gloomy room. In utter darkness, Luo Feng sat on the sofa. He was unable to calm down. This power is too powerful. A regular pistol could only make a dent out of that huge boulder. With my needle, I easily destroyed the fake mountain. Its power is easily tens to hundreds of times stronger. In the war between man and beast that has lasted for a couple dozen years, man couldn't achieve victory because the beasts are too strong. There are weak and strong monsters in their horde. Even the weakest monsters can shake off the pistol's attacks. Even the weakest fighter can block the bullet with just their muscles. For the stronger monsters, even military-grade weapons cannot harm them. Only heavy-class sniper rifles, huge-barreled heavy machine guns, high-rate-of-fire machine guns, cannons, etc., can harm them. Of course, the top monsters like the black-crowned eagle wouldn't even lose a feather after withstanding a barrage from the 20 fire god cannon. That is truly terrifying. I can't believe I have telekinesis. Could this be? Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a spirit reader's spiritual force? Luo Feng knew very little about spirit readers. However, he knew some basic information. Spirit readers were usually powerful fighters who also train their genetic energy. However, spirit readers not only train the basic genetic energy, but also their second power, telekinesis. Half I am Lao. Half this telekinesis is called by most spiritual force. However, I'll have to check later if it's actually spiritual force, Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng has only seen one spirit reader since birth, and that is the mysterious black-robed person chief instructor Wu Tong called Captain in Yangzhou City's Limit Hall. The needle's power was powerful, but it would be no use against the black-crowned eagle. Only a high-intensity laser cannon or nuclear weapons could pose a threat to them. Luo Feng was clear that, even though his current power was amazing, there are tens to hundreds to thousands of even more powerful existences on Earth. According to the internet, the strongest fighter who slayed the black-crowned eagle, his speed surpasses the speed of sound. He can cut the black-crowned eagle in half with just a knife. One kick could destroy a 6-story apartment. This is the strongest person within all the fighters. The strongest fighter Hong, the second strongest thunder god, are treated as equals by the 5 major countries. Luo Feng took a deep breath. For a country to treat one person as an equal, it's obvious that their powers are insanely high. My needle probably can't even touch their bodies, Luo Feng reminded himself. Even though he was powerful, there are still many other powerful people. Even though he reminded himself this, those fighters are too far ahead for Luo Feng to comprehend. Luo Feng's current power is enough for his family to live a great life. Work hard. I'm still young, so I might be able to stand in the circle of the strongest fighters in the future, Luo Feng thought with excitement. In this gloomy room, Luo Feng has awakened, so he was too excited to sleep. Whatever, I'm too worked up to sleep now. I guess I'll do some genetic energy training. Luo Feng got into the Wuzhen Zhangtian position and closed his eyes to start training. His body already has some genetic energy, and he has previous experience, so it was very easy to sense the energy. The genetic energy flowed through his soul's palms and the artery of his head. It seems like the rate of absorption is faster today. The energy followed the 5 paths into Luo Feng's body. Every cell in every location gulped down this mysterious energy. With the mitochondrial conversion, the energy turned into genetic energy. My head. Luo Feng could feel that a large amount of energy flowed into his brain and gathered there. After something like a tremor of a soul, Luo Feng surprisingly found out that his consciousness has moved to a very mysterious place. This mysterious place had no borders or walls, it was just an infinite expanse of fog. In this fog, there was a dark golden ball. This dark, golden ball was like a star that slowly rotated by itself, while releasing a stream of fog. This mysterious place's fog kept increasing. This fog is the spiritual force? Luo Feng easily felt the energy in the fog. It was his spiritual force that he used to control things. Also, Luo Feng clearly saw a stream of transparent energy leak into this mysterious place. The energy quickly assimilated into the fog's energy. Luo Feng could feel that the transparent energy was the cosmic energy. This fog is the spiritual force, and this transparent energy is the cosmic energy. The cosmic energy is sucked into here and transformed into spiritual force. My spiritual force extends from my brain. Luo Feng was shocked. This place is my brain? Or should I say my conscious realm? The conscious realm is a special title fighters use for the mind. Why is there a dark, golden ball in the middle of my conscious realm? Luo Feng observed as this dark golden ball constantly rotated by itself and released the fog's spiritual force. As it released the spiritual force, Luo Feng's mind was also comfortable. This dark, golden ball might be the cause for all my comas. Luo Feng had an intuition. A dark golden ball releasing spiritual force? In the past I didn't have any spiritual force. I only had it after this time's coma, Luo Feng thought. Then with this time's coma, this dark, golden ball released a large amount of spiritual force. Not only did it grant me the power of telekinesis, but it also enhanced my body. His fitness level was strong, but compared to telekinesis, it was nothing. When the prisoners were attacking me, one of them threw a knife. That knife suddenly changed direction when it was about to pierce through my shoulder. I guess that was because of my spiritual force. Luo Feng easily deducted the truth from the situation. Indeed, the dark, golden ball did release a large amount of spiritual force from this time's coma. However, when Luo Feng first started doing genetic energy training on his first night in jail, the cosmic energy started triggering changes in his conscious realm. Even without the throwing knife, the dark, golden ball was already releasing a large amount of spiritual force. As time passed, it built up and gave him the power of telekinesis. The throwing knife attack only caused Luo Feng to awaken earlier. There's a 90% chance that this dark, golden ball was acting up and caused my comas as a result. However, now that the dark, golden ball is constantly releasing spiritual force, I shouldn't be going into a coma anymore. Luo Feng thought that, like a dam holding back water, the dark, golden ball couldn't release any spiritual force. Because of that, Luo Feng had headaches every day. Now that there's a channel for the water to drain out, there's naturally no problem anymore. I am loud. A half 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 dawn of day 2. When Luo Feng was leaving the room and went downstairs, he realized there was someone sitting in the lobby. Good morning, mister. Luo Feng, a man in a military uniform, stood up and smiled. Hello, Luo Feng said suspiciously. Where is this place? How did I get here? Also, I think I've never met you before. The military officer smiled. Let me introduce myself. I am Jian Region's Jail's Tongan. This is my Jian Region's military recuperation area. Mr. Luo Feng, I can't believe that you already passed the prospective fighter exam. Of course, our jail has no right to keep Mr. Luo Feng here, so Mr. Luo Feng has the right to go home now. Go home now? Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng wasn't surprised, since when he beat up so many prisoners yesterday, and especially when he left so many dents on the metal tables, it was easy for people to realize his true strength. I want to ask, who was behind all of this? Luo Feng frowned. The military officer hesitated. If your jail cannot answer, I will contact the Dojo of Limits and go through Jiangnan City's security agency to find everything out, said Luo Feng. Once this matter goes out, people will know that a prospective fighter was locked up in a jail and mobbed by prisoners, and that the jail tried to hide the offenders. In the higher authorities of the jail, there'll definitely be trouble. The military officer laughed. Don't rush, Mr. Luo Feng. It's like this. According to our investigations, a gang leader named Zhu Huayang organized this attack. According to our investigation, they wanted to break Mr. Luo Feng's arm and leg. Oh, Luo Feng frowned. Break my arm and leg? How cruel. They want to take me out. I don't even know this Zhu Huayang. Who made him do it? The military officer replied. We have already interrogated Zhu Huayang. A teenager named Zhang Haobai asked him to do it. Zhang Haobai. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. He doesn't know when to quit. Indeed, he doesn't. The military officer smiled. Luo Feng, you can choose to go through Jiangnan City's security agency to detain Zhang Haobai. He was the mastermind of a plot to harm a prospective fighter, which is a heavy crime. It's normal for him to get 20 years in prison. Don't blame me for speaking out of turn, but Zhang Haobai's uncle is also a fighter, said the military officer. Luo Feng, You can choose to make his uncle lose face and ask the security agency to detain Jiang Haobai's, since the security agency deals with all the fighters matters and have immense power. Jiang Haobai's uncle cannot influence the actions of the security agency at all. You can choose to make an enemy out of his uncle and deal with Jiang Haobai. You can also negotiate with him in private and make the Jiang family pay money. All of this will be decided by you. Luo Feng, the military officer, smiled. That's all I had to say. Your cell phone and other belongings are all right here, Mr. Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. To negotiate in private and make him pay a large sum of money, or deal with him regardless of the consequences. Hello, Dad. Luo Feng held up the cell phone and called. I left the jail already, and I'll be home in a bit to eat breakfast. Don't worry, Dad. Your son is very strong now. How could there be any problems? Chapter 21. On the day that Luo Feng was released, the two people, Zhu Huayang and Jiang Haobai, were in a room in an exotic tea house. Brother Zhu, is something wrong? You called me here so early in the morning, Jiang Haobai said in a quiet, low voice. Did that thing have results? If you did, then rest assured, Brother Zhu, there is absolutely no problem with the money part. Jiang Haobai was looking forward to whether or not Luo Feng's arm and leg were broken. Zhu Huayang sat there with a gloomy face, not saying anything. Brother Zhu? Jiang Haobai felt that there was something weird with the mood and quietly said, Brother Zhu, why don't you say anything? Jiang Haobai, how cruel. You were tired of living and tried to drag me down with you. Zhu Huayang looked coldly at Jiang Haobai. What did I do? Jiang Haobai's mind was blank as he nervously said, Brother Zhu, what's going on? Tell me clearly. Jiang Haobai knew that something was off because of Zhu Huayang's attitude and face, but he didn't know exactly what happened. Zhu Huayang took in a deep breath and said quietly, Jiang Haobai, you told me to break Luo Feng's leg and arm, right? Yes, what? Jiang Haobai said as he nodded his head. What? Zhu Huayang said coldly as he sneered, that Luo Feng you want to deal with is a prospective fighter. Prospective fighter? Jiang Haobai went completely blank for a moment. Silence. The room was completely silent. Jiang Haobai's face was pale, and he sat there without moving a hair. Balls of sweat constantly leaked out of his forehead. Zhu Huayang laughed coldly on the side as he sipped his tea, not saying anything. How could this happen? Jiang Haobai's feelings of jealousy were completely gone. The only feeling he had left was fear. His family was rich, so he was clear about the prospective fighter's privileges. For him to have sent people to break a prospective fighter's arm and leg, the prospective fighter can go through the Jiangnan City Security Agency and detain him. Once he enters the security agency, his life is ruined. No, Jiang Haobai's face was completely pale. You're finally scared and shocked, speechless? Zhu Huayang angrily slammed the cup onto the table and yelled, Fuck, if this piece of trash really wants to die, then don't drag me down with you. A prospective fighter, you sent me to break a prospective fighter's arm and leg. If he reports this to the security agency, I'm in big trouble too. Zhu Huayang angrily clenched his teeth. Brother Zhu, what should I do? What on earth should I do? Said Jiang Haobai. I don't want to get captured to the security agency. Tell me, what on earth should I do? The security agency, for regular citizens, it is a mysterious yet horrifying place. If you get captured by them, your life is practically over. Oh yeah, Brother Zhu, did you rat me out? Jiang Haobai's eyes flashed. If only Zhu Huayang knew that Jiang Haobai sent him to do this, then he still has some hope if he didn't get ratted out. What the fuck are you thinking, you dog? Zhu Huayang angrily said as he stood up and pointed at Jiang Haobai. The government's men were interrogating me, and I still dare not say. If I don't, then I'll die for you. Jiang Haobai froze. Indeed, if Zhu Huayang didn't tell the truth, then he would be in huge trouble. I only came and told you this because we have been together for so many years. At least you'll know what's going on when you get captured by the security agency. Zhu Huayang sneered. I advise you to go back and discuss this with your father. Your father has more connections, so he'll definitely have a higher chance of doing something about this compared to you. Brother, your brothers, you won't stay here any longer. I'll be going ahead. I already paid the bill, so you don't have to pay. After saying that, Zhu Huayang directly opened the door and walked out. Only Jiang Haobai was left in the room. How could this happen? Jiang Haobai sat on the chair and shook his head, still unable to believe what was happening. How could he be a prospective fighter? Before high school exams, he only had a fist strength of 100k. Just in these few days, how did he become a prospective fighter? No, I don't want to get captured by the security agency. Dad. I need to go find my dad. Jiang Haobai dashed out of the tea house with a pale face and sprinted home as fast as he could. A half I, umlaut, 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 a half at home, Yang Haobai sat on the living room sofa with both fists clenched and his body shaking. Ha! The door was opened. Haobai, what did you call me so urgently for? And you even said if I come late, you'll die? Yang Zilong hastily ran home from the company. When he saw the look on his son's face, he got goosebumps as he thought, not good. This kid Haobai must have got caught in something huge. Dad, I'm in trouble. Zhang Haobai lifted his head and looked at his father. Just these few simple words, I'm in trouble, made Zhang Zilong's heart go cold. Tell me exactly what happened. Tell me specifically and leave absolutely nothing out. Say everything clearly. Zhang Zilong's expression became serious. Even though he knew there was trouble, he didn't panic. He did survive through the Grand Nirvana period, so what kind of things hasn't he seen before? Yang Haobai took in a deep breath. It's like this. Last time in our garden, a remodeling company came to move our furniture. From the start to the end, Zhang Haobai hid nothing and said everything. You actually tried to beat up a prospective fighter? Yang Zilong stared. I didn't know. When Zhang Haobai saw his father stare like this, he panicked. If I knew, then even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't have done it. Yang Zilong took in a deep breath, and without saying anything, took out his cell phone to make a call. Beep tilde tilde beep tilde tilde beep. This sound came from Zhang Zilong's cell phone. Zhang Zilong couldn't help but to frown. What happened, Dad? Yang Haobai asked. I called your uncle, but he's hunting monsters outside the city. Zhang Zilong sat on the sofa. Wait for your uncle to call back. Outside the city, nobody knows where a monster could be hiding. So usually, people find a safe area first before contacting people in the city. 1 moment later, Big bro, what's wrong? A low voice rang. I'm a bit busy right now. Who this time's matter is big. Your nephew messed up hard, Zhang Zilong said, his eyes red. What did Haobai do? Big bro, tell me. I'm listening. The sound came from Zhang Zilong's brother Zhang Zihu. It's like this. Zhang Zilong immediately repeated everything that his son just told him. After a brief silence, Zhang Zihu's voice carried over. Haobai, this kid dare cause trouble with a prospective fighter. That was too daring. Okay, from now on, stay home every day, Haobai. Do not cause any more trouble outside. And do not make contact with that Luo Feng. Okay, Uncle. Zhang Haobai, as if he was holding on to his last straw, nodded in agreement. Okay, you guys don't do anything. The sound from the cell phone continued. Wait for me to come home. Even if the security agency comes and captures you, don't do anything. Wait for me to come back no matter what. My current mission is quite important, so I estimate that I'll need another 1 to 2 months before I can come back. Okay, Zhang Haobai nodded. Rest assured, Haobai. You're my big bro's only child. I'll do everything in my power to protect you. The sound from the cell phone continued. Big bro, my captain is calling me, so I won't say any more. Remember, do not do anything and wait for me to come back. The call ended. It was only now that Zhang Zilong and Zhang Haobai could let out a breath. I am loud. A half 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 I am loud. A half. The Zhang family was panicking, but the Luo family was happy. After dinner, Luo Feng brought his brother Luo Hua downstairs and walked as he pushed the wheelchair. Brother, we've been living in this area for around a dozen years. Dad and Mom have been living here for over 20 years. Luo Hua raised his head and looked at the apartment. The apartment was packed and had little vegetation. After we leave this place and go into that Ming-Yu area, I want to come out and walk around by myself. Going up and down the stairs every day was an unbelievably hard task for the handicapped Luo Hua. Okay, Luo Feng smiled as he nodded and pushed the wheelchair. Hua, we'll finally be exposed to the sun. We finally can get out that small room, and Mom and Dad finally won't have to sleep on the couch. Luo Hua nodded. They have wished for this day for so long. Someone's coming. Luo Hua raised his head and looked forwards. A young teenager wearing glasses smiled as he walked over. He first smiled to the handicapped Luo Hua and then looked at Luo Feng. Brother Luo, right? You are? Luo Feng looked at him suspiciously. The teenage boy smiled. Hello, Brother Luo. My name is Zhu Hua Yang. Does Brother Luo have some time for us to find a place and chat? Chapter 22. Zhu Hua Yang. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat, so it was him. The military officer from the jail said that Zhang Haobai asked Zhu Hua Yang to organize the attack. You are Zhu Hua Yang. Luo Feng let out a small smile. Zhu Hua Yang got goosebumps. He panicked under Luo Feng's gaze. There was no way he couldn't panic. If Luo Feng really wanted to deal with him, he would be in huge trouble. Zhu Hua Yang kept his smile on. Yes, that is me. Brother Luo, shall we go find a place to chat? That's fine. Luo Feng nodded. I have some things to say to you too. I am loud. A half 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 on a street, not too far from the southern shore region, was a Yangzhou spa hotel. This place is quite expensive. Even a small suite costs at least $1,000. Luo Feng has heard of this place, but has never actually entered it himself. And this time, he brought his brother and Zhu Huayang. The Yangzhou Spa Hotel was a place to take baths, wash your feet, and enjoy entertainment all in area. Okay, you can go now. I'll call you if anything comes up. Zhu Huayang ordered in a particular room in the spa hotel. Yes, Mr. The waiter left. There were 3 rooms in this suite. A bathroom designed especially for baths, a resting room, where you can drink tea and discuss matters, and an entertainment room, where you can go on the internet, watch television and sing. Hua, just play in this room. I'm going to discuss some things with Zhu Huayang. Luo Feng smiled. Go. Brother Luo Hua moved his wheelchair in front of the computer, and was a bit excited. Wow, a 46-inch flat screen with a voice recognition system. Awesome. Luo Feng was also amazed. His laptop at home was one of the worst kinds. Controls were still done by hand. However, it was cheap, just a few $100s for one. Now virtually all of the laptops are controlled by voice, and the highest quality ones even had a 3-dimensional hologram projection system. Of course, for a device to be able to project holograms, it would be immensely expensive. For this legendary device, even a rich family would go broke from just buying one. Luo Hua was excited to use the voice recognition system as he sat in front of the computer. And Luo Feng and Zhu Huayang entered the resting room. Kai, the door was closed, and Luo Feng and Zhu Huayang sat across from each other. Brother Luo, have some tea. Zhu Huayang lifted the teapot, and, as he poured tea into Luo Feng's cup, he said with a look of shame, Brother Luo, I came here to apologize to Brother Luo for this time's incident. Truthfully, I am really sorry and I regret it a lot. Luo Feng held his cup as he listened silently. Zhu Huayang, there are many of these types of people in society. What they do is do tasks for others in return for money. For example, Zhu Huayang also did his task for money. He had no grudges against Luo Feng at all. Luo Feng wasn't that mad towards Zhu Huayang. Who Luo Feng truly hated was Zhang Haobai. Even if that Zhang Haobai didn't find Zhu Huayang to deal with me, he would have found someone else. Luo Feng thought to himself. This Zhu Huayang is just a middleman. However, since he came to find me, I might as well see it through. Zhu Huayang saw how Luo Feng was silent, and continued talking. I had no idea about the circumstances when I organized the attack against Brother Luo. It was all because of Zhang Haobai I did this stupid act. I hope Brother Luo can be generous and have mercy on me. Mercy? Luo Feng sneered. This is just a tiny gift from me. I hope Brother Luo can accept it. Zhu Huayang took out an envelope and pushed it across the table towards Luo Feng. This is a check with Brother Luo's name on it. Only Brother Luo can take out this money. You can get the money from any bank. Luo Feng opened the envelope, and there was indeed a check inside. There was a 10-day expiration date, and it had his name on it. It even had Luo Feng's identification number on it. Of course, the most attractive part of it was that one line, 1 million. 1 million? Luo Feng was slightly startled, for this was a huge amount of money. Luo Feng has never saved over $100,000. Now the Chinese dollars are worth more. 1 million is a lot to even the CEOs. I hope Brother Luo can forgive me, and let this thing slide by. Zhu Huayang pleaded. $1 million. Luo Feng's family never had this much money before. It would be a waste to not accept it. I know you are a middleman, so I won't make it difficult for you. Okay, I'll accept the money. Luo Feng nodded, and Zhu Huayang slightly let out a breath. However, getting the money from a check is a bit troublesome. How about this? Go through the internet right now and transfer it to my account, said Luo Feng. Sure. Zhu Huayang was straightforward. Luo Feng nodded, and with a pen on the side of the table, wrote down his bank account and the address of the bank. This is my account and the address is here. The person who created the account is me. Okay. Zhu Huayang took back the envelope and took out his cell phone. Through the cell phone, he quickly got online and entered the bank system. Soon after, the transfer was a success. Luo Feng felt his phone vibrate in his pocket and opened it. He saw a text message, which was a bank notification telling him that his balance has increased by $1 million. Did it transfer successfully? Zhu Huayang smiled. Yay. Luo Feng nodded. Zhu Huayang smiled. Doing stuff with Brother Luo is just simple and nice. In this Yangzhou city, if Brother Luo ever has some difficulty, feel free to find me. If I can help, I definitely will. Of course, Brother Luo will become a fighter soon, but you never know. If something happens, it might be easier if we deal with it instead. Will do. If something comes up, I'll contact you. Luo Feng stood up. Zhu Huayang also immediately stood up, and the two of them shook hands. Then, I'll be going first. Zhu Huayang smiled. I already paid the bill for this suite, so Brother Luo can play. Until next morning. Zhu Huayang also greeted Luo Feng's brother Luo and then left the suite. In the entertainment room of the suite, "Brother, what did that guy want with you?" Luo Hua laughed. "It seems that he's quite generous. He came to give us money." Luo Feng laughed. "Give money?" Luo Hua was shocked. Luo Feng didn't tell his family of any of the events that occurred in the jail, since he didn't want them to worry. Luo Feng thought that since he has already started the path of a fighter, this path will be filled with trials, dangers, and difficulties, so it would be better to not tell them. "Yay! Oh, Luo Hua," Luo Feng laughed. "How's your stock going?" Since Luo Hua is usually home, he took a great interest towards economics, especially towards stock. Don't underestimate him for being young. He has already been doing this for 3 years. "I didn't earn much the first year, but I earned quite a bit the second year. I quadrupled my principal, so I probably earned $20,000, said Luo Hua. "So much?" Luo Feng was shocked. $20,000 couldn't shock Luo Feng, but what shocked him was his little brother's money-making efficiency. Quadrupled. "This is an amazing rate." "It's nothing much," Luo Hua laughed. "When you're playing with stocks, you first play psychologically, and then play mathematically. As long as you control your position well and buy from the right places, it's easy to control the people behind the scenes. It's just that at times, the stock market crashes, which affects the psychological factor. Usually people get scared and quit when they don't make much money on the first year." Luo Feng's head was blank as he listened. "This money making of mine isn't much. The true professionals could probably earn around 10-20 times more than I can by using contracts. Of course, there's a huge risk in doing that, and if something goes wrong, everything is over." Luo Hua shook his head as he said that. Although Luo Feng didn't understand this, he did understand one point: stock relies on compounding interest. For example, his brother took 3 years to make a few thousand into 20,000. If he started off with $1 million, then he could have turned it into 4 million. If he had 4 million, it could turn into 16 million. As the money compounds on itself, it starts to get out of proportion. "Hua, I'll give you 500,000 later." Luo Feng laughed. "Keep working. 500,000? Luo Hua, as eyes flashed, "The stocks are plummeting at the moment, so I might be able to make a huge profit." After living with his brother for so many years, he found out a long time ago that Luo Hua was always hoping for the stock market prices to drop. Their neighbor, Uncle Wang, always hoped for it to raise. His brother tried to make money while Uncle Wang tried to pay back money. The professionals always hope for the stocks to drop. Luo Feng thought to himself, "Oh yay, brother, where did you get that money from?" asked Luo Hua. "From that Zhu Hua Yang guy just now." Luo Feng laughed. "You can go use this money. After I become a fighter, there'll be tons of money to earn." A regular fighter doesn't earn that much, but Luo Feng was aware of his strength. Just the telekinesis trick is already superior to a heavy machine gun. Bullets fly in one straight line, while Luo Feng's objects can change direction at will. "After I pass my fighter combat exam on August 1st, I'll begin my fighter career." Luo Feng picked up a teacup with his right hand, but accidentally broke it. Tea poured all over the floor. Luo Hua, who was next to him, was surprised. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. However, he thought to himself, "In jail, after training my genetic energy, my power rose by a huge margin. After my power awakened, my power increased even more. Right now, my strength and speed are far beyond what they were before. However, such rapid growth isn't such a good thing either. I can't control my power well." Accidentally crushing the teacup shows that he doesn't have enough control over his power. I'll go to the dojo of limits tomorrow morning. Starting from today until August 1st, which gives me around 20 days, I'll seriously train. I'll train and gain control over my speed and power, so I can bring out my own strength more." Luo Feng thought to himself. Chapter 23. 5 a.m. of the second day. While it was still dawn, Luo Feng was already rushing towards the dojo of limits. Since he still hasn't received his prospective fighter certificate, he used his old dojo elite member identification to enter the dojo. "Brother, good morning." Brother, inside the dojo of limits, there were quite a few members already training. Luo Feng slightly smiled and nodded, and then sprinted towards the elite members building. Since he still doesn't have his prospective fighter certificate, he can only go up to the 3rd floor, the elite member training hall. He had no right to go to the 4th floor, which is the instructor's region. "Ha!" A sound came from the training hall. Luo Feng looked in and saw a white-robed teenager swinging around an iron spear. "Brother Tai," Luo Feng called loudly, "coming this early in the morning to practice? How rare." He'll note, Tai means iron crazy. The white-robed teenager stopped and looked at Luo Feng with a face of happiness. "How come you came here?" "Haha, oh right, I should congratulate Crazy for passing the prospective fighter exam." "How did you know that?" Luo Feng was surprised. "You people should know of the fact that he passed the prospective fighter exam. Last night, our teacher told us when he was teaching. He told us that you and Brother Yang passed the prospective fighter exam." The white-robed teenager helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Seeing how you two passed, I certainly have no time to relax. So that's why I came here early in the morning to practice. Luo Feng nodded. So it was the teacher who told them. Even though there were around 30,000 members in the dojo of limits, there were only 6 teachers. And there was only one instructor. When the teachers teach, they usually do it in the huge training halls where thousands of members can attend at the same time. Of course, there was no need to teach the elite members, since there were only a handful of them in the entire dojo. Crazy, you passed the exam already. What are you here for this early in the morning? The white-robed teenager laughed. August 1st, the fighter combat exam. I need to prepare myself. Luo Feng laughed and headed towards the weapons room at the side of the training hall, which was opened. After entering the weapons room, there were a large assortment of weapons on the shelves. Blades, spears, rods, bars, axes, swords, pikes, etc. Each category of weapons had even smaller divisions within. For example, the knives had one-handed knives and two-handed knives. And the one-handed knives even had more divisions. The Ghost series. Luo Feng opened up a cabinet where a large amount of identical blades lay. Of course, these blades were copies, so they had the exact same model, weight, and center of gravity as the real blade. There was only a difference in the quality of the material. A real blade that can kill monsters is probably priced around the 100,000s, while these copies only costed a couple hundred, so they're quite cheap. Luo Feng picked out a certain blade, a second series Ghost blade. The blade was 78 cm long, and the entire thing was 101 cm long. It was 5.2 cm wide, and the back of the blade was thick. The tip of the blade was sharp and suited for stabbing. Luo Feng swinged twice and frowned. I've been using this blade for so long. However, it feels so light. A blade that he was used to swinging was now weightless. I need a heavier blade to correspond with my increase in power. Luo Feng picked another second series Ghost blade and swung it around. Nope. Still too light. This one isn't heavy enough. Light, too light. Luo Feng picked out the heaviest second series Ghost blade and shook his head. Looks like my strength really increased too much. I can't find a blade in this elite member's weapons room that suits me. Luo Feng could only leave the 3rd floor and go to the 4th. The 4th floor is where the teachers and instructors frequently go to. Luo Feng knew that there was also a training hall and weapons room in there. Prospective fighters also have the right to enter, but I still don't have my prospective fighter certificate. Not sure if I'm allowed to be here. At the side of the staircase, there was a veteran on duty in a small room. What are you doing? This place is not for students. The old on-duty veteran stood up and suddenly let out a face of surprise and laughed. Oh, it's Luo Feng. I heard from Instructor Jiang that you passed the prospective fighter exam. Haha, come on in. Thank you, Uncle Lai. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. If this Uncle Lai was strict and forced Luo Feng to show his prospective fighter certificate, then Luo Feng wouldn't have been able to go in. From the law's point of view, Luo Feng is still not a prospective fighter. There were tons of decorations in the 4th floor's training hall, along with much higher quality machines and devices. At this time, there was only Luo Feng in the training hall. What a waste, truly a waste. Luo Feng couldn't help but to shake his head as he sighed. In this dojo, there are only 6 teachers. Other than when they teach, they usually train at the limit hall. There's such a good place here, but it's almost always empty. Luo Feng shook his head as he entered the weapons room to the side. The weapons here were also copies, but they were clearly much better than the ones on the 3rd floor. Second series Ghost blade. Yup. These blades are much heavier. Luo Feng picked one and swung it around, and then picked another one. After 5 tries, he finally found a suitable one. He looked at the label and saw that it had a weight of 101 kg. A half. I am loud. A half. What, 101 kg? Even Luo Feng was startled. Such a heavy blade feels so easy to control to me. The Ghost blades were a type of blades that rely on speed, so they were usually lighter. To need a weight of 101 kg, how much has his strength actually increased? Looks like my body fitness really did raise by a startling amount. I'll go check my fist strength and speed later. Luo Feng was a bit excited now. I'll practice the basics. After selecting a suitable blade, he picked a hexagonal shield. In the training hall, Luo Feng's left arm wielded the shield, while his right hand wielded the Ghost blade. Luo Feng was practicing the most basics of blade wielding: horizontal cuts, upwards cuts, swinging, rapid cut. Each of them were extremely precise. Every time Luo Feng swung his blade, his center of gravity wasn't affected at all. He kept practicing like this and improved himself. My power is too great now, so I can't control my swinging power too well. Luo Feng knew his own problems. My strength is great, but I have to be able to use it. Luo Feng was clear. Even if your fitness level is greater than your opponent's, that doesn't mean your skill is. Some people can only express 30% of their strength. Some people can express 505, 60%, 70%, and even 100%. Some of the Grandmaster class bladesmen can use a small amount of power to kill a being that's 10 times stronger than him. This is the importance of skill and experience. Of course, if there's too much of a difference in body fitness level, then even skill cannot make up for that. Simply put, No matter what, you have to train in order to bring out your body's full power. I am loud. A half 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 instructor. The on-duty Uncle I greeted loudly on the 4th floor. Who's inside? Asked Instructor John 9. He heard a bunch of faint sounds from the training hall, which were the sounds of a blade causing shockwaves in the air due to its incredible speed. Just the sound alone is enough to know that the person wielding it is a fighter. It's Luo Feng. Uncle I laughed. Luo Feng? Instructor John 9 laughed and walked towards the training hall. As he stood at the entrance to the training hall, he watched Luo Feng's movements, which were by the book, basic movements. Sometimes he would cut ahead, suddenly dash forwards, dodge, backstep, etc. The movements were all very smooth and connected. What a solid foundation. Instructor John 9 couldn't help but to nod and praise in his heart. Only by mastering the basics can you get better. There are no clear weak points. Great. The more he watched, the more pleased he became. Ah! Instructor Luo Feng turned and realized Instructor John 9 was there and stopped. Instructor John 9 laughed and walked in. Luo Feng, nice skill. You've been training since you were young? Yes, before I enrolled in the dojo. I practiced alone at home. Luo Feng laughed. Instructor John 9 nodded his head in satisfaction, but his expression suddenly froze as he saw the ghost blade Luo Feng was holding. His eyes widened and became huge. Instructor? Luo Feng was startled by the instructor's expression. You, Instructor John 9 looked at Luo Feng with surprise. You were just swinging a 101 kg ghost blade? Yes. Luo Feng was frozen. Instructor John 9 shook his head. Impossible. There is no way. But soon after, Instructor John 9's eyes flashed, and he stared at Luo Feng as if he was a jewel. Luo Feng, hurry and go to that fist strength tester machine over there, and show me the results. I want to see exactly how strong you are now. Chapter 24, His Fist Strength. During the prospective fighter exam was around 1,100 kg. In just these few days he was able to grow to the point where he can easily wield the 101 kg ghost blade. Doesn't that mean his strength just jump up by a couple times? Instructor John 9 took in a deep breath. Ever since he became the dojo instructor, John 9's dojo contribution was lowering. All the fighters in the dojo of limits highly value dojo contribution. The fastest way to raise contribution is to kill monsters. However, John 9 hasn't hunted for a long time. If I'm right, then Luo Feng must have grasped the techniques to genetic energy training faster than most fighters thought. John 9, maybe I'll have the chance to get headquarters to send a few people here. If I can recommend Luo Feng, then not only will I be able to get more dojo contribution, but I'll also have a face to show in front of the other instructors. John 9 couldn't help but to be excited. Luo Feng, give me your strongest punch, ordered John 9. Yes, Instructor Luo Feng stood in front of the fist strength tester machine, and took in a deep breath as he thought, my physical prowess is nothing compared to my spiritual force though. Luo Feng didn't plan on hiding any strength back, so he adjusted his breathing and pushed forward like a dragon. A half I am loud, 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 a half I am loud. The fist landed like a missile on the machine, which shook violently in response. I am loud, a half I am loud, a half die. How much? John 9 immediately ran over and looked at the machine's display. Luo Feng also looked at the display, since he had no idea how strong he was right now. The machine displayed a clear number, 3,109 kg. Half I am loud, a half 3,109 kg. John 9 took in a deep breath and turned to Luo Feng like he was a monster. Luo Feng was also surprised at this number. His strength increased by so much. I was around 1,100 kg during the prospective fighter exam. My strength increased the fastest when I did my genetic energy training, so it probably raised to around 1,500 to 1,800 kg. After I awakened, my body became even stronger and jumped all the way to 3,109 kg. Ever since he awakened, Luo Feng could feel the change in his body, but he never had a clear number to express it. Luo Feng, you succeeded in your genetic energy training? Asked John 9. Yes. After the prospective fighter exam, my first attempt at genetic energy training was a success, nodded Luo Feng. John 9 couldn't help but to clap and shout. Haha, I finally have a truly genius person come out from my Jai and Region's dojo. Just with his first time at genetic energy training, his strength went from 1,100 kg to 3,100 kg. For his strength to go up that much, there's probably at most one or two geniuses like this in the entire Jiangnan city. When you start genetic energy training for the first time, it's a completely new experience to your body. Since your body has never absorbed anything like it before, it has hungered for dozens of years. So the first time you do it, the results are the most startling. Starting from the second time and on, the changes are small. You need years and years of training to improve yourself. This first time of training also shows someone's fitness level. Some people's strength raised by 300 kg, which is normal. Above average would be around 600 kg. Some even raised by 1000 kg, which was already considered elite. And Luo Feng rose by 2000 kg. This is true genius. Luo Feng, come and test your speed. Afterwards, test your reaction speed. Jiang Nian, as if he just found a gem, couldn't wait to test its powers. Yes, instructor Luo Feng was also a bit excited. The results soon came out. Strength 3109 kg. A half umlaut, a half speed 58m/c. A half umlaut, a half reaction speed beginner warrior full point C. A half umlaut, a half intermediate warrior excellent E. A half umlaut, a half aha. A monster came out of my Jai and region 2. Jiang Nian looked at the final grade on the reaction speed test and turned red with excitement and patted Luo Feng's shoulder. Luo Feng, your instructor's dojo contribution will be relying on you. Luo Feng only chuckled a bit. Luo Feng, with the improvement in your strength, I can let you join the dojo early. Jiang Nian said. You don't need to go through the fighter combat exam. You can join right now. Join the dojo of limits? Luo Feng was suspicious. Usually, you only get a right to join a power after becoming a fighter. Luo Feng, since you came out of my Jai and region's dojo of limits, I am technically the person who lead your way. Instructor Jiang Nian patted Luo Feng on the shoulder and laughed. I won't hide it from you. With your first time doing genetic energy training, your strength rose over 2000 kg, and your speed and reaction speed also improved by a huge amount. It's easy to tell. Your talent is genius level-y, a half umlaut, a half, or should I say monster level. In the entire 200 million population of Jiangnan City, there's probably only 1 or 2 people who are this talented. Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh inside. Monster level? Only Luo Feng knew that his fist strength rose by only around 600 kg after his first time doing genetic energy training. Only after he awakened was his strength able to raise to this startling amount. However, Jiang Nian couldn't have thought of that, since genetic energy training is the cause of a normal fighter's highest raise in strength. Geniuses like you will naturally be scouted by the Thunder Dojo, underground gangs, and other families after you finish your fighter combat exam. Jiang Nian laughed. At that time, you might find their generous conditions to be alluring. Luo Feng realized, yes, if only 1 or 2 monsters like this appear in the entire population of 200 million in Jiangnan City, then who wouldn't try to fight over them? So if I let you join now, isn't that even better? Instructor Jiang Nian laughed. Of course, no need to worry. Our conditions aren't bad at all. A normal fighter usually gets a private villa and 100,000 Chinese dollars. Luo Feng, you need to watch your money. The armor, weapons, guidebooks, and some other special weapons, along with lessons from powerful fighters, all need money. Luo Feng nodded. For a genius like you, we'll give you a private villa along with $20 million to let you buy the armor and weapons and everything you need. At the same time, we the Dojo of Limits will also give you a free Daoyin technique, a hidden blade scroll, and a hidden agility scroll. As long as the price of these 3 are lower than 50 million, we'll give it to you for free. If it's over 50 million, then you'll have to pay the extra. Luo Feng couldn't help but to take a deep breath. Holy, normal fighters only get 1 million, while he's getting almost 70 million. Since the Daoyin techniques, and blade and agility guides were important to fighters. Luo Feng, those 3 things shouldn't be over 50 million. However, if you buy them from a different place, you might end up paying 2 times more. Jiang Nian smiled. The fighters of the Dojo of Limits have a discount when buying certain scrolls. Of course, to buy a certain level of scrolls also require a corresponding level of dojo contribution. If you don't have the contribution, you can't get the scrolls even if you have money. Of course, your free gifts won't ask for any dojo contribution. Luo Feng realized that the conditions given to him were extremely extravagant. My Dojo of Limits conditions towards geniuses are all the same. Jiang Nian smiled. In the Dojo of Limits, you can earn other comrades' help from all over. And our leader, the strongest fighter Hong, will also sometimes lead a bunch of true elites. Luo Feng has lived in this age for quite a while, so he was clear on the influence of the Dojo of Limits. Joining the Dojo of Limits was definitely a good choice. Okay, instructor. I accept. Luo Feng nodded. Haha, Jiang Nian laughed. Of course, I don't have the right to let you join the Dojo of Limits immediately. Accepting fighters of your talent needs headquarters themselves to test you. As he said that, Jiang Nian took out a cell phone from his pocket and quietly said headquarters, which made the cell phone dial them. Shortly after, a person appeared on the cell phone's screen. Jiang Nian, what's up? Sreen's old, bald veteran laughed. Uncle Bai, Jiang Nian said excitedly. I found a genius fighter in my Cheyenne region. His fist strength increased by 2,000 kg after his first time doing genetic energy training. His speed is 58 ms, and his reaction speed test was excellent in an intermediate warrior exam. Surely he's a monster-level genius. Oh, the old bald veteran was surprised and asked, his first time, and it improved his strength by 2,000 kg. How old is he? The older you are, the less worth you are to nurture. 18 years old. Jiang Nian answered. What, only 18 years old? The old bald veteran suddenly stood up and shouted, hurry up and bring him to headquarters here, you kid. I'll immediately organize a test for this kid. Okay, I'll go to headquarters immediately. Jiang Nian hung up and turned to Luo Feng smiling. Luo Feng, come with me now to headquarters. Yes, instructor. Instructor, I'll put the ghost blade and hexagonal shield back into the weapons room. Right when Luo Feng spoke, Jiang Nian was tugging at Luo Feng. Who cares about the room? Just leave it on the floor. Hurry, don't waste time. As he said that, Jiang Nian pulled Luo Feng and rushed towards the staircase. At the same time, Jiang Nian ordered, Old Lai, I probably won't have any time today, so cancel tonight's lessons. Yes, instructor. Uncle Lai nodded, and right when he said that, Jiang Nian and Luo Feng were no longer in his field of vision. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. A fighter's level. Instructor Jiang Nian used his fighter privileges to ride the train headed towards the main section of the city without buying a ticket. Jiangnan City was made up of the main section and 8 surrounding sections. The means of transportation between the sections is a train. When a regular person wants to ride the train, they have to buy a ticket 3 days prior. A ticket is also extremely expensive, and to go from one city to another would be unthinkable for most people due to the price. Most of the 200 million residents will never leave Jiangnan City. Times Jiangnan City, main section. Jiang Nian and Luo Feng walked side by side on the sidewalk. Luo Feng, notice any difference between the main section and our Yangzhou? Jiang Nian smiled as he pointed around. Luo Feng looked around and shook his head. Not really, it's just that there are more people, more cars, and that there's a larger sidewalk. Everything else is normal. Indeed, there was nothing special about their current location. Jiang Nian smiled. Right now, there's not much of a difference. But soon you will see it. Hello? Jiang Nian answered his cell phone. Jiang Nian, how much longer until you get here? The old veteran appeared on the cell phone's display. We'll be there within 10 minutes. Jiang Nian smiled. Okay, I already got all of the main authorities here, so don't mess up later, reminded the old bald veteran. The main authorities? Jiang Nian was surprised. As they were talking, Luo Feng noticed a large area in front of him. There was a white, silver wall stretching across and a huge, tall, dark blue skyscraper. This skyscraper had 4 gigantic letters that could be seen miles away. Dojo of Limits. This is the main headquarters of the Dojo of Limits. Our headquarters in Jiangnan City, said Jiang Nian. There sure are a lot of soldiers. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Outside the walls of the Dojo of Limits headquarters, there were tons of soldiers wielding real guns. The feeling that the headquarters gave you was like a fully armed beast, and at the main gate, there were rows of soldiers that spanned across 100 meters. This is our Dojo of Limits army. Jiang Nian smiled. Security is high inside the building too. Go, enter. Jiang Nian brought Luo Feng towards the main gate. Let them in. A one-armed man with scars on his face waved his hand, and all the soldiers backed up a step. The entire process made Luo Feng hold his breath. The one-armed man smiled as he looked at Jiang Nian. Old Jiang, it's been a while since you've been here. We should drink a bit together later. Okay. Jiang Nian smiled and nodded. He then glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, he is your senior. Greet Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu. Luo Feng loudly greeted. He could feel that this one-armed man is a powerful fighter. Not bad, kiddo. The one-armed man nodded as he smiled. We're in a hurry, so we'll talk later. Uncle Bai is waiting for us in there. Jiang Nian immediately brought Luo Feng into the courtyard of the headquarters, which looked like a gigantic park. There were flowing rivers, fake mountains, and flower beds everywhere, and Luo Feng could sense that every person he walked past was special. Jiang Nian sighed as he walked with Luo Feng. That Uncle Lu just now is one of my good friends who would fight with his life on the line with me back in the days. He is a good friend who has went through many hardships. His arm was broken off by a black steel gorilla in one hit. Luo Feng listened silently. The fighters in our Dojo of Limits are very united. Jiang Nian pointed towards the skyscraper. Look, that building is the headquarters for the fighters of the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan City. Virtually every person that walks out of that building is a fighter. Virtually every single one? Luo Feng gasped. Looking through the glass of the building, there were almost 100 people inside. There is a good 200 million population in Jiangnan City. How could we be short on fighters? Jiang Nian laughed. In this building, the first floor is the lobby is for chatting and eating. The 2nd to 9th floors are used for warrior level training. The 10th to 19th floors are for the general level fighters. And for 20 and above is where conferences are held. Luo Feng, a bit confused, asked, Instructor, fighters are split into warrior and general levels. Fighters are mainly split into the warrior level, the general level, and the extremely rare battle lord level. Jiang Nian explained quietly, most people are in the warrior level. Many fighters stay in the warrior level forever. And the warrior level is split into beginner warrior, intermediate warrior, and elite warrior. Most of the fighters who just passed their exams belong to the beginner warrior level. Luo Feng, with your current strength, you're probably an intermediate warrior, Jiang Nian said. Luo Feng nodded. Looks like with his strength, he's still at the bottom level of the fighters. You can probably kill warrior level fighters with heated weapons, but you can't kill most general level fighters with heated weapons, Jiang Nian said. For example, if you fire a heavy machine gun at a general level fighter, he can easily dodge using just his speed and reaction speed. The general level fighters are considered as the elites. Even though you have good talent, you're still young, so you're just a rookie, Jiang Nian laughed. Luo Feng could only rub his forehead. Luo Feng knew a lot about the powerful fighters. For example, the fighter who cut the black-crowned golden eagle in half on television. Even with his spiritual force, he probably couldn't even touch a hair. Those above the general level are the battle lords. Jiang Nian spoke in admiration. Those are the truly powerful warriors. Each one can easily walk in a storm of bullets. Their speed is as fast as lightning, and their reaction speed is even more incredible. A punch or kick from them can destroy an entire apartment. Battle Lord. This is a battle lord. Luo Feng listened with his breath holded. Warrior General, Battle Lord. With his current level, he's only an intermediate warrior. Maybe after using his spiritual force, his strength will increase, and he might have a chance of getting into the general level. Instructor, are there any higher levels than the Battle Lord? Asked Luo Feng. Yes, Jiang Nian smiled and nodded. There are existences above the Battle Lord level. Each one of them has a sky-shattering, earth-shaking power. When faced with such fighters, even countries have to respect them. However, there are barely any people like this. Even our entire country of China has 2 or 3 people like this. Luo Feng was stunned. Even China, one of the 5 countries, only had 2 or 3 people above the Battle Lord level. So the fighters are usually split into the warrior, general, and battle lord categories. Explained Jiang Nian. Of course, the world uses your fist strength, speed, and reaction speed to gauge your strength. They also use your battle records. Battle records? Luo Feng was confused. Yes, Luo Feng, with your current fitness level, you should be at the intermediate warrior level. However, after you become a fighter, you're technically a beginner warrior. Only after you kill enough monsters, and powerful monsters, will you be able to qualify as an intermediate warrior, Jiang Nian sighed. Since some people have better technique, while others have better fitness levels. Others have all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. So to gauge their strength, the only standard is the battle record. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, even if their body fitness levels are worlds apart, a person with a lower fitness level can still kill a person with a higher one. Keep working and get to the general level. Then, you'll be the pride of our Yangzhou city. Jiang Nian laughed. Brother Yan Luo, who came to find me last time, is a general level fighter. Oh, Luo Feng slightly nodded. If he used his spiritual force, how strong would he be? Would he be able to compare to a general level fighter? Only time will tell. As Luo Feng and Jiang Nian talked, they quickly arrived at a 3-story villa. This villa took up a huge amount of space. A bald old veteran yelled from the balcony of the 2nd floor. Jiang Nian, hurry up and come up. Come. Go up with me. Jiang Nian brought Luo Feng and quickly entered the villa. Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down, down, down. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Shuji Tao. The 2nd floor of the villa was completely empty and clearly smaller than Yangzhou's Zhai and Section's Dojo of Limits training hall. Chief Jiang Nian loudly greeted as he entered the 2nd floor. Him? Luo Feng was slightly surprised. Instructor Jiang Nian never greeted anyone like this, not even Chief Instructor Wu Tong. Jiang Nian, this young man is Luo Feng, right? Said the soft voice. Yes, Chief Jiang Nian respectfully responded. Luo Feng looked around carefully. There were 5 people standing beside the bald old veteran. 4 of them wore white suits. The 4 of them stood behind a black tang suit wearing middle-aged man. This man was skinny, had a hooked nose, and his eyes were filled with warmth and happiness. He gave off a vibe of kindness. Jiang Nian immediately glared at Luo Feng, which caused Luo Feng to realize. Hello, Chief. Yep, the middle-aged man slightly nodded and spoke. Old Bai, you guys can start. Assess this young man's strength. Certainly, Uncle Bai also responded respectfully. Luo Feng muttered to himself. Instructor Jiang Nian didn't greet Chief Instructor Wu Tong like this. This Uncle Bai, who has a high position at the Dojo of Limits headquarters, also treats this chief respectfully. Just who is this chief? Nevertheless, it is clear that the chief is a man of high authority. Die. All the switches on the fist strength tester machine and the speed tester machine were turned on. All the security cameras on the second floor's training hall were turned on to record Luo Feng's performance. The 4 men and women in white suits immediately started moving, whether it was using their laptops or personally checking if the machines were in good condition. "Uncle Bai, no problem," said a young woman. "Okay." Uncle Bai looked towards Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, begin testing. First start with strength." Luo Feng took in a deep breath and headed towards the fist strength tester. Whether it was Jiang Nian, Uncle Bai, the 4 white suits wearing men and women, or the High Chief, all of their gazes landed upon Luo Feng. Luo Feng, who seemed relaxed, suddenly exploded like a panther. Ping! The explosive fist landed on the machine. Luo Feng immediately looked at the display. 3,110K. "Not bad, kiddo." The silent chief smiled and nodded. Next category, the results for speed and reaction speed soon came out. Speed 58 ms. Reaction speed beginner warrior, perfect score. Intermediate warrior, excellent. Luo Feng walked out of the red circle of the reaction speed tester and let out a breath after seeing his scores were normal. Not bad, good thing I didn't mess up at the most important time. Jiang Nian, who was next to Luo Feng, also relaxed. Since some people can't show their true skill when affected by too much pressure. Out of the 3, reaction speed is the best. The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man smiled and nodded. He's also 18 years old, which is in the restricted range. The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man looked at Jiang Nian and smiled. "A genius has came out of your giant section. Good work, Jiang Nian." Jiang Nian couldn't help but to show a face of happiness. As long as Luo Feng works hard enough. Yup. The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man's gaze landed on Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, are you willing to join my dojo of limits? I'm sure Jiang Nian has already told you all of the conditions." "I am willing to join." Luo Feng had no hesitation. "Very good." The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man clapped his hands. "According to the rules, you can pick a villa either here in the main sector or in Yangzhou City. You have the right to live there but not to sell it. All of the villas in our dojo of limits area are all inhabited by fighters. Other than that, you get $20 million. You also get the Daoyin technique, the blade scroll, and the agility scroll as long as they are below 50 million. The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man laughed. "Am I right?" "Yes." Luo Feng nodded. The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man looked towards a white suit wearing woman. "Go get the contract, but change one of the points. Luo Feng can pick any Daoyin technique, agility scroll, and offensive scroll. As long as they are within another 50 million, they're all free. I'll pay for it." "Yes, Chief." The white suit wearing woman looked at Luo Feng in shock and went to get the contract. Chief Luo Feng was shocked. Before, the 3 scrolls had to be below 50 million. Now the cap is raised by another 50 million, and the chief is paying for it. "Luo Feng, you're not bad." The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man smiled. "I like you. Don't mind this small change." "Small change?" Luo Feng was surprised. "From 50 million to 100 million. In other words, this chief has to pay millions. And that is small change? Even a general-level fighter probably doesn't have this much to spare." "Thank you," Chief thanked Luo Feng. Tang suit wearing middle-aged man smiled. The contract was brought over and quickly signed by the Tang suit wearing middle-aged man. The white suit wearing woman carried the contract and pen over to Luo Feng. "Sign here, here, and here." Luo Feng scanned the contract. The contract was crystal clear. All of the points were straightforward. There was none of that headache-causing business jargon. Luo Feng signed. "Welcome, Luo Feng, to our dojo of limits family." The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man smiled and extended his hand. Luo Feng did the same, and they shook hands. "From today on, you can move into the fighter's villa area." The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man smiled. "As for your money and scrolls, you'll receive them when you officially become a fighter. Your money will be transferred to your fighter account." Luo Feng nodded. "Oh right, my name is Yuji Tao. Don't forget that, kiddo." The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man smiled, and soon left the building with the 4 white suit wearing men and women. The second floor of the villa was empty. Only Uncle Bai, Jiang Nian, and Luo Feng were left. "Phew, my breathing was a bit tense with the chief's presence." Jiang Nian laughed loudly. "I also had no idea that the chief would come," said Uncle Bai. Luo Feng asked with uncertainty. "Instructor Uncle Bai, just who is this chief?" "Haha kiddo, you're in luck. The chief saw your instructor and raised your cap by another 50 million. Uncle Bai looked at Luo Feng. "But the thing that surprises me the most is that the chief told you his name. Looks like he really does like you." "Name?" Luo Feng didn't realize what it meant for the chief to give someone his name. Luo Feng had no initial reaction after hearing the name Juji Tao. He just sighed to himself. "The name Juji is quite rare. Luo Feng, using our words, that instructor is one of the big 4 of our Jiang Nan dojo of limits." Jiang Nian smiled. "Big 4? Luo Feng was startled. Uncle Bai glared at Jiang Nian and said in a quiet voice, "This is all private. In the Jiang Nan dojo of limits headquarters, the chairman has the highest authority, followed by the 3 chiefs. The chairman and the 3 chiefs make up what most fighters privately call the Big 4. Each one of them holds an immense amount of authority and power. If you want to become a chief, You have to at least be elite general level fighter. At the same time, your dojo contribution must be high, and you also need a lot of support from other general level fighters. Oh, Luo Feng was surprised. There are 3 large factors in becoming a chief: strength, contribution, and support. Luo Feng, to a chief, 50 million really isn't that much, said John Nyan in a quiet voice. From my point of view, the reason why the chief values you so much is because you're still so young. Only 18 years old. He has decided that you have hope in the future, and you have the potential to become a general level fighter. So today, he invested 50 million to help you a bit. Luo Feng nodded. Uncle Bai laughed on the side. However, Luo Feng, don't get cocky. You do have good talent, but becoming a general level fighter is extremely difficult. The chief only thought that you have a sliver of hope, just a possibility, and because of that small possibility, he gave me 50 million? Luo Feng gasped. The dojo's rules were strict. The rules were that the 3 scrolls couldn't exceed 50 million. Even the chief couldn't do anything to change that. He can only take out money from his own pocket to build upon the original foundation of 50 million. When fighters are growing, the type of scroll used has a huge impact on them. Well, leave that thought aside for now, Luo Feng. The fact that the chief is giving you special treatment can only mean good things. The chiefs have broad connections, whether it's the army, the circle of powerful fighters, the government, and all sorts of powerful families. Each chief has their own set of connections. The chief is one of the most powerful figures in Jiangnan City. Jiang Nine couldn't help but to say. Luo Feng nodded. The fact that the chief is giving him special treatment is a good thing. What's the point of thinking about all of this? Since the chief is helping him, he just needs a chance in the future to return the favor. Luo Feng, when are you going to move into Yangzhou City's fighter area? Or will you move into main sector? Asked John Nine. Luo Feng slightly hesitated. His parents' friends were virtually all in Yangzhou City. His own good friends were in Yangzhou City too. I'll move into the main U sector, answered Luo Feng. Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Moving. Note, in case you forgot, a ping is 3.3 sq meters. At noon that day, instructor Zhang Nyan dragged Luo Feng to eat a hearty meal with some fighters at headquarters. It was only until night that Luo Feng could return to his home in Yangzhou City. Times at night, the street lights in the southern shore region were lit up. There were 3 middle-aged men who were drenched in sweat, laughing and talking as they walked down the road. You could smell the smell of wood and paint if you go near them. My waist is becoming unbearably painful. I guess I have to sleep face down tonight, said a burly man as he held his waist, and said in pain, my prostrate also hurts. I guess it's time to get a checkup at a hospital. Damn, that costs a lot of money though. Old Tian, why don't you tell our boss and take a rest for 2 days? You can start working again when you feel better, said Luo Feng's father, Luo Hongguo. Yay, Old Tian. It's not worth ruining your body, said the slightly fat brute on the side. Okay, I'll be heading home first, said the burly middle-aged man. He turned and headed towards a cone-shaped apartment. The slightly fat brute and Luo Hongguo sighed and said goodbye as they headed towards another cone-shaped apartment. Luo Hongguo slowly walked towards his home under the dim light of the streetlights. 32nd floor. Luo Hongguo stood on the first floor and looked at the stairs. As of now, climbing up 32 floors is easy for most people. However, for Luo Hongguo, who has been doing manual labor for an entire day, even walking is tiring. My neck and waist are a bit sore. I should find some time to rest. Luo Hongguo climbed the stairs, all the way up to the 32nd floor. Ding dong. Luo Hongguo stood outside the door and pressed the doorbell. He was too lazy to take the keys out of his pocket. When the door was open, he saw a huge, extravagant meal on the table. There were a dozen different dishes. Their family doesn't even have this much on New Year's. What's going on? All of this food. Even though Luo Hongguo wasn't too happy, he still walked in the house with a smiling face. Dan, tilde, Luo Huai yelled while sitting on his wheelchair. Dad, welcome home. Dad. Luo Feng obediently brought some tea to his father and said, from now on, Dad won't have to wear this uniform anymore. Him? Luo Hongguo was shocked. Luo Gongzinlan, who was carrying the rice bowls, smiled at Luo Hongguo. Our son just signed a contract with the Dojo of Limits. Once he passes the fighter combat exam, he'll receive $2 billion. He even received a private villa. He brought the keys to it home. What? Luo Hongguo was startled. Zinlan, what did you just say? Dad, look. Luo Feng gave Luo Hongguo the signed contract. Luo Hongguo took it and looked carefully. From the very first word to the very last word, Luo Hongguo didn't dare miss anything. He looked at this contract as if he was looking at a wedding certificate. All the terms on the contract were very clear. Don't you sign the contract with the Dojo of Limits after the fighter combat exam? Luo Hongguo was in a state of disbelief. And how come there's $2 billion? Before, when Luo Feng passed the prospective fighter exam, Luo Hongguo carefully checked. When a fighter joins the dojo, they only get 100 million. Dad, this is because brothers, a genius, Luo Hua said, as he made a strange laugh. What's the most important thing in this age? The genius is within the fighters. All of us are able to live in this villa. Luo Hongguo looked towards his son Luo Feng. Gong Xinlan laughed on the side. If you want to live there, you can go right now. Ha ha ha! Luo Hongguo couldn't even control himself anymore. Tears were welling up in his eyes. Even after all of these years, there was no chance of him changing with his current job, even if he worked for the rest of his life. He has worked so hard for his family, and now, there's finally a chance to change. He can immediately live in the legendary private villa. Indeed, a private villa is a legendary existence for a regular person. After the Grand Nirvana period, a city has to hold 200 million people, so land is extremely valuable. Since villas take up so much space, you can't even get them with money. Even the few very rich people who inhabit the villas have to pay an enormous tax. Even I, Luo Hongguo, has an opportunity to live in a villa. Luo Hongguo couldn't control his happiness. Haha, even my dog of a boss home isn't going to be as good as mine. Yup, Luo Hua was starting to get excited too. Our home will have huge windows and a huge bath. It'll also have a very huge living room. Our television and laptops will all be equipped with voice recognition systems. Our living room's television's display will be at least 200 inches wide. We can even roll around on our beds. A bed to roll around on. I've been wishing for one for ages, Luo Hua said excitedly. When Luo Feng saw his dad and brother like this, he was truly happy inside. Why did he work so hard? Wasn't it all just for this day? Dad, Mom, sit down, let's eat, Luo Feng laughed. I'm going to take a shower, Luo Hongguo laughed loudly. In the future, I won't have to wear this uniform already. I'll contact my boss about this. Times tonight, Luo Feng's family was filled with a never-before-seen happiness. This home, which was only 36 ping, has housed this family of 4 for so many years. Even though they weren't satisfied with this home, for example, the parents have to sleep on the couch and rarely any sunlight gets in. The bathroom is pitifully small. There are just too many flaws. However, right when they were about to leave, Luo Feng's family was a bit hesitant, since there were way too many memories in this home. However, people have to go higher. The morning of the second day, a large truck was parked in front of the apartment. Luo Feng and his family started to move their things onto the truck. Old Luo, what's happening? How come you're moving? Hey Sister Lan, what are you doing so early in the morning? Many familiar friends and neighbors in this small sector curiously asked Luo Hongguo and Gong Xinlan. Haha, my son Feng joined the dojo of limits, so we're moving to the Mingyu sector. Luo Hongguo answered with pride. Wang San, you better come to the feast I host in my home. Out of all the people who have lived in this poor apartment, who isn't hoping to make a change for themselves one day? Luo Hongguo changed, and he relied on his son. Old Luo's son sure is great. He actually joined the dojo of limits. Yay, he's great. I wonder when my son can become that great too. Now old Luo got lucky and made a change for himself. The rumors spread from each person to 10 others, from 10 others to 100 others. Momentarily, the news spread across the entire southern shore region and even to other apartments in other regions. They all knew that Luo Hongguo's son has joined the dojo of limits, and their family will be moving to the Mingyu sector. This is an unbelievably huge, joyous event, which also made many other teenagers hope to help their families. When you want to find me, go straight to the Mingyu sector. However, give me a call before you come so I can contact the guards, said Luo Feng to his good friend Wai Wen. Okay, Wai Wen excitedly hit Luo Feng's chest. I knew that you could do this, Luo Feng. Who cares about high school exams? Can 1 in 10,000 college graduates or military academy graduates live in a private villa? Geez, I'll be sure to come look at your home in a few days. I haven't even stepped into a villa before. Very quickly, under the gazes of the numerous men, women, and children, Luo Feng and his family rode a car, which was followed by a truck filled with things they couldn't bear to throw away. Luo Feng and his family left the southern shore region and entered the fighters' Mingyu sector. Times noon, at the entrance in front of the Mingyu sector. 6 soldiers holding real guns were guarding the gate at both sides, scanning the surroundings. Stop! One of the guards immediately raised his assault rifle and pointed it at the incoming car. Kai! That car made an emergency brake. Luo Feng and his family came out of the car, and a bald, old man came out of the guardsman's lounge. He laughed. Luo Feng, right? Last time I saw you for your prospective fighter exam, I knew your future was limitless. However, I didn't think you'd be coming to live in our sector so quickly. I was contacted yesterday. Hurry, come and help them move their things. Luo Feng, we have people to help you move your things. These moving companies aren't allowed to enter here, laughed the bald old man. We understand, Father. Luo Hongguo laughed and nodded. At once, 7 soldiers rushed out of the sector and speedily helped move the things. The men from the moving company watched with awe. After that, Luo Feng and his family moved into the Ming Yu sector. Luo Feng looked at the limit hall in the center and then looked at his surroundings. There were small bridges, flowing rivers, fake mountains and ponds, and a villa that was encircled by flowing water. From now on, this will be my home. Luo Feng turned his head to his parents and his brother on his wheelchair. At this time, his parents and his brother all looked with excitement towards the small sector. Mr. Luo Feng, this in front of you shall be your home. A few soldiers were moving things, and a young woman smiled as she held a few papers. #199 will be Mr. Luo Feng's home. This villa has 3 floors and a basement. The 3rd floor also has a large terrace. The total area is 512 ping. If you count the basement, garden and terrace, then it nears 800 ping. Luo Feng and his family exchanged glances, and then they closely looked at this luxurious villa with red and white walls. This will be their home. 36 ping. Near 800 ping? Luo Hua on his wheelchair couldn't help but to mutter. Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Fighter Combat Exam. Late at night on July 31st in Ming Yu sector's #199 villa. On the 2nd floor in this villa, there were 4 huge rooms, a bedroom, a media room, a guest room, and a gigantic training hall. This training hall was at least 120 ping, and took up half of the 2nd floor. Late into the night, the street light shined through the glass of the media room and refracted into the training hall. Luo Feng, wearing a loose dojo uniform, silently kneeled on the floor. 2 streams of light constantly and rapidly circled around Luo Feng's body. As if they were happy, joyous birds, they flew around the dojo quickly and flexibly. After a while, the 2 streams of light slowed down and floated next to Luo Feng. They were 2 throwing knives. With my current level of spiritual force, controlling things isn't too hard. However, if I control like 4 or 5 knives, the speed, power, etc. diminish other than trying to control his new strength. Luo Feng has put most of this month's work on his spiritual force training. While Luo Feng was living in the Ming Yu sector this month, he met and talked with many fighters. Luo Feng also confirmed one thing, that his telekinesis is indeed spiritual force. I'm taking the fighter combat exam tomorrow, so I should rest well tonight. Luo Feng stood up and opened the glass door, and then headed to his bedroom to sleep. August 1st noon. Under the leadership of a fighter, 30 or so prospective fighters, including Luo Feng and Yang Wu, rushed towards the train station. KOK tilde. The train was moving quickly into the station, and the sounds of the wheels grinding against the tracks were weak. The carriages of the train were all filled with clamor, but were also completely sealed. There were no windows to look out of. In each carriage, a person appeared on the large display. Inside the carriage, many prospective fighters were seated. Fellow prospective fighters, future fighters, I am from the HR Alliance. A middle-aged man was speaking on the carriage display. I'm sure all of you have heard of the HR Alliance before. It's the strongest, wealthiest organization and the organization with the most fighters. I'm sure everyone is also familiar with the HR Alliance's other name, the Underground Alliance. All the prospective fighters inside the carriage quieted down. Luo Feng and Yang Wu sat side by side, heads raised towards the large display. Crazy, you've heard of the Underground Alliance before, right? Laughed Yang Wu. They are seriously wealthy. The wealthiest organization on Earth, even wealthier than a country. I know, Luo Feng laughed. While he lived in the Ming Yu sector for the past month, he has learned of many basic information from the fighters in the same area. Prior to the Grand Nirvana period, places like the United States of America and Europe all had powerful families controlling them from behind. For example, the Morgan family, the Rockefeller family, the Onassis family, etc. These families virtually controlled over half of the world's wealth. However, when the Grand Nirvana period came and the monsters attacked, many smaller countries were destroyed. The larger countries, that had powerful armies, all fended for themselves and strengthened their governments. At this time, many of the old, powerful families were afraid of being overpowered by the government's armies. So they teamed up and created the HR Alliance, or the Human Rights Alliance. Human Rights Alliance, it sounds good. However, it's an alliance that centers around the powerful families. It's called by fighters the Underground Alliance. Our alliance has the world's largest communication platform for fighters. Here you can accept high-paying missions. Our alliance has power and influence all over the world. Once you join our alliance, and you become one of us, you'll receive top-class service whether it's in the USA or the European Union. Our alliance has the largest army, and the most power in the government. Join us. The middle-aged man spoke for 15 minutes. All future fighters. A man who had a strict face appeared on the screen. Let me introduce myself. I and Jiangnan City's security agency's deputy chief. My name is Liu. In our country of China, there is no doubt that our government's army is the strongest. Join our government, join our army, and no matter where you go in China, you'll have the greatest support. Everyone, the person on the screen changed again. I am the chief of Jiangnan City's Thunder Dojo, headquarters Wang. Our Thunder Dojo was created by the fastest and invincible fighter, Thunder Lord. All over the world, our Thunder Dojo has branches. All future fighters, we have introduced the previous three. No need to say, everyone knows I'm from the Dojo of Limits. The person on the screen changed to another person. My name is Yu Ji. The Dojo of Limits is the strongest dojo on earth, and was created by the strongest fighter. In our dojo, we hold the strongest power on earth. The forest raised up discussion between the prospective fighters in the carriage. Second brother, after becoming a fighter, which side will you join? I think the Dojo of Limits is pretty good. I'll join the Underground Alliance. You can earn the most money there. Haha, the Thunder Dojo gives fighters better conditions, even a better than the Dojo of Limits. Joining the Thunder Dojo seems like a good choice too. The excited discussions of the prospective fighters spread around the carriage. Luo Feng and Yang Wu also discussed in a low voice. Crazy, my instructor and my senior both joined the Dojo of Limits. Now even you have joined the Dojo of Limits, so of course I will too. Even if I join the Dojo of Limits, I can still receive missions from the Underground Alliance. We can choose to buy things from both the Dojo of Limits and from the Underground Alliance. The Dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, the Underground Alliance, and the government's arm. Luo Feng was clear. Within all of those powers, the government's army was no doubt the strongest. For the Underground Alliance, which is made out of many powerful families from all over the world, even a country would try to avoid angering them, since the Underground Alliance controls nearly the entire world's economy. The Thunder Dojo and the Dojo of Limits are behind the first two in power. However, joining these two large dojos represents freedom. Brother Yang, how many prospective fighters do you see on this carriage? Luo Feng looked around and saw that there were over 100 people inside just one carriage. There are a lot of people. Yang Wu curled his lip. I just heard from other people's discussions how there are 2 fighter combat exams each year. And in each fighter combat exam, over 1,000 prospective fighters from all over Jiangnan City come to take it. Over 1,000? Luo Feng was shocked. However, that seemed right, since there was a population of 200 million in Jiangnan City, and 10 million people in the entirety of Yanzhou City. In average, there are just a few dozen more fighters. After a while, fellow prospective fighters, the train will be entering the station shortly, so please prepare to get off, came a sound from the speaker in the carriage. Shortly after, the train started decelerating until it stopped. Carriage's doors opened, and all the prospective fighters from each carriage got off. Very quickly, the mighty crowd of prospective fighters entered a huge military camp, which took a vast amount of space. Various heated weapons could be seen on the outer parts of the camp. One cannon was pointed towards the outskirts of the camp. Large amounts of soldiers were all holding various sophisticated weapons. Luo Feng and the group of prospective fighters looked around. Look outside the camp, Yang Wu excitedly pointed far away. Luo Feng looked carefully, and, other than the camp's security line, there were a few starving monsters who were growling. However, these monsters didn't dare approach the camp. An ear-piercing howl made all of the fighters simultaneously raise their heads, and they saw hundreds of densely packed fake-kin monsters howl across the dark, blue sky. According to the books, after you leave the city, you can see all sorts of monsters. The books were indeed right. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Humans can only live in the cities or in military camps. Only a fighter can come out here alone and fight with those powerful monsters. Everyone, a loud sound carried to every single fighter's ears. Welcome to Jiangnan City's Northern Military Sector. This time, the 1,680 of you will take your fighter combat exam hosted in our Northern Military Sector. I hope most of you will pass, and I hope all of you will live through this exam. Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Monster Town. It was lively within the military sector. At the same time, there was an extravagant lunch prepared for all the prospective fighters who came to participate in the fighter combat exam. Afternoon. 1,680 fighters stood in an open plaza. At a reception desk in the plaza sat some high authorities of Jiangnan City's Northern Military Sector, and some high authorities of the Thunder Dojo and the Dojo of Limits. Prospective fighters whose names are called, come up and retrieve your uniforms and weapons. Yanzhuo, Hifeng Wang Bingjiang. There were at least 10 officers at the desk yelling names one by one. Prospective fighters whose names were called all went to pick up their uniforms and weapons. Luo Feng, that ringing sound. Right when Luo Feng heard it, he sprinted up there. This is your battle uniform, your battle boots, and the second series ghost blade you need. The heaviest one we prepared was 98 kg. We don't have any heavier ones. The officer passed a set of objects to Luo Feng. Here's a communication watch, which can send mail and has GPS. This is a hexagonal shield. While the officer was saying that, he was a bit suspicious as he looked into Luo Feng's eyes. A prospective fighter actually asked for such a heavy ghost blade. Quite weird. Luo Feng slightly smiled and sprinted away holding the near 200 kg load of items. In the plaza, each of the 1,680 fighters received their requested weapons that were most suitable for them. Each of them used cold weapons. This was the requirement for the fighter combat exam. Heated weapons were banned. After they received their things, everyone returned to their own resting areas and changed into their battle gear. There was laughter all over the open plaza. At this time, Luo Feng was equipped with his metal alloy battle boots, military standard trousers, and a battle vest with some special kilo alloy material inside. He also had his hexagonal shield and ghost blade on his back, and was happily talking with the fighter beside him. If you put down everything I have equipped, it'll be worth at least 7-10,000. A crew-cut teenager excitedly pointed to his uniform. This trouser and vest aren't the best fighter equipment. They're only lent to us for the fighter combat exam. However, it can defend against the weakest H-grade monster's claws, which is much better than the bull-sheet bulletproof vests back at town. A regular bullet will never be able to pierce this, and a H-grade monster will never be able to rip this apart. You can't rip it apart. A girl with a stern expression laughed coldly on the side. Even if the monster can't rip apart the uniform, just the impact itself can break your bones and damage your internal organs. This big brother isn't so weak and fragile. The crew-cut teenager sneered and glared at the girl. How about, little girl, we go over there and test this brother's strength? That's enough. Luo Feng frowned. Yes, brother Luo. We'll listen to brother Luo. The crew-cut teenager laughed. The news of Luo Feng being scouted by the dojo of limits was spread from 1 to 10, and 10 to 100 in the prospective fighter community. Out of the 1,680 prospective fighters, only 3 of them were recruited by the dojo of limits and the Thunder Dojo. The prospective fighters knew that these 3 people were special. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. A yelling sound from far away was heard. It was the Limit Hall's chief instructor, Wu Tong. Uncle Wu. Luo Feng ran towards him after telling Yan Wu and the others beside him. In the past month, Luo Feng lived in the Ming-Yu sector, so naturally, he would be close to chief instructor Wu Tong, who also lived in the same sector. He called familiarly, Uncle Wu. Luo Feng, come with me. After Wu Tong said that, he started to lead the way. Luo Feng was full of doubts but didn't say anything. They quickly arrived at the second floor of a quiet apartment. In the living room on the second floor, there were lots of people seated together. Luo Feng looked around. Out of all of these people, he only recognized one of the big 4 of the Jiangnan City's dojo of limits headquarters, Zhu Jitao. Chief greeted Luo Feng loudly. Luo Feng, go sit over there with Wu Tong. Zhu Jitao, wearing a dark battle uniform with faintly glowing silver pieces, said as he laughed quietly. Zhu, this is the Luo Feng you talked about? Let me see. Compared to our Thunder Dojo, he isn't that good, isn't he? A burly man wearing a dark purple battle uniform sat across from Zhu Jitao. When he spoke, the sounds seemed to echo within his chest. Our Thunder Dojo recruited 2 people early. One whose fitness level is on par with your Luo Feng, and another who is a firearms genius. The burly man looked to the 2 young men on his side, who immediately stood up in response. My name is Wan Dong, said a teenager, who seemed solemn and had a purple birthmark on his face. My name is Ma Xiao. Another teenager was smiling and looked beautiful. Yes, we can use the word beautiful for this teenager. If he was born a girl, it would probably be the kind that would bring calamity. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Luo Feng, you already know. Luo Feng, the solemn teenager, spoke. Do you have any balls to compete? Tonight at the fighter combat exam, let's see who can get first place. The solemn teenager's eyes flashed, as if he saw the most delicious kind of food, full of desire. Not interested. Luo Feng shook his head. The solemn teenager was startled, but then laughed coldly and didn't say anything further. Zhu Jitao and the burly man from the Thunder Dojo laughed on the side. Zhu, your little kiddo seems quite interesting. He's quite calm, didn't let his head get hot when provoked. I kind of like this young man. Luo Feng, any plans to join my Thunder Dojo? Go, Zhu Jitao glared. I'm just joking. Man, you aren't interesting. The burly man laughed. Zhu Jitao glared. We should go too. Fighter combat exam is going to start soon. Luo Feng and the 1,680 powerful prospective fighters walked for at least half an hour under the lead of a soldier. They reached the outer part of a town. It was already evening at this time, and the sun has dropped. Roar tilde. Various howls that makes your heart skip a beat could be heard in the town. The town was surrounded by barbed wire and had a large amount of soldiers patrolling with guns. Hurry, there aren't enough monsters inside. Bring another 1,200 500 iron fur boars, 300 Jai shadow cats, and another 500 masked, if tigers. As the command went through the town, Luo Feng and the others didn't have to wait much longer until they saw huge trucks coming. Each of the trucks had angry howling coming from them. Luo Feng and the large amounts of fighters went to look closely. In each of the trucks were cages, and in each of the cages were locked up monsters. Those angry howlings made some inexperienced prospective fighters' hearts tremble. Luo Feng Chief Instructor Wu Tong laughed beside Luo Feng. Even if you're skilled and strong, that doesn't mean you can kill the monsters. When some people see blood and are faced with a chance of death, they won't even be able to bring out a tenth of their strength. So for this combat exam, the main goal is to train your mind. You have to get used to fighting to the death with monsters, and be merciless. Understood? Luo Feng nodded. These monsters are all the weakest H-level monsters. They're equivalent to a beginner warrior level fighter, said Wu Tong. Their weak point is their low intellect. However, their strong point is that they are very aggressive and cruel. So in every fighter combat exam, there's always a cruel case where a prospective fighter that dies. Luo Feng nodded. There's no way that fighting to the death with real monsters could be safe. After a bunch of weak H-level monsters have been imported into the town, the amount of monsters in the town have reached a startling amount. Everyone a ringing voice carried to every prospective fighter's ears. Luo Feng and every prospective fighter raised their heads to look, and they saw a military officer standing on a ruined 3-story apartment in the middle of the town as he spoke to all the prospective fighters. This time's combat exam will have the same rules as the past ones. From 6:30 p.m. tonight, we will begin. The exam will end at 6 a.m. tomorrow. The more monsters you slaughter, the more points you get. For each monster you slaughter, cut the monster's left ear off as proof. Remember, prospective fighters are not allowed to fight each other. Your movements and actions are all under our surveillance. Those who break the rules will immediately be shot and killed. Out of you 1,680 prospective fighters, the top 60% will earn the right to become a fighter. The other 40% will fail, and will have to take the next fighter combat exam. The officer's voice suddenly became cold. In other words, out of the 1,680 of you, 1,008 will pass and 672 will be disqualified. The prospective fighters who were listening below couldn't help but to start talking. An unbelievable 40% will be disqualified. Here's a reminder, usually if one can kill 3 monsters, they pass. If you can only kill 2 monsters, it'll be up to luck. The officer's voice resonated in everyone's ears. When scores are the same, we use the amount of time used to kill the monsters and how injured you are to determine the rankings. So, when you finish killing the amount of monsters required, hurry and come out of the town. Remember, if you receive a heavy wound, press the emergency help button on your communication watch. Someone will immediately come and save you. However, that moment also represents the end of your fighter combat exam. The officer leaped. Whoosh! From the top of the apartment to the ground was at least a height of around 10 meters. And with 2 more consecutive leaps, he was already outside of town. All prospective fighters, move out and enter Monster Town. The officer waved his hand. The 1,680 prospective fighters were like a raging wave and poured into Monster Town. Shut the door, ordered the officer. Rumble tilde tilde tilde. The only gate closed shut. The fighter combat exam officially begins. Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down down down. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. First kill. In the enclosed town, the 1,680 prospective fighters rapidly spread out and started to hunt their prey. Brother Yang, are you going to challenge Monster Town alone? Luo Feng and Yang Wu stood next to a small supermarket's wall together. Yang Wu firmly nodded his head. Crazy. This time's fighter combat exam isn't just an exam. More importantly, it's a place for training your courage. When you enter the danger zone alone, the dangers you'll encounter are 10 to 100 times more dangerous than the ones here. If I even need your help in this Monster Town, then what'll I do in the future? Luo Feng nodded. You're right. Brother Yang, be careful. Okay, crazy. You should grab your chance too, reminded Yang Wu. This town is all filled with the weakest H-level monsters. There probably won't be any more opportunities in the future to train your blade on the weakest level of monsters. I understand. This is a rare chance to train our skill with the blade, smiled Luo Feng as he nodded. Okay, meet you in the town tomorrow morning. After saying that, Yang Wu looked carefully in all 4 directions, and then swiftly jumped away. Luo Feng also quickly sprinted into a shady area. As nightfall approached, there was a huge searchlight illuminating the borders of the town. Most of the town was lit up, but there were also many places hidden in the dark. From what the fighters said in the small sector, the monsters are split into soldiers, commanders, and horde leaders. Luo Feng held his hexagonal shield with his left hand, and his ghost blade with his right as he quietly stood in a ruined alley filled with dust. The soldier, or H-level monster, is as strong as a human beginner warrior. Even Though there are many monsters in this town, there are mainly 3 different types. The cat monster with the primary trait of speed shadow cat, the powerful, heavy class iron fur boars, and the masked, if tiger whose power and speed are great. Luo Feng scanned the area. Suddenly, a shadow approached from a ruined 2-story apartment. With Luo Feng's great vision, he saw that the shadow's fur was sharp as needles and was at least 1.5 meters tall. Its mouth had 2 gigantic tusks which reflected the light from the searchlight, which could make one's heart skip a beat. A regular boar that humans eat is probably only 60-70 cm tall. In other words, this monster is at least double the size of a domestic pig, almost as if it was a small truck. Iron fur boar? My first prey will be you. Luo Feng watched the iron fur boar and came out of the alley, right into the iron fur boar's field of vision. Growled tilde as he stared at the iron fur boar in the eye. He held up his shield and blade. The monster made a weird growling sound and suddenly fiercely stepped on the concrete surface, making a cloud of dust. It carried a putrid current with it as it charged towards Luo Feng, as if it was a heavy hummer flying towards him. The 2 long, sharp tusks pointed forward like gigantic scimitars. Who? Right when the iron fur boar charged, Luo Feng quickly dodged to the side. The iron fur boar didn't even have time to stop during its charge, and with a quick flash in his eyes, all the power on his body focused in his arm and unrelentlessly made with his ghost blade. The ghost blade cut right across the iron fur boar's neck. Thump! The head of the iron fur boar was immediately detached from its body and flew up high. Fresh blood was spewing out of the area where it was cut from, and the body also flew at least 10 meters before falling. The body twitched for a bit on the ground, and then finally died. Luo Feng took in 2 deep breaths. Luo Feng's heart shaked a bit after witnessing the gory scene. Killing a monster for the first time can indeed be a shock. No wonder Uncle Wu said that some prospective fighters can't bring out their strength after witnessing blood. Luo Feng reflected on his battle. The dodge just now was done pretty well, but the way I slashed across the iron fur boar's neck used up unnecessary strength. However, a regular prospective fighter probably could never cut off the iron fur boar's head. The iron fur boar's defense was powerful, but that was for a regular prospective fighter. Luo Feng's current strength is on par with an intermediate warrior level fighter. Fighting with this iron fur boar is just like bullying. According to my fighter brothers at the Ming Yu sector, you can't just use brute force when dealing with monsters. You have to grasp their weak point also. I can't believe I let my heart waver when I severed the iron fur boar's head. I must get used to this. In the future, I'll be fighting with monsters all the time with my life on the line. If my heart isn't prepared, I might lose my life in a crucial moment. Luo Feng understood that the more crucial the moment is, the more calm you have to be. However, Luo Feng's state of mind was pretty good, since people usually have a much larger reaction towards their first kill. Luo Feng walked towards the boar's head, and with one swipe of his hand, he cut off the boar's left ear, and put it inside the bag he was carrying. First one, now towards the next. With a slight movement of his body, Luo Feng has already disappeared from the street. Only the corpse of the iron fur boar remained on the blood-stained street. With every passing second in this enclosed town, there were bloody battles taking place in every corner. Even though the H-level monsters are close to the prospective fighters in power, the humans have one advantage: intellect. The weakest H-level monsters don't have much intellect, only some basic bestial instincts. Around 8 p.m., on a 6-story high apartment, 2 shadows were swiftly fighting with each other. Hua! A cold light shone. Luo Feng's was kneeling on the platform. A trace of blood could be seen on the ghost blade he was holding. The other shadow was helplessly thrown aside as it left behind a trail of blood. This shadow cat is the fastest one out of the 3 monsters. Even though it's a H-level monster, it has a speed of 40 mph. Luo Feng stood up and walked over to it. The shadow cat on the floor's fur was gray and its body wasn't too big, around half a meter long. This shadow cat's abdomen had a staggering wound. Even the inner organs were slashed open by Luo Feng's attack. For regular prospective fighters, this cat does indeed pose a threat. However, too bad it met me. Luo Feng shaked his head and cut off the shadow cat's left ear. Luo Feng's speed is way faster than the shadow cat's. There's no helping it, since Luo Feng has already reached the level of an intermediate warrior. And within the intermediate warrior level fighters, Luo Feng counts as a stronger one. Fifth, Luo Feng carefully put away the spoils of war. Usually, there's a 100% chance of passing if you can kill 3 monsters. I already killed 5, so I pass for sure. Then now, I'll start seriously training my agility and blade. He killed monsters for points before, and now he has enough points. I'll use 1000 ki of fist strength and 30 ms of speed to start fighting with these monsters. Luo Feng was practically bullying the monsters, since they were on a completely different level. But now, Luo Feng has suppressed his strength to make it equal with the enemies, so there's actually a point in training. When you enter the danger zone in the future, you can't just keep killing monsters weaker than you every time. Begin. Luo Feng was standing on the balcony of a residential apartment as he looked around and below him. First one. Luo Feng saw a mastiff tiger, whose body was full of spots, near the top of a ruined 3-story apartment out of the corner of his eye. Luo Feng immediately flew towards it. With just one leap off of the balcony, he flew more than 10 meters, and heavily landed onto the ruined roof. Even the floor violently shook as he landed. Luo Feng rolled on the ground with the force of the impact and directly flew towards the mastiff tiger. Howl tilde tilde tilde. The mastiff tiger also came flying towards. A grim teenager whose shirt was stained with blood carried a dark moon blade as he arrogantly walked on the street. I wonder how many monsters Luo Feng has killed, thought the grim teenager. He is the only one out of the 1,680 fighters whose strength is close to Luo Feng's. The genius who was scouted by the Thunder Dojo, Yuan Dong. Although this time there were 3 people who were scouted. However, one of them is a firearms genius whose fitness level isn't that high. Only Luo Feng and this Yuan Dong are geniuses with similar fitness levels. Yuan Dong's gaze landed at a location. He only saw a shadow constantly fighting with 2 shadow cats. The 2 shadow cats hissed and speedily attacked with their claws. However, the shadow dexterously dodged the attacks as he fought the 2 shadow cats. Luo Feng, it takes you so long just to kill 2 shadow cats? I am so disappointed in you, shouted Yuan Dong as he laughed. Kai. As if lightning, the ghost blade in Luo Feng's hand made 2 slits, and the 2 shadow cats immediately fell to the floor. After a few twitches, they stopped moving. So quick, Yuan Dong was shocked and thought to himself, and the blade made a clean cut towards the weak points of the shadow cats. Yuan Dong saw from Luo Feng's 2 sledges that Luo Feng's strength was not to be underestimated. I was going to play with you a bit more and continue training myself. Luo Feng looked at the corpses of the 2 shadow cats. However, that guy is annoying, and I don't want him to see me training my agility and blade. Luo Feng cut off the 2 shadow cats' ears, put it into his bag, and disappeared without even looking at Yuan Dong once. Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down. Chapter 31. In the enclosed town, the slaughter continued. Some prospective fighters instinctively pressed the emergency help button after getting injured in their first battle, and thus failing. Some prospective fighters become pale from shock after killing a monster. Some powerful prospective fighters get pumped up and excited after killing monsters. In a place not too far from the enclosed town, there was a large security screen and a tall structure displaying everything happening in each sector in the town. What a weak strategy. In one of the rooms of this large structure, a military officer was drinking with a burly man. The screens on the side walls were displaying the slaughter going on in the city. The burly man sighed. Watching these young men fight with these monsters reminds me of when we were young. Yea, from a glance, most of them are all around 20 years old, which is the youngest yet most fragile point of their lives. The military officer also sighed. Old Wang, after a blink of an eye, we 2 brothers have become old. Back in the day, we were rookies in Jiangnan City too. Now you're the chief of the Thunder Dojo. Ha ha. The burly man laughed loudly. Iron Monkey, didn't you also get your way to Major General him? The military instructor looked with shock at the display. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Old Wang, hurry and look. On the display was several videos of the town. Since there were so many cameras recording, the videos on the display change every so often. It changed. The military officer immediately pressed the telephone on the side and commanded, lock onto the prospective fighter just now from camera #21, lock onto him. Yes, an impressive sound came from the telephone. The burly man Wang looked suspiciously at his good brother. Iron Monkey, what did you just see? Old Wang, you'll see soon. The military instructor laughed mysteriously. In just a moment, the display changed to the video from before. In the video was 5 shadow cats constantly attacking a prospective fighter. These 5 shadow cats were 5 H-level shadow cats, and the prospective fighter held a hexagonal shield, a ghost blade, and looked very young. It was indeed Luo Feng. Oh, the burly man's eyes flashed. How about this? This kiddo's strong, isn't he? Said the military officer. This kiddo actually used this exam as a free chance to train himself. And look, his technique is insane. Ruwai class. The Ruwai class. The burly man's eyes flashed and stared at the 5 shadow cats who were attacking Luo Feng. Each of Luo Feng's dodges didn't make much motion, but easily dodged every attack from each of the shadow cats. The taste of this stroll completely took over these 2 powerful men. The Ruwai class technique, even many warlord level fighters can't do it. His technique actually reached the Ruwai class. Amazing, amazing. The burly man took in a breath. He's only 18 years old. His technique is just as good as his fitness level. With good talent your fitness level will be high. However, technique results from battle experience and a clear understanding of the basics. Only then can you enter the Ruwai class. How did you know he's 18 years old? The military officer jumped in surprise. You know him? He's Luo Feng. Fuck, The dojo of limits recruited him first, angrily shouted the burly man. The dojo of limits sure had some bullshit luck. This Luo Feng is only 18, but not only is his fitness level fantastic, but his technique is also amazing. Ruwai class at this age, what will he become in the future? Understand that even powerful warlord level fighters haven't reached the Ruwai class in technique. Clearly your technique has to be insanely good to get into this level. In real combat, fitness level is just one side. Technique, skill, and willpower also come into play. No. The burly man slammed the table. We can't let the dojo of limits steal this genius. Thankfully I was lucky and saw this scene while drinking with you, Iron Monkey. What are you planning to do? Laughed the military officer. What? Win him over? The burly man glared. I'll win him over no matter what. The dojo of limits might have not noticed this, but this young man's technique is astonishing. I'll win him over first. Isn't it just money? Sure, I'm lucky to encounter such a talented young man. Compared to him, one Dong is off by 18,000 miles. The military officer laughed. Iron Monkey, make a copy of this recording for me later, said the burly man. Sure, no problem, laughed the military officer as he nodded. I am loud, a half 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 I am loud, a half. In the dawn of the day in the enclosed monster town, Luo Feng encountered and was surrounded by 3 masked, if tigers, 2 shadow cats, and 2 iron fur boars in a ruined sector. It took quite a bit of energy to gather up all 7 of these monsters here. Good, keep coming. Just like that, Luo Feng was calm, and as if taking a walk, he occasionally stepped left, occasionally stepped right, and forwards and backwards. Sometimes he would slightly bend his waist, sometimes he would bend his body. With just these small, slight movements, the 7 monsters couldn't even touch a hair of Luo Feng's body. Growl, tilde 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 from the corner of his eye. Luo Feng noticed a masked, if tiger flying at him. Around him were 4 more monsters preparing to attack at the same time. Looking at the situation, his foot turned and his body immediately moved. Not good, barely missed, thought Luo Feng hopelessly. It seemed like the shadow cat's claw was about to grab onto Luo Feng's body, but strangely enough, Luo Feng's body suddenly moved 5 cm, which allowed him to just barely miss the attack. It sure is quite a challenge learning the legendary Ruwai class technique. It seemed like Luo Feng dodged all the attacks, but in fact Luo Feng himself was clear he failed. Because in the last moment, he used his spiritual force on the hexagonal shield on his left arm to create a force of propulsion. It was because of this force that Luo Feng was able to move that 5 cm. In a battle, your technique is extremely important, which is why Luo Feng has been training his technique the entire night. Usually technique training requires a very solid understanding in the basics, which usually takes 10 years of bitter work. And fighting with monsters for years drills the ways to dodge into your consciousness. Once you train enough, your reflexes will come in play no matter what the situation. Solid understanding in the basics, tons of training, and reflexes. These 3 levels are the basics of technique. Above these 3 is the Ruwai class. The Ruwai class means that you have virtually complete control over your strength and body, and are able to use the smallest amount of energy to just barely dodge the attack. All kinds of dodging, just like it has been calculated by a computer. The reason why the Ruwai class technique is so hard is because, when you are just barely dodging, any kind of mistake will lead to the attack from the monster striking you. Once you are hit by a monster, most people get heavily injured, if not killed. When training in the Ruwai class technique, it isn't really effective to train with monsters who are much weaker than you. Luo Feng is being attacked by 7 monsters right now. His strength and speed are being used to their utmost capabilities. However, it is too difficult to not get touched at all when surrounded by 7 monsters. I guess I'm in the Ruwai class now. I also use the smallest, slightest of movements to delicately dodge. Of course errors will happen sometimes. Luo Feng felt a bit tired, so the ghost blade that never attacked suddenly flourished, and the monsters cried in anguish. 5 streams of fresh blood poured out, and 5 out of the 7 monsters were instantly killed. The other 2 realized the situation and ran away. However, after this night of training, my technique has at least doubled in skill. Luo Feng let out a smile. What kind of training could compare to real combat experience with a monster? And what kind of combat with monsters could compare with Luo Feng's extreme training? Only by challenging your body's limits can you know where the limit of your dodges are. This night of training has benefited Luo Feng greatly. Luo Feng is stronger than a H-level masked if tiger, shadow cat, and an iron fur boar in a one-on-one. However, 7 monsters can kill a person. A fist can have 3000 kg of strength, but a 2000 kg charge from a monster is enough to heavily injure Luo Feng. Even that genius Yuan Dong wouldn't attempt such an extreme type of training, or else you might get pulled apart by the 7 monsters. But Luo Feng would dare to attempt such a thing, because he has his spiritual force. If he ever encounters any sort of danger, He can just use his spiritual force on his shield or his ghost blade to give him a boost and use that to dodge. Too bad this spiritual force can only be used on inanimate objects. Once it gets near a person, it gets absorbed into it. Luo Feng shaked his head. His spiritual force couldn't be used to control humans and animals. He can only control things such as metal and wood. However, the spiritual force already gave Luo Feng plenty of joy. At least, he's skilled enough for Ruwai class dodging. Of course, it was a different type of Ruwai dodging. Since when he makes a mistake, he can just use his spiritual force for a boost. However, just his dodging ability alone isn't any worse than the regular Ruwai class. And it's also even more strange. Beep tilde 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 beep, tilde 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 beep tilde tilde tilde, an ear-piercing sound suddenly rang through the entire town. At the same time, a heavy voice also spread across the entire town. Time's up. All prospective fighters immediately returned to the exit of the town. Fighter combat exam is over? Luo Feng laughed. I'll keep doing this kind of Ruwai class technique training until the day I won't need my spiritual force to help me. My technique will also reach the Ruwai class. Luo Feng cut off the left ears of the 5 monsters, put it in his bag, and rushed towards the main gate of Monster Town. Chapter 32. At the entrance of Monster Town, the prospective fighters left one by one. Virtually every prospective fighter had a few blood stains on them, whether it was their own blood or the monster's blood. There were even some prospective fighters who were being carried out by their friends. Beep tilde, an ear-piercing sound rang and a large, heavy truck came out of the town. The truck was filled with the monsters' corpses. Hey, these are the prospective fighters' corpses. Someone come pick them up. One of the large trucks stopped at the side, and there were indeed quite a bit of corpses. Some of them were missing large parts of their body, which were clearly bitten off by monsters. The truck dumped these corpses to the side. Again. Yin. Within a moment, quite a few prospective fighters were crying out. Some of them even went to the corpses and wailed. What are you crying about? A cold, domineering voice rang from a military officer, which caused quite a few angry glances to look over at him. But this military officer scanned the surroundings coldly. Who doesn't die when fighting with monsters? You chose to take the path of a fighter, so prepare yourself to die. Society gives fighters special rights. Why? Not for you to enjoy it, but because you kill large amounts of monsters, which benefits humanity. That's why you receive special benefits. Your position, your authority. You have to put your life on the line to receive all of this. In this exercise, you were given only the weakest of monsters, and they aren't even the type to form packs. If you can't even pass this, how will you expect to survive in the wilderness? The officer's speech made every prospective fighter quiet down, since they barely knew anything about monsters. The most difficult monster to deal with are the pack types, like the dog type mast. If lion, every time they move in a pack of around 10, so even an intermediate level fighter wouldn't approach them. 2 monsters left ears. Next, injured left arm Lu Fang. Okay, 3 monsters left ears. Not bad. Next, at the entrance of the town, each prospective fighter that came out went to turn in their ears they received from the slaughter to prove how many monsters they killed. Look, Luo Feng came out. It's the Luo Feng that the dojo of limits scouted. I wonder how many monsters he killed. Just because his body fitness level is good doesn't mean he'll be good at killing monsters too. Most of the prospective fighters have already came out, and all of them were focusing on Luo Feng, who just walked out of the entrance. Luo Feng, Wan Dong, and Ma Xiao, these 3 were the prospective fighters that were scouted. 1 to 10, and 10 to 100, almost everyone here recognizes Luo Feng and the others. Him, right when he walked out, he was being stared at by a huge amount of prospective fighters, so Luo Feng couldn't help but to waver. Luo Feng, correct? Hand over the monster's left ears to me. There were 3 military officers sitting ahead, and 2 of them were using laptops, while one of them was looking at Luo Feng. Yes, Luo Feng nodded, and put down the bag he was carrying. Within a moment, a large amount of prospective fighters gathered around, and their gazes were all focused on Luo Feng's bag. They were all curious. How many monsters did Luo Feng kill? Hua! Luo Feng immediately turned the bag upside down and poured the large amount of ears into the metal pot. A small pile formed which filled over half the pot. So many? This guy killed so many monsters? All the prospective fighters watching from afar were shocked. At that time, the military officer was counting up the ears, and soon after he smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, not bad, 36 monsters left ears in total. Until now, you have the most confirmed kills. And you aren't injured either. Next, the military officer looked towards the oncoming people, and Luo Feng smiled as he walked away. After I pass the fighter combat exam, I'll become a true fighter too. Luo Feng was overjoyed. After that, Luo Feng joined the crowd and watched as the other people handed in their monsters' left ears. Some of them had no injury at all, but most of them were lightly injured, which would heal up in around 10 to 15 days of rest. There were also heavily injured prospective fighters. Yang Wu, him, not bad, 3 monsters left ears, a light wound on the left shoulder. Next Yang Wu also came back safely. Brother Yang shouted Luo Feng from the crowd. Crazy Yang Wu laughed loudly as he rushed over. How'd you do? How many monsters did you kill? 36. Luo Feng and Yang Wu walked towards a corner. 36? Fuck, Crazy, you're insane. These monsters were so hard to kill. Yang Wu glanced, especially that masked, if tiger. It was faster than me, and don't even get me started on its power. Its level is the same, but its power is way higher than a human fighter's. I pushed my life on the line just to kill 3. Luo Feng laughed. Indeed, you can't underestimate H-level monsters. Even an intermediate warrior will have trouble facing 7 or 8 of them. Luo Feng could only train like he did because of his spiritual force. Wan Dong. It's Wan Dong, the genius prospective fighter the Thunder Dojo scouted. I wonder how many monsters left ears he collected. I wonder, compared to Luo Feng, who's stronger. Yay, the only person who can compete with Luo Feng is this Wan Dong. A wave of discussion arose, which made Luo Feng and Yang Wu, who were hiding at the back, raise their heads in surprisement. Yang Wu was even more shocked as he said, that Wan Dong took until now to come out. Crazy, apparently that Wan Dong's body fitness level isn't any worse than yours. I wonder how many monsters he killed. At this time, the prospective fighters standing at the front all stared at Wan Dong's bag, and the prospective fighters at the back all listened closely. There's a bunch of monsters left ears. It seems like there's a lot of noise followed, and then the military officer's voice carried out. Wan Dong, 51 monsters left ears in total. Haha, you have surpassed Luo Feng, and are temporarily the prospective fighter with the most confirmed kills. 51? So much more than Luo Feng? This Wan Dong is indeed strong. 51 monsters is out of this world. The prospective fighters, who have experienced the might of the monsters themselves, were shocked speechless. Crazy, this Wan Dong has so many more than you. Yang Wu was shocked. Is there a point in killing so many? Luo Feng gave a laugh that couldn't care less. He spent the entire night training his technique. If he really wanted to kill the weakest H-level monsters, with Luo Feng's strength, he can just pick off monsters that are alone. With that, even 100 kills in a night wouldn't be weird. Luo Feng, a voice rang. Luo Feng turned his head and saw a military officer with a large mustache smile. Come with me, a friend wants to meet you, right at the resting lounge ahead. Oh? Luo Feng was a bit suspicious. Meet me. But Luo Feng made no delay and immediately followed the large mustached man to the resting lounge. Before he entered, Luo Feng took off his blood-stained battle uniform and washed it a bit. He then changed into some fresh, clean clothes before entering. I am Lao, a half 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 I am Lao, a half. In the resting lounge, a burly man sat there with his eyes shut. They suddenly opened and, like lightning, looked at Luo Feng. Him. Luo Feng was shocked. This man he knew. It was the man who was talking to Chief Instructor Zhu Ji, and one of the big 4 from the Thunder Dojo in Jiangnan City. My name is Wang King, and I'm the Chief Instructor of the Thunder Dojo. The man laughed. Luo Feng, sit with this Chief Instructor face to face? Luo Feng was shocked inside. He completely understood how much authority this man held. A dojo's Chief Instructor's authority could be compared to a war god's. They have an astonishing amount of power. You could say that this burly man has Jiangnan City in his hands. Why don't you sit scared? I'll bite you. Haha, the burly man started laughing loudly. Luo Feng laughed and sat in front of him and said, Mr. Wang, what business do you have with me today? It's simple. The burly man smiled. I looked into your family's situation. You came from a regular family, and your father works at a remodeling company while your mother works as a cashier in the supermarket. Your background isn't that good, and yet you've been able to get to where you are at a mere 18 years old, which is really rare. Luo Feng let out a complicated smile. Indeed, he has worked far too long for this day. I really appreciate you, and I think you have a bright future. I officially invite you, Luo Feng, to join my Thunder Dojo. The burly man looked at Luo Feng. I already signed a contract with the Dojo of Limits. Luo Feng smiled as he shook his head. The unconvinced burly man shook his head and said, a contract? If it's a contract, you can just break it. It's just a fee you have to pay. According to the fighter rules, the payment won't exceed 100 million. I believe that you are worth far more than this price. Our Thunder Dojo will pay this price for you. Also, if you join, I'll arrange a special training contract for you in our main worldwide Thunder Dojo headquarters. The burly man laughed. Every year, no more than 10 fighters will receive this invitation. Each of them will be a one-of-a-kind genius. So far, we only sent out 3 invitations this year. One of them is a 20-year-old advanced fighter from the European Union. Another genius from South America is a spirit reader. And our third is from Jianghua City of China, a 16-year-old intermediate fighter. You'll be the 4th. Luo Feng couldn't help but to be shocked. Each of the 3 were disgustingly strong. Clearly, the Wan Dong and Ma Xiao who were scouted weren't qualified enough for this invitation. But I am. Truthfully, with just Luo Feng's fitness level, he isn't qualified for such a contract. However, along with this, he also has his knowledge of the Ruwai technique. Half I am Lao. Half this is enough for Luo Feng to receive the special training contract invitation. Since Luo Feng, who is only 18, has amazingly been able to learn the Ruwai technique. As long as you join my Thunder Dojo, I'll give you this contract and send you to our worldwide headquarters for training. You might even have a chance to get personally tutored by the legendary Thunder Lord. The burly man smiled as he said, Luo Feng, our Thunder Dojo wholeheartedly invites you to join us. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Home of Limits. The conditions set by Wang Kang have reached the limit, and he watched Luo Feng expectantly. Sorry, Luo Feng slightly bowed. I thank the Thunder Dojo for their offer, but I have already decided to join the Dojo of Limits. I haven't thought about transferring, so I am truly sorry. Wang Kang was startled. Rejected? You don't want to take your time to think about this. The burly man stared with his eyebrows raised. No, Luo Feng stood up and bowed. Mr. Wang, if there's nothing else, then I'll be on my way. Luo Feng knew that things would just get awkward if he stayed after rejecting the offer. Wang Kang stared at Luo Feng closely. This young man doesn't even falter in the face of temptation. Wang Kang couldn't help but to sigh. He waved his hand and laughed. All right, I won't nag you anymore. If you ever change your mind, the gates to my Thunder Dojo will always be open for you. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Luo Feng smiled as he left. Right when Luo Feng left, Wang Kang's face sank, and he shouted, Tell Wan Dong to come. Yes, Chief. The people outside immediately went to notify Wan Dong. I can't believe I just lost another genius to the Dojo of Limits. Wang Kang stroked his chin, and his eyes squinted like a tiger's. Ever since Phantom Warlord retired because of a major injury, our Jiang, Nan City's Thunder Dojo has always been at a disadvantage compared to the Dojo of Limits. Cheat. Wang Kang is also nervous. In the entire world, the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo are the two largest dojos. The creators of the dojos are the strongest and second strongest fighters. Naturally, the higher-ups of each would greet each other with smiling faces. But in truth, they were completely against each other. However, in Jiang, Nan City, the Dojo of Limits has stronger influence. Chief, the cold teenager Wan Dong walked over. Even in Wan Dong's look, he was full of confidence. Since he got more kills than Luo Feng in this time's fighter combat exam, and he ranked number 1, his confidence has been growing. Wan Dong. Wang Kang let out a smile. You are our Thunder Dojo's best new recruit. However, with your current power, you still cannot compare to Luo Feng. Chief Wan Dong was startled. I can't compare to Luo Feng? Do you doubt my words? Wang Kang raised his eyebrows. Wan Dong shook his head. He knew the chief instructor in front of him used to be an advanced warlord. At the same time, he has the various special rights granted to him by the title of chief instructor. His authority rivals a war god's. How could this person spread lies? I'll tell you truthfully, your body fitness level isn't worse than his. However, in a real battle, even 3 of you cannot defeat one Luo Feng. Wang Kang said heavily. However, even though the current gap between you and him is large doesn't mean you'll always be weaker than him. What you need to do is seriously work hard and surpass him. I've met quite a few geniuses, but many geniuses fall. A fighter walks on the border of life and death. Your good talent only means that you improve faster. Now that you just became a fighter, your path just began. Don't loosen up no matter what. Luo Feng is only the first opponent you must surpass. In the future you'll be surpassing many more opponents. Wang Kang encouraged. I hope one day, I'll be able to witness the birth of a new war god. Wan Dong's blood boiled as he listened. Yes, Luo Feng is just the first opponent. He'll have to continuously surpass others until achieves the rank of war god. Alright, go now. You've been slaughtering all night, so you should rest. Wang Kang smiled. Yes, Chief. Wan Dong left respectfully. Wang Kang shook his head and sipped some tea. Ever since carrying the burden of the position of chief instructor, he's been thinking of ways to help geniuses grow, or to pressure them or attract them with scrolls and money to bring them to his dojo. The more fighters he raises, the more solid his position becomes. This Wan Dong might be able to give me a surprise in the future, laughed Wang Kang. However, I won't ask too much of him for now. It'll be great if he could just reach Luo Feng. Heck Ru, Y class, at 18 years old and such a high body fitness level. What a great seed. Wang Kang shook his head and drank some tea as he tried not to think about it anymore. Yes, no matter what, Luo Feng and Wan Dong are just good seeds. In the northern military sector of Jiang, Nan City, Luo Feng and Yang Wu, who have already changed into casual clothes, were chatting as they walked. Crazy, there was something wrong with Wan Dong's look as he glanced at you just now. He even said he wanted to compete with you and see who can become a warlord first, Yang Wu said confusedly. Who knows what's going on? It seems like Wan Dong already sees me as an opponent. Luo Feng was also suspicious towards Wan Dong's words. What he didn't know was that after Wan Dong listened to Wang Kang's words, Wan Dong has already treated Luo Feng as his first opponent. I gotta tell my family that I passed the exam. Luo Feng smiled as he took out his cell phone Brother Yang, you have to notify your family about the results too. Yup, Yang Wu laughed as he nodded. Luo Feng and Yang Wu both called their family's home phone. In one of Jiang, Nan City's 8 major cities, Yangzhou City's Mingyu sector. Han Guo, your family's Luo Feng will surely be able to pass this time's fighter combat exam. Parents Luo Hongguo and Gong Xinlan pushed their son Luo Hu as wheelchair and chatted with a balding old man. Is the fighter combat exam dangerous? Gong Xinlan couldn't help but to ask. My family's Feng said there was no danger, but we checked online, and we read that it actually was dangerous. Yes, it is a bit dangerous, the balding old man nodded. According to what my son said, in a typical fighter combat exam, there's usually a 3% to 5% death rate, and around a 5% to 8% chance to become disabled. In other words, over 100 prospective fighters are trashed. Luo Hongguo and Gong Xinlan exchanged glances, both of them extremely anxious. Your family's Feng is surely absolutely fine, so take it easy, laughed the balding old man. Yes, Luo Hongguo and Gong Xinlan nodded. Although they did that on the outside, the husband and wife pair were still incredibly anxious inside. Luo Hua said nothing as he sat on his wheelchair, but his fists were tightly clenched. Suddenly, a cheerful ringtone started ringing, and Mother Gong Xinlan took her cell phone out of her pocket and let out a face of joy. As she looked at the cell phone, she said, "It's Feng's phone number. Hurry up and answer it," said Luo Hongguo. Luo Hua also stared at the phone, and even the balding old man smiled as he watched on the side. "Hello," Gong Xinlan answered. "Mom, I passed the fighter combat exam. I'll be able to return home tonight, so you better prepare good food." The sound carried from the cell phone and everyone around heard it. Father Luo Hongguo laughed, and Luo Hua finally relaxed his clenched fist and laughed along. Great, Mom will definitely prepare lots of good food." Gong Xinlan was extremely excited. August 2nd, evening, Yangzhou City's Mingyu sector. Luo Feng is back. Congratulations, my ass. That fighter combat exam was easy as pie to Luo Feng. As Luo Feng walked, he smiled as he greeted several fighters. There are way fewer fighters than regular people in society. In this Mingyu sector, all the families here are fighters. Not only that, but all of them have joined the dojo of limits, so naturally their relationship would be good. Mom, Dad, Luo Feng saw his parents, and the home's nanny, all standing in front of the door to home. Let's eat. Luo Hongguo immediately started laughing. That night Luo Feng and his family had a great time, since starting from now, from the perspective of the law, Luo Feng is officially a fighter. Until after 11 p.m. Inside Luo Feng's recording room, on the second floor of his home, they said that after you become an official fighter, you can enter the dojo of limits internal fighter network. Luo Feng was a bit excited. Some special internal networks require a special identification to enter. Only the fighters of the dojo of limits have the right to enter the internal fighter network, home of limits. And as long as you're a fighter, you'll be able to log into the Har Alliance channel. Home of limits. Luo Feng typed in the URL through his keyboard. After a moment, a large screen that was easily 200 inches appeared on one of the walls of the video recording room. The screen immediately displayed the website Home of Limits. Luo Feng finished validating his fingerprint. Elegant music like a flowing river played throughout the video room. At the same time, the large screen showed the profiles of individual people. One of those profiles had Luo Feng's photo on it, and below it was this information form. Name, Luo Feng. Sex, male. Address, Jian, Nan City, China. Fighter, identification number, 426 quadrillion 123 trillion 205 billion 608 million 10,002. Level, warrior. Intermediate. Contribution, 0 points. Balance, 20 million Chinese dollars. Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down. Chapter 34. In the silent video room, Luo Feng sipped a bit of his fresh brewed tea. His gaze, however, was focused on the huge screen on the wall of the video recording room. 20 million Chinese dollars. The money that the dojo of limits promised to me certainly did arrive. There were a row of buttons on the very top of the webpage. One of them continuously flashed and read, "You have 2 new messages." Luo Feng's finger lightly tapped the wireless keyboard's touch screen to open the messages. Hua. The first message opened and a video message came out. "Hello, Mr. Luo Feng." A middle-aged man wearing a black suit appeared on the huge screen. He smiled as he said, "I am Chief Yuji's assistant. I'm sure you have already seen the 20 million that Chief Yuji promised you. To buy your blade, agility, and technique scrolls, you can purchase them through the internal network. As long as their price doesn't exceed 100 million, the internal network will transfer the payments to the dojo of limits so you won't have to pay. However, if the cost exceeds 100 million, then Mr. Luo Feng will have to pay the exceeding part. At the same time, I represent the chief to congratulate Mr. Luo Feng's success in the fighter combat exam." After that was said, the video came to an end. The Dojo of Limits is treating me quite well. Luo Feng opened the second message. This message also contained a video. Hello, respected new fighter Luo Feng. I represent the Dojo of Limits, and I welcome you to our large family. A kind-faced woman smiled as she said, "This is your first time entering the Dojo of Limits internal network Home of Limits. Allow me to tell you how to use the various functions of the Home of Limits. First, in the Home of Limits, you can purchase various weapons, techniques, agility scrolls, and offensive scrolls like blade scrolls, spear scrolls, sword scrolls, etc. There are also heated weapons, transportation tools, protective gears, communication systems, special bombs, special medicines, genetic medicines. There are even some rare ingredients and treasures. As long as you have enough money, you can buy all of them. Once you pay, the good will arrive within 24 hours through the Limit Home. You can even ask for a warlord or even a war god fighter to tutor you one-on-one through the internet. Likewise, you have to be able to pay the money." The girl in the video smiled and said, "If you have enough contribution points, then all the goods described above will be half price." Luo Feng was shocked after hearing this. Half? So as long as he has enough contribution points, a good that's worth 100 million can be bought for 50 million? There sure are many places to use these contribution points. However, his contribution points still remain at 0 right now. There are many uses for contribution points. Not only can you buy goods with them, but once you reach a certain point, you can use them to call the special forces of the Dojo of Limits. The girl in the video smiled and said, "Higher contribution points represents more power, benefits, and authority in my Dojo of Limits. There are two main ways to earn contribution points. First, you can kill monsters and pick certain materials from their bodies and sell these important materials to the Dojo of Limits. You can earn money and contribution points this way. Second, you can donate to the Dojo of Limits. The more you donate, the more contribution points you receive. The rate right now is 10,000 Chinese dollars for one contribution point. In the donation system, the minimum donation is 10 million Chinese dollars, and the maximum amount a fighter can donate is 100 billion. In other words, through the donation system, you can earn up to 10 million contribution points." After Luo Feng heard this, he took a deep breath. The fuck? There's a limit to donating? The maximum is 100 billion? They won't accept any more than that? 100 billion Chinese dollars. It seems like the richest man in China only has a little more than 100 billion. In the Forbes ranking for the wealthiest people on Earth, the richest man only has like 120 billion American dollars, which is equivalent to 420 billion Chinese dollars. Of course, Forbes ranks only the surface. Some huge families' entire savings exceed some of the richest people. However, that's an entire family's savings. Mr. Luo Feng, let me remind you that the best way to earn contribution points is by hunting monsters. Not only can you earn contribution points, but also earn money. The girl in the video smiled and said, "Even though you have a large principal, don't buy things immediately. You can enter the fighter's discussion database and carefully learn some of the basic knowledge a fighter needs. This will help you when you're picking a scroll or buying a weapon. Finally, I hope Mr. Luo Feng can get to the very top of the fighters in our huge family in the Dojo of Limits." After saying that, the girl in the video bowed, and then the video ended. Luo Feng was speechless after listening. There is indeed a huge use for the internal network Home of Limits. The thing that attracts Luo Feng the most is that you could actually use money to get a warlord or even a war god level fighter to tutor you one-on-one through the internet. I am loud, a half 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 I am loud, a half. Even though he had 20 million Chinese dollars, Luo Feng wasn't in a rush to buy any of the weapons. He first tried to get used to the Home of Limits internal network. The Home of Limits website has many functions. There were a wide variety of different boards, receiving missions, posting missions, chatting, training, and donating. However, the two largest boards that attracted Luo Feng were the fighter discussions and internet market boards. In the internet market, there were all sorts of Daoyan technique scrolls, agility scrolls, blade scrolls, heated weapons, chilled weapons, genetic medicines, a Luo Wanxiang, etc. In a phrase, the internet market is a place to spend money. He'll note, I have no idea what this is. Either I missed it in a previous chapter, or the author will introduce the meaning of this in a future chapter. Fighter discussions. Luo Feng clicked into the board and saw a thread named Basic Fighter Knowledge Database. In this thread, there were no replies. It was just a huge amount of basic data. Spirit Reader. Luo Feng kept scrolling through the page as he tried to find some sort of introduction on spirit readers. Finally him. It's this. Luo Feng saw a section, a basic sketch on spirit readers. Fellow brothers, since it seems to me that people know very little about spirit readers, let me give a basic introduction. After Luo Feng read this first sentence, he laughed. It was clear that this so-called fighter database was just a bunch of posts from fighters put together. It wasn't formal at all. Spirit readers could be called the most feared group in the circle of fighters. First, you can't train to become a spirit reader. Every spirit reader is naturally gifted and awakened by themselves. The language used in the post was quite casual. Before they awaken, they might just be a regular fighter. However, once they awaken, then they'll be off the charts. Why are they off the charts? Well, first, there are two types of spirit readers. One type has the power of telekinesis. In other words, they can control a needle or a blade and use them to conduct long-ranged attacks. The objects controlled by their telekinesis is way more powerful than the bullets from a type-heavy sniper rifle. The bullets from a sniper rifle are almost always straight. However, there are no rules to the objects that the spirit reader controls. Not only can they move freely, but their damage is also different. For example, there are limits to the damage that the bullets of a machine gun or a type-heavy sniper rifle can do. A top-grade sniper rifle will have trouble killing a basic-level commander. However, the power of a needle or blade that the spirit reader controls grows stronger with their spiritual force. There are many spirit readers that can kill horde leaders. He'll note, in case you forgot, last mentioned in Vol 2ch10, but since I haven't been translating for a while, that was quite a long time ago, the monsters have 3 different ranks: soldiers, commanders, and horde leaders. Other than the type that uses telekinesis, the second type directly uses their spiritual force to attack. This type is more mysterious. They directly attack the monster's soul, and once they succeed, the monster will die without a single wound on their body. However, attacking the soul is pretty hard, so I heard that spirit readers that know of the spiritual attack technique are extremely rare. Other than the telekinesis and spiritual attack techniques, there are legendary spirit readers that know more techniques. It's just that I'm not too sure of those Luo Feng read word by word, not even missing a single point. However, the thing I'm most jealous of is the rate of growth of the spirit readers. Spirit readers naturally have a powerful spiritual force. It's just that when they're young, their bodies can't handle all of that spiritual force, so it sleeps within their subconsciousness. When their body gets stronger and stronger, until it reaches a certain level, the spiritual force will show itself. The stronger the body, the more spiritual force it can withstand. The fighter levels of warrior beginner, intermediate, advanced, warlord beginner, intermediate, advanced, and war god beginner, intermediate, advanced, 9 different levels in all. Body fitness level usually has a difference of 2 levels compared to spiritual force. For example, if someone's fitness level is at the level of a beginner warrior, then that spirit reader would usually be an advanced warrior. If their body was at the level of an intermediate warrior, then that spirit reader would be a beginner warlord. Spirit readers have extremely rapid growth periods. Since a spirit reader naturally has a very powerful spiritual force, it just sleeps in their subconsciousness. Whenever their body gets stronger, the sleeping spiritual force will show more of itself. The stronger the body, the stronger the spiritual force, until one day, when all of the sleeping spiritual force has showed itself. After that happens, the growth rate of a spirit reader will start to slow down. When Luo Feng read this part, he couldn't help but to hesitate. So when a spirit reader gets stronger, it actually just means that the sleeping spiritual force is showing itself. Only with a strong body can you withstand enough spiritual force. So a spirit reader's potential depends on how much spiritual force they have within them. Sometimes the sleeping spiritual force takes the shape of a liquid substance, or a half-solid, half-liquid substance. Sometimes they're even completely solid. According to legend, if the spiritual force takes the shape of a solid, then the spiritual force is extremely great. They're the ones with the most potential out of all the spirit readers. As their body grows, the spiritual force in the solid will continuously release, which makes them even stronger. Until one day, when the solid completely dissolves, will their rapid growth period end. Luo Feng suppressed his excitement and continued reading until he finished the entire thing. After that, Luo Feng continued to search the database and managed to find 2 more introductions on spirit readers. What they outlined were pretty much the same, so it looks like they're true. Luo Feng nodded. Then, the dark, golden ball in my consciousness should be a large amount of spiritual force in the form of a solid. I'm sure lucky to have survived my awakening. Luo Feng was amazed. According to what he read in the 3 posts introductions, when a spirit reader awakens, a huge amount of powerful spiritual force explodes in their subconsciousness. If their awakening fails, then they might become retarded, a vegetable human, or even die of blood loss. No wonder I had a slight headache almost every day of my childhood. I even had a few comas. Luo Feng realized. It looks like that was because my body was too weak and couldn't handle my powerful spiritual force, which caused the headaches. Now that my fitness level has rose, the headaches became less frequent. Now my headaches are completely non-existent. Ever since Luo Feng awakened, his headaches disappeared. I can't believe that dark, golden ball was the form my spiritual force is taking. I wonder how much spiritual force is inside that, wondered Luo Feng. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Buy it or not. Luo Feng went through many posts in the fighter discussion board, such as 50 frequently asked questions on hunting monsters, basic wilderness survival knowledge, how to avoid angering horde leader level monsters, 28 ways to escape, all sorts of posts. Reading these allowed Luo Feng to learn a lot, and also understand the hardships of a fighter. Fighters may have high positions in society, but they put their lives on the line for it. Yes, these posts sure have a point technique, attacks, and Dao Yin techniques. These three major scrolls are the most important to fighters. The Dao Yin techniques determine how much their strength rises, while techniques and attacks determine their combat strength. Luo Feng read the post and agreed. These three scrolls are indeed the most important to a fighter. If you have money, you should throw them at these three scrolls. No wonder the Dojo of Limits allowed me to have these three scrolls for free. Luo Feng knew that the Dojo of Limits obviously wanted their own fighters to become stronger. Let's go in the internet market and see what's there. Luo Feng tapped the touch screen of the wireless keyboard and entered the web page of the internet market board. Suddenly, all sorts of specific classifications for goods appeared on the large screen on the wall of the video room. Luo Feng picked scroll after pressing attack type 3 times. The screen suddenly showed photos of the scrolls, their names, and their prices. Destroyer type, spear. Rating, legendary. Price, 100 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 50 billion Chinese dollars, half price requirement. 4-star contribution, rank 9, stage Thunderblade, type, blade. Rating, legendary. Price, 100 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 50 billion Chinese dollars, half price requirement. 4-star contribution, rank, Phantom Blade Secret, Stipe, blade. Rating, SS. Price, 10 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 5 billion Chinese dollars, half price requirement. 3-star contribution, rank, Mist Sword, type, blade. Rating, S. Price, 3 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 1.5 billion Chinese dollars, half price requirement. 3-star contribution, rank. When Luo Feng saw the large list of scrolls, his eyes widened. Holy SHT, they even sell the world's strongest fighter's Hong Spear technique Destroyer, and this 9-stage Thunder Blade is the technique of the second strongest fighter Thunderlord? Luo Feng was immediately attracted to the very top of the page, where the spear and blade techniques were rated legendary. However, the price of them left him wide-eyed. They all cost 100 billion, and a half price of 50 billion requires a contribution rank of 4 stars. A 4-star contribution rank, doesn't that mean 10 million contribution points? Luo Feng was very clear on the different contribution ranks. 10,000 contribution points represents 1 star. 100,000 contribution points represents 2 stars. 1,000 contribution points represents 3 stars. 10,000 contribution points represents 4 stars. Once you reach 50,000 contribution points, you reach the legendary 5-star rank. To reach the 5-star rank is virtually impossible. The difficulty is way too high. He'll note, yes, I know 1,000 is a million, but I thought it would be nice to easily see the increments of 10 like the original version. Destroyer, the name of the world's strongest attack technique. Luo Feng pressed Destroyer, and was curious about the overall introduction for the Destroyer. Since this is the world's strongest spear attack, most of the fighters that see this scroll would want to see an overview. Luo Feng stared. There were even more prices inside the webpage for the Destroyer scroll. Destroyer, all 6 levels, price, 100 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 50 billion Chinese dollars, half price requirement. 4-star contribution rank. Destroyer, first 5 levels, price, 40 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 20 billion Chinese dollars, half price requirement. 4-star contribution rank. Destroyer F, first 4 levels, price, 15 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 7.5 billion Chinese dollars, half price requirement. 3-star contribution rank. Destroyer, first level, price, 200 million Chinese dollars, full price, 100 million Chinese dollars, half price requirement. 1-star contribution rank. What? You can even buy the scroll in parts? Luo Feng thought for a bit. Indeed, for an ultimate spear technique like the Destroyer, who could afford the entire thing? That price is practically sky high, and even if someone does buy it, they have to start from the first level. And how many fighters can actually train to the 6th level? Probably most fighters will be stuck on the first level for their entire lives. They'll never be able to start training on the 2nd level. This ultimate scroll. No wonder it's the strongest fighter's attack technique. Luo Feng stared at the introduction. I can't believe the spear technique is actually a package. If you buy this scroll, you basically buy both a technique scroll and an attack scroll. Luo Feng was envious. Sadly, he trains with a blade, and he couldn't afford a price like that in the first place. 9-stage Thunder Blade, like the Destroyer, is also an ultimate scroll. Luo Feng immediately opened the 9-stage Thunder Blade's website. If we say Luo Feng looked at the Destroyer scroll for the sake of curiosity, then he'll be looking at the 9-stage Thunder Blade with expectation and desire. 9-stage Thunder Blade. This is the scroll that a blade-wielding fighter would want the most. Luo Feng looked at the description. The description says that the 9-stage Thunder Blade is the hardest blade technique to learn on Earth. Even though it's called a blade technique, it also incorporates agility and a unique Dao-Yin technique. So the reason why the 9-stage Thunder Blade is hard to learn is because it requires too much strength, reflex, etc. from your body. A blade technique also has agility and a Dao-Yin technique. Luo Feng was overjoyed. If the price isn't absurd, then he can buy it. Luo Feng looked closely at the price. 9-stage Thunder Blade, all 9 stages price. 100 billion Chinese dollars, full price. 50 billion Chinese dollars, half price requirement. 4-star contribution, rank 9-stage Thunder Blade, first 8 stages price. 50 billion Chinese dollars, full price. 25 billion Chinese dollars, half price requirement. 4-star contribution rank. 9-stage Thunder Blade, first 5 stages price. 2 billion Chinese dollars, full price. 1 billion Chinese dollars, half price requirement. 3-star contribution rank 9-stage Thunder Blade, first 4 stages price. 500 million Chinese dollars, full price. 250 million Chinese dollars, half price requirement. 2-star contribution rank. 9-stage Thunder Blade, first 3 stages price. 200 million Chinese dollars, full price. 100 million Chinese dollars, half price requirement. 2-star contribution rank 9-stage Thunder Blade, first 2 stages price. 100 million Chinese dollars, full price. 50 million Chinese dollars, half price requirement. 2-star contribution rank. 9-stage Thunder Blade, first stage price. 50 million Chinese dollars, full price. 25 million Chinese dollars, half price requirement. 2-star contribution rank. Luo Feng saw these prices. It was clear that the 9-stage Thunder Blade had a full 9 stages, and its price was a bit cheaper than the Destroyer-S. Luo Feng raised his eyebrow. At the bottom of the website, there was an alert written in red letters. 9-stage Thunder Blade is an ultimate blade technique and is extremely hard to learn and begin. There are tons of fighters all over the planet who have tried to learn this technique, but couldn't even get into the first stage. When picking this technique, please be careful. When Luo Feng saw this alert, he hesitated. Apparently this technique is very hard to learn. However, if you manage to successfully learn it, then its power is immensely high. Buy it or not, since this is not a small number at all. In the dim video room, the large screen was displaying the introduction of the 9-stage Thunder Blade while Luo Feng silently sat on the couch as he contemplated. If he really was going to buy the 9-stage Thunder Blade, then it wouldn't be a small number at all. The amount of money he would spend would be sky high for even a fighter. If I'm going to train, then I'm going to train in the best one. Luo Feng clenched his teeth and his eyes flashed. I don't believe that I won't be able to learn this. Ever since he was little, Luo Feng has always been seriously training bitterly. I'm a spirit reader, and my hidden spiritual force in my subconsciousness has taken the form of a dark, golden ball. My strength will surely have a period of rapid growth. I just don't believe that I won't be able to successfully learn the 9-stage Thunder Blade. Luo Feng has always had a belief, which is the belief that the dojo of limits instructors teach their students pursue your limits, surpass your limits. There was also another saying, a fighter that doesn't want to become the world's strongest fighter isn't a qualified fighter. 9-stage Thunder Blade. I know I can successfully learn it. Luo Feng took a deep breath and lightly tapped the display. Please confirm whether or not you want to purchase the first 3 stages of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. You need to pay 100 million Chinese dollars. An alert appeared on the large screen. Since it's Luo Feng's first purchase, according to his contract with the Dojo of Limits, he can ignore the contribution rank requirement for the half-price deal. Confirm. Luo Feng tapped it. Please confirm your identity via fingerprint. To confirm again, a reminder appeared on the screen. Luo Feng put his finger on the wireless keyboard's fingerprint scanner. Beep. Identity confirmed. Purchase successful. Discount successful. First 3 stages of the 9-stage Thunder Blade will arrive at Mr. Luo Feng's home within 24 hours. Consecutive notices appeared on the screen. Scale note. I kept changing the scroll names because I kept forgetting what I should put for them, so in this chapter, I said technique, attack, and Dao-Yin technique. From now on, instead of technique, I'm just going to say agility, attack, and Dao-Yin technique will remain the same. Sorry for any confusion that may have caused. Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down, Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Expensive equipment. Luckily, my contract allows my first purchase to ignore the contribution rank restriction. Luo Feng felt his heart pounding rapidly. It couldn't be helped. This was 100 million Chinese dollars. Buying Zhang Haobai's line of villas would be easy. Furthermore, Luo Feng's family was always poor. One could imagine how he felt to use 100 million all up at once. Thankfully this isn't my money. Luo Feng grinned. The scroll purchasing was a success. Next, buying weapons, battle uniform, etc. I have a principal of 20 million. I'll try to save where I can. Luo Feng opened the list of weapons and quickly found the second series Ghost Blade. Ghost Blade second series, model A1 price, 100,000 Chinese dollars, full price, 50,000 Chinese dollars, half price requirement, 1-star contribution rank. Ghost Blade second series, model A2 price, 500,000 Chinese dollars, full price, 250,000 Chinese dollars, half price requirement, 1-star contribution rank. Second series, model A5 price, 6 million Chinese dollars, full price, 3 million Chinese dollars, half price requirement, 1-star contribution rank. Luo Feng looked carefully at the model's descriptions and couldn't help but to frown. My strength rises at a rapid rate now. I'm sure that my body fitness level will rise to the border of an advanced level warrior soon. Since I'm buying a weapon, I should try to buy a good one. If it was a regular intermediate level warrior, he can just purchase either the A2 or A3 model. You only have to donate $10,000 to get 1 contribution point. The so-called 1 contribution point is to differentiate between the fighters from your own dojo and those from outside. The dojo of Limits owns an internal network home of Limits internet market, but they also have an actual fighter market. Fighters outside of the dojo can buy their goods too, but they must pay the full price. With my rate of growth, I'll have to buy at least an A5 or A6 model. Ghost Blade nodded. Luo Feng, but these models require a 1-star contribution rank. A 1-star rank is 10,000 contribution points. His first purchase ignored the contribution rank restriction, and he managed to buy the scroll with the best price. However, this kind of offer only lasted for his first scroll purchase. His weapons, battle uniform, etc. won't have these kinds of deals at all. Ghost Blade Model A6's full price is 20 million. Model A5's full price is 6 million. Luo Feng shook his head. The A5 model can fight most of the medium-level commander monsters without worrying about the weapon breaking. The A6 model weapon can fight most of the high-level commander monsters without worrying about the weapon breaking. With his current rate of growth, an earlier model weapon is clearly not suitable. Buy them at full price? Too expensive. Luo Feng shook his head. Let's check the shields. Luo Feng opened up the webpage for the shields, and as he looked closely, he noticed that the price of the shields were way lower than the blades. A B5 model that can block a medium-level commander costs 3 million Chinese dollars at full price and 1.5 million Chinese dollars at half price. However, the contribution rank requirement is also 1-star. Bag. When living in the wilderness and fighting with monsters, the type of bag you carry with you is also special. First, the bag itself needs to be high quality, and it shouldn't hinder the fighter's movements when he fights with monsters. The cheapest bag requires only 1 contribution point. The better one is only $10,000. Luo Feng let out a smile. A tactical communications watch has time, GPS, a phone, and many more functions. The price is not bad too, only $10,000 in reality. Those functions aren't worth that much money. In the market nowadays, the phones that cost a few $100s can also make calls, show time, and have a GPS system built into them. The only reason it costs $10,000 is because the material it's made out of is expensive. When fighting with a monster, their claws might touch the watch. The watch has to be sturdy enough to withstand a monster's attack, so how could it be cheap? I already checked out the blade, shield, watch, and bag. Now there's only one thing left. The battle uniform, including the boots. Luo Feng already heard that the battle uniform is the most expensive gear on the fighter, because not only does the defense have to be good, but it also has to be comfortable and not get in the way of the fighter's dodging. Luo Feng opened it to see. Holy, so expensive. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. Even though it's a D5 edition battle uniform that includes bracers and boots as a set and can deflect a medium-level commander, the full price is 18 million Chinese dollars, and the half price is 9 million. The D6 requires 80 million Chinese dollars for the full price. I knew that the battle uniforms were expensive, but I didn't know that the 5th series battle uniform is 3 times more expensive than the blade of the same series. Now for the calculations. If we use the 5th series for all of them, the entire battle uniform set is 18 million, the ghost blade is 6 million, the shield is 3 million, so 27 million total. If he had a 1-star contribution rank, Then, he would only need 13.5 million. The prices tactical communications watch and the bag are nothing compared to the battle uniforms. I still want to buy some throwing knives that I could control with my spiritual force. I should buy at least 6 or 10 of them. Luo Feng opened the throwing knives page. Throwing knives are just some small items. They are small in size and low in weight, so naturally they should be way cheaper than the Ghost Blade. A 5th series throwing knife is only 50,000 Chinese dollars for the full price. 6th series, 300,000 Chinese dollars for the full price. 7th series, the full price is an astounding 3 million Chinese dollars, and half price is 1.5 million requirement. 2-star contribution rank, a full 10x increase. If you put enough strength behind it, a 7th series throwing knife can easily harm a low-level horde leader monster. The difference between a commander and a horde leader is huge, but who knew that the weapons prices will have such a huge difference too? My spiritual force is powerful and it'll continue to grow rapidly. I was planning on buying a 7th series throwing knife, but one knife is 3 million, and the half price requirement is a 2-star contribution rank. If I buy 5 or 6, that's already more than 10 million. How can I afford this? This money isn't even enough at all. Luo Feng thought that a principal of $20 million was plenty, but he realized that a fighter's equipment is absurdly expensive. What Luo Feng didn't know was that the prices weren't absurd at all. A horde leader level monster can't even be killed by a guided missile. For a throwing knife to be able to pierce them, one could guess how high the quality of the knife must be. One knife for 3 million is reasonable. When fighters spend money to buy their equipment, they have to spend a lot. However, they also earn a ton of money when hunting monsters. Sadly, Luo Feng hasn't started making money yet. At around 10 a.m. on the second day, Ming, Yu sector, a stranger came to Luo Feng's villa's garden. Mr. Luo Feng, here is the scroll you purchased. Your fingerprint will be able to open it. Luo Feng accepted the sealed alloyed box and slid his finger across the top of the alloyed box. Beep. Fingerprint test passed. A metallic sound arose, and the alloyed box opened up. A book that was around 1 cm thick was inside. There were also 2 discs on the book. 9-stage Thunder Blade. Luo Feng saw the 4 words on the book. Mr. Luo Feng, try opening it. After confirming, please sign, said the delivery boy as he smiled, but there was a bit of admiration in his eye as he looked towards Luo Feng. 9-stage Thunder Blade. The average fighter couldn't afford this. Mr. Luo Feng, I'm sure you're aware of the taboos that come with your purchase. The delivery boy smiled. According to the rules, I'll say them. The ownership of the scroll goes to the creator of the scroll. 9-stage Thunder Blade is copyrighted by Thunder God. People who have purchased it only have the right to learn it, but not the right to teach it. You are not allowed to copy it and sell it or teach it privately. If someone breaks the rule, the Dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, the Underground Alliance, and the government will work together to hunt them down. Luo Feng nodded. Of course he knew this rule. After confirming, the delivery boy left. Just this one scroll and 2 discs is worth 100 million Chinese dollars. Luo Feng stood in his garden and was amazed. Seems like making a scroll makes the most money. For example, if more people buy Thunder God's 9-stage Thunder Blade, then he earns more money. After calculating for a bit, it's not hard to find out how much money Thunder God makes. However, for Thunder God, the creator of the Thunder Dojo, money probably doesn't mean much to him. Right when Luo Feng was about to enter his home with his scroll, Luo Feng, a voice arose. Luo Feng turned his head, and the person who came to visit was the Dojo of Limits chief instructor Wu Tong. Uncle Wu. Luo Feng laughed. I just saw the delivery guy at headquarters. You buy something? Wu Tong laughed. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. 9-stage Thunder Blade? Wu Tong looked at the 4 words on the scroll in Luo Feng's hands and was shocked. You actually could afford this? Scrolls were strictly controlled by all the large powers on Earth. The money I spent wasn't my money anyway. Luo Feng laughed and randomly said, however, I found out that I really don't have enough money to spend. Blades, battle uniforms, etc. require so much money. Oh yeah, Luo Feng, I came here to tell you something. Chief Instructor Wu Tong laughed as he said, not too long ago, wasn't there a young man named Zhang Haobai who offended you? Luo Feng was startled. Zhang Haobai? Luo Feng didn't even have a chance to get back at him yet. Yay, he got someone to try and break my arms and legs in the past, nodded Luo Feng. Well, it's like this. Zhang Haobai's uncle, Zhang Zihu, is a fighter from the Thunder Dojo. He asked the chief instructor of the Thunder Dojo here in Yangzhou City to help resolve this. He wants to resolve this matter privately with you. Chief Instructor Wu Tong laughed. Luo Feng, aren't you low in money? This is a big chance to earn money. You could take advantage of this opportunity to earn a ton. Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Negotiations. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. In the fighter discussion board in the Home of Limits, there were many posts about grudges between fighters. For example, in China, fighters in the 6 major headquarters are under the government's control and are subject to law. However, once they leave the city and enter the monsters area, there was no law to resolve anything. That was a place where fighters and monsters fight, a place with no laws. The fighters all walked on the border between life and death, so cases where fighters kill each other over their conflicts are common. All the large dojos, the government, etc. don't want to see this kind of thing happen. Fighters are the wealth of humans. They're the only thing they have that can fight against monsters. They don't want the fighters to have any internal feuds. So from this came the internal negotiations which settled the arguments. People have grudges, okay, let's settle them at the table to end them. It's another saying if there is absolutely no way to resolve them. Luo Feng, you're still a rookie that just entered the circle of fighters. It's best to not make any enemies, smiled Chief Instructor Wu Tong as he said. You also need money right when you start. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. If they can resolve it, then so be it. Uncle Wu, I can't let Jiang Hao buy off easily. If I was weak, then my legs and arms would have been broken. But of course, nodded Wu Tong as he said. If we don't let them bleed, they might think my dojo of limits is afraid of them. Uncle Wu, what price do you think I should offer? Asked Luo Feng. He didn't know the rules, so he thought it would be better to get some advice. After pondering, Wu Tong said, if it was just a regular person who messed with you, then you shouldn't go past 50 million Chinese dollars. And Luo Feng, you are an elite of our dojo of limits, so you shouldn't go too low either. No lower than 10 million Chinese dollars. Between 10 to 50 million, you can just randomly pick a number. Okay, Luo Feng nodded his head as he considered his choices. If you agree, then I'll tell them to come over tonight to meet us, laughed Wu Tong. Okay, thanks Uncle Wu, laughed Luo Feng as he nodded. Luo Feng first returned home to put his 9-stage Thunderblade scroll away, and then entered the internal network home of limits to try and find some information on private negotiations between fighters. Oh, so it's like this reputation also ties in with this payment money. Luo Feng consecutively read many posts and finally felt that he had an idea about what tonight's negotiations would be like. Feng, it's time to eat. Mother Gong Xinlan's voice came from downstairs. Coming, Mom. Luo Feng turned off the power and then headed downstairs. In the living room downstairs, his father and mother were carrying the plates and bowls around while the maid cooked. Where's Luo Hua? Asked Luo Feng doubtfully. He still hasn't returned? Right now, there are 2 hired maids, both around 4 years old. One of them was hired just to take care of Luo Hua, since it would be more convenient for Luo Feng. With someone looking over his brother, he can go outside more. Your brother is at the Lotus Flower Lake Park. He just called to tell us. He'll be here soon, said Father Luo Hongguo as he smiled. How come brother has been going to that park all the time these days? Asked Luo Feng. Mother Gong Xinlan laughed softly on the side. Feng, your brother has a girlfriend? Luo Feng was surprised. Even though there were many handicapped people in society these days, for example the soldiers who fought in the army and came back crippled from fighting monsters, although handicapped people can also get into relationships, marry, and have children, but Luo Hua hasn't even been here for over a month yet. In such a short time in a relationship? Feng, don't listen to your mother. Your brother is spending time with a girl, but they aren't at that point yet, laughed Luo Hongguo. Who cares, it's good if he can get into a relationship. Luo Feng was happy inside. No matter what the result of this relationship is, it's an experience of life. This experience is good for him. Yangzhou City and region, Sky Garden sector. Uncle Zhang Haobai looked at his uncle Zhang Zihu. Yang Haobai went through these recent days in a state of fear and nervousness. He was even afraid that someone from the security agency will come and snatch him away. As long as we can keep Haobai, it's okay. If we go through some pain, Zhang Zilong couldn't help but to say. Bro, rest assured. Yang Zihu was very large and muscular, and he gave off a feeling of an unrivaled, ferocious beast. Yang Zihu grinned and showed his snow-white teeth. That little rabbit Luo Feng, just a rookie fighter. All he did was fight the weakest monsters raised by the military. To become a fighter, he should know the rules. Those who shouldn't have caused trouble, actually caused trouble. Impeach, messing with the mountain tiger is asking for death. Seeing how his uncle was so confident, Zhang Zilong and Zhang Haobai let out a sigh of relief. All right, leave it to me. I'll be going after. Waving, Zhang Zihu headed out. Outside was a heavy, 6-wheeled remodeled Hummer. There was even someone inside waving out and smiling as he shouted, Brother Who ready? Yup, go and pick up Old Lai, and then we'll head to the dojo of limits. Zhang Zihu got on the car and waved as he said. All right. The Hummer let out a low, powerful noise and swiftly left the Sky Garden sector. Around evening, in Yangzhou City's Ming Yu sector's limit hall's second floor's lobby, Luo Feng and his group were there. Feng, what a coincidence. Your Uncle Kong and Big Brother Chen are here, laughed Wu Tong loudly. Luo Feng also greeted the 2 people beside Wu Tong. One of them seemed extremely skinny and had a scar on his face that looked like it cut his face in half. Just looking at him strikes fear in you. The other man was a burly man who you could tell was enthusiastic just by looking at him. "Brother Chen," Uncle Kong yelled Luo Feng. These two people weren't ordinary people. In the limit hall here in Yangzhou City, there were 3 warlord-level fighters. Chief Instructor Wu Tong, Fire Cannon Chen Gu, and Hawk Blade Kong Quan. Wu Tong already retired from monster hunting, while Fire Cannon Chen Gu and Hawk Blade Kong Quan frequently leave the city to hunt monsters. These two people were the leading figures in the circle of fighters in the Mingyu sector. "Fang, we already know about the situation. Rest assured, we'll stick out for you in this case," laughed Fire Cannon Chen Gu. "Damn, no matter how cocky these Thunder Dojo people get, they won't mess with us." "Yes," Hawk Blade Kong Quan slightly nodded. After a moment, the people from the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo sat on their respective sides in the lobby. There were at least 20 people on the Dojo of Limits side, while there were just 8 people on the Thunder Dojos. Wu Tong, in this case, it is indeed whose nephew's fault. A large brute laughed loudly as he said, "But that nephew is just a small child. What does he understand? And he's just an ordinary person, not even a fighter, so no need to argue over such trivial things." "Old lie, don't bring in those pointless things," laughed Wu Tong as he shook his head. "No matter how uncertain we are about this case, you guys came here to negotiate, right? Mountain Tiger, say something." Jiang Zihu, who is called Mountain Tiger in the circle of fighters, uses a gigantic 2-handed machete. Chief Instructor Wu smiled Jiang Zihu as his gaze landed upon Luo Feng. "For this case, we should let little Luo explain it himself. Little Luo, how should we go about solving this case in a way that satisfies you?" "Shut up," Hawk Blade Kong Quan snapped. "Luo Feng is a good brother in our Dojo of Limits, little Luo. He is qualified for you to call him by his name too." Jiang Zihu panicked. Hawk Blade Kong Quan was a ruthless man in the circle of fighters, so even Jiang Zihu doesn't want to anger him. "Mr. Jiang Zihu." Luo Feng stood up and smiled. "This case made many of my brothers stand up for me, so I'm a bit embarrassed. But for my own thoughts, teach that Zhang Hao by trying to break my arms and legs is a small matter, but he actually attacked my dad, and that is asking death." Luo Feng shouted as he glared. Jiang Zihu was shocked, and the fighters on the side of the Dojo of Limits laughed. This Mountain Tiger Jiang Zihu was a senior fighter, and is an advanced warrior, just 1 step away from the warlord level. Luo Feng actually dared to glare at him with such an attitude, which let the fighters on the side of the Dojo of Limits understand his courage. "I'm Page Luo Feng, so what do you want to do? Speak." Jiang Zihu wasn't amused and had a bad face on. Jiang Zihu's anger, he really didn't care about it. Just speaking about the present, Luo Feng's body fitness level is already high for an intermediate warrior, so he's nearing the advanced warrior level. And with his spiritual force added in there, he's already at least a beginner warlord level. 1. Phrase, 50 million Chinese dollars. "I, Luo Feng, will give you some face, and we can call this case off," smiled Luo Feng. "You sure have a huge mouth." 50 million, glared Jiang Zihu. "This price is high." Frown, the Thunder Dojo's chief instructor lie. Luo Feng just smiled and said nothing. "The price isn't high," smiled the Dojo of Limits chief instructor Wu Tong. "Luo Feng, I'll give you a price, 5 million. I'll give you 5 million and we'll call off this case and it'll still leave me some face. Or else you aren't giving me, Jiang Zihu, any face." Jiang Zihu stared at Luo Feng. 5 million? The people on the side of the Dojo of Limits frowned. "Even if you are trying to give some face to Fire Cannon Chen Gu and Hawk Blade Kong Quan, you shouldn't offer such a low price. If the price is too low, you aren't giving any face. Or else I'm not giving you any face." Luo Feng glared. "Jiang Zihu, let me say something also. 50 million, no less. If you're even $1 off, then prepare to meet your nephew and the security agency." Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down chapter 38. Jiang Zi, who was enraged. He didn't think that this rookie Luo Feng wouldn't leave him any face at all. 50 million, no less? Jiang Zi, who glared like he was about to eat someone. But Luo Feng didn't care. He read many posts on the Limit Home about this, and knew that whoever lowers their head first is admitting defeat. And in this kind of situation, technically, if 2 people are of equal position, the side that made the mistake should apologize. And yet Jiang Zi, who was assertive, clearly taking advantage of Luo Feng's status of a rookie. However, Luo Feng wasn't affected. "Okay, listen to me," the Dojo of Limits chief instructor Wu Tong spoke. "Luo Feng and Mountain Tiger, both of you back off. 30 million Chinese dollars. Jiang Zihu, 30 million isn't that much to you. Bring out that amount, and we'll call it off." "Luo Feng, you don't have any objections, right?" Luo Feng nodded. "We'll do as Uncle Wu says." "Mountain Tiger, you?" Wu Tong looked towards Jiang Zihu. Everyone's gazes landed upon Jiang Zihu, and he angrily stood up and laughed as he said, "Making me lower my head to a tiny rabbit? In your dreams. Lao Lai brothers, let's go. If you don't want to resolve this, then you'll have to pay 100 million to protect your nephew." Wu Tong laughed softly. "I'd rather give the country 100 million than to give 30 million to resolve this." Yang Zihu looked coldly towards Luo Feng and mocked, "Kiddo, being a fighter isn't that easy. After you leave the city you'll see how scary monsters are. All of the scariest situations come without warning, and the monsters in the military camp don't even come close at all. Those monsters are raised by the military, and are the weakest type. I hope you don't die too quickly, or else how would you come back to play with me? Right, let me remind you I'm not too far off from the warlord level. How long will it take for you to reach the warlord level? And can you even survive for that long?" Luo Feng laughed, "Thank you Mr. Yang Zihu for your care. However, you should think about how you're going to prepare 100 million to give to the country to protect your nephew." Yang Zihu's face sank. "Let's go." 100 million man, 100 million fire cannon. Chen Gu purposefully shouted twice in a weird voice. Yang Zihu's group spoke no further and left. Seeing how that group left, the people from the dojo of limits started getting rowdy. This Yang Zihu's temper is just as the rumors said, so bad it's indescribable. It's clearly his nephew's fault, and he still refused to lower his head. Wu Tong laughed as he shook his head. He would rather donate 100 million than pay 30 million to resolve it. The dojo has contribution points, and the country has contribution points too. Those who have contributed to the country receive contribution points depending on what they have done. 10,000 points is the 1-star rank. 100,000 points is the 2-star rank, which is the same as the dojo of limit system. The year where one man, Don Nan Bao, saved thousands of civilians by slaying the tiger head dragon, was given a 4-star hero medal. Just like how you can donate to the dojo to earn contribution points, you can also donate to the country to earn contribution points. 10,000 Chinese dollars is 1 contribution point. 100 million Chinese dollars is 10,000 contribution points, which is the 1-star rank. If Yang Zihu doesn't want to negotiate with Luo Feng, then the only solution left is to donate 100 million to the country for his nephew and let his nephew get the 1-star rank. As a 1-star ranked civilian, Zhang Haobai is granted special rights. He can't go to jail for too long just because of the conflict between him and Luo Feng. Even if he gives the country 100 million to make his nephew a 1-star civilian, a 1-star civilian will still have to go to jail for 3 to 5 months for going against a fighter and suffer a bit, said Fire Cannon Chen Gu as he shook his head. If he doesn't want to lower his head, then who can we blame? Guess he doesn't care because he has money. The fighters of the dojo of limits laughed loudly. Luo Feng Chief Instructor Wu Tong laughed. According to Chief Zhu Ji's commands, we'll have to make arrangements for you to enter a warlord level fighter squad. This way you can train yourself more easily outside the city. It's also safer this way. I talked for you, and made the preparations for you to enter the Firehammer Squad. Firehammer Squad? Luo Feng nodded. That Chief Zhu Ji Tong really values him. From the start, he let him join a warlord level fighter squad. The squads that leave the cities and enter the wilderness to hunt monsters don't have an even skill level. Usually if a team consists of just one warlord level fighter, then that squad counts as a warlord level squad. Luo Feng Fire Cannon Chen Gu patted Luo Feng's shoulder and laughed loudly. I'm the vice captain of the Firehammer Squad. I'll protect you when you're with me, but Luo Feng, I have to put out the ugly words first. Us members of the Firehammer Squad will definitely give you chances to train, so you can get used to hunting monsters, but you have to work hard too and can't just keep hoping for help from the other members. If you can't adapt after the first mission, then we can only kick you out the squad. Brother Chen, I understand. Luo Feng laughed and nodded. A fighter squad lives on the border of life and death. If the squad has a burden, then the effect will be huge. If you understand, then I can relax. Also, Fire Cannon Chen Gu laughed as he said, have you bought all of your weapons and equipment? Not yet. I'm preparing to buy some of the higher quality weapons and equipment. But for those, I need a 1-star contribution rank to buy them for half price. Luo Feng shook his head hopelessly. Fire Cannon Chen Gu suddenly started laughing. This is simple. Tell me what you want to buy, and I'll buy them for you. You don't have enough contribution points, but I do. I'm not far from the 2-star contribution rank right now. I can buy them all for half price, and you can transfer the money to my account later, right? Yes, Chief Instructor Wu Tong nodded on the side. Equipment like cold or heated weapons can be bought by others without a problem. Of course, things like scrolls can't be bought by others for you. Luo Feng nodded. This he knew. For example, the I am loud, a half I am loud, a half 9-stage Thunderblade, a half I am loud, a half that he bought will appear in the databases of the Dojo of Limits, Underground Alliance, the Thunder Dojo, etc. As Luo Feng has purchased the first 3 stages of the I am loud, a half I am loud, a half 9-stage Thunderblade, a half I am loud, a half. That way, Luo Feng can use the 9-stage Thunderblade without a problem. However, if Yang Wu could use the I am loud, a half I am loud, a half 9-stage Thunderblade, a half I am loud, a half, then once he gets caught, he'll be arrested, since that counts as copying and spreading the a half I am loud, a half 9-stage Thunderblade, a half I am loud, a half scroll which violates the rights Thunder God has for this scroll. If you don't buy it, you don't have the right to practice it. If you let someone else buy something for you, the database will display that. Since there isn't any information on you buying the scroll, you can't practice it even if you get it. However, weapons and equipment don't have this kind of copyright restriction. Luo Feng, write down all the weapons and equipment you need, and I'll buy them for you when I get back, said Chengdu. Okay, Luo Feng nodded, and immediately went to write it down on a piece of paper. I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half all class 5 equipment. The battle uniform set's half price was 9 million, the second series Ghost Blade's half price was 3 million, the 5th series shield was 1.5 million, and the 10/6 series throwing knives cost 1.5 million, for a grand total of 150 million. With his bag and tactical communications watch, Luo Feng was set. Luo Feng's home's second floor in the training area. Dawn's light shone through the window which made the entire training area bright. Luo Feng was wearing a loose dojo uniform and kneeled on the floor. The training area was over 100 ping in size, and was completely empty. It was just Luo Feng sitting in the middle, and in front of him was a scroll. 9-stage Thunder Blade I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half seems like the I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half 9-stage Thunder Blade, a half I am Lao, a half is very difficult to learn. I wonder why. Luo Feng opened the scroll and looked at it. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. 10 Stages of Force. After turning to the first page of the 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual, speed was the largest and most prominent word on the page. As if facing an approaching blade, Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. This instruction manual is just a copy of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, but the copied handwriting was enough to freeze Luo Feng. One can imagine how horrifying the instruction manual's creator, Thunder Lord, is. Luo Feng continued reading. In all of martial arts, the only indestructible thing is speed. As your blade gets faster and approaches the limit, you'll be invincible. Luo Feng flipped to the title page and saw flamboyant handwriting. It's the same with Hong's Destroyer. His most powerful move also approaches the limits of speed. In just one move, the sky shakes and the earth shatters, leaving nothing behind. There is only one secret behind the 9-stage Thunder Blade I have created: speed. Luo Feng flipped to the second page. How can speed have so much destructive force? First, if your blade can move faster than your opponent can react, you can slit their throat before they even raise their blade. Even if your strength is only a tenth of your opponent's, their throat cannot defend against your sharp blade. So speed allows you to attack your opponent's weak points. Next, speed can increase the power of your blade using the energy calculation formulas. A blade's attack power is equal to 0.5 mv2. In other words, in stable conditions, the faster the blade moves, the more energy it'll contain. Even a water column can pierce steel if fast enough. A piece of paper can cut steel. Speed can let you slip through your opponent's defense. Speed can make your blade indestructible. Whether you look at it from the angle of striking weak points, or the angle of increasing destructive power, the best way is to increase your blade's speed. Luo Feng nodded as he read. Most of the fighters in today's society will understand this point. Only by increasing your speed to the extreme can you become the strongest. Many fighters understand this point, but those who are able to put this to practice are few within few. The words Thunder Lord wrote in the instruction manual were full of confidence. The 9-stage Thunder Blade I have created gives me the fastest blade on earth. It also gives me the highest speed and the strongest body. Luo Feng's eyes flashed as he read. The 9-stage Thunder Blade incorporates the agility technique Liu Guang, the entire Daoyin technique set 9-stage, Hun Yuan, and the entire blade technique set Thunder Blade. Out of these three, the Daoyin technique is essential. Note, Liu Guang literally means flowing light. Only with the Daoyin technique can you achieve a more powerful body. Body fitness is the core. Blade technique and agility need continuous practice and understanding. Luo Feng kept flipping through. There were 3 volumes on the Daoyin technique in this instruction manual. According to the instruction manual's description, there were 9 volumes of the 9-stage Hun Yuan Daoyin technique. This instruction manual also only had the first 3 volumes of the blade technique and the agility technique. Luo Feng read the entire thing word for word. After raising his head, the sunlight was sinister, and the August sun shone through the windows, causing the entire training hall to dazzle even more. Amazing, just amazing. Luo Feng was completely sucked into the 9-stage Thunder Blade that Thunder Lord had created. Even though he only has the first 3 stages, they were enough to make Luo Feng's jaw drop. Comparing the tips on the internet with this instruction manual was like comparing a firefly to the sun. I'll test this technique. Luo Feng solemnly put the instruction manual in the corner of the training hall and took out his ghost blade. The ghost blade made a kai sound as it was unsheathed. The entire ghost blade was 101 cm long, the blade itself was 78 cm long, and the blade's width was 5.2 cm. This blade was sharpened a while ago, and its main material was second-grade Luo alloy. Even at half price, this blade costs 3 million and weighed 112 kg. Start. Who? Luo Feng seemed to just stand still in the middle of the training hall, but the ghost blade in his hand continuously waved around. The 9-stage thunder blade technique relies on a special way to exert force. When a regular person swings their blade, you could say they use 100% of their strength, but in the 9-stage thunder blade training, only 70% of their strength is used in a swing. After unleashing the first stage of their attack, they'll force themselves to unleash another stage, also at 70% of their strength. 2 of these stages added together equals 140% strength. The 9-stage thunder blade has 9 stages. In the first stage, you can unleash another stage, which is 140% of the power. In the second stage, you can unleash 2 more stages, which is 210% of the power. In the third stage, you can unleash 3 more stages, which is 280% of the power. In the 9th stage, you can unleash 9 more stages, which is 720% of the power, which is 7 times your regular strength. What does this represent? It means that if a beginner warrior is able to learn up to the 9th stage of the 9-stage thunder blade, then he can basically rival a beginner warlord. So difficult, just like the rumor said. This 9-stage thunder blade training is extremely difficult. Even the introductory part is so hard. Luo Feng continued to swing his blade hundreds of times. With each swing, he tries to build upon the basics of swinging and unleash the second stage of his swing. However, he's unable to do it. Too difficult. A swing of a blade ends in just a moment. In this moment, after the first time you use your strength to swing, you have to exert your force again, which is practically impossible. Looks like I can't be too greedy. In the first stage of the 9-stage thunder blade, there are 18 different blade techniques. According to the instruction manual, if I practice these 18 techniques, I'll be able to realize the trick to unleashing the first stage of the 9-stage thunder blade. Nodded Luo Feng. There's a saying that goes, after reading a book 100 times, the meaning will show itself. After practicing these 18 techniques many times, the meaning behind them will show itself. Feng, time to eat. Feng, hurry. Mom and Dad's voices carried from downstairs. Coming, Luo Feng put his ghost blade back into its scabbard and hung it onto the wall. After that, he put the 9-stage thunder blade instruction manual into his personal room. It was only after doing this did Luo Feng go downstairs to eat. Time passed, and even though Luo Feng already joined the Fire Hammer squad, they were on break. Luo Feng used this opportunity to polish his 9-stage thunder blade technique, agility, and Dao Yin technique. That and the genetic energy training produced clear results. Luo Feng's fitness level clearly grew by a ton again. And for the 9-stage thunder blade technique, Luo Feng still hasn't been able to learn the first stage. Even though he couldn't learn it, it was clear that Luo Feng has become more agile, and his control over his blade and power has improved a lot. Even though I still can't unleash another stage, but at least I'm able to control my muscles much better than before. Luo Feng stood alone in the training hall, and silently started putting on his battle uniform. He put 5 throwing knives on each of his thigh pockets, and he wore alloyed battle boots. He also had a vest on, which revealed his shoulders, and had wrist guards on both arms. He had his backpack, hexagonal shield, and ghost blade on his back. On his right wrist guard was his tactical communications watch. In his bag he had some water and high-carb food prepared. Today, August 28th, is the first day I leave the city and officially begin a mission. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Indeed, today was the day that the Fire Hammer squad departs. Luo Feng. Fire Cannon Chen Gu's yell came from outside. Coming, responded Luo Feng. He immediately ran downstairs and saw that his father Luo Hongguo and mother Gong Zinlan were standing in the living room. His brother Luo Hua was in his wheelchair and also silently looking at Luo Feng. They knew that today was the day that Luo Feng was going to leave the city and enter the wilderness. The wilderness was what people called the land outside of the city, which includes ruined cities, suburbs, mountains, forests, lakes, etc. Luo Feng, be careful. Gong Zinlan couldn't help but to say. Don't worry, Mom. Luo Feng laughed. He nodded at his father, and then finally looked towards Luo Hua. Well, maybe when you come back, you'll be able to eat my wedding candy. Luo Hua suddenly started laughing. Wedding candy? So fast? You haven't even known that young woman for 2 months yet, laughed Luo Feng. If we're in a good relationship, who cares if it's quick? Luo Hua laughed. All right, I'll come back to eat your wedding candy. So, you better get a lot of good tasting ones for me. Luo Feng laughed and rubbed his brother's head. Okay. Dad, Mom, I'm off. I'll be back in a few days. After saying that, Luo Feng ran towards the door and met with Chen Gu at the door of his villa. Luo Feng's family silently watched Luo Feng in his battle uniform leave swiftly with the brute, who was also fully equipped. Let's go, Luo Feng, to the Har Alliance's market to meet up with the leader and the others. Then we'll leave together towards the wilderness. Yes, Brother Chen. Luo Feng swiftly headed towards the dojo of Limit's private car with Chen Gu and another man with a steel spear on his back. Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down, down, down. Chapter 40. In Jiangnan City, one of the 6 major headquarters in China, there was a skyscraper that was 88 stories tall and full of wealth. On the wall of the skyscraper were 2 very flashy English characters, HAR. Around the first floor of the skyscraper, there was a beautiful plaza which had the largest fountain in the city. Around the plaza, there were at least 1,000 soldiers patrolling with real guns, preventing any outsider from stepping even 1 step inside. Every pedestrian who passes by looks at the skyscraper in admiration. Most of the people in the entire city have never entered the area. Beep! An electronic sound rang. Within a moment, the patrolling soldiers immediately made way for a military SUV with AR on the car body. It stopped in front of the gate of the lobby. Hua, the door opened, and 3 fully armed fighters came out, either carrying a spear, a blade, and a hexagonal shield, or 2 metal boxes on their backs. "Mister, please enter." The doorman of the lobby's entrance greeted them respectfully. The 3 fighters immediately entered the skyscraper's lobby. "Let's go, Luo Feng. Let's go sit at the bar at the side and wait for the captain and the others to come." Chen Gu laughed. "I still haven't seen the captain yet. I wonder what he looks like," laughed Luo Feng. At the same time, he observed the Alliance Market. This was the underground alliance that was built by the power families and corporations all around the world. It acted as their headquarters in Jiangnan City, so this skyscraper was extremely extravagant. The lobby was full of eccentric people. Even their simple accessories were out of the ordinary. The waiter in the lobby, the handsome men, and the beautiful women, each of them had a refreshing smile. Luo Feng, Chen Gu, and the other member Zhang Qi all sat on the sofa. "What will you 3 be having?" smiled the waiter as he bowed while asking. "Tai Guanyin. Party with a hint of jasmine." Fire Cannon Chen Gu and Zhang Qi, these 2 senior fighters, spoke immediately, which shocked Luo Feng a bit. In the limit hall, these 2 drank alcohol frequently. Yang Qi, whose biceps were bulging like a gorilla's, laughed as he said, "Luo Feng, the wilderness is dangerous, so we can't drink alcohol." Luo Feng suddenly came to. "Yes, you can't take the wilderness lightly. How could you drink alcohol now?" "I'll also have a cup of per tea," laughed Luo Feng. A solemn musical song was playing in the lobby. It was a piece played by a flute. As to what song it was, he couldn't tell. However, the song was soothing, yet energizing. It made one feel much more refreshed. "Luo Feng, the first floor is the resting area for guests. From the 2nd floor and up, it's where items are sold." Chen Gu smiled. "In the Underground Alliance, the prices are lower than the full price of the things in the Limit Home S Internet Market. Of course, it costs more than our half price." Luo Feng nodded. Half price was something that only the members of the dojo could enjoy. "The best thing about the Underground Alliance marketplace is that we can sell the ingredients we obtain from the monsters for a high price to them," explained Chen Gu. "If we sell the ingredients from hunted monsters to the dojo, we also earn contribution points, but the price is lower. If we sell them to the Underground Alliance marketplace, we get more money, but no contribution points. Naturally, which one you decide to sell to is entirely up to you." Luo Feng laughed. As to this point, he already read some posts on the fighter discussion thread, so he knew this a long time ago. Selling to the dojo gives contribution points and money. Selling to the Underground Alliance marketplace gives only money, but a lot of it. "Brother Wang, you've already been working for the entire night. Take a break and leave it to me." A soft sound rang. Luo Feng, who was holding his teacup, suddenly turned his head, as if he was shocked by electricity. At the bar, there was a young woman in a white, collared shirt and long black pants who was changing positions with another manager. In this bar, there were 12 waiters and a manager. The bar was open 24 hours, and they had 8-hour shifts, so there were 3 different groups. "Su Jin?" Luo Feng looked with disbelief at the female manager. A professional woman, who had an air of nobleness around her. There is no way an ordinary person can become the manager of the bar of the Underground Alliance's lobby. This is a place that was made just to serve fighters. Just to become a waiter, you would probably have to graduate from a prestigious college and undergo tons of training, not to mention a bar manager. "Su Jin, how did that plain high school girl in the past change herself so dramatically?" "Brother Chen, Brother Zhang, I'm going to go over there for a bit." Luo Feng left his bag, shield, blade, etc. on the sofa, and he stood up smiling as he headed over to the bar. In the bar, Su Jin's head was lowered as she checked the supplies at the counter. Suddenly, "Su Jin," a familiar voice rang. "Him?" Su Jin was shocked. People who knew her in the lobby usually called her Manager Zhu, and usually the fighters don't know her name. How could someone call her Su Jin, and this voice sounds so familiar? Su Jin raised her head. At this time, Luo Feng's head was lowered as he looked into the bar, and Su Jin was half squatted as she finished checking the wine and raised her head. Their gazes met. Luo Feng and Zhu Jin both suddenly had the same feeling. Their hearts throbbed a bit. Luo Feng, why are you here? Zhu Jin reacted, and she stood up as she laughed. Even Zhu Jin can become a manager here. How come I can't be here? Laughed Luo Feng as he said. Looking at the young woman in front of him, Luo Feng couldn't help but to think about his times in high school, where he sat in the back of the classroom and silently looked at Zhu Jin's back. He had a crush for a long time, but he just didn't have the chance to confess. He thought he would probably never see Zhu Jin again, but he ended up meeting her right before his first trip to the wilderness at the AR Alliance market. Ah, Luo Feng, you're a fighter. Zhu Jin saw Luo Feng's outfit and couldn't help but to say in surprise. Yay, I'll be going to the wilderness soon, laughed Luo Feng. The wilderness? Zhu Jin's face changed a bit. All over the world, the areas other than the cities were called the wilderness. For the people who live in the cities, the wilderness was basically a replacement for the forbidden area of death. There were all types of monsters there, sinister, strange ones, and large, barbaric ones. There were also existences that were near invincible. Only the strongest of mankind, the fighters, could go there and fight the monsters. Zhu Jin couldn't have thought that Luo Feng was a fighter, and that he was about to enter the wilderness. In reality, Zhu Jin knew that Luo Feng liked her a bit. This kind of thing was impossible to hide. Luo Feng constantly looked at her every day in class, and Zhu Jin naturally caught Luo Feng staring at her when she turned her head. Naturally, Zhu Jin understood Luo Feng's thoughts. It was just that both sides failed to point it out. Luo Feng, the captain's here, come, shouted Chen Gu. I'll be going there, said Luo Feng to Zhu Jin. Okay, nodded Zhu Jin. Luo Feng went back to his original place. At this time, 3 people arrived, and 2 of them looked similar. One look is enough to tell you that they're twins. Both of them had a shield and a scimitar on their backs. The third man was extremely large and had 2 black sledgehammers that were glowing with a bit of silver. Luo Feng, these 2 are the famous twin moon scimitar brothers of the Y family. Y Tai and Y King, smiled Chen Gu as he said. The Y brothers nodded their heads towards Luo Feng and put down their shields and scimitars and sat down. Brother Tai, Brother King, smiled Luo Feng as he greeted. The other members of the Fire Hammer squad are much older than Luo Feng, at least 10 years older. Compared to the other 5 people, Luo Feng indeed seems like a little brother. This is the captain of our Fire Hammer squad. Dual Wind Hammer Gao Feng, said Chen Du. Luo Feng couldn't help but to notice that Captain Gao Feng wasn't that tall. He was barely past 180 cm. His speciality was that he was extremely well built, as if he was made out of steel bars. Gao Feng sneered, and the muscles of his face were like rocks as he approached. Luo Feng, you also use a blade, so after entering the wilderness, try to get some experience from Y Tai and Y King. You have good talent, so I'm sure you'll swiftly become a member of our team. Okay, nodded Luo Feng. No matter what, his first priority is to not become a burden for this elite fighter squad. Take a break and we'll leave, said Gao Feng. Yes, Captain, including Luo Feng. The 5 of them nodded. In just 20 minutes, Gao Feng and the others finished their drinks and stood up. Let's go to the wilderness. Luo Feng immediately picked up his ghost blade, shield, etc. Luo Feng, a sound rang. Luo Feng turned his head. At this time, Zhu Jin's chest pounded a bit. For some reason, the thought of Luo Feng entering the dangerous wilderness made her worried. Maybe Zhu Jin also started to develop some special feelings for the boy who had a crush on her during high school. Yes, Luo Feng looked at Zhu Jin. In the next few days, school will start for me. But during college, I'll be the manager here on Fridays and the weekends. Zhu Jin yelled. You better come at those times. As she yelled this, Zhu Jin's face started to turn red. Okay, I'll come for sure. Luo Feng let out a smile. You picked one up so quickly? Nice. Chen Gu slapped Luo Feng's shoulder as he laughed loudly. This is one of the benefits of being young. All the beautiful women stick to you, laughed Gao Feng on the side. Since he already determined to let Luo Feng join the Fire Hammer squad, naturally, they'll treat him as a brother. Luo Feng just laughed. Let's go. Get on the car. The 6 of the Fire Squad team members got on the AR Alliance private car and headed towards the train station, where they'll ride a train headed towards the wilderness. Chapter 41. There was a military camp a few hundred miles away from the northern part of Jiangnan City. Rumble tilde tilde. The train slowly came to a halt at the military sector's station. Fully armed fighters got off the train one by one, for a total of 20. These 20 people naturally formed 4 squads. Luo Feng, usually when we fighters go out to hunt monsters, we enter the military sectors to resupply. Chen Gu pointed ahead of him, where a tall, steel tower that was around 50 or 60 meters high was. See this tower? Across China, and even the world, the military cuts out a special sector of the wilderness to serve as a base for fighters to rest and resupply. These resupplying locations are marked with these lighthouses. In other words, it shows us fighters the way home. Luo Feng nodded. In the resupplying base in the military sector, there was a solemn, small building, which had a good environment. Fire Hammer Squad, You guys will stay at #E6 to rest. An officer of the base gave the captain of the Firehammer squad, Gao Feng, a key as he laughed and patted his shoulder. Old Gao, how long do you plan on hunting for this time? If you ever get anything good, you're welcome to sell it to my underground alliance. I'll be sure to give you a great price. Even though most of the staff here were wearing military uniforms, in fact, most of the service staff came from the Dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, the government's army, and the underground alliance. Even though they were there to serve, they also purchased precious ingredients obtained from monsters from the fighters. Haha, sure, laughed Gao Feng. Hurry and arrange for people to make us lunch. The resupplying base wasn't that big. E6, over there, the Firehammer squad quickly found the small 3-story building representing E6. The key was in a form of a chip. After sliding the key across the door, it opened. Before the Firehammer squad leaves the resupplying base, the ownership of the building belongs to them. Gonna lay for a bit and sleep. Didn't sleep well last night. Chen Gu put down his 2 metal boxes and jumped on the sofa. He stretched his body across the sofa and got comfortable. If you want to rest, then rest now. We'll officially depart tonight. At that time, you'll need to focus, commanded Captain Gao Feng. Understood. Spear Zhang Qi and the twin Moon Scimitar brothers laughed in response, since they knew about the rules ages ago. Departing tonight? Luo Feng was surprised. Luo Feng, aren't you even paying attention to the weather? It's the end of September, which is the hottest time of the year. Running with a couple 100 kilograms worth of things in the middle of the day? No matter how much water you bring, it won't be enough, so you can only drink from the river. Chen Gu laughed as he looked at Luo Feng. Isn't it better to run during the night? And it saves water. Luo Feng laughed awkwardly. Even though he read many posts, he never realized this point. Him? Luo Feng's gaze passed through the window and saw someone in the resupplying base. Brother Chen. Look, isn't that Jiang Zihu? At that time, Jiang Zihu's body was covered in bandages, and there were marks of blood on the sandbags, clearly showing that he was injured and was recovering in the resupplying base. Chen Gu turned his head to look. Yay, that is Jiang Zihu. Heh. Chen Gu walked to the door and delightedly yelled, Mountain Tiger, what's wrong? Where'd you just find last time? How come you got so injured in just a blink of an eye? Jiang Zihu, who was outside walking and chatting with his comrades, turned his head and saw Chen Gu and Luo Feng at the door. He got so mad his teeth started to itch, and as his anger raged, he gave a loud, mocking retort. Fire Cannon Chen, your Firehammer squad is an elite squad, so how come you brought a rookie? Haha, I bet your entire team will get dragged down by that burden. Elite squads usually aren't willing to bring rookies, because even if the rookie's body fitness is good, without any experience, he could mess up during crucial moments, which could mess up the veteran members. I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half. Jiang Zihu and Chen Gu exchanged some insults, but because Captain Twin Hammer Gao Feng's yell, Jiang Zihu went silent. Even though he was brave enough to argue with Chen Gu at times, he didn't dare to argue with Gao Feng, because Gao Feng uses cold weapons while Chen Gu uses heated weapons. With heated weapons, even if you reach the top, you can only reach the beginner warlord rank, because heated weapons like guns usually can only harm low-level commander-level monsters. Jiang Zihu was very close to the warlord rank. Fuck, can't believe Luo Feng drifted into the Firehammer squad. Jiang Zihu walked with his comrades on the road, his mouth still cursing. I thought he would get into a regular squad. That way, I can cruelly teach him a lesson, to let him know the consequences of messing with me. However, he got in the Firehammer squad. Jiang Zihu's teeth seethed in rage. Tiger, that young man next to Chen Gu just now, is the Luo Feng who made you spend 100 million? Said the one-eyed middle-aged man next to him. Yay, that's him. Jiang Zihu's eyes shone fiercely. This rabbit, I didn't think he'd be so cocky. After that discussion, right after I turned my head, the security agency ran straight to my nephew's home. This kid actually reported it to the security agency. I quickly gave the country 100 million to let my nephew attain the 1-star civilian rank. However, even after that, my nephew is still going to get locked up for a few months. When he thinks about how nervous his older brother was and Zhang Haobai's shock and horror as he was taken by the security agency, Jiang Zihu got even more mad. Although later he spent 100 million to keep his nephew. However, Zhang Haobai wasn't able to escape a few months of pain in jail. It's okay, don't think too much. Letting your nephew go through some hardship is good for him. The one-eyed middle-aged man laughed softly. You should use this time to rest. Your wound should heal in about 3 days, and then we'll depart and can keep dealing with that old guy. After killing that old guy, our team will become rich. Okay. Jiang Zihu nodded heavily, and he stole a glance at the E6 building in the distance and sneered. I'm willing to bet that Luo Feng will either die or receive a heavy wound in his first entry into the wilderness. Haha, you sure hold a grudge against him. However, it is indeed hard to avoid injury in the first entry into the wilderness, laughed the one-eyed middle-aged man. I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half I am loud, a half. Midnight, the fully equipped 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad departed the resupply base and entered the wilderness. Gu, give me one of your metal boxes, commanded Captain Gao Feng. Haha, thanks, Captain. I can handle carrying these boxes for a short period of time, but not for long periods, said Gu as he handed one of his big metal boxes over to Captain Gao Feng. Gao Feng easily took it with one hand and carried it on his back. This amount of weight is nothing to the strongest member of the Fire Hammer Squad, Gao Feng. Ka! Gu opened the other box, which had a gray machine gun in it. The gun's muzzle had a metallic luster. Other than the machine gun, there were tons of bullets all packed together, which filled up the entire box. Obviously, there were an immense amount of bullets. Brother Chen, what kind of gun is this? Asked Luo Feng curiously. Type M81, 12.7 mm caliber. It can fire 50 to 300 rounds in a minute. Adjustable, laughed Gu contented. The whole gun is made out of third-grade Kiluo alloy, so even if it continuously fires bullets, the heat of the gun won't affect the accuracy of the bullets. Luo Feng asked curiously. Brother Chen, how come you don't use the Fire God cannon? Don't the machine guns of the Fire God series have the greatest power? You rookie! Gu glared. Spear Zhang Qi laughed on the side and said, Luo Feng, the machine guns of the Fire God series do indeed have great power. However, the Fire God series uses up crazy amounts of bullets. It fires 7,000 shots in a minute, and some can shoot even faster. Do you know what that means? 7,000 shots in 1 minute. And bullets that can harm a low-level commander-level monster is as light as 50 grams. 10,000 bullets will weigh 500 kg. Running hundreds of miles with 500 kg of bullets on your back. And finally, when you kill the monster after a minute or so, your Fire God cannon has used up all its bullets. Zhang Qi laughed and looked at Luo Feng. So, what do you say? Is the Fire God cannon good? Luo Feng was startled. He really did not understand this. Yes, the weight of the bullets is a big problem. 7,000 bullets in a minute. How many bullets do you have to bring with you for the entire trip? Hauling a huge amount of bullets along with a Fire God cannon is only done by the army or when dealing with a specific type of monster. Usually, people like us will never use those types of guns, since there aren't that many bullets for it. Gu laughed at himself. I brought 10,000 bullets this time, and even asked the captain to help me carry some. Gu had bullet chains wrapped all over his body and held a machine gun. With Luo Feng, these two were in the middle of the team, protected by the others. The Twin Moon Scimitar brothers were in front of the team. Captain Gao Feng and Zhang Qi were in the back. We'll head along this highway. After about 3 days, we should reach our destination #0201 country level city, said Captain Gao Feng. But Luo Feng couldn't help but to keep looking at the highway in front of him. For the people living in the cities, highways only exist in legends. The highway under their feet was already ruined. Tons of cracks have already opened up on it. Looking ahead, there were tons of broken or split cars, vans, and trucks all over the highway as it stretched down. There were even some broken tires lying around. Sometimes, you can see marks of dried up blood on the floor too. Let's go. The red light of the sunset shone on this quiet, rundown highway that has been broken for dozens of years. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad continued to head forward. Growl tilde wail tilde waves and waves of howling from the monsters carried from the 2 fields and ruined villages on the sides of the highway. Even Luo Feng could see quite a few monsters. The other 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad were relaxed, but Luo Feng was completely tense because he could feel the monsters everywhere. Luo Feng, there's a horned boar ahead. I'll leave it to you, Captain Gao Feng's voice rang. This will be your first battle in the wilderness. Chapter 42 Luo Feng, this is your first battle, so don't get cocky. These monsters are much more ferocious than the ones they breed in the military, Gu solemnly reminded. Luo Feng laughed. He knew Brother Chen was worried about him. In this Firehammer squadron, he is definitely closer with Gu and Zhang Qi, who are also in the Mingyu sector. As for Captain Gao Feng and YG brothers, since he was new and wasn't familiar with them, it was going to be hard to get Gao Feng and his group's recognition. Good luck, Luo Feng. With your current speed and reaction speed, you're just at the level of an advanced fighter. Your power is also nearing that level too. There should be no problem facing this horned boar. Spear Zhang Qi, surprisingly, also gave some words of encouragement. The other 3, Captain Gao Feng and the YG brothers, watched Luo Feng. Kai! Luo Feng pulled out his ghost blade. With his left hand holding his shield and his right hand holding his ghost blade, he smiled. Captain, Brother Chen, watch me get that horned boar's horn. As he said that, Luo Feng rushed towards it. They watched Luo Feng go. Captain, don't you think giving Luo Feng a rank of horned boar is expecting too much out of him for his first fight? Gu couldn't help but to say, even though our Firehammer squad should test him, we have to do it step by step. It'll be better if we get a rank G monster instead. Yeah, we can't rush this. Zhang Qi also spoke. There's no problem with the captain's arrangements. The older of the YG brothers, Y Tai, said lowly. Luo Feng's body fitness level isn't inferior to that beast. Even though it is a bit difficult, he should be able to win with a bit of suffering and pain. But this is his first time entering the wilderness. Jiang Qi wasn't convinced. So what if it's his first time? I don't want him to become a burden. Or else, how are we supposed to hunt some stronger monsters with a rookie? Wai King frowned on the side. At this time, out of the 5 veteran members of the Firehammer squad, Chen Gu and Jiang Qi were clearly on Luo Feng's side, while the Jia brothers were suspicious of him. Stop arguing, Gao Feng spoke. Chen Gu and the others quieted down. Talk after watching Luo Feng's battle with the horned boar, Gao Feng said expressionlessly, I am loud. A half I am loud. A half I am loud. A half like a nimble jaguar. Luo Feng raced to the back of a flipped car on the highway. From there, he looked towards the horned boar that wasn't too far away. All the hairs on the boar were black, and each hair was like a black needle, and its horn was like an edged blade. Under the light of the evening sun, the horn's edge reflected a freezing coldness. If the iron fur boar in the fighter combat exam was like a heavy, savage hummer, then this horned boar is a flexible, sturdy existence. A half I am loud. A half. This is my first battle, so I need to put on a good show. I was only able to join the Firehammer squad because of 2 reasons. Chief Instructor Zhu Ji's request, but more importantly, Brother Chen and Brother Zhang's help. Luo Feng was clear on one point. It was very hard for a rookie to join an elite fighter squad. Captain Gao Feng and the Jia brothers are clearly suspicious of me, so I need to prove myself with this battle. Luo Feng stared at the horned boar, who was currently searching for prey. The 3 levels, H, G, F, are the titles for low-level soldier, medium-level soldier, and high-level soldier, respectively. Clearly, the horned boar in front was nearing the F level. Howl howl, the horned boar roared and scanned the surrounding with its murderous stare. It found me. Luo Feng's heart rate increased, and he was a bit excited. Boom! The horned boar flew ferociously towards him, like a high-speed tank. It directly rammed into the flipped Hummer that was in front of Luo Feng. Luo Feng dashed away like a nimble monkey, and with a boom, the Hummer was blasted away and rolled several times on the highway. The Hummer that has been exposed to the sun and wind for several decades immediately split up, and the tires rolled on the highway for a while until they stopped. Within a moment of dodging, Luo Feng headed straight towards the horned boar. Die scum! Howled Luo Feng. Like lightning, he shot towards the horned boar, and the ghost blade in his hand instantly flashed towards the horned boar's head. It seemed like the horned boar that just rammed the Hummer didn't have enough time to dodge, but right when Luo Feng approached it, a black shadow headed straight towards Luo Feng's brain. So fast, Luo Feng was startled, and with a step of his foot, he barely managed to twist his body to evade the black shadow. This black shadow was the horned boar's tail, which was like a steel whip. Puff, puff. After retracting its tail, the horned boar soared nimbly, and flew straight towards Luo Feng. Its rough, steel hooves and its sharp blade, like horn, were headed straight at him. Fuck, this boar is too damn fast. Luo Feng stepped back again, and he raised the shield in his hand. Bam! The shield and the horned boar's hooves collided ferociously. In the moment of collision, Luo Feng used the rebounding force to go into a dive, where he rolled on the floor to divert the force. The horned boar chased right after him, and Luo Feng rolled to a broken truck and, with a dart, got behind the truck. With the truck blocking, the horned boar's lunge wasn't able to achieve its desired effect. After watching this scene from afar, the 5 members of the Firehammer squad all slightly nodded. Captain, Luo Feng has good reflexes, doesn't he? Laughed Chen Gu. Captain Gao Feng smiled as he nodded. He is good. I thought he would have a hard time with this horned boar on his first time. I didn't think his reflexes would be so good. His basic skills are pretty good too. His shield block was done skillfully, and his movements flowed like water. This Luo Feng didn't even receive any injury from the barrage of attacks from the horned boar. Good. The Jia brothers' cold expressions finally loosened up a bit. Wai King, Luo Feng's good, ain't he? Jiang Qi let out a smile too. This battle isn't over yet, so we still can't tell, said Wai Tai coldly. 5 members of the Firehammer squad continued watching the battle between Luo Feng and the horned boar. Luo Feng was concentrating extremely hard, and thought to himself, this horned boar is so sinister, he purposefully made me think it was weak at the beginning, and then it suddenly used its tail to attack me, and then rushed me with its hooves and horn. Along with the final crazy dash, it chained all of these into a combo. Thankfully I've been practicing the I am loud, a half I am loud, a half 9-stage thunderbladey, a half I am loud, a half these past few days, so I have more precise control over all of my strength. He has been practicing the 9-stage thunderblade this past month. It seems that Luo Feng will need to use some of his spiritual force to be able to get out of the horned boar's barrage unscathed. Roar the horned boar howled. It didn't foolishly collide into the truck, but it jumped over it and rushed straight towards Luo Feng. Scum, this time you're dead! Luo Feng ferociously kicked the tire next to him, and as if it was launched by a trebuchet, it flew straight towards the horned boar. The horned boar didn't slow down at all, it merely lowered its head slightly. The horn on its head, whose sharpness had no rival, split the tire in half, which then fell apart and dropped. Luo Feng headed straight towards the horned boar after kicking the tire. Roar tilde right after hitting the tire away, the horned boar turned its head and directed its horn towards Luo Feng. Die! At this moment, Luo Feng made a flexible turn like a butterfly and just barely evaded the horn. While turning, the ghost blade in Luo Feng's hand, with help from the rotational energy, such instantly. The ghost blade then picked up even more speed during the slash. Puff! As fast as lightning, the spinning blade directly hacked into the head of the horned boar. Luo Feng could clearly feel the rigidness and toughness of the hair of the horned boar. No regular bullet could pierce through this hair. Fresh, red blood leaked out, and after cutting into 5 cm of the boar's head, Luo Feng's blade couldn't go any deeper. Howl tilde, the horned boar howled crazily, and ferociously turned its head to ram into Luo Feng. The injured horned boar became even more fierce. What? Such agile technique! The Yijia brothers' faces were filled with shock. He could dodge the horn of the horned boar so delicately, exclaimed the older sibling Wai Tai, incredible. And he dared to turn in front of the horned boar's horn like that. Wasn't he afraid of the horned boar's horn piercing through his body? Amazing. Is this bullshit luck, or does he actually have skill? The turn seemed simple, but it revealed Luo Feng's astonishing technique. But beautiful Chen Gu and Jiang Qi couldn't help but to praise. This kid has strength, laughed Gao Feng with a smile. In such a dangerous situation, he dared to do such a thing and was even successful. His technique is not average. His timing was also good, but this boar's life force is incredibly strong. Killing this horned boar is no easy task. The 5 members of the Firehammer squad, including the Yijia brothers, all let out a smile. The 5 of them continued to watch from far away the battle between Luo Feng and the crazed horned boar. Chapter 43 PA. Ha! Foul blood streamed along the thick skin of the horned boar's neck, dripping onto the dust-filled highway. The horned boar had a crazed look in its eyes, and as it howled deeply, it madly rushed at Luo Feng again and again like lightning. The hooves, horn, and tail, all 3 kinds of attacks kept coming unrelentlessly. After its head injury, the flexibility in its head turning has clearly decreased by a lot. Luo Feng dodged agilely. In the fighter combat exam, he fought 7 H-level monsters at the same time to train himself. Even though the concentrated attacks of 7 H-level monsters are a bit below the level of the F-level horned boar, the difference wasn't large. Whoosh! Luo Feng didn't retreat. With an elegant dodge to the side, the horned boar's horn missed Luo Feng's body by just 3 centimeters. However, these 3 centimeters acted like a barrier, so the horned boar couldn't harm Luo Feng at all. Attack! The ghost blade in Luo Feng's hand came crashing down. It brought an ear-piercing sound, and the horned boar immediately howled out in rage. It used all of its might on its 4 hooves to try and avoid Luo Feng's blade. But Luo Feng's blade was too fast, and only the sound of the blade entering its flesh was heard. Kai! Another strike to the neck. Even though it wasn't in the same location as before, this one cut into a depth of 8 cm. Each, with its last injury, the muscles of its neck couldn't exert 100% of its force to block the attack. Next time I attack, its next defense will be even weaker. Right when Luo Feng hit into the neck, he immediately retreated, easily avoiding the crazed counter-attack from the enraged horned boar. After that, Luo Feng closed the distance again. Roar, roar, the horned boar let out an enraged howl. Last time, Luo Feng swayed for 3 steps, causing an illusion, and then once again dodged the horned boar's attack. What followed those agile steps was Luo Feng's sharp blade. Piukai at first, it was quite difficult to undo, but after cutting into a depth of 12 cm, the resistance rapidly decreased. After Luo Feng's ghost blade cut into 2/3 of the horned boar's neck, he pulled out his blade and rapidly retreated. Blood flowed like a fountain from that gigantic wound. Out tilde came a shrill. The horned boar's entire body was twitching, and its hooves were stomping unconsciously. The asphalt of the highway was cracking under the stomping. After that, the unconscious boar threw itself around and crashed against the curved railing at the side of the highway, breaking it and falling down. Its noise got weaker, and then it stopped. Luo Feng stood beside the broken highway railing, looking down on the horned boar's corpse whose head was about to fall off. Blood rapidly stopped flowing, since almost all of it has flowed out already. There was probably at least a barrel's worth of blood that flowed out. Dead. Luo Feng leaped down and, using his ghost blade, cut off the horn. The most important part of the horned boar's body is just this one horn. I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half I am Lao. A half the 5 members of the Firehammer squad couldn't help but to let out a breath as they watched from afar. Abnormal. Monster. These 2 words came from the Yijia brothers' mouths. How is he? I made a good recommendation, haven't I, bragged Chen Gu. If we say the 5 of them were surprised before, then now they're completely shocked and stunned. Incredible, Jiang Qi couldn't help but to say. Captain Twin Hammer Gao Feng stared at Luo Feng as he cut off the horn. How is Luo Feng's technique so good? The horn borer is above him in pure speed by a bit, but his consecutive dodges were light and smooth. Every dodge was like a cloud or a flowing river. If he can do this technique hundreds of thousands of times, then that'll be the Ru Y class. He's only 18 if he's Ru Y class. He should be sent to the world headquarters, dojo, to undergo special training. The older sibling of the YG brothers, Y Tai, couldn't help but to say, Ru Y class is a perfect dodge by using the smallest amount of power possible to delicately avoid the attack. This kind of dodge is extremely difficult, and an average fighter can only pull it off once or twice. However, if you can do it 100 times or 1,000 times, then that means you're truly Ru Y class. We've obtained a gem. Gao Feng let out a smile. The younger sibling, Y King, surprisingly nodded to him. After some nurturing, our fire hammer squad will have another capable member. Me and Y King will teach him, said Y Tai. Chen Gu and Zhang Qi laughed. As veterans who have walked on the border of life and death countless times, it was clear to them. Some geniuses have amazing body fitness levels, but when they actually have to fight a monster, they can't even bring out a tenth of their strength. Because of this, Chen Gu and Zhang Qi usually look down on these so-called geniuses. A true professional has to go through countless dangerous battles, and Luo Feng was able to show such skill in his first battle. Clearly, he was a powerful fighter. Captain Luo Feng ran over this horn. You killed it, so of course this horn belongs to you, said Gao Feng. Luo Feng nodded and accepted it. There isn't much on a soldier-level monster's body that's worth money, because all of the soldier-level monsters can be killed by heated weapons. Even a beginner warrior, with a machine gun and good shooting technique, could easily kill many soldier-level monsters. So solider-level monsters aren't worth money. If you sell this horn to the dojo, you'll probably get $3,000 and some contribution points. If you sell it to the Underground Alliance, you can probably get 5,000, laughed Chen Gu. Only the material on the body is worth money. An important material on a commander-level monster is worth a crazy amount of money. Luo Feng, with your performance just now, you barely passed, said the older sibling of the YG brothers, Y Tai, as he pouted. Brother Tai? Luo Feng looked over. Please guide me, Brother Tai. Your basics are good, but your efficiency is much too low, said Y Tai coldly. Wait a bit and watch how I kill a F-level monster. What Luo Feng killed was a monster nearing the F level. After they departed, they quickly encountered a F-rank cat family ocelot monster. This ocelot had some stripes on it and was as tough as a bull. It was superior to the horn boar in flexibility and savageness by far. Watch me, said Y Tai coldly. Whoosh! With the shield in his left hand and scimitar in his right, he charged straight towards the ocelot in a straight line. Brother Tai is in the advanced warrior class, so his body fitness level is similar to this F-level ocelot. Luo Feng watched carefully. He only observed that Y Tai wasn't trying to dodge anything and just crashed into the ocelot. No, actually, right when the ocelot was about to crash into Y Tai, Y Tai's body moved sideways and his shield crashed into the ocelot at an angle. Crashing at this angle knocked the ocelot off balance, causing it to stagger to the side. Pooh! Hi! A sinister coal light made an arc against the shield. It flashed across the exposed throat of the ocelot due to it being knocked off balance. Soon after, fresh blood sprayed out like a fountain, and Y Tai retreated quickly. He coldly looked at the ocelot monster, howling in pain, until it slowly fell over and lost its breath. Y Tai cut off the ocelot's tail, and took out an almost transparent tendon. He put it in his bag and walked back. Did you see that? My technique wasn't better than yours, and my power didn't exceed yours. However, I was able to kill it in one hit. Y Tai looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng fell into shock. The battle just now was finished in a flash. But for his battle, he had to dodge so many attacks, and attack the neck of the horn boar over and over again. It took him quite a bit of energy to kill it, and that horn boar was clearly weaker than this ocelot monster. Think about it deeply. Y Tai didn't explain anything, and let Luo Feng think about it himself. Luo Feng was completely shocked. Y Tai's speed and technique weren't anything out of the ordinary, and yet he produced such amazing results. The best way to kill a monster is to aim for its weak points. The younger sibling of the YG brothers, Y King, said indifferently, usually for mammals, their weak points are their eyes, throat, and mouth. One stage below that would be their soft abdomen. One stage below that would be the neck you were hanging into. Luo Feng nodded. He knew this. But the monsters move so quickly, so stabbing their eyes is difficult. And for the horn boar, and the ocelot who always lower their heads so much, hitting the throat is hard too. Even the abdomen is hard to hit. So attacking the neck was the simplest way. There won't be many chances to attack the monster's weak points. The monsters aren't stupid. They'll protect their weak points properly. However, if there aren't any chances, then you can make them. For example, my brother crashed into the ocelot at an angle with his shield, causing it to lose its balance. This made the ocelot expose its throat for a split second. He used his scimitar to hit from the bottom of his shield and into the throat, which killed the ocelot in an instant. Wai King said coldly, "This was the last attack my brother did, and it was from the bottom of his shield, so the monster couldn't react at all." Luo Feng nodded. "Remember, learn how to use your strong points," said Wai King. "You have to use them efficiently and cleanly. Your technique is good, but you don't have to flash your technique around every time to kill the monster. Always move towards the most efficient way to kill the monster." "Understood." Luo Feng nodded. Wai King let out a rare smile. "Let's go," laughed Gao Feng as he waved. Firehammer Squad clearly wanted Luo Feng to become a capable member in the future, so they trained him seriously. On the road, Wai King and Wai Tai took turns fighting the monsters that appeared, and sometimes let Luo Feng deal with them too. They taught him with words and techniques, and let Luo Feng get some real experience. Luo Feng's rate of improvement was also just as astonishing. Even the warlord level Gao Feng fought a few times, guiding Luo Feng in the process. Luo Feng knew that you have to make each attack bring out all of its strength to kill a monster. And when he was fighting the horn boar before, his beautiful dodges were, in fact, useless. Luo Feng's attacks slowly became more sharp, direct, and effective. 3 days later dawn, on the broken city ring road, the 6 members of the Firehammer Squad were moving forward. "There are 2 F-level mast, if lions, Luo Feng, go," commanded Captain Gao Feng. "Yes." Captain Luo Feng laughed and grinned, and headed towards the mast, if lions at an average speed. "Howl, howl, the mast, if lions," roared at the incoming Luo Feng with bloodthirsty madness in their eyes. They didn't care much for this human in front of them, but when they got really near each other, Luo Feng let out a smile on his face. Whoosh! His speed accelerated rapidly. Both of the mast, if lion monsters' hairs, all stood up. Luo Feng closed the distance in an instant. The 4 abnormal steps he did was the I umlaut, a half I umlaut, a half 9-stage thunderblady, a half I umlaut, a half technique flowing light. He baited the claws of the mast, if lions, and with a twist of his body, accurately dodged their claws. As their bodies moved across each other, the ghost blades sinisterly in an instant. Pooh! Slashed right in the throat. Luo Feng charged forwards and turned his head towards the other mast, if lion monster. Howl, when the mast, if lion monster saw fresh blood spraying from its comrade's throat, it howled and retreated swiftly. Ken Gu, Gao Feng, and the other members of the Firehammer Squad let out a smile as they watched. Even though Luo Feng isn't as experienced as the Jia brothers, but because of his technique, Luo Feng's killing power is not worse than either the older or younger sibling of the Jia family. "Luo Feng, let's go, hurry and enter the town. The mast, if lions, are gregarious. The mast, if lion that ran away will soon bring a whole pack of them over here," laughed Chen Gu. Luo Feng laughed as they all united. The 6 members of the Firehammer Squad finally reached their destination, 0201 Country Level City. Chapter 40. The Firehammer Squad quietly entered the suburban part of the 0201 Country Level City. "Luo Feng, we ran along the highway these past 3 days, which belongs to the desolate area." As they walked, Chen Gu kept his voice low and said, "Most of the monsters live in the city and in the built-up areas. Places like the counties and urban areas are the truly dangerous locations." "Understood, Brother Chen," nodded Luo Feng. Luo Feng already read about the common habits of monsters in the posts. In the long war between monsters and humans, monsters found that if they live in relatively empty areas, the human army and fighters could lock on to them from far away. Without anything to hide behind, the humans could use heavy sniper rifles and missiles to conduct long-distance attacks. In the city, there were tons of skyscrapers. As long as the monsters hid in the urban areas, snipers will rarely have a chance unless they go inside the city. And right when the human army enters the city, they'll have to fight with the monsters on the streets, where the monsters will have an overwhelming advantage. Urban areas are the monsters' heaven. But naturally, the target for our Firehammer Squad is a commander-level monster. However, minded Chen Gu in a small voice, a commander-level monster is intelligent, around the level of a human. The commander-level monster will command large amounts of soldier-level monsters to surround it. Virtually every commander-level monster will be surrounded by large amounts of soldier-level monsters, so it's very difficult to kill a commander-level monster. Luo Feng nodded. A soldier and a commander not only have a large difference in strength, but also intelligence. To protect their lives, a commander-level monster will naturally summon large amounts of soldier-level monsters to protect it. Other than the extremely rare monsters that like to be independent, most commanders will be surrounded by soldiers. "Everybody be careful, there's a steel-clad bull lair up ahead," said Gao Feng suddenly. The head of this steel-clad bull lair is probably a high-level commander, and there are large amounts of steel-clad bulls in this lair. "Let's go around it." "Chen Gu, don't shoot. If a steel-clad bull attacks, remember, kill it instantly." Don't let the steel-clad bull call its comrades. Yes, Captain. The other 5 all nodded. Unlike the deserted areas outside, the city and the suburbs are much more dangerous. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad carefully moved forward along a narrow path. Halt! The older sibling of the Jia family, Wai Tai, who was in front, raised his hand. He stared seriously in front of him, where a gigantic iron fur boar was lying far away. Head the boar were 2 masked, tiger monsters who had their heads lowered, and were feasting on large bites of flesh. Suddenly, the masked, tiger monster rose its head, and looked at the Fire Hammer Squad from far away, and became much more cautious. We'll go round, don't do anything, said Gao Feng in a small voice. On the deserted highway, Luo Feng and the others were relaxed. They could kill monsters whenever they felt like it. However, it's different in the city. After treading carefully on the way, taking at least 10 detours, and killing 8 regular soldier-level monsters instantly, Luo Feng and the others finally arrived at their first destination, a small sector in the #0201 country-level city, Blue Sky Sector. The reason why the Blue Sky Sector was the Fire Hammer Squad's first target was because there were 3 residential apartments that were 21 stories high. Go to the roof, everyone, be careful. A monster might pop out of who knows where in the building. Don't make too much noise. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad went along the staircase. Howl tilde tilde tilde. A low-pitched howl emanated within the building, which made the 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad frown. Wai Tai, who was furthest in front, said in a small voice, "It should be upstairs. Everybody be careful." Everybody had their weapon in hand and were prepared to strike. And Chen Gu, who used heated weapons, was being protected in the center. They went forward 1 step at a time. Luo Feng saw a 2-meter-tall lion masked monster suddenly appear from the corner in front. Its fur was long and it looked like a gigantic military SUV. When the lion masked monster saw them, it immediately howled, sending a blood-scented wind at them. Fire Hammer Squad was going upstairs, and the lion masked monster dived at them with the energy gained from its gigantic body. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wai Tai and Wai King in the front had almost identical movements. With a shield in one hand and a scimitar in the other, they charged forward at the same time and barely grazed the lion-masked monster's body. As their bodies grazed past each other, the scimitars drew curved lines that passed through the joints of the lion-mastiff's front claws. The brothers Wai Tai and Wai King used the exact same technique. This caused the front 2 claws of the lion-masked monster to stagger and fall onto the stairs. At this time, Spear Zhang Qi, who was behind Wai Tai and Wai King, instantly moved forward. His alloyed spear carried a metallic sound with it as he pierced the lion-masked monster's head. Pu! Kai! Spear instantly pierced through the lion-masked monster's eyes and went through its head. Roar! Tilde tilde. The lion-masked monster unconsciously stepped forward twice and then fell powerlessly. The cooperation between Wai King, Wai Tai, and Zhang Qi was indeed marvelous. The first 2 took care of the lion-mastiff's front limbs to make it lose its balance, which was immediately followed up by Zhang Qi's spear for a 1-hit kill. Yang Qi was horrifyingly accurate with his spear. He actually pierced right through the eye. In the process of climbing up the staircase, the Fire Hammer Squad encountered 3 monsters, which was considered quite lucky. Out of these 3 monsters, one of them actually charged up from the ground level. At that time, Luo Feng and Gao Feng were at the back of the team, so naturally it was Luo Feng who had to cleanly kill the G-level monster. I am loud, a half I am loud, a half I am loud, a half I am loud, a half. After exiting the staircase, the 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad arrived at the rooftop of the 21-story residential apartment. Shut the door to the staircase, shut it completely freaking tight, commanded Gao Feng. Stop any monsters from running up here to the rooftop. Yes. Luo Feng and Zhang Qi went to close the steel doors of the staircase, and found a steel rod to jam the door. Phew, we can finally loosen up a bit. A rare smile appeared on Zhang Qi's face. He directly sat on his bottom on the roof, and took out some high-carb food and water. Everyone brought their binoculars, right, said Gao Feng. Everyone take out their binoculars and look down from the roof and try to find a commander-level monster. Remember, don't expose your body too much. It'll be a bit troublesome if a monster discovers you. However, it was actually very safe on the rooftop. The residential apartment was 21 stories high, so most of the monsters couldn't climb up from the outside anyway. Even if a commander-level monster commands the monsters to slaughter their way up, how wide is the staircase? The threat wasn't large. Fire Hammer Squad has enough time to completely escape. Start searching for a commander-level monster, yo guys. Time to start finding some monsters. Luo Feng also took out his binoculars from his bag, and some supporting tools like screws. Everyone brought them, since they weren't heavy. He squatted onto the side of the roof and looked down onto the street. There were large amounts of monsters everywhere he looked. The city area has at least 10 or 100 times more monsters, and on one of the streets, one glance showed that there were at least hundreds of monsters walking forward. Even a warlord-level fighter has a slim chance of escaping alive from hundreds of normal monsters. Captain, these are all soldier-level monsters. I don't see any commander-level monsters here either. 5 of the members, including the captain, were all holding their binoculars and looking down from the roof at different spots. Only when standing on a high location could you see far. On the roof of a 21-story residential apartment, you can see really far, and also see many monsters. A steel case opened. The only member of the Firehammer squad who wasn't using a binocular, Chen Gu, opened the steel case. Other than large amounts of ammunition, there was another long, rectangular-shaped wooden case in the steel case. In the wooden case, there were a few mechanical parts, which Chen Gu swiftly assembled. A moment later, a silverish-gray heavy sniper rifle that was nearly 2 meters long was assembled. Its optical aimer device and other things were also completely assembled. Chen Gu put special bullets into the clip, for a total of 10 bullets. Captain, notify me if you find a commander-level monster, said Chen Gu. Yup, you can first sleep for a bit and rest yourself. Leave the search for the commander-level monster to us, nodded Gao Feng, while at the same time commanding the others, guys, focus and don't miss anything. This was the easiest way to hunt for a commander-level monster in the city. Staying at a high location lets you see farther. This is 10 to 100 times faster than searching for a commander-level monster on the streets, and also much safer. Luo Feng, Zhang Qi, the Yijia brothers and Gao Feng, the 5 of them held their binoculars and carefully looked below, while Chen Gu narrowed his eyes and went to sleep while holding his heavy sniper rifle. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Commander-level monster. When the 6 members of the Firehammer squad were searching for a commander-level monster and hiding on the rooftop of the Blue Sky Sector's residential hall around 30 km away from the #0201 country-level city on the ruined highway was a 6-man elite fighter group rushing towards the #0201 country-level city. All 6 of them had a tiger-shaped medal on their left breast pocket of their battle uniform. This was the famous Tiger Fang squad of Jiangnan City. There were 6 people in the Tiger Fang squad. 2 of them used heated weapons, and the other 4 used cold weapons. 2 of the 4 that used cold weapons were warlord-level fighters, and the other 2 were advanced warrior-level fighters. And the 2 that used heated weapons were also warlord-level. Actually, as long as you have enough talent, experience, and time, it's quite easy to reach the warlord level using heated weapons, because they rely on their guns and bullets. Old Han, have you found that old guy's position yet? Asked Zhang Zihu in a small voice. This Zhang Zihu was indeed one of the 6 members of the Tiger Fang squad, and was an advanced warrior-level fighter. In terms of strength, the Tiger Fang squad was extremely powerful. The weakest members were both advanced warrior-level fighters, and these 2 were barely away from the warlord level. According to the signal flare I left on that old guy, it's probably 40 km away from us. According to me, I'd think it's in the #0201 country-level city ahead, said the guy who was holding and looking at a compass-like instrument. Finally confirmed the position. If we can hunt down this old guy this time, we brothers are gonna be rich. People of the Tiger Fang squad laughed. When they were hunting for monsters before, they found the wolf-type monster, hunter, by chance. There were lots of different classifications for the monsters today. Before the Grand Nirvana period, there were mostly pigs, dogs, cats, cows, and sheep in society. So most of the monsters today are mostly pig-type, dog-type, cat-type, cow-type, sheep-type, snake-type, etc. Monsters like foxes, monkeys, scorpions, wolves, tigers, and jaguars are rarer. Wolves, tigers, and jaguars were already strong, so after a mutation, they'd become beyond horrifying. Of course, since there are so many regular monsters, some of them become horrifying existences. For example, one of the cat-type monsters is a legendary existence 9 Lives Demon Cat. The 9 Lives Demon Cat is the most frightening monster within the cat-type monster category. It has 9 tails, and its strength surpasses a horde leader. On the entire Earth, it's considered as one of the scariest monsters in the rankings. Since the wolf-type monsters have a high reproduction ability, fighters could often encounter a few wolf-type monsters this past decade, and the hunter is one of the most horrifying mutations within the wolf-type monster category. They're also called the king of the wolves, Silver Moon Wolf. Each Silver Moon Wolf is practically independent, and they love hunting other monsters and fighters. As they're also sly and cruel, they got the name of hunter. As of now, the weakest known Silver Moon Wolf is a medium commander level monster, so a head of a Silver Moon Wolf is worth a fortune. This hunter we're chasing is probably a high commander level, practically nearing the horde leader level. Thankfully, this hunter was already wounded when we engaged before, so we were able to give it another heavy wound, said the captain of the Tiger Fang squad, a dark-skinned, thin, short man in a small voice. As of now, we've already healed up and regained our strength. This time, we have to grab our chance and hunt down this hunter whose strength has declined greatly. Yes, Captain, the 6 members of the Tiger Fang squad were full of fighting spirit. One dead hunter is practically worth more than 1 or 2 years of their income. On the rooftop of one of the 21-story high residential hall in the Blue Sky sector, 5 members of the Fire Hammer squad had their binoculars pointed down and were looking carefully. Luo Feng held his binocular with his left hand and his water bottle with his right. He drank a little bit of water, put the binoculars down, tightened up the cap of the water bottle and put it into his back. Only after that did he continue looking downwards with his binoculars again. "Captain, do we just foolishly wait here?" asked Luo Feng. "What do you understand?" Gao Feng laughed as he put down his binoculars. "In this area, a 21-story high residential apartment is already pretty high. From the rooftop, we can scan a radius of 5 km with our binoculars. How big is a country-level city? Of course, because some of the buildings are blocking, our efficiency isn't that high. However, this efficiency is already immensely high. Everybody can rest and find monsters. It's the best way." Luo Feng nodded. "Captain, you guys come look here," shouted Jiang Qi suddenly as he pointed down in a certain direction. Whoosh! The other 4 ran there, each of them holding their binoculars and looking downwards. Luo Feng also looked towards the direction Jiang Qi was pointing at, and through the binoculars he saw that there were horned boars and iron fur boars appearing in some of the streets in the northwest direction. There was probably a total of a couple hundred boars, and the number of boars were still increasing in his field of view. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. On one of the streets, there was a peculiar monster that was moving slowly and calling upon more pig-type monsters. It was completely red and looked like a tank. "This is the bloodthirsty tank," said Luo Feng out of shock. "Out of the pig-type monsters, they are ranked at #2 bloodthirsty tank herd. It's called a bloodthirsty tank, but they're also a pig-type monster. They have a large amount of scales on them, and their defense is amazing. At a glance, it resembles an armored tank, and its defense and attack isn't inferior to a real tank at all. It's a bloodthirsty tank. Man, it's a big catch, Captain. According to the color of its scales, it should be around a low commander level monster, maybe nearing medium commander level." Some of the Fire Hammer squad members started arguing. The price of a bloodthirsty tank is quite high," laughed Captain Gao Feng. "Even though it's only a low commander level monster, its price is comparable to medium commander level monsters. This is a great catch. Everybody cheer up." Old Chen Gu, the captain's voice, caused Chen Gu to finally open his eyes. Chen Gu laughed as he stood up. "Yo guys, found a commander-level monster? Come and look," laughed Gao Feng. Chen Gu sprinted over and looked through the binoculars. He was astonished as he said, "Damn, it's the bloodthirsty tank that's ranked 2nd in the pig-type monsters. This guy's defense is crazy. The armor-piercing bullets I brought probably wouldn't even be able to pierce through its scales. Looks like it's time to use my precious ones." "Hurry, bullets aren't worth that much," persuaded Gao Feng. Chen Gu was quick. He immediately sprinted to the steel case, took out 3 blood-red-colored bullets, and changed the bullets in the sniper rifle. Pooh! Chen Gu laid on the roof and set up his silverish-gray heavy sniper rifle. The barrel of the gun reflected the light from the sun, and Chen Gu stuck out his hand to get a feel for the direction, and started doing detailed calculations as he calibrated his optical aimer device. The other 5 members of the Fire Hammer squad didn't dare make a sound. Suddenly, pang! A deep sound full of force rang. In practically an instant, the bullet went through the air and shot through. Not only was the power of this alloyed armor-piercing bullet destructively high, but its speed was also a couple times higher than the speed of sound. Because it was faster than the speed of sound, the sonic boom it causes is behind the bullet, which means that the sound won't reach the monster until after it has been hit by the bullet. The bloodthirsty tank walked slowly on the street, commanding large amounts of monsters. Pooh! The scales between the back of the ear and the neck instantaneously combusted, dramatically blowing up a hole as the bullet forced its way through. "Io, the bloodthirsty tank wailed in pain as it started staggering and swaying around. After it regained its balance, the bloodthirsty tank immediately howled in rage and bitterness over and over. In an instant, the large amounts of pig-type monsters that were spread out immediately rushed towards it, and the spot where the bloodthirsty tank was hit started bleeding. It kept howling over and over, but it wasn't able to determine where the bullet was shot from. On the roof, Chen Gu slightly raised his head and moved the optical aimer device away from his eye as he said confidently, "My luck was pretty good. I hit its vital spot. This bloodthirsty boar didn't die instantly because its life force is strong, but it'll fall for sure within 5 minutes. The first shot is the most effective shot in long-range sniping because the commander-level monster isn't prepared for it. However, if the first bullet fails to strike a vital point, then there'll be trouble. And a commander-level monster has extremely high defense, so it's pretty good if a bullet could just pierce through its armor. Because of that, bullets usually concentrate on high-penetration powered armor-piercing bullets and not some of the destructive explosion bullets. If you can't even get through the armor, then what's the point of being destructive?" Nice shooting, laughed Jiang Qi as he gave a thumbs up. The hull of a bloodthirsty tank is extremely hard. Even if you get through the scales, the bloodthirsty tank isn't affected much, laughed Gao Feng. Chen Gu, this gun is fantastic. If Chen Gu failed, then they would have to kill all of the monsters guarding the bloodthirsty tank, which is too difficult. Don't praise me too much, Chen Gu laughed. Now you guys have to think of a way to get the corpse of that bloodthirsty tank. There are hundreds of monsters surrounding it, and if we're too slow, another fighter squad might steal our loot. Don't jinx it. There are probably at most 2 or 3 fighter squads in this country-level city. Gao Feng laughed. Alright guys, let's tidy up and depart, to get the corpse down there. Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down chapter 46. Jiang Qi, go and carry one of Chen Gu's steel cases, commanded Gao Feng. Yes, Captain. Spear. Jiang Qi headed towards Chen Gu, where Chen Gu was currently disassembling his heavy sniper rifle and putting it back into the wooden case. He put the wooden case and large amounts of ammunition into the steel case and handed it over to Jiang Qi. After that, Chen Gu opened the other steel case and took out a grim machine gun. He wrapped the bullet chains around himself and attached one of the ends to the machine gun. Luo Feng clicked his tongue after seeing such a sight and couldn't help but to be amazed. Heated weapons are usually only very effective against soldier-level monsters. For example, there was luck involved in the one-shot killing of the bloodthirsty tank. With such a large body and tough skull, even if the bloodthirsty tank gets hit by a bullet, it usually doesn't affect it at all. So, there are very few spots where you can kill it in one hit, like the eyes right below the skull cap and behind the ears. You have to be extremely accurate when shooting. 1. You need skill, and 2nd, you need luck. If the bloodthirsty tank was just a bit more cautious, or even if it just changed its direction, the shot would have missed. Go down. After Gao Feng's command, Luo Feng and the others went down the staircase and quickly left the blue sky sector. I am loud. A half I am loud. A half I am loud. A half I am loud. A half. 5 minutes later, Luo Feng and the others were in a small alley. Wai Tai, who was leading, sneakily made a peek outside and said as he turned his head, Captain, the bloodthirsty tank is down and dead. Old Chen, damn nice. Gao Feng gave a thumbs up. Chen Gu laughed. However, Captain, continued Wai Tai, there are at least a couple hundred monsters surrounding the body of the bloodthirsty tank. It's gonna be troublesome to retrieve the bloodthirsty tank's corpse. This is the annoying part of killing a commander-level monster with far-ranged attacks. Even if you succeed, retrieving the valuable materials from the corpse is also very dangerous. However, it's much safer than killing the commander-level monster in the herd of monsters. Same rules. Wai Tai and Wai King will distract the herd. When they're confused, we'll go, commanded Gao Feng, and he turned his head towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng took a deep breath at this time. Charging at a couple hundred monsters in a herd is indeed the most dangerous situation he's been in so far with the Firehammer squad. Of course, according to the posts he read, these kinds of situations are one of the easier situations that fighter squads have to deal with. There are situations that are tens to hundreds of times more dangerous than this. Luo Feng, you wait next to Chen Gu. Your mission is to protect Chen Gu and not allow any monster to attack him, commanded Gao Feng. Don't worry, Captain. I definitely won't let even one monster approach Brother Chen, nodded Luo Feng. Good, let's go, Gao Feng ordered. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 black lights came flying from the brothers Wai Tai and Wai King's hands, as if they were lightning. They flew for around 100 meters and landed in the middle of the herd of monsters. These 2 black lights were actually 2 ellipse-shaped black balls. These ellipse-shaped black balls also had a red timer signal on them. The monsters that noticed this thing immediately got away in caution. Beep, beep, boom, tilde. The 2 timer bombs exploded ferociously. Flying fragments followed the powerful explosion, causing the 2 monsters beside them to fall with blood all over their bodies. At the same time, the bombs released large amounts of smokescreen, which quickly spread around in every direction. In terms of power, these 2 timer bombs only killed 1 monster by luck and harmed 5 or 6 of them. Most of the monsters were just affected by the smokescreen. Charge, commanded Gao Feng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Luo Feng also exploded all the strength in his body, with his shield in one hand and his ghost blade in the other. He sprinted quickly and followed Chen Gu. The speed of all 6 members of the Firehammer squad was astonishing. They were around 150 meters away from the commander-level monster's corpse in the herd, and they got there in 4 or 5 seconds. And this was with a decreased speed from running into the middle of the herd. Captain Gao Feng moved like lightning and charged forwards. He was holding one of his heavy hammers in one of his hands and started swinging it, and only the 2 sounds pang, pang, were heard. 2 of the soldier-level monsters' heads immediately exploded after getting smashed. One side were the medium soldier-level monsters, and the other was the beginner-level warlord fighter whose strength neared an intermediate-level warlord fighter. The difference in strength was too big. He was holding his heavy hammer in one hand, but a dagger in the other. In almost an instant, he was next to the corpse of the bloodthirsty tank, and he rapidly stuck his dagger into the hole made by the bullet behind the bloodthirsty tank's ear. While Gao Feng was dissecting this corpse and getting the materials, the other 5 members of the Firehammer squad were in danger. "Hurry, Luo Feng, protect old Chen well," said Jiang Qi as he waved his spear. The brothers Wai King and Wai Tai were protecting Gao Feng. With the bloodthirsty tank's defense, if it was Wai Tai or Luo Feng dissecting it, a large amount of time would be needed. However, with Gao Feng's astonishing strength, half a minute is enough time. Howl roar the surrounding monsters discovered Luo Feng and the others and started charging at them. It was like a heavy Hummer charging at over 100 km/h at them. Get out with 2 skillful steps. Luo Feng smashed the shield in his left hand into the charging horned boar as he dodged, pushing the horned boar off balance. Its gigantic body fell over and shook the ground as it fell onto the already cracked concrete sidewalk, causing large amounts of dust to rise. Luo Feng didn't want to kill the enemy, he just wanted to survive for half a minute. Zhu! Zhu! Jiang Qi waved his spear, killing 2 soldier-level monsters and beating down 3 of them. After that, those 3 enraged monsters howled and surrounded Jiang Qi as they charged at him. Jiang Qi didn't have a shield, he only used his 1 spear. Not good. After slitting with his spear, Jiang Qi's face changed. Roar the speed of an iron fur boar charging is at least 50 mph. The size of its body is like a small truck, but its speed rivals the sports cars. And not only did Jiang Qi not have the time to block, but there were also 3 monsters surrounding him in front too. "I'm going to receive a heavy wound this time." Jiang Qi clenched his teeth. Hang! A shadow appeared from the side, and it stomped on the charging iron fur's body. Doing so under such a high speed would cause you to lose a lot of control over your body. The iron fur boar also lost control after getting stomped, and it directly fell over. However, it quickly crawled back up. "Brother Zhang, let's hang on here," said Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, thanks," yelled Jiang Qi gratefully. If it wasn't for Luo Feng, Jiang Qi would have definitely received a heavy wound. Jiang Qi thought to himself, letting Luo Feng join the Firehammer squad was indeed a good idea. And his steps are so quick and agile. Great technique, praised Chen Gu, who was under protection. At this time, there were a couple hundred monsters in the herd, and the fight between Luo Feng and the few dozen at the beginning soon attracted many more monsters. Thankfully, the smoke screen blocked their vision, and the herd hasn't been able to effectively bring out their full power. "Not good, Captain." Hurry Wai Tai couldn't help but to yell. With every passing second, the Firehammer squad's situation worsens. The monsters surrounding them quickly increased in number. "Chen Gu, fire!" commanded Gao Feng, who was squatting beside the bloodthirsty tank's corpse and being protected by the Wai Jia brothers. "Yes." Chen Gu licked his lips and smiled savagely. Luo Feng and Jiang Qi, who were beside Chen Gu, immediately stepped back. As Chen Gu pressed the trigger, a stream of light sprayed out of the muzzle like crazy. Each and every bullet was an expensive armor-piercing bullet that Chen Gu bought. They're even a bit threatening to a commander-level monster. Howl! In an instant, large amounts of monsters started howling in pain as the crazily shot armor-piercing bullets started entering their bodies. These monsters were strong in vitality, so they usually don't die even after being shot. "Only firing at their heads can you kill them in 1 shot?" These armor-piercing bullets won't go through a commander-level monster's skull, but they usually have no problem with soldier-level monsters. Hang! One of the monsters' cerebrospinal liquid flew out. Pooh! One of the monsters that fell had another hole in its body. Haha! I die as if Chen Gu was going mad. Kilo alloyed armor-piercing bullets continuously streamed from the gun's muzzle. The bullets virtually suppressed a whole side of the herd. Luo Feng and Jiang Qi were stopping the other side of the monsters from attacking Chen Gu. As the gun fired, the monsters in the smoke screen were able to quickly determine the correct direction and charged madly. When fighting a herd, Chen Gu's skill with the machine gun makes 1 fighter equal around 10 fighters. However, as the machine gun fires, it attracts the attention of other monsters. "Okay, let's go." Chen Gu, who finished harvesting the material, commanded in a low voice, which made Luo Feng and the others sigh in relief. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 6 members of the Firehammer squad started escaping. Rumble hundreds of enraged monsters started chasing them. 1 running monster is enough to shake the concrete earth. Hundreds of them running together made it seem like an earthquake was going on. The entire street, and even the ruined homes and apartments beside them started shaking. They even gave off a rumbling echo. "Herds sure are scary." Luo Feng turned his head and looked back. The hundreds of monsters that were mad enough to almost go crazy were practically flying at them, so it was quite a startling scene. Over here, the Firehammer squad immediately slipped into an alley. The alley was very narrow, so 2 monsters couldn't walk side by side at the same time. They could only enter one by one. Taking advantage of this, the Firehammer squad kept slipping into small alleys in the built-up areas. They soon shook off the entire herd of monsters. "I am Lao, a half I am Lao, a half I am Lao," A half I am Lao. A half I am Lao. A half an hour later, Luo Feng and the others quietly came to a roof of a hotel that was 18 stories high. Haha, everybody did a great job this time, laughed Captain Gao Feng. Chen Gu, that shot was brilliant. Luo Feng, you were great too, you saved Jiang Qi. Yup, this bloodthirsty tank is a medium commander level monster, and it's one of the hardest medium commander level monsters to hunt. We sure made a bit of cash this time. I wouldn't have thought that we'd make this much on our first day. We sure got a ton right when we started. I estimate that as this month goes on, our income won't be small at all. Luo Feng, Chen Gu, and the others all started laughing one by one. Luo Feng looked at his tactical communications watch and was startled. A phone call? Even if someone calls, this tactical communications watch won't distract the fighter. Fighter has to look at the watch himself to find out if someone called him. It's from home, laughed Luo Feng, and he gave a voice command, call back. Beep, 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 beep. The tactical communications watch called Luo Feng's home. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Tiger Fang Squad. Yo bro, Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh after hearing the sound that came from the tactical communications watch. Luo Hua, weren't you heating things up with that young lady? How come you have the time to call me? Haha, on the balcony, Chen Gu, Jiang Qi, and the others came one by one and started laughing. Even if I have a wife, I can't forget my older brother, laughed the younger brother in the tactical communications watch. Oh yeah bro. I called to tell you something. Nan officially agreed to be my girlfriend. Haha, isn't your brother great? The younger brother laughed joyfully. How long has it been? He hasn't been this happy before. The power of love is indeed great. Luo Feng thought to himself, he's been crippled for so long, so he has a lot of psychological pressure to deal with. For him to be so happy after getting a girlfriend, Luo Feng was happy for his brother, and immediately laughed. You still gotta work hard and get that certificate. Bro, we can't rush this. We gotta go step by step, laughed Luo Hua. Oh yay, what about mom and dad? Asked Luo Feng. They went grocery shopping, answered Luo Hua. Luo Feng nodded. Mom can finally go grocery shopping in the afternoon, and dad can finally relax and spend time with mom in the market. I'm fine bro. Be careful while you're out of the city, said Luo Hua out of concern. No worries. After the call ended, Luo Feng had a smile all over his face. Alright, since Luo Feng is done with his phone call, everyone come here for a sec, said Gao Feng. In a moment, Luo Feng and the others walked over. Today, we just entered the city and produced great results. As always, we'll divide the spoils based on everyone's contribution in the battle. After we finish hunting and return to base to resupply, we'll do the dividing. Suddenly, Gao Feng's expression became very serious. However, let me give a reminder that everybody must be extremely cautious. This is an area with a high amount of buildings, where all the monsters' nests are. There will be a huge amount of commander-level monsters in the entire city, so don't let your guards down, or else it'll be troublesome if any of you get into a dangerous situation. Many fighters died last year. Yes, Chen Gu, Jiang Qi, the Jia brothers, and Luo Feng all nodded seriously. Luo Feng also knew that joining the army was the safest. The mortality rate of a fighter like him barging into the wilderness was extremely high. Everybody used up quite a bit of energy in the slaughter just now. We were also rushing through the night, so everybody rest now. After 4 p.m. we'll move out, decided Gao Feng. Yes, phew, time to rest. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad either leaned against something or laid down to rest. While the Fire Hammer Squad was well hidden and resting on the rooftop of the hotel, the Tiger Fang Squad already entered the #0201 country-level city. The 6 of them were carefully moving throughout the alleys of the ruined city. Some of the alleys' walls were collapsed, and some even had corpses of monsters in them. Halt! The skinny captain rose his hand and everyone else stopped. The captain of the Tiger Fang Squad said in a small voice, "Everyone listen up. We only have one target this time, the already injured Silver Moon Wolf. So while we're here in the city, make sure you don't mess with any of the other monsters. If you can hide, hide. If you can run, run. Try not to fight them, and it'll be troublesome if you get injured." The other 5 members nodded seriously. This is a high-level commander-level Silver Moon Wolf. The amount of money you could make is even greater than hunting dozens of low-level commander-level monsters. Also, once we catch up to the Silver Moon Wolf, this Silver Moon Wolf is extremely wounded, so we only need to hit it 2 or 3 more times to kill it. So never try to fight it head-on. Let me remind you guys again, do not try to fight it head-on and drag it out. If we really start fighting this Silver Moon Wolf with everything, at least 1 or 2 of us will lose our lives. Everyone nodded their heads with serious expressions on their faces. A high-level commander-level monster, and the king of the wolves, Silver Moon Wolf. Even when injured, if it stakes its life for revenge, it's possible that most of the Tiger Fang Squad will get killed. We just have to keep injuring it and let it bleed, torture it to death. Laughed the captain of the Tiger Fang Squad with confidence. A country-level area like this has a very low chance of attracting a War God fighter squad. There are probably just a few teams in the city, and with a team like ours, we should be the strongest ones in the city, so we don't need to worry about someone stealing it away. Usually, stronger warlord-level fighter teams are more active in the urban-level areas. There's more of a challenge, and there are more independent commander-level monsters. For example, there's a reason why the Fire Hammer squad came to this country-level area, and that's because Luo Feng is a rookie. Otherwise, the Fire Hammer squad would also enter an urban-level area, and not a country-level area. Captain, if there actually is a fighter squad that actually tries to steal, said the one-eyed middle-aged man as he wrinkled his eyebrows. Relax, Zhang Zi, who laughed on the side. Even we don't dare to stick too close to that hunter. And most of the fighter squads in this city are warrior level. One warlord level fighter squad would already be pretty good. And if they try to fight the Silver Moon Wolf, they'll probably get torn to pieces immediately by the Silver Moon Wolf. Yep, the captain of the Tiger Fang squad nodded. They don't have the ability to steal the Silver Moon Wolf away. If they do, kill them. Yes, the other 5 nodded. Let's go. The captain of the Tiger Fang squad waved his hand, and the 6 of them swiftly moved forward silently. The wilderness isn't like a headquarters. Headquarters are cities controlled by humans, where there's law, where there's a government. But in the wilderness, monsters rule the area. Here, dark, chaotic, and bloody cases are everywhere. For a prized corpse of a monster, there are many cases where fighter squads have killed each other over it. Of course, most of the time, it's a stronger fighter squad stealing from a weaker fighter squad. Many fighters in the wilderness die to monsters. However, quite a few fighters die to other fighters too. Midnight. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad ate a lot and were well rested, and all of them looked through their binoculars and had them pointing downwards. We already saw 2 commander-level monsters in 2 hours, said Wai Tai helplessly, sadly. Each of them have a gigantic amount of soldier-level monsters surrounding them. Looks like the urban areas are still better, even though there are many commander-level monsters, and sometimes even a horde leader-level monster there. Most of the regular soldier-level monsters are all focused around the horde leader-level monsters and the powerful commander-level monsters. Many of the commander-level monsters are independent. Before, Chen Gu had fired 2 shots from his sniper rifle. However, they didn't get so lucky this time. These 2 shots were fired at the 2 commander-level monsters. One of them barely had any effect at all, and while the other one was heavily wounded, it didn't die. Most importantly, they have tons of soldier-level monsters protecting them. That's the bad point of a country-level city. Even a regular commander-level monster has a huge amount of monsters under its control. Side Jiang He. However, country-level cities are safe. Gao Feng laughed. Out of the entire country-level city, there are only 1 or 2 high-level commander-level monsters, and all of them are surrounded by a gigantic amount of normal monsters, so we wouldn't even touch them. As for the regular monster hordes, with our squad's strength, we can wipe them out if we really wanted to. We aren't afraid of suddenly getting surrounded by a few commander-level monsters. In the cities, there are many commander-level monsters, so it's easy to get surrounded by several of them. Luo Feng looked through his binoculars. This is a commander-level monster? Around 10 monsters appeared on the edge of the street, and all of them had spots. They gave off the feeling of a tiger, the ocelot race of the cat-type monsters. All of these ocelots had large bodies, and one of them even had 2 tails. 2 tails? Commander level? Said Luo Feng excitedly. In the ocelot race, 2 tails means a low-level commander, 3 tails means a medium-level commander, 5 tails, low-level horde leader, 7 tails, high-level horde leader, 8 tails, already surpassing the horde leader level, and is one of the strongest existences in the ocelot race. And out of all the cat-type animals, 9 tails, is the 9 lives demon cat, 9 lives cat king, which is one of the most horrifying monsters on Earth. Captain, look, a commander-level ocelot, yelled Luo Feng. Ocelot? In a moment, the other 5 rushed over and looked for it with their binoculars. It's really an ocelot. Looks like the fact that ocelots don't like large groups isn't just a rumor. There are only 16 regular soldier-level monsters surrounding the commander-level ocelot, laughed Gao Feng. Guys, get ready for action. Only 16 regular monsters, I can handle them alone, laughed Chen Gu, so all the other members were relaxed. Let's go. Under Gao Feng's command, Luo Feng and the others left the rooftop one by one. This time, they didn't fire in advance, for if they failed to kill the ocelot, it might run away. For a commander-level monster to only have around a dozen monsters with it is very rare in a small country-level city. Thank you very much for visiting our website. We have added comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts. Down Chapter 48. Luo Feng followed the 5 veteran members of the Fire Hammer squad as they quietly went over the wall and into a residential home on the side of the street. The walls of this residential home were mostly collapsed. The corners of the walls that were left had moss growing all over them, and the concrete walkway has been covered with weeds ages ago. A fat sheep is ahead. Wai Tai went through a gap in the collapsed wall and looked around on the street outside. We're pretty lucky. This ocelot is searching for prey with its underlings in a relaxed manner. Luo Feng also looked outside through the gap in the collapsed wall. Around 50 meters away, the commander-level ocelot was leading its group of ocelots on the street. Remember guys, Gao Feng said in a small voice, first, your mission is to kill those regular ocelots. As for the commander-level ocelot, just stay away from it, and try not to get hit. Just leave it to me. If it's one low-level commander-level ocelot, I can handle it alone. Next, Chen Gu, don't fire your machine gun. It's not too late to fire until after something unexpected happens. Once you start firing, we'll have to flee the battlefield. Understood. Luo Feng and the others nodded seriously. Gunshots attract monsters easily. If you're on the rooftop of a high building, then the monsters can't pinpoint your position with just their ears. However, shooting on the ground exposes your position easily. Soon after, large amounts of monsters will be attracted and will surround and attack. As time goes on, more and more monsters will keep getting attracted. Last time, when they were trying to retrieve the corpse of the bloodthirsty tank, everyone started running for their lives once Chen Gu started firing. Alright, this time we're gonna make this quick. Let's go. Gao Feng waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 shadows flew out at practically the same time, and even Chen Gu had a machine gun in his left hand and a short dagger in his right. 6 people, as if 6 blurred images, all charged at the group of ocelots. Roar tilde tilde. The hairs of the two-tailed ocelot, head of the ocelot group, all stood up, and it immediately roared out of anger. The 16 surrounding ocelots also started to give out an enraged roar one by one. These roars kept echoing between the two sides of the streets, and the sound shook the sky. Each of the strong, burly ocelots crazily charged at the humans in front of their eyes. Kill! Scum die! Luo Feng watched the ocelot fly towards him like lightning, and stepped a meter away to the side. The ghost blade in his hand used this position to draw a cold light that went straight for the throat of the ocelot. The charging ocelot growled in a low voice and lowered its head to use its chin to block Luo Feng's attack. Kai! The ghost blade cut the fur of the ocelot's chin, and even cut half a cm into the jawbone. This ocelot reacts quickly, much faster than the lion mast. If monsters, when Luo Feng landed, a blood-scented wind came as another ocelot's mouth was already wide open and ready to bite Luo Feng. Luo Feng first stepped back for some more space, and then directly used his shield to block, and his blade to stab. The ghost blade delicately slid across the shield and stabbed through the charging ocelot's chin in an instant. Luo Feng ferociously pulled his blade out and stepped back. Hu, tilde tilde tilde. Fresh blood sprayed wildly, and the large ocelot fell to the ground. It swayed 3 times, and then fell down to the cracked concrete floor with a howl. Watch out! A huge voice suddenly shouted. Quang, the nearby brothers Wai Tai and Wai King were suddenly hit and thrown into the air. Wai Tai's entire body smashed against one of the walls on the street, and, with a boom, the poorly maintained wall instantly shattered. Wai Tai fell down and spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Roar tilde tilde. The twin-tailed cat that instantly smashed into the brothers Wai Tai and Wai King was in front of Luo Feng at almost the same time. Too fast. Luo Feng was startled and instantly sidestepped. Just barely. Clearly, his dodging speed wasn't fast enough, and as he saw the claws of the twin-tailed ocelot about to latch onto himself, he used a shapeless spiritual force to move himself away. The speed of his sidestep increased by a significant amount, and the twin-tailed ocelot's claws just barely touched him. Hi! Luo Feng also used this chance to unleash an uppercut. The blade hit against one of the twin-tailed ocelot's forelimbs, but the sharp blade actually made a kai sound as it hit against the fur. It couldn't even break through a single layer of fur on the twin-tailed ocelot's front claw. Heat in defense of a commander-level monster is just too horrifying, said Luo Feng out of shock. Hachi! The twin-tailed ocelot landed on the ground, and its sharp claws caused the concrete floor to crack open. Scum! Gao Feng, whose carelessness led to his comrades' injuries, rushed like lightning and ferociously rammed towards the twin-tailed ocelot with a hideous look on his face. The 2 gigantic, heavy hammers spun like a windmill as they smashed into the twin-tailed ocelot. The twin-tailed ocelot, completely unaffected by Luo Feng's blade, turned towards Gao Feng like a huge truck and rushed towards him. Pang pang, the hammers and the claws clashed. Both Gao Feng and the twin-tailed ocelot staggered, but Gao Feng used his left foot to charge at the twin-tailed ocelot again. Gao Feng gave the twin-tailed ocelot no chance to attack his comrades again, and the bones in one of the twin-tailed ocelot's limb were fractured by the heavy hammer, so it could only rely on 3 of its legs to stand. In their struggle, it seems that Gao Feng has the advantage. Rumble tilde tilde. The heavy hammers kept smashing. On the rooftop of a 6-story residential building around 500 meters away from this scene, the 6 members of the Tiger Fang squad were using their binoculars to look around. Captain, it seems that there are quite a bit of monsters around, so it'll be difficult to not agitate any monsters within a 10-mile radius of the location of the hunter, said the one-eyed middle-aged man as he frowned. The skinny captain of the Tiger Fang squad also frowned. Suddenly, his gaze landed upon the Firehammer squad that was battling the ocelot monsters far away. "It's the Firehammer squad," said the captain of the Tiger Fang squad as he raised his eyebrows. "They came to this country-level city too?" "Firehammer squad probably did this because they brought that rookie Luo Feng," said the one-eyed middle-aged man. "The guy with the twin hammers is clearly Gao Feng. Gao Feng sure is powerful. He's going at it with a low-level commander-level monster. I heard that his strength is already at the level of an intermediate warlord, but it's just that his speed is a bit lacking." Seems like they weren't just rumors. Carrying a gigantic machete on his back, Zhang Zihu's eyes flashed. He grabbed his binoculars and looked towards that direction and said joyfully, "It actually is the Firehammer squad, and that Luo Feng kid is actually here. Seems like he's performing well." A savage light passed through Zhang Zihu's eyes. "Captain, it's this tiny rabbit that made me lose a whole 100 million, said Zhang Zihu. "Let's use this chance to kill him." 100 million was a large sum of money to Zhang Zihu. Since he's only at the advanced warrior level, he has to risk his life for 2 years to earn 100 million. Kill him? The other members of the squad were slightly surprised. The captain of the Tiger Fang squad frowned, and then laughed. "Good idea. Xiao Dong, you two use your snipers to deal with the most important members of the Firehammer squad, and then immediately fire at the 2 monster hordes near them. We're far away, so the monsters won't be able to tell where the sudden shot came from. These normal monsters have very low intelligence. Once they get hit, they'll only attack the humans they can see." The captain of the Tiger Fang squad laughed coldly. "At that time, the 2 monster hordes will be attracted to the Firehammer squad and will surround them. The gigantic slaughter will attract large amounts of monsters over there, which will lower the amount of monsters in the other areas. When that happens, we can easily go through miles of land." The other members of the Tiger Fang squad were silent. It's not like they haven't killed other fighters before, but they usually only did that to steal monsters' corpses. But to just do it in this case. "Dong, aim on that Luo Feng and kill him in one shot to relieve my brother," said Zhang Zihu as he clenched his teeth. "Do it," ordered the captain of the Tiger Fang squad. "Yes, captain." The 2 heated weapon-using members didn't delay. On the border of life and death, they had too much experience killing monsters and humans. Hmph, Luo Feng Zhang Zi, who stood on the edge of the rooftop as he watched the Firehammer squad that already succeeded in killing the twin-tailed ocelot. He let out a cold smile as he said, "You dare mess with my money, I'll take your life. Go regret it in hell." And the 2 sniper rifles were already set up. The 2 heated weapon-using members were in front of their sniper rifles, and they chose to use a special, powerful armor-piercing round. They started to aim and adjust for elevation, etc., and then they nodded to their captain, showing they're ready. "Who?" The captain of the Tiger Fang squad waved his hand. The 2 members pressed the triggers simultaneously. Hang, hang. The 2 low sounds rang, and the 2 bullets instantly split through the space and headed towards the Firehammer squad that was currently getting the material from the twin-tailed ocelot's corpse. The sound rang, but the bullets moved at a couple times faster than the speed of sound, so the bullets arrived before the Firehammer squad could even hear anything. Chapter 49. The tendon of a ocelot monster's tail is worth quite a bit. With a kai sound of Luo Feng's ghost blade, it drew across the tail and took out the transparent tendon. Luo Feng looked at Wai Tai beside him and laughed. "Brother Tai sure is strong." With that collision with the twin-tailed ocelot just now, Brother Tai was spitting out blood. "It scared me, but it seems like Brother Tai is perfectly fine now." "Are you stupid? Should I just force the blood back down instead of spitting it out? The damage will be even worse that way," said Wai Tai jokingly as he laughed. "All right, let's get these one by one," laughed Chengdu. The 6 members of the Firehammer squad were in quite a good mood. Gao Feng squatted next to the twin-tailed ocelot while dissecting it. Of course, the twin-tailed ocelot's corpse was the hardest to dissect. "Luo Feng brought luck to our squad. It's our first day, and we killed 2 commander-level monsters in a row," laughed Gao Feng as he dissected. "Haha, Captain, you gotta praise me for that. It was me who tried to get Luo Feng in our squad," laughed Chengdu. The group laughed merrily. As if Luo Feng's tail was on fire, his eyes instantly widened. It was as if the conditions were exactly the same as his reaction speed examination where he dodged the rubber bullets. The air was hazy in front of him, and a bullet could be seen. The speed of the bullet was at least 10 times faster than the rubber bullets used in the reaction speed examination. Luo Feng didn't even have time to yell out a warning. Under immense stress, Luo Feng's body instantly started pumping out adrenaline, and his heart started beating at an alarming rate. All the hairs on his body stood up, and his mind was pushed to a limit never seen before. Even the spiritual force that was sleeping deep within him spread out across his entire body automatically. A life or death situation. Humans' innate survival instinct caused Luo Feng's body and spiritual force to instantly reach their limit. Pooh! The armor-piercing bullet tore through the air and shot towards Luo Feng's brain. Luo Feng used the ghost blade that was dissecting the ocelot's tail to block the bullet. He pushed his body to its limit and used all of his power to swing his blade around. While his waist exerted its first force, it actually had time to exert a second force. Everything fell into place. Facing death, his body was able to naturally exert the second force, while his concentration and body were at their limits. 9-stage Thunder Blade, first stage. It actually worked. The heat of the ghost blade instantly flew up. Accelerate. Luo Feng used his spiritual force on his ghost blade to make it move even faster. Decelerate. Without delay, the spiritual force was used on the armor-piercing bullet that was flying towards him at an extreme speed. The armor-piercing bullet was reduced to Mach 1 from Mach 4, and with a clang, Luo Feng's ghost blade directly hit the armor-piercing bullet. The tip of the armor-piercing bullet pushed into the blade, and then bounced off. Hang! The other armor-piercing bullet was aimed at Captain Gao Feng's brain. According to the Tiger Fang squad's plan, Zhang Zihu requested to kill Luo Feng, while the other bullet was prepared for the strongest member of the Fire Hammer squad, Gao Feng. So these two bullets were prepared for Luo Feng and Gao Feng. And Gao Feng, who was currently dissecting the twin-tailed ocelot and had his back turned towards the bullet, didn't see the armor-piercing bullet at all. Pooh! The dagger in Gao Feng's hand ferociously cut through the fur of the twin-tailed ocelot. This force made his body sway, and the bullet that was aimed for his brain got off target, right when he was about to feel the toughness of the ocelot's fur. Hoo! The super-fast armor-piercing bullet just barely grazed Gao Feng's ear as it flew by. The rapid airflow caused Gao Feng's ear to start bleeding. Ping! The armor-piercing bullet cruelly landed in Zhang Qi's shoulder, who was beside Gao Feng. And the shock that is able to burst open a low-level commander-level monster's scales instantly shattered the bones and muscles in Zhang Qi's shoulder. With a boom, Zhang Qi's right shoulder directly flew up, and pooh! The blood started spraying out like a fountain. Zhang Qi cried out bitterly. A sniper rifle bullet. Gao Feng looked at Zhang Qi's broken shoulder spraying out fresh blood. Some of the blood even sprayed onto Gao Feng, which caused Gao Feng's eyes to turn red. He howled, "Enemy attack!" Which bastard? Wai Tai and Wai King also yelled angrily. While they yelled out of rage, virtually all the members of the Fire Hammer squad started moving around quickly. There's no one who would dare to stand in the same location while being aimed at by a sniper. Gao Feng was only able to dodge the bullet because, by chance, his dagger made his body sway. Hang! 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 4 more gunshots. That way. Gao Feng, Luo Feng, and the others all looked towards the gunshot's source with red eyes. On the rooftop far away, the shadows swayed and disappeared. It's the Tiger Fang squad! Gao Feng clenched his teeth. Tiger Fang. Luo Feng wasn't able to see them at all. The distance was too great, and the Tiger Fang squad vanished instantly. Clearly, your eyesight would need to be amazing to see them clearly. A fighter's sight and hearing improves along with their body fitness level. Within the 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad, Captain Gao Feng's body fitness level neared intermediate level warlord. So only he was able to see them clearly. Tiger Fang squad? The Tiger Fang squad that Zhang Zihu is in. Luo Feng couldn't help but to feel his rage come up. Of course he checked before and discovered the news about Zhang Zihu being in the Tiger Fang squad. He actually wants to kill me. Ice cold. Luo Feng truly felt for himself that fighters don't live in harmony with each other. Yang Qi. Old Zhang. A couple of them went over, and Luo Feng rushed towards Zhang Qi's side too. Yang Qi laid on the ground with a pale face. His right shoulder was completely shattered by the armor-piercing bullet, and his right arm was blown off a while ago. Even his battle uniform was ripped up. The power of this bullet was just too great. Yang Qi's face was completely pale while Chen Gu hurriedly tried to stop the blood. "It's me, Zhang Qi, you took this shot for me," said Gao Feng as he clutched his ear. Brother Zhang Luo Feng's fists were both clenched and his eyes were crimson red. It was Brother Zhang and Brother Chen that brought him into the Fire Hammer squad. Not good. Gao Feng's face changed completely. Run now. The Tiger Fang squad shot out a total of 6 bullets just now. 2 of them were for Luo Feng and Gao Feng, while the other 4 were for the surrounding monsters. At this moment, the monsters were already starting to angrily howl, and everyone in the Fire Hammer squad immediately understood why the Tiger Fang squad shot those extra 4 bullets. So sinister, they want to kill all of us. Hurry and run. Wai King put Zhang Qi, who lost too much blood, on his back, and the group started sprinting. Rumble tilde tilde, a large amount of iron fur boars appeared on the street ahead. Each of the iron fur boars were gigantic, and a couple hundred of them were rushing towards the Fire Hammer squad. It seemed like an earthquake was going on when the boars were rushing together. All the faces of the members of the Fire Hammer squad lost their color, and right when they tried to change direction, another gigantic rumbling sound came from the other side. An even more alarming amount of monsters were rushing towards them. Not only were there hornboars in this horde, but also lion-masked, if monsters. All of the monsters added up exceeded 1,000. Big trouble, all the members of the Fire Hammer squad were pale. "Get over the wall," commanded Gao Feng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fire Hammer squad speedily rushed over the broken wall. The 4 sniper rifle bullets enraged the monsters greatly. The monsters only knew that only humans could have such a horrifyingly sinister assassination weapon. When they saw the humans rush over the wall, all of them were practically united. Rumble tilde tilde, the horned boars lowered their heads and rammed into the wall. The wall that has been exposed to decades of wind and sun shattered instantly, and over 1,000 tightly packed monsters rushed over it. Fire Hammer squad looked back and couldn't help but to have their faces change again. Brothers, this time it's everyone for themselves. Run, if one can survive, then at least that's one. If we stay together, all of us will die for sure, yelled Gao Feng, whose eyes were still red as they ran. This son of a bitch Tiger Fang squad, if I, Gao Feng, live through this, I'll definitely make them pay for this with their blood. Everyone, spread out and escape. Wai Tai and Wai King were also clenching their teeth. Against over 1,000 monsters, even an advanced warrior would have trouble escaping. The Tiger Fang squad, Zhang Zihu. Luo Feng felt in his heart that they probably did this because he made Zhang Zihu lose 100 million that time. The Tiger Fang squad wouldn't just attack for no reason, would they? Could it be because of me? Because of me Brother Zhang ended up like that? Guilt rushed out of Luo Feng's heart, but also his intent to kill. Yang Zihu, Tiger Fang squad. Both of Luo Feng's eyes were crimson red. Captain Brother Chen yelled Luo Feng. This yell caused Captain Gao Feng, the Yijia brothers, and Chen Gu to look at Luo Feng in shock. Luo Feng clenched his teeth as he yelled, "Follow me. Everyone can escape alive." With a hehu sound, all of the throwing knives on Luo Feng's thighs started hovering up and encircled Luo Feng one by one. Chapter 50. Originally, they were basically guaranteed to die. Splitting up and running away was their last string of hope. However, Gao Feng, the Yijia brothers, Chen Gu, and Zhang Qi now watched the 6 throwing knives hovering around Luo Feng's body. Each and every one of them were dumbfounded. Chen Gu even abruptly blinked twice to make sure he was seeing this right. These throwing knives were indeed floating without being attached to anything. Spirit reader. Telekinesis. Luo Feng is a spirit reader? All of these thoughts appeared in the minds of Gao Feng and the others. All of them became flustered with their faces completely red. Gao Feng then shouted out, "Listen to Luo Feng, follow him." Rumble tilde tilde tilde, the enraged horde of monsters came sprinting at them, causing the ruined concrete ground to split open. The rumbling caused the ruined buildings on the side to crumble. There's an old saying, 10,000 horses galloping. However, each and every one of these monsters are hundreds of times stronger and larger than a war horse. 1,000 of them running is even scarier than 10,000 horses running. Tail note, original phrase, I am loud, a half fee, a half re, a half I am loud, a half I am loud, a half feet to the left, yelled Luo Feng. The other members of the Fire Hammer squad immediately followed Luo Feng, ferociously turning to the left. Wai King was still carrying Zhang Qi, who had lost too much blood. Roar, tilde howl tilde. The stench of the monsters slowly emanated. Since they ran towards the left instead of running away, Luo Feng and his group ran into the monsters chasing them. Their stench was virtually stuck in their noses. At this time, Luo Feng clenched his teeth, and with a cold gaze, the 6 throwing knives encircling him in a 10-meter radius instantly moved. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 throwing knives instantly caused a mirage. Pachi! A throwing knife directly went through the head of one of the lion-masked, if monsters that was running at them. Some of its cerebrospinal fluid came out with the throwing knife. Throwing knives, under the control of spiritual force, continued to go through more and more monsters' skulls with amazing speed. 6 throwing knives. In a blink of an eye, the 30 or so nearest monsters were killed. Fresh blood and cerebrospinal juice flew out. Howl tilde tilde rumble tilde tilde. Under the howling of the monsters, the 30 or so monsters that were chasing after the Fire Hammer squad all fell while they were sprinting. When they fell, they ended up sliding around 10 meters against the ground. Behind the Fire Hammer squad that was running away were large amounts of monsters' corpses. Gao Feng, Chen Gu, the Yijia brothers, and even the pale Zhang Qi were all stunned. They knew that spirit readers were strong, but this is just too absurd. The 6 throwing knives became flowing mirages one by one. The throwing knives go through the skull of any monster that enters a 20-meter radius within them. This precise control is also very frightening. I'm using up my spiritual force too quickly like this. Luo Feng was also shocked. Every time a throwing knife goes through a monster's head, he uses up quite a bit of energy. The skulls of these monsters are much harder than regular stones. Now that he killed around 50 monsters in one breath, a large amount of spiritual force was used up. Chen Gu, who was behind Luo Feng, yelled out of disbelief, "Damn, this spirit reader is too insane." Even if there's 1,000 monsters, he could probably kill them all. Stop wasting your breath. In this kind of situation, more and more monsters get attracted as time goes on. Right now, there's around 1,000, but soon there'll be 5,000 monsters coming for us. After even more time, there could even be 10,000 monsters coming after us. There'll even be quite a bit of commander-level monsters in there too. How do you think the spirit reader will kill those? You think that a spirit reader doesn't need to expend spiritual force to kill monsters? Laughed Gao Feng as he snapped. Firehammer Squad actually had the mood to chat, while being chased by a horde of monsters. One could imagine that Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and the others weren't under much pressure anymore, since all the monsters that approached were killed by the dancing throwing knives. Go over the wall, commanded Luo Feng. The sprinting Firehammer Squad reached the wall in front, and each of them jumped over it one by one. Even though quite a bit of monsters died, the rest of the enraged monsters didn't fear death and kept charging. However, every monster that approached the territory of Luo Feng's throwing knives had their head pierced. Know that Luo Feng's current body fitness level barely reaches the borders of an advanced warrior level. Since spiritual force raises your level by 2 stages, then he currently barely reaches the intermediate warlord level with his spiritual force. Spirit readers are the most terrifying existences within fighters. They can easily and completely destroy an existence of the same level. With his telekinesis, Luo Feng can stab monsters to death with his throwing knives from a far distance. However, for the knives to reach maximum power, the current Luo Feng can only use 2 throwing knives. As the number of throwing knives increase, the weaker each of them will be. Indeed, Luo Feng could technically use over 100 throwing knives. However, not only will they be weak, but even their accuracy cannot be guaranteed. With 6 throwing knives, Luo Feng can guarantee that each of them can deal with a low-level commander, and their accuracy can be guaranteed too. With 2 throwing knives, Luo Feng can guarantee that at their max power, they can deal with a medium-level commander. Rumble tilde tilde the fearless monsters smashed the wall. Hachi! Hachi! The monsters that got closer to the sprinting Firehammer Squad were all killed. Their fresh blood and cerebrospinal fluid flew out, and their corpses caused disorder in the horde behind them. Firehammer Squad was able to shake off quite a bit of monsters as they turned into the faraway alley. I am loud, a half I am loud, a half I am loud, a half I am loud, a half. By this time, the Tiger Fang Squad has already ran far away. With the Firehammer Squad attracting most of the monsters, there were barely any monsters in their surroundings. Thanks to that, they were able to move across a great distance without much trouble. As they entered a new area with many monsters, the Tiger Fang Squad slowed down, and once again, started moving cautiously. What happened just now? Not even one of them died, asked the Tiger Fang Squad's captain as he frowned. Captain, I fired at the captain of the Firehammer Squad, Gao Feng. However, Gao Feng just so happened to be dissecting a corpse, and just so happened to use his dagger in a way that shook his body. With that, the bullet just barely missed him and injured another member of the Firehammer Squad instead. That member's arm was instantly blasted off, but I'm not sure if he's alive or dead, said Zhao, who had a skinny figure. That Gao Feng got lucky. Zhang Zi, who frowned as he looked at the other person, Dong Zai. I asked you to kill Luo Feng. How come he didn't die? With the great distance and the speed of the bullet, only the person using the sniper rifle with their laser aimer device could clearly see what happened in that instant. That Luo Feng, the sniper named Dong Zai, hesitated, and then said, he also got lucky. As I fired, he just so happened to be skinning a monster, and just so happened to swing his blade against my armor-piercing bullet. Dong could only say this, because he didn't think Luo Feng's reaction speed was quick enough to cut through the armor-piercing bullet. So the only explanation was luck. Since you would need an absurd control over your blade, an amazing sight to be able to cut through an armor-piercing bullet. Fuck, this Luo Feng also has some bullshit luck. Jiangzi, who couldn't help but to curse. However, don't worry. Laughed the sniper Dong Zai. We fired 4 shots at the monster hordes before, and the only humans they could find are the members of the Firehammer Squad. Over 1,000 monsters have them surrounded. No matter how great the Firehammer Squad is, they're doomed for sure. No. The captain of the Tiger Fang Squad shook his head. Not absolutely. The Firehammer Squad split up and ran. 1 or 2 of them could survive. As he said that, the Tiger Fang Squad let out a smile. Of course, 1 or 2 of them have absolutely no threat to our Tiger Fang Squad. Captain, maybe they could coincidentally meet a war god level existence that could save them, laughed the one-eyed middle-aged man. In this city, and in such a small amount of time, to meet a war god, and to even convince him to help them. The chance of this is even lower than winning the lottery, grinned the Tiger Fang Squad's captain as he laughed. All right, let's go guys. That old thing is still moving, so we should get there as fast as possible. Yes, the Tiger Fang Squad moved forward. I am loud. A half 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 Luo Feng and the others rushed to the rooftop of a regular 6-story residential apartment. The door to the staircase connected to the rooftop was directly sealed shut. Quick, let old Jiang lie down, said Chen Gu. Get the medicine, said Gao Feng hurriedly. With Zhang Qi's injury, he could die just by blood loss. Thankfully, they stopped the blood earlier. However, such a large injury would need some basic treatment first, since this #0201 country-level city is a 3-day walk away from the military resupplying base. And rushing on the road for 3 days. With Zhang Qi's current condition, there's no way he'd be able to handle that. Old Zhang, keep that in your mouth and replenish some energy. Chen Gu took out a pill and put it in Zhang Qi's mouth. Wai Tai, seriously treat Zhang Qi's wound, commanded Gao Feng. As the Fire Hammer squad continued to treat Zhang Qi, the pale-faced Zhang Qi was able to get the energy he needed in time. As treatment went on, the members of the Fire Hammer squad started to loosen up. Luo Feng secretly let out a sigh of relief. As he looked at the pale brother Zhang, and especially at the spot of his non-existent right arm and half of a shoulder, he felt immensely guilty. Zhang Qi can't use a spear in the future anymore, and his career as a fighter is over. Luo Feng felt that there was an 80-90% chance that the Tiger Fang squad did this because of him. As he looked at brother Zhang, he felt extremely guilty. Tiger Fang squad. Yang Zihu. Luo Feng's heart was burning. Luo Feng, swear that I'll take an eye for an eye and let you know the taste of being destroyed. Tiger Fang squad, these pieces of trash want to destroy our entire Fire Hammer squad. Chen Gu couldn't help but to curse. Fucking Tiger Fang squad, we must have our revenge. Wai Tai also roared. These bastards, Gao Feng, will make them regret it, said Gao Feng as he clenched both of his fists, and then looked at Luo Feng. Thankfully, Luo Feng was with us this time, so we were able to. Oh yay. Luo Feng, how come you can move objects without touching them? Suddenly, all the other members of the Fire Hammer squad, including the heavily wounded Zhang Qi that was lying on the floor, looked at Luo Feng.